Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.
Chapter 390 Ransom, Basement, page 251. Andrew was now completely plunged into despair. In the cramped basement, there was nothing but a toilet and a bed. His hands and feet were firmly chained, limiting his range of movement to a very small extent, like a domesticated pet. He didn't want to die, he wanted to live. Crunch. Just as Andrew was lost in thought and on the verge of collapse, with a soft click, the heavy iron door was opened from the outside. Xiaoyu and the other two, wearing masks, slowly walked into the basement. Seeing Xiaoyu appear, a glimmer of hope ignited in Andrew's despairing eyes. He looked at Xiaoyu with a fawning expression and said, "Please, let me go. You promised me that you would let me go if I gave you everything. I have already given you everything." Andrew pleaded incessantly, looking utterly pathetic. It was a stark contrast to his domineering persona in the casino. "I promised to release you, and I will." Xiaoyu's mocking voice rang out, his gaze falling on the disheveled Andrew. He paused for a moment before continuing, "But what you have on you can't buy your life. You'll have to pay another ransom." I'll pay. Just name your price, I'll pay." Hearing that money could solve the problem, Andrew quickly said, "As long as you let me go, I'll agree to any conditions." "Very good, I like your cooperative attitude," Xiaoyu said with a smile to Andrew. "Come on, call your father. Your father is the champion of the British Empire, and I'm curious how much ransom he'll offer to get you released. If your father offers enough money, releasing you won't be a problem." "My father will definitely pay. As long as you release me, money is no problem. My dad's phone number is," Andrew quickly said. Sylvia dialed the number Andrew had given her, but encrypted it. Beep. The phone rang only twice before it was quickly answered. "Hello?" A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. "I'm looking for Champion Mei," Xiaoyu said. His voice had also been computer processed, becoming a synthesized electronic voice. "What do you need him for?" Hearing the strange voice, the woman frowned slightly, but still asked in a professional manner, "Please tell Champion Meyer that his son Andrew is in my hands." After saying this, Xiaoyu immediately handed the phone to Andrew, gesturing for him to speak. "McKenna, help me, get my dad on the phone." As Andrew's voice rang out, McKenna on the other end of the phone froze. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a voice from the other end of the line. "I will call back via video in an hour. Please tell Champion Mayer that if he doesn't want anything to happen to Mr. Andrew, he should answer the video call promptly in an hour. Otherwise, Mr. Andrew may be left with a disability." "No, McKenna, you must tell my dad, Andrew wanted to say a few more words, but the call was forcibly disconnected. "You can rest for a while. I'll come back in half an hour," Xiaoyu said to Andrew. The three of them then walked out of the basement together, leaving Andrew, who was becoming increasingly desperate, behind. "I think we should order a set of uniform masks. Otherwise, wearing flashy masks will ruin our image." After leaving the basement, Xiaoyu took off his mask, stroked his chin, and said to the two people beside him, "Then what kind of mask do you want? A crying mask like the one in the coffin?" Xiao Wanyu said irritably, "How's the entire flame mask? Look at you, after all, you're the boss." "I think it's okay. An hour is neither a long nor a short time." For Xiaoyu, it felt like a short rest that passed quickly, but for Andrew, it felt like an eternity. Squeak. When the iron door to the basement was opened again, Andrew felt as if a ray of hope had appeared. He quickly got up to greet it, a fawning smile on his face. As long as he could survive, dignity was irrelevant to him. Wearing masks, Xiaoyu and the other two entered the small space and disappeared. Sylvia walked to the table, put down the computer, and set up the webcam. Xiaoyu checked the time. It had been almost an hour. He nodded to Sylvia beside him. Sylvia nodded and made a video call. Beep. The video call was answered very quickly as soon as it rang. On the other end of the screen appeared a tall, middle-aged man with a full beard, gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, and a muscular physique that made his shirt bulge. This man is none other than the Mayor Champion, one of the four great champions of the British Empire. "Hello, Champion Mei," Xiaoyu said. "It's a pleasure to meet you. Where is Andrew?" Mayor asked imposingly, her brows furrowed, giving off an aura of authority without anger. Even though Xiaoyu held Andrew's life in his hands, Mei still took the initiative to speak, trying to seize control of the conversation. It seems that Champion Mei is quite worried about Andrew's safety. In that case, Xiaoyu said, rotating the camera to point at Andrew, Andrew, say hello to your father. Father, save me, you must save me. Andrew shouted to Mei on the screen. Andrew. Mei carefully examined Andrew and, finding that he was unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief. Calm down, I will bring you back. All right. After a brief exchange, Xiaoyu rotated the camera and pointed it back at himself. You've seen Andrew's condition, it's very good. Now let's get down to business. Champion Mei, let's play a game now. Xiaoyu's tone was frivolous and playful, like a cynical playboy. I will write down a ransom on this piece of paper, and then you will make an offer. Champion Mei, please make an offer with your utmost sincerity and try to get as much money as possible to redeem Mr. Andrew, otherwise Mr. Andrew may be left with a lifelong disability. You only have one chance to bid. If your bid is only a quarter of what I'm willing to pay, then I can only send you a hand or a foot. For every additional quarter, I will send you an extra hand or foot. If you reach or exceed my expected ransom, congratulations, you will get a whole Mr. Andrew, and Mr. Andrew will return safely. Finally, you can choose not to pay a single penny of ransom. If you do that, I can only do my best to send Andrew back to you intact. After all, mailing a dead person is illegal. Xiaoyu's tone at this moment sounded exactly like that of a pervert, causing Meyer to frown and his face to grow increasingly grim. This was the first time Meyer had ever heard of this method of demanding ransom, and it put him under immense pressure. This forced him to pay as much ransom as possible. Chapter 391 Negotiation. Meyer's gaze fell on Xiaoyu and the other two, who were wearing masks. He frowned, trying to gather as much useful information as possible to deduce their identities. Unfortunately, there was nothing in the scene except for Xiaoyu and his two companions and the white wall. Champion Mei, you need to hurry. You only have 1 minute to think. Xiaoyu leaned back on the edge of the bed, shifting to a more comfortable position, and said, there are penalties for going over time. I haven't thought about what the penalty is yet. How about this, for every minute the time limit is exceeded, we'll cut off one finger. Hearing Xiaoyu's teasing words, Meyer's face grew even more gloomy. He took a deep breath, his face remaining calm, revealing no trace of his true thoughts, and said in a booming voice, I don't need a price quote. Just write down whatever amount you want, and I'll give you that amount. So generous, boss is so generous. Xiaoyu was also surprised by Mei's generosity, but after thinking about it, he felt relieved. If he had a son or daughter, he would definitely be like Mei. No wonder he is Champion Mei. At this point, Xiaoyu turned to Andrew, her tone slightly teasing, Mr. Andrew, it's clear that Champion Mei loves you very much. Congratulations, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you should be able to go home alive. Since Champion Meyer is so generous, then my offer is useless. Xiaoyu said, throwing the note aside. Then I'll just say what I want. Seeing Xiaoyu's actions, Mei's expression grew increasingly grim. There was no doubt that Xiaoyu had just been playing her for a fool, but even knowing that Xiaoyu was playing her for a fool, Mei could only swallow her anger, since Andrew was still in the other party's hands. What do you want? Mei asked coldly. Do you have any divine beasts? Xiaoyu asked in a flippant tone. If you have a divine beast, I can guarantee that Andrew will live to see the end of the British Empire. Hearing Xiaoyu's teasing words, Meyer wanted nothing more than to tear Xiaoyu's mouth apart. Veins bulged on his forehead as he struggled to suppress his anger. No, I don't have a divine beast. That's truly a pity, Xiaoyu said with regret. I'll have to think about it carefully. Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, as if he was really thinking, and after a while, he said, I've made up my mind. Champion Meyer, my first condition is that I want a Pokémon, which must at least be of champion caliber. Xiaoyu made an outrageous demand, wanting a Pokémon with champion-level potential. No way. Meyer refused without even thinking, I can't find a Pokémon with champion-level potential. Champion-caliber Pokémons are extremely rare and highly sought after. It's all about luck. Some people may never encounter one in their entire lives, while others can easily find one. Champion Mei, don't be so quick to refuse. Xiaoyu knew Mei wouldn't agree, but he wasn't in a hurry either. I'm not in a rush. I can wait until you find it, and then we'll release Andrew. A champion-level Pokémon is really cheap. After all, I'm going to return the giant Gripin and all of Andrew's other Pokémon. You can take your time looking. If you can't find it in a day, we'll look for a month. If you can't find it in a month, we'll look for a year. After all, it's just one more person to feed and a few more Pokémon to raise. We can afford it. We'll trade once you find it. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Meyer fell silent. Before he could speak, Xiaoyu's voice rang out again. Let me state all the conditions at once. My second condition is that I need money, a large sum of money. I believe this is the easiest thing for you. The amount I need is not much. I will send you the account details later. Having reached this level of status and position, the last thing Mayer lacked was money for someone of his caliber. Money was just a number. Page 252. If he wants money, he can guarantee that people will line up at his door every day to deliver money to him. My third condition is that I want an Illumina steel dragon. Its aptitude must be at least champion level, but I won't make it too difficult for you. Of course, you can also give me a champion level Illumina steel dragon directly, which would fulfill the first and third conditions. The fourth condition is that I want the S-rank items: broken teapot, damaged teapot, celebration armor, spell armor, spirit cloth, and perfect stone. Xiaoyu unleashed over a dozen items in one go. These items all shared a common characteristic: they were evolution items that could allow specific Pokémon to evolve. Some of these items are almost non-existent in China and are only available overseas. That's why Xiaoyu took this opportunity to ask for an exorbitant amount, trying to get a copy of all the S-level evolution items. The second and third conditions weren't too unreasonable, but Meyer didn't even hesitate to refuse the fourth condition, saying without hesitation, "No, even I can't produce that many S-rank items." Champion Mei, how will you know you can't do it if you don't push yourself? Xiaoyu said with a smile. He was naturally unwilling to back down. With Andrew in his hands, he held the upper hand. "You, how should I address you?" Meyer asked, suppressing her anger as she looked at Xiaoyu. Hearing Mei's question, Xiaoyu's lips curled up slightly, and he said with a mischievous grin, "You can call me Sakeke." Sakeke? Meyer silently repeated the name in her heart. Although she knew that Sakeke was definitely a pseudonym, the name had a special meaning. "Mr. Sakeke." Meyer looked directly at Xiaoyu and said calmly, "If you truly want the ransom, then I am willing to pay it. But if you are making such an outrageous demand without any sincerity, I would rather not have this son. There are no cowards in the Rockefeller family." Meyer's voice suddenly became loud and stern, as if he were speaking to Xiaoyu, but also to Andrew. "Andrew, don't disgrace the Rockefeller family. Remember that you are a member of the Rockefeller family, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the British Empire." Hearing Mei's words, Andrew was slightly taken aback. In that instant, he seemed to recall his father's earnest teachings over the years. The timid and cowardly man suddenly seemed to have gained more conviction, and his eyes gradually became firm. "Father, the Rockefeller family is definitely not a coward." Seeing this, Xiaoyu frowned slightly. If Mei was really willing to give up her son Andrew, it wouldn't be a good thing for him to not get a single penny. "Champion Mei, let's take a few minutes to rest before we talk again." Xiaoyu decisively hung up the video call, then turned to Xiao Wanyu beside him and said, "Andrew has regained his fighting spirit. I'll have the Pokémon give him some electrotherapy, and increase the intensity. Wait for me a moment. Darkness shrouds all things, but I will be the last ray of light in the darkness, shattering it with thunder." Xiaoyu's resounding voice rang out, "Go, Rotom, use your lightning." A moment later, Andrew's scream rang out, and the belief he had just built up was instantly destroyed. "Ah, I don't want to die, I don't want to die." Chapter 392, 19th birthday. Just as Xiaoyu was giving Andrew electrotherapy, Mei, after hanging up the video call, immediately stood up and asked the person next to her, "Have you located their position?" No. The staff member who kept operating the computer had sweat on his forehead. He was under great pressure and looked extremely nervous. "They have experts on their side. I can't find their location." "I understand. Take your time investigating, just do your best." Mayer sighed inwardly and said expressionlessly, "Since they dared to call, they must be quite confident in themselves." Okay, Champion Mei. Don't be nervous, just do your best." Meyer's attitude was gentle. Then she walked to the window, looked at the drizzling rain outside, her expression serious and her brows furrowed. "What are the true identities of these 3 people? And what's the deal with that gigantic Laplace?" Mayer had too many unanswered questions in her mind. After that, Mei and Xiaoyu negotiated for nearly an hour, and finally finalized the details and reached a preliminary agreement on the transaction. After doing all this, Xiaoyu and the other 2 left the basement and returned to the living room. Walking inside the villa, Xiaoyu stretched. After resolving a major issue, he was in a very good mood. Just then, Xiao Wanyu suddenly turned to look at Xiaoyu, her red lips parted slightly, and she asked softly, "What does Sakage mean?" Xiao Wanyu's question surprised Xiaoyu slightly. He didn't expect that Xiao Wanyu wasn't concerned about the ransom, but instead cared about the name Sakage that Xiaoyu casually mentioned, clearly more concerned about the meaning behind the name Sakage. It has to be said that women are sometimes really strange creatures. Their more emotional thinking makes them focus on things that are completely different from men. It's a nickname similar to Divine Coffin, Xiaoyu explained after thinking for a moment. Why did you choose this name? Xiao Wanyu asked Xiaoyu with curiosity, her eyes filled with a desire to explore. This is a very old story. Legend has it that in the Kanto region, there was a boy named Ash. Xiaoyu briefly described Ash's story. The biggest villainous organization was called Team Rainbow Rocket, and the leader of Team Rainbow Rocket was Giovanni. How come I've never heard this story before? Xiao Wanyu asked, frowning. Maybe it's not very famous. Then what name do you think I should choose? Xiao Wanyu asked with a smile. Hanako? Xiaoyu asked. At this point, many people may not know that Ash's mother, Hanako's ex-boyfriend, is Giovanni. It was mentioned in the Pokémon Live musical that Hanako and Giovanni had a relationship. After a day and a night without rest, the group of people suddenly felt a wave of weariness wash over them once they had some free time. Sylvia took a shower, changed into her expensive pajamas, and returned to her room. Lying on the soft, comfortable bed, the faint fragrance emanating from the sheets and duvet cover gave her a dreamlike feeling. 2 days ago, she was a refugee, wandering and running around, but in the blink of an eye, she was living a stable and comfortable life. Everything came too suddenly, making her feel a little uncomfortable. She buried her head in the soft bedding, dreaming about the life that was to come. The father's experiment can continue. There are also some developments regarding the Shenkin 4. I also want to go to university for further studies. Everything is developing in a good direction. After washing up, Xiaoyu sat on the sofa, his face etched with exhaustion. He turned to Xiao Wanyu and said, I'm going home tomorrow. What about you? I'm going back to Shanghai tomorrow. I have a ton of mess to deal with. The sinking of the king and the appearance of the giant Pokémon have caused a sensation in China. As one of the 4 heavenly kings of East China, I have to rush over there to handle it. Have you decided how you're going to celebrate your birthday tomorrow? Dressed in casual clothes, Xiao Wanyu looked less alluring and more down-to-earth. She sat quietly next to Xiaoyu, looking at his profile. Just live like that. I need to treat my roommates to dinner, and I have to rush back to Hilong City tonight, Xiaoyu said, deliberately not mentioning Longyaning. Okay, drink less. I've left your gift in Shanghai. I'll give it to you next time we meet. Xiao Wanyu didn't press further. She smiled and said, by the way, what are you planning to do with those 999 money-gathering spirit coins and golden ghost coins? I was just about to tell you about this too. Xiaoyu turned to Xiao Wanyu. I'm planning to buy a money-gathering spirit. The higher its strength and aptitude the better. I'll have to trouble you with this, and it has to be done secretly. I'll come to Shanghai to find you after I finish my mission in Black Dragon City. Okay, I'll check it for you. Xiao Wanyu nodded. And there's still the matter with Sylvia. I'll have to trouble you with that too. Xiaoyu looked at Xiao Wanyu and gently took her hand, saying, thank you for your hard work these past few days. Without Xiao Wanyu's help, Xiaoyu wouldn't have been able to get many things done. For Xiaoyu, Xiao Wanyu was undoubtedly a perfect and capable wife, managing the tasks Xiaoyu entrusted to her in an orderly manner. Xiao Wanyu rolled her eyes at Xiaoyu. Just a verbal thank you. What kind of reward do you want? Xiaoyu asked with a smile. How about I help you catch a Gigantamax Pokémon the next time we encounter one? You said it yourself. Xiao Wanyu's eyes lit up. Ever since she saw the powerful strength and unique appearance of Gigantamax Pokémon, she also wanted a Gigantamax Pokémon. Don't worry, I promise you. Xiaoyu said, then yawned. I've been tired for 2 days, let's go to sleep. The night passed, and early the next morning, Xiaoyu left the villa and rushed home. Today is his birthday. His maternal grandparents had already booked a restaurant and invited many close allies of the Lin and Qin families. Rather than celebrating Xiaoyu's birthday, it was more of an opportunity for the major families to strengthen their relationships. Among them, Long Fan and Xiao Wanyu, 2 of the 4 heavenly kings from East China, were unable to leave due to dealing with the sinking of the king's ship, but almost everyone else who could come did. Therefore, the hotel's private room was divided into several tables. The older generation, such as Old Master Lin, Old Madam Qin, Old Master Qi, and Old Master Shi, sat together, while the middle-aged generation, such as Uncle Lin Suiyun, Uncle Lin Suiyang, and the Qi, Qin, and Shi families, sat at one table. The last table was occupied by the younger generation, including Xiaoyu, his 3 roommates Wu Yaezu, Su Jiahao, and He Sis Hu, as well as Long Yaning, Su Muze, and others. Xiaoyu could clearly see that his 3 roommates were somewhat nervous and repressed. Although Wu Yaezu, Su Jiahao, and He Sis Hu came from relatively well-off families, it was only in Zishu province, which would be considered quite ordinary in the capital. Facing a group of big shots in the private room, they all felt some pressure. Besides, the arrival of two other people surprised Xiaoyu. One was Qi Hangxiao, who was clearly not in a good mood after the incident on the king's ship. Even when she greeted Xiaoyu, she only gave a faint smile, looking like a well-behaved girl. She was completely different from the woman who splurged money in the casino. Another thing that surprised Xiaoyu was Shi Chucha from the Shi family, who was another experimental assistant besides Qi Hanqing. Chapter 393 Dinner Party. For most young people, such a formal birthday banquet is quite awkward, since with elders present, most people are not very relaxed. Xiaoyu first greeted the elders at the next few tables before returning to her own seat. The guests at the other tables also treated Xiaoyu very well. After all, Xiaoyu is now a well-known Pokémon professor and high school cup champion in China and even the world. Page 253. His future is incredibly bright, and with time, Xiaoyu's influence in China is only growing. His future is clear, and no one wants to antagonize him. Back in his seat, Wu Yaezu, who was sitting next to him, quickly leaned over and whispered, "Damn, brother Yu, why didn't you say you invited Teacher Qi and Teacher Long? You didn't ask either?" Xiaoyu said with a smile, "Shouldn't you have reported this to room 508? Wu Yaezu put his arm around Xiaoyu's shoulder while looking down on his two other roommates. "Look at Jia Hao and he says who, they're such cowards, they don't even dare to speak loudly." Xiaoyu and Wu Yaezu looked at their two roommates and found that they were sitting upright and stiff, just like students in class, with serious expressions that made them laugh. "What are you laughing at?" Su Jiahao was completely baffled. "That's all." Xiaoyu shook his head, turned his gaze to Wu Yaezu, and asked, "By the way, how are things going with you and that Ms. Zhongqing?" "Everything is under control, just watch. I've got this in the bag. I wouldn't say it's a sure thing, but it's practically guaranteed." Seeing Wu Yaezu's confident demeanor, Xiaoyu shook his head. "Oh," Xiaoyu replied perfunctorily. The lunch was quite lavish, and the young people started chatting about all sorts of topics while eating. Naturally, the sinking of the King cruiser a couple of days prior was also on the agenda. Wu Yaezu brought up the topic. He had clearly been reading a lot of gossip online lately, and said with a mysterious look, "Have you heard about the sinking of the King cruiser a couple of days ago?" Wu Yaezu's words immediately piqued the interest of everyone at the table. Qi Hanqing turned to look at Qi Hangxiao and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Qi Hangxiao's expression was normal. Qi Hanqing had just escaped death on the king's ship, and in order to ease her emotions, he specially brought her out for a walk. It's also a good opportunity to get to know these talented young people, so that Qi Hangxiao won't spend all his time associating with those frivolous friends and neglecting his duties. Su Musa replied, "I've heard about it. Did you know?" Wu Yaezu said in a low voice, "I saw some inside information online. It is said that the king's sinking was caused by an attack on the king. Someone posted photos of the incident online. Although they were quickly deleted and were a bit blurry, it is not hard to tell that it was Regilek." The people at the table had different expressions. Some clearly already knew the inside story of the king's sinking, while others had obviously only just found out. For example, Su Musa and Long Yaning only just found out, because neither of them was interested in these things, and no one told them these gossips, so they naturally didn't know much about them. Others, such as the Qi sisters, obviously already knew the gist of the matter. "Yes, it's Regis. The internet says the real reason the king sank was because the legendary Pokémon trainer who owned Regis got into a fight with a mysterious trainer who used a giant Lapras and a huge Darkrai, which caused the king sank." Wu Yaezu now looks like an information broker. Someone even recorded a video at the time, but unfortunately it can't be released, it's been deleted. The internet says that the two trainers fought because they wanted to kidnap someone. Listening to Wu Yaezu's gossip, Qi Hangxiao smiled slightly. It was obvious that Wu Yaezu had been deceived by the false information circulating online, which was getting more and more outrageous. She, as the person involved, knows the real situation better than anyone else. The others around them listened with great interest and quickly asked, "The trainers of Regis and Darkrai fought fiercely, who won in the end?" "It seems to be that mysterious trainer who owns a giant Lapras. His Lapras is practically the ruler of the ocean, having a significant advantage in terrain," Wu Yaezu said. "Who do they want to kidnap?" "The person being kidnapped must be someone important." The group continued to press for answers. Of course it's not simple. There have been speculations online, but this morning news from overseas revealed that the kidnapped person is named Andrew, the son of Mayer, the champion of the British Empire. "The champion's son?" The crowd exclaimed in surprise, clearly shocked. How dare they kidnap the son of Champion May? Why did they kidnap the son of the champion named Mayer? Is it for money or revenge? While everyone was engaged in a heated discussion, Xiaoyu buried his head in his food, appearing indifferent and aloof. At the same time, he secretly slipped his hand under the table and gently squeezed the delicate hand of Teacher Long beside him, causing Long Yanning to blush. She turned and glared at him fiercely. Of course, these messages are not guaranteed to be true, they are all rumors, Wu Yazi said. However, another message is guaranteed to be true. You can check the news released by Champion Mayor. Although the specific ransom was not announced, it is estimated that the cash alone is worth hundreds of millions, not including other items. Wu Yazi spoke eloquently, like a surfing expert. Moreover, Champion Mayor also released information about the kidnappers. Currently, they know nothing except that the kidnappers are Chinese. The ransom is several hundred million? No wonder they kidnapped the champion's son. Once they kidnapped him, they'd be set for life. That person is Chinese? Isn't it possible he might kidnap you? Han Qing, Han Xiao, and Shi Chuchu, you also need to be careful. Your grandfather is also a champion. When she heard someone call her name, Shi Chuchu remained calm. Or rather, from the moment she sat down at the table, she maintained a cold expression, completely refusing to participate in the discussion or express any opinions. She simply ate her food quietly, keeping silent. Shi Chuchu possessed the classic beauty of an Eastern woman: long hair, a slender waist, and a white dress. Her features were strikingly beautiful. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of aloofness, and she exuded an air of coldness that kept people at a distance. Her temperament was elegant and refined, gentle as jade, pure as a fairy. Shi Chuchu didn't react at all, but Qi Hangxiao had an extremely fiery temper. She was already in a bad mood because everyone was slandering the kidnapper who saved her life, and now that she was being dragged into it, she finally found an opportunity to speak directly. Don't be fooled by those fake news on the internet. The truth is not like that. Chapter 394 Birthday Party. Upon hearing Qi Hangxiao speak, everyone's gaze immediately turned to her. Qi Hangxiao remained calm and continued, "What you're seeing are all fake news online, they're not entirely true. The truth is that Regioreka's trainer launched the attack first, destroying the king and causing it to sink, and has been hunting down Andrew ever since. With nowhere else to turn, Andrew eventually fled to the sea. At the time, the king was about to sink, and there were many survivors floating on the sea. Andrew wanted to hide among them, using the innocent survivors as cover for himself." Qi Hangxiao continued without stopping, and in order to force Andrew out, Regigigas's trainer ordered Regigigas to launch an indiscriminate attack on all the survivors in the sea. If he had really done that, given the situation at the time, at least several hundred or even thousands of people would have died. Just as Regigigas's lightning was about to strike, the mysterious trainer was forced to intervene in order to protect all the survivors at sea. Speaking of the mysterious trainer, Qi Hangxiao recalled the scene of being rescued, his eyes seemingly shining. He paused before continuing, then both sides were wary of each other's strength and neither made a move rashly. In the end, the two legendary Pokémon trainers reached an agreement. Regis trainers can only kill Andrew and cannot harm anyone else, especially Chinese people. Seeing that the two had reached an agreement, Andrew had no choice but to flee for his life. In the end, he forcibly took the Chinese men hostage and forced the trainer of the giant Lapras to rescue him. The mysterious trainer was forced to take action again to protect the Chinese man. If the Chinese rescue team hadn't arrived soon, they definitely would have started fighting. Regioreka's trainer could only flee, and Andrew's act of taking Chinese hostages also angered the trainer of giant Lapras, who then forcibly kidnapped him in a fit of rage. Actually, that mysterious trainer never intended to kidnap Andrew at first. If you ask me, Andrew really deserves to die. He deserves to die. If I were the kidnapper, I wouldn't even ask for the ransom, I would just kill him. It has to be said that Qi Hangxiao has a very fiery temper. She started yelling at Andrew right there on the table. Of course, it's not her fault. After all, Andrew kidnapped her, and apart from a very small number of people with Stockholm Syndrome, normal people would feel disgusted by kidnappers. Qi Hangxiao was no exception. Hearing her sister's words, Qi Hangqing also showed an awkward smile. Her sister has always had this kind of personality, completely unlike a lady, and is very straightforward and has been completely spoiled. Han Xiao, speak properly, Qi Hangqing said to Han Xiao. After hearing Qi Hangxiao's words, many people present were clearly skeptical, asking, "Are you telling the truth? How do you know so much?" "I was on the king's ship at the time, what do you think?" Qi Hangxiao retorted directly, "If you don't believe me, I'll show you the king's ship ticket purchase records on my phone." When Qi Hangxiao produced the ticket purchase record, a commotion erupted in the room, and no one questioned what she had just said. After all, nothing is more convincing than the testimony of the person involved. "So you saw Rigoler and the giant Laplace with your own eyes? Was it dangerous at the time? Were you scared when the ship sank?" Next, Chi Hangxiao became the center of attention at the gathering, with many people asking her about what had happened on the king's ship. Chi Hangxiao responded to each question, describing the two mysterious trainers. In her words, Coffin 3 became a villain who committed all kinds of evil, while Xiaoyu became a righteous Chinese hero. That mysterious trainer must be Chinese. I don't know why, but when I heard him say that we can't hurt Chinese people, I felt incredibly safe. Really? So, that person is actually quite nice. Hearing everyone's praise, Xiaoyu was also feeling smug, but he didn't participate in the discussion. He would rather spend that time secretly interacting with Long Yanning. Brother Yu. But Wu Yaezu, who was oblivious to Xiaoyu's presence, kept bothering him. After a while, he leaned over to Xiaoyu again and asked, "Speaking of which, you're a well-known figure now. What if you get kidnapped?" Xiaoyu smiled dismissively and whispered to Wu Yaezu, "It doesn't matter, I will take action." "You're just bragging. The high school cup champion thinks he can beat a legendary Pokémon trainer? How come you can brag even more than me?" Hee. Chi Hangxiao glanced at Xiaoyu and thought to himself, this guy is really good at bragging. After lunch, the afternoon was free time. The Chi sisters planned to go shopping, while Wu Yaezu, Su Jiahao, and He Sizhu decided to go back to the dormitory together. Su Musa looked at Xiaoyu from afar, her eyes filled with anticipation, as if she wanted to spend some time alone with Xiaoyu that afternoon. Xiaoyu also noticed the burning passion in Su Musa's eyes and quickly spoke to Long Yanning seriously, "Teacher Long, I have something to discuss with you this afternoon, something about dragon-type Pokémon. Master should have told you about it. Let's go together." Listening to Xiaoyu's serious nonsense, Long Yanning wanted to laugh, but she also noticed Su Muzi's gaze beside her, so she nodded and replied, "Okay." Hearing Xiaoyu and Long Yanning's words, Su Musa swallowed back what she was about to say and asked, "Xiaoyu, are you free tonight?" "Tonight, maybe not." Xiaoyu needed to rush back to Hilong City that night, so naturally he wouldn't have time. "I need to get back to carry out a mission." Page 254. Hearing Xiaoyu refuse her again, Su Musa's smile became even more stiff. She could only force a smile and say to Xiaoyu, "It's okay. You go ahead and do your work. Here, this is a gift I prepared for you." Su Musa felt a pang of disappointment, but she forced herself to put on a bright smile and handed Xiaoyu a beautiful box. "Don't open it now, open it when we get back." "Okay." Xiaoyu looked at the disappointment on Su Musa's face and felt a little sorry for her, but at this moment she could only harden her heart and refuse. "Then I'm leaving." Su Musa nodded. Watching Xiaoyu's departing figure, Su Musa felt increasingly distressed. She called out to Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, when you come back from your mission, you must have dinner with me. My roommates have been wanting to meet you for a long time, and I promised them I would take you to dinner with them." Hearing Su Musa's words, Xiaoyu subconsciously glanced at Long Yanning, wanting to agree but not knowing how to start. "Say yes to her," Long Yanning said softly, seemingly sensing Xiaoyu's dilemma. "Okay." Xiaoyu responded softly, then turned to Su Musa and said, "When I get back, I'll treat you to dinner." "Okay." Hearing Xiaoyu agree, Su Musa's mood finally improved a lot, and she returned Xiaoyu a bright smile. With a radiant smile, Su Musa wore a dress that perfectly captured the most beautiful white moonlight in the young man's heart. Chapter 395 Shopping in the Supermarket. In the afternoon, Xiaoyu and Long Yanning had not seen each other for a long time, and strolled through the bustling city streets. The two tall, slender figures walked side by side in the crowd, the handsome man and beautiful woman attracting the attention of passers-by like models in a street photography shoot. Long Yanning reached out and gently took Xiaoyu's arm. The warm touch on her skin made her feel at ease. Only now did she truly feel that Xiaoyu was by her side. Perhaps because of Su Musa, Xiaoyu could clearly sense that Long Yanning was not in a very high mood today, and could even be described as having a lot on her mind. "Xiaoyu." Long Yanning's cold voice suddenly rang out. Her gaze was fixed on the loving couples walking by on the street, lost in thought. Xiaoyu replied, "Nothing, I just wanted to call you." Long Yanning's voice was very soft, as if she were whispering, "When are you leaving today? Have dinner yet?" Xiaoyu originally planned to leave around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, but he could tell that Long Yanning didn't seem to be in a good mood, so he decided to spend more time with her and said, "No matter how busy I am, I have to have dinner with my dear girlfriend before I leave." Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Long Yanning's face lit up with a bright smile. "Women love to hear sweet words from men." "Then I want to eat the dishes you make." "Okay," Xiaoyu replied. "Then let's go to the supermarket together. Buy whatever you want to eat, and I'll cook it for you." "Okay." Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Long Yanning's mood improved significantly, and she happily went shopping with Xiaoyu at the supermarket. Shopping at the supermarket together is often the sweetest date for couples. Entering the supermarket, Xiaoyu pushed a shopping cart to the fruit section. Looking at the dazzling array of fruits, she asked, "Let's buy some fruit. What kind of fruit would you like to eat?" Long Yaning glanced at the circle of fruit in front of her, finally focusing on the papaya, but felt a little embarrassed because Xiaoyu was beside her. But Xiaoyu keenly noticed Long Yaning's intention, and with an ambiguous smile on his face, he said with a smile, "It's all just rumors on the internet. Eating papaya doesn't actually do any good." "What are you saying?" Long Yaning blushed as her little scheme was exposed, and reached out to slap Xiaoyu's shoulder hard. "Really, I'm not kidding you. Scientific research shows that massage is the best." "Ah, stop talking." Long Yaning blushed and reached out to cover Xiaoyu's mouth. "Haha, I'm not going to say anything more," Xiaoyu replied with a laugh. Xiaoyu's laughter echoed throughout the supermarket, and after one round, the shopping cart was already full of items, including quite a few men's pajamas and toiletries. In Xiaoyu's words, he wanted to buy some things for himself to assert his sovereignty. When the two walked out of the supermarket, Long Yaning's face was still flushed, and the area behind her ears was burning. "Let's go, I'll go back and cook for you." Xiaoyu smiled as he looked at Long Yaning, finding her exceptionally adorable at that moment, making him want to tease her. Long Yan rolled her eyes at Xiaoyu and walked ahead. Since Long Yaning stepped down from her post in the Dragon Realm, she moved back to the city. Her new home is also near Imperial University. Although it is not as luxurious as the Purple Mountain Villa, it is still a very nice high-end apartment. The top-floor apartment she bought also comes with a balcony. This was Xiaoyu's first time visiting Long Yanning's new home. The house was large and decorated in a rather cold and austere style. Xiaoyu first put the purchased drinks into the refrigerator to chill, then carried the ingredients into the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous dinner for Long Yanning. Just as he was about to tie on his apron, Long Yanning stopped him. "Never mind, I'll cook today. It's your birthday, so of course I should cook. You can cook for me next time. Go and rest for a while, you've had dark circles under your eyes lately." Hearing Long Yanning's words, Xiaoyu felt a chill run down his spine and broke out in a cold sweat. A large part of his dark circles were thanks to Xiao Wanyu. "Let's cook together, I'll help you. As the saying goes, teamwork makes the dream work." Xiaoyu quickly changed the subject. "Cooking together can enhance a couple's relationship. Here, let me tie your apron." Xiaoyu didn't give Long Yanning a chance to refuse and said with a smile, "Turn around." Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Long Yanning silently turned around and picked up a rubber band to tie her hair up. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Long Yanning's slender waist, which could be encircled by one hand. From the first time they met, Xiaoyu thought that the most charming thing about Long Yanning was her small waist. A perfect hourglass figure, with firm lines and not an ounce of excess fat. Slim waist is undoubtedly the most fitting description. Xiaoyu couldn't help but think that if Teacher Long wore a crop top, she would be absolutely radiant with charm. "Hurry up, what are you standing there for?" Long Yanning urged Xiaoyu when she saw that he hadn't moved. "Teacher Long, your waist is so beautiful," Xiaoyu said with a smile, while reaching out to gently wrap his arms around Long Yanning from behind. Xiaoyu's sudden action made Long Yanning's body tremble slightly, and her voice also trembled slightly. "What are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be wearing an apron?" "I'll just hug you for a moment, then I'll tie your clothes right away, don't move." Xiaoyu held Long Yanning quietly for a while before letting go and tying an apron around her from behind. Long Yanning turned around, blushing and rolling her eyes at Xiaoyu. "Pervert. I saw online that some guys have all sorts of fetishes, like feet, like legs. Are you a waist fetishist?" "How is that possible?" Xiaoyu exclaimed. "I'm at most a smoke control expert." "You're so glib and cheesy. Men are all such bastards." Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Long Yanning felt nauseous. "Alright, stop fooling around. Let's eat early so you can go back and rest soon." "Alright, with our combined skills, we're sure to cook a delicious meal." Happy time is always short-lived. After dinner, Xiaoyu silently got up to wash the dishes. After he finished washing the dishes, he would leave the capital and head to Hilong City. "Let me do it." Long Yanning quickly stopped Xiaoyu, stood up and took the bowl and chopsticks from Xiaoyu's hands, and said to Xiaoyu with concern, "You should go home early, remember to get a good rest tonight, don't overwork yourself." It has to be said that this is the difference between older and younger women. Older women are more caring and considerate. Dating a young woman is like a blazing fire. It embodies the youthful passion and romantic pursuit that is unique to young people, bringing a different kind of excitement to a dull and boring life. Dating an older woman is a completely different experience. It's like a gentle stream, peaceful and comfortable, quietly soothing the heart, always showing care in subtle ways. Plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums each have their own unique charm. Turnip greens, all have love. Of course, no matter which one it is, only those who love you will show their truest selves, only those who love you will love you passionately, and only those who pay attention to you and care for you silently. Chapter 396 Rewards for the Savior Mission. Oh, by the way, your birthday present is in the innermost bedroom. Go get it, Long Yaning instructed before leaving. Remember to open it after you get back. Long Yanning smiled playfully as she said this, looking at Xiaoyu as if she were implying something. Ahem, okay. Hearing the somewhat familiar words, Xiaoyu coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment and walked to the innermost bedroom. Long Yaning was clearly still upset about what happened to Sumusa that afternoon. As Xiaoyu entered the bedroom, she immediately saw the birthday present on the bed. It was a beautifully wrapped box that looked rather small. Although Xiaoyu was also very curious about what was in the box, she suppressed her curiosity, accepted the gift, and planned to open it when she got back. I'm leaving now, Xiaoyu said. Okay, you can go now, I'll go wash the dishes. Long Yaning said and started clearing the dishes from the table. Xiaoyu watched the busy Long Yaning, then quietly stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Long Yaning's slender waist from behind. What are you doing? I need to wash the dishes. Long Yaning nudged Xiaoyu gently with her elbow. I'll leave after a minute. Xiaoyu gently hugged Long Yanning, waited for a minute, then gently kissed Long Yanning's cheek before letting go and striding out of the room. I'm leaving. Ah. Xiaoyu arrived in Hilong City at 11 p.m. The evening breeze brought a touch of coolness to the scorching Hilong City. Wearing the mask of change, Xiaoyu now looks like a middle-aged man in his 40s. As he walked, he checked the rewards for the Savior mission. Page 255. 99% of the people have been saved. Rewards have been issued. Xiaoyu was slightly disappointed that he hadn't saved 100% of the people, but he had done his best. Under those circumstances, saving 99% of the people was already quite good. Ditto Mask, near champion level, upgraded to Ditto Mask, champion level. Bonus TM for Dragon Dance. Reward item, Silver Crown X6. Reward item, Forced Training Device. Silver Crown, when used on a Pokémon, it allows you to choose one of its stats to be upgraded to its maximum potential. In the game, this effect is used by the person in charge of extreme training to perform extreme training on a Pokémon that has reached a certain level, thereby upgrading one stat to its maximum value. In this book, the Silver Crown can be used directly to upgrade this stat. Forced Training Device, Pokémon holding this item will have their speed halved in battle, but their growth rate will be doubled. The moment Xiaoyu received these rewards, he had all the Pokémon that could learn Dragon Dance learn the skill. Secondly, Xiaoyu thought long and hard about the use of the Forced Training Device and the Silver Crown, and finally decided to give the Forced Training Device to the Armored Dragon. This is because Shellder is a pseudo-legendary Pokémon with the longest growth cycle. Unlike Dragapult, which has the core energy of the punishment bottle to accelerate its growth, Shellder's growth is quite slow. Therefore, Xiaoyu decided to equip Shellder with a Forced Training Device to speed up its growth and evolve it sooner. Finally, the real problem lay in the use of the Silver Crown, which left Xiaoyu scratching his head in frustration. First of all, Xiaoyu's system cannot view the Pokémon's various abilities, so he was conflicted about which ability to use. Secondly, the 6 Silver Crowns can be used on a single Pokémon at the same time, allowing the Pokémon's 6 stats to reach their peak, essentially creating a godlike Pokémon. It can also be used on 6 Pokémon separately to provide a uniform boost. It was precisely because of these 2 points that Xiaoyu was also caught in a dilemma about how to use the Silver Crown. After much deliberation, he finally decided to use the 6 Silver Crowns separately, giving 5 to Noivern and 1 to Cinderace. Xiaoyu had his own reasons for making this decision. Among all of Xiaoyu's Pokémon, Noivern, Cinderace, and Rotom have the lowest potential, and are the only 3 Pokémon with near champion potential. Rotom has not yet hatched, so it doesn't need to be considered for now. The only Pokémon that need improvement are Noivern and Cinderace. Especially Noivern, the veteran who paved the way for Xiaoyu's journey as a trainer. Now, with the growth of the strength of all the Pokémon, Noivern has completely taken on a supporting role. Whether it's a shiny Charizard with extreme special attack or an offensive Sceptile with Kaleidoscope, Noivern can't compare. Not to mention the team's only designated leader, the near master level Dariki. Moreover, as the strength of the Axew and the Armored Dragon increases, the Noivern Dragon will eventually be surpassed by these 2. This is something Xiaoyu can't change. Even though he tries his best to help Noivern train, other Pokémon are also training hard. With everyone working hard, it's difficult to bridge the gap in aptitude. However, Xiaoyu had never forgotten Sonic Dragon. Now that he had the opportunity to help Sonic Dragon change its aptitude, Xiaoyu naturally would not give it up. Sonic Dragon was the first thing he thought of. Xiaoyu's motto is to never give up on any Pokémon once you've caught one, you have to be responsible for it. After arriving at the hotel from the airport, It was already 11:50 p.m. by the time Xiaoyu had checked in. Xiaoyu used his disguised identity to complete the check-in procedures and booked a luxury room. Upon entering the house, Xiaoyu first released the blazing flame ace, and then took out a silver crown. Use the silver crown on flame ace? Yes. Please select one of the flame ace abilities to upgrade. Xiaoyu was once again caught in a dilemma. The blazing ace needed speed and attack the most, but now he could only improve one of them, making it difficult for Xiaoyu to choose. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaoyu finally decided to focus on increasing speed. Increase speed. Speed aptitude is being improved. Upgrade complete. Flash Ace's aptitude has been upgraded to champion level. After upgrading his aptitude, Blazing Ace was very excited, jumping up and down as if trying to unleash the surge of power within him. Alright, Ace Flame, just bear with it for now. We're at the hotel, you can fight properly when we get back. Xiaoyu patted Ace Flame's head and said with a smile. Xiaoyu soothed Flame Ace for a while, gently stroking its soft fur, which felt warm and comfortable, like a plush doll. After that, Xiaoyu released the Sonic Dragon. Compared to Cinderace gaining only one ability, Noivern gaining 5 abilities is a truly significant upgrade. Xiaoyu was also very curious. If improving one ability could raise Cinderace's potential from near champion level to champion level, then following this trend, would improving 5 abilities directly boost Noivern's strength to legendary level? Of course, Xiaoyu thought it was unlikely. If it really had such a powerful effect, the system would never be so generous as to reward 6 at once. Should I use the Silver Crown X5 on the Sonic Dragon? Yes. Please select 5 abilities of the Noivern to improve. Physical Strength, Defense, Special Attack, Special Defense, Speed. Physical Aptitude is improving. Defense Aptitude is being upgraded. Special Attack Aptitude is being improved. Special Defense Qualification Upgrade in progress. Speed Aptitude is being improved. Upgrade complete. Sonic Dragon's Aptitude has been upgraded to Master Level. Chapter 397 Sorrowful Brothers. The night was as dark as ink, and even though it was already 12:30, Xiaoyu still hadn't fallen asleep. After improving the aptitude of his Blaze and Noivern, he picked up his phone to check his messages. Because it was his birthday, his phone was ringing off the hook all day with a flood of well wishes. There were blessings from relatives and friends, as well as messages of blessing from fans. Some die-hard fans even bought subway ads and plaza screens to celebrate Xiaoyu's birthday. 11:59. Long yawning, I'm very happy today. Good night, get some rest and don't stay up late. Take care of yourself. Sumuse, aren't you touched by me? I spent a lot of time making this gift myself. My birthday is coming up soon too. Xiaowanyu, happy birthday, don't reply. Long Fan, happy birthday. Chi Hanking, happy birthday, Boss Xia. What about your new experiment? And what about the giant Pokémon that appeared on the king's ship? Zhaoruohan, happy birthday. I originally wanted to give you my birthday present in person, but since you're not at school, I'll give it to Wu Yaezu instead. Sylvia, happy birthday, boss. Thank you. 12 o'clock. Wu Yaezu, your father misses you. I'm heartbroken. Zhongqing is a bad woman. From now on, Wu Yaezu, will seal my heart and lock away love. I will no longer believe in love. I will change myself. When you come back in a month, you will see a different Wu Yaezu. Why? Why did Zhaoruohan give you a gift? She must be blind. You're a beast, you scumbag, you deserve to die. Say something. Why aren't you saying anything? Please turn on your microphone to communicate. How can you sleep so early? How dare you? I feel so bad. I want to be a scumbag. I want to be the biggest scumbag in the world. Of all these messages, the most outrageous was from Wu Yaezu. Xiaoyu could tell from his messages that he must have had an unforgettable afternoon and evening. Love can drive people crazy. After thinking for a moment, Xiaoyu decided to comfort his good friend Wu Yaezu first and sent him a voice message. This is a farewell letter. Write down the reasons why I should leave. My role in your life is too vague. You were hot and cold towards me. Page 256. Am I a lover or a friend? Maybe it's like they say. Love only makes people stupid. He was too naive and delusional in his love. Xiaoyu had just sent a voice message, and only a dozen seconds later, Wu Yaezu sent a message. Stop singing, brother just kill me. Don't cry, you still have a week. You'll definitely win Zhongqing over within 2 weeks. Xiaoyu's words undoubtedly stabbed Wu Yaezu in the heart again. This time, Wu Yaezu took several minutes to send a message. Brother I have something serious to tell you, I'm not joking. Go ahead and ask, Xiaoyu said. Wu Yaezu took a deep breath and tried to calm his tone. Brother I'm just asking on behalf of a friend of mine, If, and I mean if, the girl you like the most starts dating someone else. What would you think? What would you do? Ah, of course that person isn't me, brother, you don't misunderstand. I'm asking on behalf of a friend. I'll ask for my friend. There's no one else here. Tell me honestly, is the friend you're talking about really yourself? This time, Xiaoyu's message went unanswered for a long time, like a stone sinking into the sea. After waiting for a while, Xiaoyu sighed. Wu Yaezu was truly pitiful. Next time, let's not use Wu Yaezu's single status as a bet. Ugh, Xiaoyu sighed, then began to unwrap the gifts. He first opened the birthday gift from Teacher Long, a small, carefully wrapped box. After eagerly tearing open the packaging, a beautiful box appeared. Xiaoyu gently opened it and found a long, fong-shaped object inside, along with a card. Dragon Fong, S rank when equipped, it greatly increases the power of dragon-type moves, increasing the power of dragon-type moves by 50%. Xiaoyu stared at the Dragon Fong in surprise, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. If it were an A-grade Dragon Fong, Xiaoyu might not be so surprised, but S-grade items are extremely rare and hard to come by. If this were given to Noivern or Dragapult, the power of dragon-type moves would reach terrifying levels, especially since Xiaoyu also has the Dragon Z item. Of course, because this Dragon Fong was so precious, Xiaoyu felt that he couldn't accept it. He needed the Dragon Fong, and the Dragon-type trainer's teacher would definitely need it too. Xiaoyu frowned and shifted her gaze to the card in the box, which was covered with densely packed, delicate handwriting. My dear Xiao, this is a birthday present I prepared for you. I know you're sure you'll ask where I got the Dragon Fong. It was a gift I received during my 3 years working in the Dragon Realm, a chance to go to the treasure vault and choose treasures. I think you'll like it. Actually, I don't want to celebrate your birthday because it constantly reminds me of the age gap between us. But what can I do now that I like you and have made my choice? By the way, this also happens to be our 100th day of dating. You must have forgotten. I originally thought I would never care about these things, but once I actually fell in love and thought about you every day, I started to remember the time very clearly. You must be getting impatient after writing so many words. If I wrote any more, you would definitely skip around while reading. Finally, happy birthday. I hope you can become the greatest Dragon-type gym leader, Dragon-type Elite 4 member, Dragon-type champion, and Dragon-type master. By the way, do you remember what you promised me in Qianshan last time? Come with me to Qianshan again this winter, we must climb to the top. The final signature was Long Yaning. How can a woman with deep feelings bear to shed tears? And how hard it is to accept the kindness of a beautiful woman. After reading the entire letter, Xiaoyu sat on the sofa, his feelings complicated and unable to calm down for a long time. If he had eyes, he would like to smoke a cigarette to calm down. I deserve to die. Originally, only Wu Yaezu was sad tonight, but now, there's another sad person in Hilong City. Just as Xiaoyu was deep in thought, the Charizard, who had witnessed everything, silently opened a pack of cigarettes on the bedside table and offered him a cigarette with its claws. At the same time, it brought its tail over to light Xiaoyu's cigarette. Charizard was secretly pleased, and a slight smile appeared on its lips. I, Long, can take my master soaring through the sky, and I can also bow my head to light his cigarette. They always provide care for their owners at crucial moments. I can bend and stretch, so who can shake my position? I, Long, will surely be the master's favorite in the future. What use are Dolanki and Lizard King? Fighting and killing are useless. Being the master's darling is what matters. Thank you. Xiaoyu said thank you after lighting the cigarette, then took a deep drag and exhaled the smoky smoke. After a few breaths, Xiaoyu realized something was wrong and abruptly turned to look at the Charizard, his face full of astonishment. You lit my cigarette. Charizard nodded, then sighed, reached out and patted Xiaoyu's shoulder, as if to comfort him. Smoking is harmful to your health. Don't light my cigarette next time. I want to live to be 100. Chapter 398 Returning to Hilong City. After smoking a cigarette, Xiaoyu sat on the sofa in a daze for a long time, his mind blank and his thoughts in disarray. He could feel Long Yaning's love, and it was precisely because of this love that he felt guilty and began to examine his relationship with Xiao Wanyu. Xiaoyu fell into deep thought until the doorbell rang, pulling him back to reality. Who? Xiaoyu frowned and asked, while immediately recalling his Pokémon. He went to the door and looked out through the peephole. He saw a hotel waiter pushing a food cart. Hello, this is your takeout order. Takeout? Xiaoyu looked at the food cart and noticed a small cake on it. Someone ordered a cake for you. Oh. Xiaoyu was a little curious. Her birthday had already passed, so who would order a cake for her? As soon as Xiaoyu opened the door and signed for the cake, Xiao Wanyu called. Looking at the caller ID on her phone screen, Xiaoyu sighed softly to herself before answering the call. Hello, Xiaoyu said. Did you receive the cake? Xiao Wanyu's voice came through, her tone as charming as ever. However, given her lifestyle, it's rare for her to be still awake at this hour. Xiao Wanyu's voice was gentle. It already shows that you've signed for the package. You bought this for me? Xiaoyu asked in surprise, but after thinking about it, she understood. His fake identity was forged with Xiao Wanyu's help, and only he knew his whereabouts. Although you told me you don't like cakes and frosting, you still need to eat some on your birthday, so I bought you one. Xiao Wanyu said with a laugh on the other end of the phone, but it's a bit late now. It was well past midnight, and Xiaoyu's birthday had already passed. I was going to order it for you earlier, but you'll definitely be with your girlfriend this afternoon, so I didn't want to bother you, Xiao Wanyu said understandingly, thoughtfully and considerately. How was it? Did you have fun today? Xiao Wanyu continued on the other end of the phone. Your gift is in Shanghai. Come pick it up when you're free. Today was alright, Xiaoyu replied softly, not in high spirits. I'll come find you after I finish my mission here. Okay, it's so late already. Now that you've received the cake, I'll go to sleep. Good night. Birthday cake is a must for birthdays, Xiaoyu, happy birthday. Xiao, good night, Xiaoyu said softly. Good night. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu looked at the small cake on the table, about the size of a palm, with a complicated expression. He sighed and silently picked up the cake to eat. Page 257. To hell with it, I can't suffer myself. It would be a waste not to eat. I'll eat first. This is Xiao Wanyu's way of showing her appreciation. While eating cake, Xiaoyu was thinking about how to deal with Long Yaning and Xiao Wanyu. If he continued to act like this with Xiao Wanyu, Long Yaning would find out about their relationship sooner or later. There is no airtight wall in the world. What should I do? Xiaoyu sighed, scratched his head, and felt a headache coming on, as if his brain was about to grow, but he couldn't think of a good solution. Finally, he got up and walked to the hotel's floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at Montenegro through the glass, staring blankly at the red taillights of cars on the street. I'm such a fucking scumbag. Xiaoyu remained stunned for more than 10 minutes until a wave of weariness washed over him, and he finally came to his senses, realizing that it was already late at night. Xiaoyu stretched and yawned. He really wanted to sleep, but before he went to sleep, he still had the gift Sumuse had given him to open. Thinking of the gift Sumuse gave him, Xiaoyu felt a little apprehensive. With Long Yaning and Xiao Wanyu already in the mix, wouldn't it be even more chaotic if Sumuse were added to the mix? Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyu slowly unwrapped the exquisite packaging, revealing the box inside. Xiaoyu gently opened the box and found that it was divided into two parts. One was a small, exquisite gift box, and the other was a thick photo album. Looking at the photo album, Xiaoyu felt a sense of unease. Xiaoyu first opened the gift box, inside which was an exquisite men's watch. Although Xiaoyu didn't know much about watches, he knew from the exquisite design that it must be quite valuable. Setting the watch aside, Xiaoyu turned his gaze to the exquisite photo album. He took a deep breath and slowly flipped through it. The first photo that caught his eye immediately brought a look of surprise to Xiaoyu's face. The photo isn't particularly clear, in fact, it's a bit blurry. In the pitch-black night, under bright lights, nimble forest lizards, grumpy little dragons, and adorable buzzing bats are training diligently. Xiaoyu immediately recognized this as the training ground of the dragon-type secret realm. The date on the signature was September 26th of last year, along with a line of smaller print. This is the first day I've really looked at you seriously. Flipping through the thick photo album, Xiaoyu found that it was full of pictures of himself. At the beginning, most of the pictures were of Xiaoyu training in the secret realm, and later they were pictures of Xiaoyu competing in the College Cup. The exciting battle of Charizard, the evolution of Nombat, Mega Evolution, and Xiaoyu's poster. There are even many photos that Xiaoyu herself doesn't know about. No wonder Sumuse is always playing with her phone and secretly taking pictures of me. Each photo was labeled with the date and its significance, until the last photo, which captured Xiaoyu's birthday luncheon. Congratulations on turning 19. Xiaoyu closed the photo, silently put away Sumuse's gift, washed up, lay on the bed, and stared blankly at the ceiling. I really don't want to be a jerk. The night passed, and Xiaoyu didn't wake up until 10 o'clock the next morning. He checked the time, washed up quickly, changed into a designer suit, and put on the designer watch that Sumuse had given him. Now that he has the Ditto mask, he can start investigating the Fu family more thoroughly. However, Xiaoyu needs to lure the fish in and get the Xiao family to invite him into the underground black market and casino. According to Xiaoyu's plan, he intended to disguise himself as a wealthy businessman from out of town, show off his wealth, travel to Hulong City, play the role of a fat sheep, attract the attention of the Fu family, and make contact with them. Find opportunities to enter the One Heart Underground Black Market or One Heart Casino. To convincingly portray a wealthy businessman, Xiaoyu specially prepared this tailor-made suit. Xiaoyu already has an excellent physique, tall with long legs, wearing a sharp suit and getting a makeover. He looks just like a top male model. His appearance is good enough, but something is missing. Those are drivers, bodyguards, subordinates, and secretaries. However, Xiaoyu made ample preparations to ensure the smooth execution of this mission. He has already found 2 suitable helpers. Dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Coming. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. He went to the door, opened it, and a figure walked into the house. Chapter 399. Qin Lang. Standing outside was Xie Tianming, whom I hadn't seen in a long time. He should have been in the Tiande Plateau Wilderness Patrol Team for special training at this time. However, in order to successfully complete this mission and also to train and develop Xie Tianming, Xiaoyu specifically requested to borrow Xie Tianming for a few days from Su Shanhe, the captain of the patrol team. Boss. After not seeing him for several months, Xie Tianming had become more capable, his figure slightly thinner, but he looked even more rugged. How have you been these past few months? Xiaoyu asked Xie Tianming with a smile. He trusted Xie Tianming to a certain extent because of a series of events that happened in the wilderness district. Xie Tianming had also signed a contract with his family. Of course, the most important thing was that Xie Tianming was his father's disciple, making him half a member of the Xia family. It's been very fulfilling, Xie Tianming said. It's just been a bit boring lately. How's your infernate strength? Xiaoyu continued to ask. It has already reached the overlord level, Xie Tianming said honestly. While this growth rate can't compare to Xiaoyu's overpowered abilities, it's still considered fast compared to normal circumstances. Not bad. Xiaoyu nodded, then continued, you can drive, right? I know a little. I only have a driver's license, Xie Tianming said honestly. Just a little bit is enough. Make the most of your time to practice. I'll come pick you up from the wilderness area after your 6-month intensive training with the patrol team is over. From now on, you'll work with me. Xiaoyu asked, how's Gao Yangzhen doing? He was under immense pressure, not only from internal competition, but also from external pressure from China since Roger's death, Xie Tianming said. The mortality rate was extremely high. I understand. By the way, you should rest for a while. There's another person who will be here soon. Just as Xiaoyu finished speaking, the doorbell rang again. They're here. Let's go greet them. Squeak. The door opened, and Sylvia, dressed in casual clothes, appeared in the doorway. You're finally here. Come in and have a seat. Xiaoyu first invited Sylvia into the house, but Sylvia took out a small bag from behind her back and handed it to Xiaoyu. Boss, I heard from Sister Wanyu that yesterday was your birthday. This is a gift I prepared for you. Gift? Xiaoyu now feels scared just hearing the word gift. Xiaoyu wanted to say something, but since the purchase had already been made, he couldn't refuse, so he could only shake his head and say, don't send it next time. Okay. Sylvia nodded. Try it on first and see if it looks good. What? Belt. With his 2 helpers now in place, Xiaoyu could begin executing his plan. Xie Tianming plays the role of bodyguard and driver, while Sylvia plays the role of secretary, who can also provide assistance using her hacking skills. Let's go have a lavish lunch first, Xiaoyu said with a smile. Today, I only have one task, spend money, spend as much money as I want. That's right, this is Xiaoyu's simple and straightforward plan, play the role of a sucker and wait for someone to come to him. The 3 of them first went to a fancy restaurant for a sumptuous lunch, and then in the afternoon they went to a nearby shopping district and began a shopping spree. Sylvia was the most excited of them all. She hadn't experienced this kind of shopping frenzy in years. She stopped at every store and carefully selected items. She would shop for both men's and women's clothing. She would try on the women's clothing herself and let Xiaoyu try on the men's clothing. At first, Sylvia was trying things out of thrift and wouldn't buy anything she didn't particularly like. But under Xiaoyu's constant encouragement, it looks good. Buy it. Money is just paper. How can you lure the snake out without spending a little more money? She was swayed by his words. Sylvia gradually began to lose herself, and before she knew it, she had bought a lot of things. Of course, Sylvia is actually a very practical girl. Because Xiaoyu paid for it, she bought very few things for herself. Most of the clothes she bought were for Xiaoyu, Xiao Wanyu, Lu Yinhan, and Lu Yingxuan. By the end of the afternoon, Xie Tianming was covered in shopping bags, but he didn't complain at all and dutifully took on the role of a laborer. Let's go to a high-end club for a massage tonight, all of us together, Xiaoyu said with a smile. 2 days later, thanks to Xiaoyu's financial offensive, the entire hotel knew that a tycoon who spent lavishly had come to their establishment, thus making a name for himself. Page 258. At the same time, Xiaoyu also spread the word that he would be leaving Hulong City in 3 days. Finally, Xiaoyu also called Zhang Zhenghua and asked them to leave Hilong City to create an opportunity for his own actions. As long as Zhang Zhenghua is in Hilong City, the Fu family will definitely lie low and be on high alert. But once Zhang Zhenghua leaves, the situation will be completely different. With three approaches combined, Xiaoyu refused to believe that the Fu family would let go of the fat sheep in front of them. 2 more days passed, and the Fu family still made no move. Just as Xiaoyu began to doubt his own plan, finally, a junket operator came knocking on the door. "Hello?" The man speaking was wearing a sharp suit and his hair was neatly combed. The hotel manager stood next to him. The man in the suit smiled and said to Xiaoyu, "Mr. Lin, my surname is Qin Lang, you can just call me Xiao Qin." Lin 11 is Xiaoyu's alias and the identity he fabricated. Xiaoyu frowned, looked at Qin Lang, and feigned displeasure, saying, "What do you want?" "I heard that Boss Lin is here in Hilong City for tourism." Qin Lang did not answer directly, but looked at Xiaoyu and asked, while also glancing at Sylvia next to Xiaoyu. The information Qin Lang had showed that Lin 11, who was in his 40s, was already married. His purpose in coming to Hilong City was twofold: to investigate business and to bring his lover on a trip. Perhaps to better portray her role as a lover, Sylvia has been dressed very provocatively these past few days, wearing hot shorts and tank tops, which are extremely eye-catching. Qin Lang thought to himself, Lin 11 is really lucky to have found a blonde, blue-eyed foreign lover. Xiaoyu nodded, feigning displeasure. "What is it?" "As the manager of an entertainment center, I have some influence in Hilong City. Mr. Lin is new here, so I would like to invite you to have a meal on my turf. Here is my business card," Qin Lang said with a smile, handing over his business card. "By the way," Qin Lang said with a smile, "I do have connections with the Pokémon business that Mr. Lin wants to get into, but the key is whether Mr. Lin is sincere." "Excuse me, Mr. Lin." Chapter 400 Underground Black Market and Underground Casinos. Xiaoyu toyed with the pure gold business card in his hand, a meaningful smile on his face. "After all that effort, we've finally made contact." Qin Lang is also recorded in the case file. He was a capable assistant to the Fu brothers, Fu Yuxin and Fu Yi, and a well-known junket operator in underground casinos and the black market. Their main responsibilities were attracting customers and lending money, profiting immensely from the suffering of others. Although the work he did was not exactly honorable, he earned a lot of money. His wife has settled in Shanghai, and his son is also studying there. He also keeps several mistresses in Heilongjiang province, living a carefree and comfortable life. Qin Lang was also the first core figure of the Duan family that Xiaoyu came into contact with, which can be considered a good start. As dusk approached, Xiaoyu said to the two people beside him, "Pack up, we'll go take a look later." The silver moon hangs high. Xiaoyu arrived at the most famous entertainment city in Hilong City, which was also the most dangerous place in the entire city, according to the address on the business card. The casino is notoriously safe, but it's also notoriously unsafe. Its advantage lies in the fact that there has not been a single murder in the entire entertainment complex throughout the year, and even violent and bloody conflicts are extremely rare. The casino's owner and the Pokémon Association have joined forces to combat violence, making the casino the safest place and guaranteeing customer safety with absolute credibility. The difference is that no matter how many reports or exposés are made about illegal gambling dens or illegal trading, the Pokémon Association does nothing. Colorful neon lights flashed, and women with hot figures and scantily clad clothes stood on the street, dressed in flamboyant attire, reaching out to attract customers. The streets in this area are also the most famous entertainment venues in the entire Hilong City. It is said that these streets are all owned by the Duan family. For many people, nighttime is a time for rest, but for entertainment venues, nighttime is the beginning of the day. Xie Tianming was wearing a black suit and brand new leather shoes. Accustomed to wearing loose clothing, he felt slightly uncomfortable walking. "Tianming, you need to get used to wearing formal attire," Xiaoyu said with a smile, patting Xie Tianming on the shoulder. It's my first time wearing this, so it feels a little strange," Xie Tianming said in a low voice. "Don't worry, you'll get used to it." Xiaoyu was also wearing a sharp suit, his strong muscles filling out the shirt, making him look robust and powerful, and his hair was combed back. Even though he looks like a man in his 40s, he exudes the charm of a mature man. As for Sylvia beside him, she wore a spaghetti-strap dress, with eyebrows like jade, skin like snow, a height of over 1.8 meters, golden hair like a waterfall, long legs, and high heels. Her distinctive Western features immediately drew everyone's attention upon her arrival. Previously, Sylvia had always been hiding, trying her best to conceal her identity and rarely dressed up. Now that her safety was guaranteed, she no longer needed to worry so much, and when she dressed up properly, she discovered how stunning she was. Following the address on the business card, Xiaoyu and his companions eventually arrived at a lavishly decorated entertainment venue. The long white jade steps resemble those of a palace. The three of them walked up the steps and were about to step into the hall when they were stopped by a man in black wearing sunglasses at the door. "The three of you, do you have an appointment?" Xiaoyu didn't answer, but silently lit a cigarette. At this moment, Xie Tianming walked straight forward and took out the business card that Qin Lang had handed them. The man in black at the door glanced at the business card and asked a couple of questions in a low voice over the earpiece. "Welcome, Mr. Lin, please come in," the man in black said, bowing. As the three entered the hall, a fragrant breeze wafted over, and a mature woman wearing a slit cheongsam and heavy makeup walked gracefully towards them. "Mr. Lin." The young woman walked up to Xiaoyu with a sweet smile, glancing at Xie Tianming and the stunning Sylvia beside her. "Welcome, welcome, it's our honor to have you here, we are truly honored. Do you know me?" Xiaoyu asked the woman in the cheongsam, taking a deep drag of his cigarette and exhaling the smoke. "Of course, Mr. Qin specifically asked us to take good care of you." The woman in the cheongsam replied with a smile, "But judging from Mr. Lin's appearance, he doesn't need my care. Please come in." "But Mr. Lin, according to the rules, we need to conduct a body search before we can go in, and we prohibit bringing any electronic devices in." The woman in the cheongsam smiled apologetically. "I hope Mr. Lin will understand." "What kind of ridiculous rule is this?" Xiaoyu frowned and said, but still did not stop the people from searching him and let them search him. "Anyway, you won't find anything, please come in." The woman in the cheongsam said, "Mr. Lin, I must remind you that you'd better wear a mask so that others don't recognize you. While we can guarantee your safety in Hilong City and even the southwest region, we may not be able to do so outside of Hilong City." Xiaoyu frowned slightly as he listened to the woman in the cheongsam, but still chose to put on the mask. Similarly, Sylvia and Xie Tianming also put on their masks. Squeak. The heavy iron gate was pushed open, revealing the scene inside. Just a door separates the inside and outside of the house, yet the difference is like night and day. Inside, the room was brightly lit, as bright as day. There were desperate gamblers, shirtless young men with dyed yellow hair and strange tattoos, and mysterious people wearing masks who were unwilling to reveal their true identities. They all shouted at the top of their lungs, followed by cries of pain or cheers. One thought leads to heaven, one thought leads to hell. The room was filled with the smell of sweat, which made Xiaoyu frown slightly. After experiencing the luxurious casino on the king's ship, the underground casino in front of him seemed rather low-class. The three elegantly dressed individuals looked somewhat out of place as they entered the casino. Xiaoyu carefully observed the entire casino and discovered that it was divided into two areas. They are single-mindedly focused on the underground black market and underground casinos. Xiaoyu discovered the two areas within the dossier in this way, making him feel that the mission was going surprisingly smoothly. Xiaoyu first went to visit the Yuxin underground black market and found that it did indeed illegally sell some rare Pokémon and items, but it was completely different from the underground black market Xiaoyu had imagined. There was no organ trading or human trafficking mentioned in the case file. Of course, Xiaoyu also knew that this kind of business could not be conducted openly and must be done through a dedicated informant. The same applies to casinos. They're a mixed bag and don't cater to the high-end market at all. They offer everything from massive bets of millions to tiny stakes of a few thousand or tens of thousands. Is this what they call a single-minded underground black market and a single-minded underground casino? This is extremely disappointing. Have fun. The woman in the cheongsam said with a smile, then prepared to get up and leave. Since Mr. Lin has a beautiful woman with him, I won't bother you any longer. Page 259. After saying that, the woman in the cheongsam turned and left the casino. Chapter 401. The Real Underground World. Xiaoyu frowned as he looked at the so-called underground casino in front of him, his brows furrowed. According to the records in the case file, underground casino had extremely high turnover and income, and it was also a place for countless poaching gangs to launder money. However, the number of people in front of us is far from reaching the volume recorded in the case file. So it's obvious that this isn't the real underground casino, or rather, this is just the perimeter of the underground casino. Just as Xiaoyu was frowning in thought, Xie Tianming's voice suddenly rang out beside him. There's something wrong with the flooring here, Xie Tianming said, frowning. Although it looks no different from ordinary flooring, the material used is very special. Even though they've disguised the flooring, its core nature cannot be changed. This type of flooring material can effectively isolate most ghost and psychic type energies, preventing Pokémon of these two types from teleporting instantly or infiltrating other dimensions to achieve the effect of passing through walls and floors. It has extremely high confidentiality, but the cost is extremely high. Ordinary people definitely cannot afford such expensive materials. But all the floors in this casino are covered with this kind of tile. Unless there's something underground, they wouldn't use this kind of flooring. Xia Tianming looked at Xiaoyu with a serious expression. How did you know? Xiaoyu asked Xia Tianming thoughtfully. Because of Roger's recent death, the patrol team received a large amount of resources and funds to begin reconstruction. Some of the core buildings used this type of building material, which is extremely expensive. I was in charge of laying the tiles and had seen this type of flooring before, so I know about it. Xiaoyu nodded slightly upon hearing Xia Tianming's words. It seems that Qin Lang doesn't completely trust me, or perhaps he's still testing me, that old fox. Let's go exchange some chips. We're already here, we might as well have a go. Xiaoyu used the money in his card to exchange for some chips, and he gave half of them to Sylvia. Play however you want, don't worry about winning or losing. We'll leave on time in half an hour, Xiaoyu whispered to Sylvia. Ah. After speaking, the three of them went into the casino, and Xiaoyu chose the dice area, which he was most skilled at. He relied on his own abilities to keep his win rate within a reasonable range, so that he could both ensure that his cheating would not be discovered and make a small profit. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Xiaoyu's chips had almost doubled, while Sylvia's chips had decreased by more than half. This is the norm in casinos. Only a few people win by luck. The real winners are those who cheat. I'm sorry. Sylvia looked slightly embarrassed, feeling somewhat guilty for losing money. It's nothing. Let's go, let's leave. Xiaoyu took the money, exchanged the chips in his hand for cash again, and prepared to get up and leave the casino. The gambling game just now was merely to demonstrate her wealth and lure Qin Lang into the real underground casino. As soon as Xiaoyu and his two companions stepped out of the casino and into the lobby, the woman in the cheongsam immediately came to greet them. Mr. Lin, why are you leaving so early? Are you dissatisfied with our service? The woman in the cheongsam asked with a smile. The environment is bad, there are no private rooms, and the people inside are a mixed bunch. I don't like this kind of environment, it's far inferior to Macau. Xiaoyu waved his hand, his face full of disdain. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I'll pass on your feedback to the boss. The woman in the cheongsam apologized repeatedly. Mr. Lin, would you like to play a little longer? No need, I'm not playing anymore. Xiaoyu waved his hand firmly, it's pointless. Then I'll take you there, Mr. Lin. I can walk by myself. Xiaoyu waved his hand and refused. After saying that, he strode towards the door, patiently waiting for the woman in the cheongsam to extend an invitation. To Xiaoyu's disappointment, the woman in the cheongsam did not call out to him until he left the gate, which left Xiaoyu slightly disappointed. It seems Qin Lang is still wary of him, or perhaps his wariness is a bit excessive. The three of them walked down the steps, and just when Xiaoyu was about to give up, the sound of high heels suddenly came from behind them. Boss Lin, came the soft, charming voice of the woman in the cheongsam. Coming. Xiaoyu was secretly delighted, but his face remained impassive as he frowned and turned to look at the woman in the cheongsam. What is it? If Mr. Lin wants to enter the VIP casino, I can show you the way. The woman in the cheongsam said as she explained. Mr. Lin, this is just the outer area. The real inner area is not here. The stakes inside are much higher, and the environment is much better. However, according to the rules, we must verify your funds before you can enter. Oh, let's check it. Xiaoyu didn't waste any words and directly asked Xia Tianming to take out an anonymous bank card. Mr. Lin, congratulations on becoming a member. Please follow me. After verifying their credentials, the woman in the cheongsam led the three to a side door. They then wandered around the entertainment center for 2 minutes before finally arriving at the Pokémon Association's underground vault. The three then took an elevator down to the underground. Ding! With a beeping sound, the elevator doors opened, and the woman in the cheongsam announced, "Welcome to the underground world." The underground world, a true underground world, a city beneath the earth. The fact that Hilong City has built such a massive underground city beneath the surface is truly mind-blowing. Xiaoyu stared in shock at the underground city before him, his eyes filled with awe. The underground world of this casino is just like an underground castle. Not only is there a huge flow of people coming and going, but everyone wears a variety of masks to keep their identities secret throughout. Mr. Lin, welcome to the underground city. This is our first area, the underground black market. The woman in the cheongsam led them to the first area, the underground black market. The woman in the cheongsam explained to Xiaoyu, our underground black market is different from those in other places. Because of the Pokémon Association's crackdown, most underground black markets have become defunct, but ours remains authentic. It is also the largest black market in the entire southwest region. A look of shock flashed in Xiaoyu's eyes before he stepped into the underground black market area. Everywhere you look, there are small vendors selling all sorts of props. The underground black market alone is enormous. It is divided into 3 types of areas. The first category is the free trading zone, where we take a 25% protection fee, but we will guarantee your absolute safety. At least you will have no problem returning safely to other regions. The second type of area is where our internal employees sell their products. In this area, you can not only buy all kinds of rare Pokémon eggs and items, but also many other interesting things, and a high-end trade fair is held every now and then. The third type of area is our most popular and most expensive trading area, the customization area. Whatever you want, we can customize it for you. As long as it's in Heilongjiang City or even the entire southwest region, and the money is right, we guarantee to complete the task for you. Chapter 402: A Sinful Deal. Our underground black market is the largest in the entire southwest region, the woman in the cheongsam said with a smile, a hint of pride flashing across her face. Here, there's nothing you can't buy, only things you can't imagine. Take me to see it first. After listening to the woman in the cheongsam's introduction, Xiaoyu also became quite interested. Xiaoyu walked into the somewhat gloomy underground black market. What came into view was a long street, with vendors selling props crowding both sides of the street. The stalls were filled with a dazzling array of goods, making it hard to take it all in. Xiaoyu saw many shoppers wearing masks like him standing on the street, picking out items, hoping to find a bargain. The street vendors sold everything from elf eggs to various rare items, and even human trafficking, which broadened Xiaoyu's horizons. As Xiaoyu walked, he used the system's abilities to examine the items and Pokémon eggs on the stall. This allowed Xiaoyu to discover many good things in the vast free trade area. He made his move as he went, taking any item of A rank or higher without hesitation, and he was equally ruthless with any Pokémon egg with near Elite 4 caliber potential. He has already spent several million on this trip. Such extravagant behavior made the vendors in the free trade area see Xiaoyu as a walking fat sheep, and they shouted their hawking efforts. Come and take a look. Top quality Pokémon eggs. 1 is 10% off, 2 are 20% off, 3 are 30% off, and if you buy a lot, you can get an even bigger discount. The starter Pokémon egg has the extremely rare contrarian ability Snivy, and its parent has already learned Leaf Storm, giving you a head start. A super strong creature that has been perfectly tamed, a great helper at home, and lightens your burden. The lovely and charming Gardevoir, those who know. Selling all kinds of slaves at low prices. They are from safe sources, in good health, and free from serious diseases. The shouts and calls of vendors were like those of a bustling market, but Xiaoyu glanced at them and then walked right past them. Indeed, there are quite a few good items in this free trade zone, such as a top-tier spiky cactus, but most of the items are junk. Only a few people manage to find a bargain, the vast majority are scammed. After walking through the long street, Xiaoyu and his 2 companions soon arrived at the end of the free trade area. Inside the cramped iron cage were men and women chained together, their hair filthy and disheveled. They huddled together like zombies, raising their heads to look at Xiaoyu and the others with desperate, fearful eyes. Want to take a look? Top-quality slaves, just arrived a few days ago. Seeing Xiaoyu and his group stop, the short man selling slaves turned on the tap and rinsed the slaves in the cages with water. Don't let their current appearance fool you, it's just because of the bad environment here. Once you buy them and take them home, wash them clean and dress them up nicely, they'll be quite good-looking and very healthy, the short man enthusiastically promoted. Xiaoyu shook his head slightly. He didn't want to get involved in this matter for the time being, at least not before completing this mission. This world is different from the original world. The existence of Pokémon, a phenomenon beyond nature, has brought many lawless people to this world, and the slave trade is very common. Page 260. You offer this kind of service? Xiaoyu asked. Of course, where there's a market and demand, as long as the profit is high enough, someone will definitely do it, the woman in the cheongsam said with a smile. It's not just human trafficking, you can find any organ transplant you want here. From blood draw and blood type matching to custom-made heart and kidney, it can be completed in as little as 1 day, the woman in the cheongsam said, holding up one finger. If you're really interested, you can go check out our own trade fair. He has too few slaves after all, he's just a private slave owner, so it's hard for him to produce high-quality ones. Listening to the woman in the cheongsam, Xiaoyu had a bad feeling. He realized that he had underestimated the murky waters of Heilong City. Judging from the scale of the underground black market and underground casinos in Heilong City, it is definitely not something that Duan Kixin, a single Elite 4 level trainer from the Duan family, could accomplish. Xiaoyu thought of Tan Yongsan, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the southwest region, the water element heavenly king. With Tan Yongsan's strength as the last of the 4 heavenly kings, could he really control the largest underground black market in the entire southwest region? Could it be Lu Ting? Xiaoyu was startled by his own bold idea, but the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He didn't believe Lu Ting was unaware of this. Since they knew about it, why didn't they seize or prohibit it? Was it tacit approval, or was Lu Ting himself involved? Xiaoyu fell into deep thought. He began to examine this mission and why Zhang Zhenghua had warned him from the beginning that he must be extremely careful once the operation involved Duan Kixin, the eldest brother of the Duan family. Suddenly, Xiaoyu felt that this mission was far more complicated than he had imagined, especially since he had joined Team Zero through Lu Ting's connections. If Lu Ting is indeed the mastermind behind this underground black market, then things may be far more complicated than I thought. Mr. Lin, what are you thinking about? You seem so lost in thought. The woman in the cheongsam waved her hand to remind Xiaoyu when she noticed him daydreaming. It's alright, let's go see the high-quality slaves you mentioned. Xiaoyu waved his hand, temporarily suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind. He decided to thoroughly investigate the underworld of Black Dragon City after returning, lest he end up being used as a pawn without even realizing it. Please. The 3 followed the woman in the cheongsam into the second area of the underground black market, the official trading area. Compared to the free trading area, the official trading area is a giant circular auditorium. This is our official trading area. Auctions are held weekly, monthly, quarterly, and annually. There happens to be a monthly auction today. Compared to the weekly auctions, the monthly auctions will have many more good items. The woman in the cheongsam walked in front of the 3 of them, swaying her body as she reached the entrance of the hall. Especially at the quarterly and annual auctions, there might even be Pokémon with champion level potential. A Pokémon with Elite 4 level potential? Xiaoyu frowned as he looked at the woman in the cheongsam, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Although it has occurred very rarely, it has indeed happened. The doors opened, revealing the scene inside the auditorium. The entire circular auditorium resembled a stadium, with the outer ring containing spectator seats and private boxes, while the inner ring served as the auction stage. Mr. Lin, would you like to reserve a private room? Our private room fees are very reasonable. You can pay per use or for a year. It's 100,000 per use, or 2 million per year. What do you think, Mr. Lin? Would you like to consider it? Let's do it once. Xiaoyu didn't hesitate and paid directly. Mr. Lin is very generous. I will bring you the list of items to be auctioned today right away. Chapter 403 Mysterious Items. Upon entering the private room, the woman in the cheongsam quickly served the 3 of them drinks and various fruit platters. Mr. Lin, you can call me if you need anything. I'm right outside the door. After saying that, the woman in the cheongsam stepped outside the door and closed it. Xiaoyu lowered his head and looked at the auction list in his hand, discovering that there were quite a few good items inside. Pokémon and Pokémon eggs make up 1/3 of the list, various items and evolution stones make up another third, and the remaining third consists of slaves and information trading. Xiaoyu was no longer very interested in Pokémon and Pokémon eggs. He already had enough Pokémon. His only interest lay in the various items and the final information. The mysterious stone. Top secret information on 2 mysterious trainers involved in the sinking of the king. Traces of the legendary Zapdos. A secret realm of giant Pokémon, similar to giant Lapras. Xiaoyu frowned as he looked at the information on the list. He had to admit that the titles of these pieces of information were quite attractive, and he wanted to buy every single one of them, especially the last one, Zapdos and the giant Pokémon secret realm. The former concerns legendary Pokémon, while the latter is likely related to the Rift Point and the permanent solidification of Gigantamax Pokémon. After Xiaoyu carefully read through the entire auction list, not long after, accompanied by a crisp sound, a middle-aged man wearing a mask appeared in the center of the hall. The lights went out, leaving only a beam of light shining on the middle-aged man wearing a mask. Welcome everyone to the September Underground Auction in Hilong City. As you all know, this auction has been postponed by 1 week due to the investigation by Team Zero from the capital. Xiaoyu carefully examined the man on the stage. He felt that the man in front of him had a similar build to Qin Lang, but he wasn't sure. We have also received many rare treasures for this auction, and we assure you that they will not disappoint you. Now, without further ado, let's begin the auction. The first item up for auction is a Pokémon with near Elite 4 level strength. As for whether it can break through to Elite 4 level, we don't know. First, I need to introduce this Pokémon to you all. The Sparrow has killed dozens of humans so far, including its 2 previous owners. It is brutal and ferocious. Although it is powerful, ordinary trainers cannot control it. The host's words calmed down the crowd who were initially eager to participate. While Pokémon with near Elite 4 level strength are tempting, the prerequisite is having the life to control them. Everyone can take a look at this spoon snake first. As the host's voice rang out, a giant glass box was pulled out by a centipede king. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on the centipede king pulling the box. No wonder it had the strength of a heavenly king and could keep the rice spoon snake inside the box behaving itself. As for the serpent in the glass box, it was indeed as the host said, possessing near king level strength. Its vertical pupils scrutinized everyone present, its forked tongue flicking out, giving off a sinister feeling. The moment Xiaoyu saw the Seavapor, he abandoned his bidding plan. He only bought Pokémon with potential below the Elite 4 level for his family. If he bought the Seavapor to give to his older brother, he would probably have to give his brother away. The starting price is 0. You may now begin bidding. Each bid must be at least 50. 50. 100. Bidding was incessant, clearly indicating that despite the obvious flaws of the spiky snake, many fearless individuals were still bidding against it. After all, if it's a $10 billion near-king level spit snake, then it's full of flaws. However, if it's a 100 million yuan near-king level scythe, it's full of advantages. You get what you pay for. In the end, this near-king level sparrow serpent was auctioned off for a decent price. The buyer was a VIP from a private room, whose identity was completely unexpected. The auction continued, with one item after another being brought up, including a variety of rare Pokémon and Pokémon eggs. So far, Xiaoyu has not made a single bid. On the one hand, he doesn't like these Pokémon and Pokémon eggs, and on the other hand, the prices are too high, making it much less worthwhile than finding a bargain. The first part of the Pokémon auction quickly came to an end, and the next part was the auction of items and evolution stones, which Xiaoyu also became slightly interested in. I see that many people are not interested in the auction of Pokémon and Pokémon eggs, but I'm sure many people will be interested in the next item auction. Let's take a look at the first item. As the host's voice rang out, the first prop was carried in. This is an A-rank item, the King's Token. When a Pokémon carries it, it can cause the enemy Pokémon to flinch when dealing damage. In addition, the King's Token can also evolve Slowpoke and Poliwag. I believe many people will need this item. Starting price 0, minimum increment 50. Looking at the King's Token item, Xiaoyu raised his paddle without hesitation and made his first bid. The King's Proof is an extremely rare item. Xiaoyu has rarely seen it, especially an A-grade King's Proof, which is even rarer. 50. Soon, with each bid, the price of the King's Token skyrocketed, reaching a terrifying price that exceeded the intrinsic value of the item itself. Therefore, even though Xiaoyu really wanted the King's Token, he chose to give up bidding. If he had a Pokémon like Slowpoke, he would consider taking a gamble, but he only bought it to use as a battle tool, so he didn't want to fight to the death with others. Finally, with the host's final decision, the King's certificate was purchased by a VIP in a private room. Next, one by one, rare items and evolution stones were brought up. Xiaoyu tried bidding, but he clearly underestimated the financial resources of these people. The price of almost every item was bid extremely high, and in the end, he didn't buy a single item. This made Xiaoyu deeply suspicious that there must be official shills among those bidding. The next item is very mysterious, even our appraisers can't accurately identify what it is. However, I can guarantee that this item is extremely rare and powerful, because we discovered that this prop contains a massive amount of electrical energy. As the host's voice rang out, a small glass case covered by a curtain was brought up. The host slowly lifted the curtain, revealing the scene inside the glass case. It was a round, jet black stone, not like a natural stone, but more like an artificial creation, with obvious grooves visible on it. Page 261. Xiaoyu's pupils dilated when he saw the black stone. He never expected to see something like this at this auction. Dark stone, the form Zekrom took after his physical body was destroyed. It is said that it awaits the arrival of a hero. You can go to the top of the Dragon Spiral Tower in the Secret Realm to summon Zekrom. Chapter 404 Bidding. We don't know the specific function of this item, but the large number of electric-type Pokémon it carries is beneficial to all electric-type Pokémon. It may accelerate their growth or even improve their potential. After briefly introducing the Dark Stone, the host began the bidding, starting price 0, minimum increment 10. In his eyes, the Dark Stone was just a simple electric-type item, and it would be good if it could fetch a price of over $1 million. Xiaoyu remained calm and composed, sitting on the sofa and carefully observing the situation at the auction, without making any hasty moves. Not only Xiaoyu, but everyone else attending the auction felt the same way. Many people are cautious about the unknown. Although they have a lot of money, they know that money doesn't grow on trees, and they are not fools. I certainly wouldn't rashly act on something so unknown, lest I become a sucker. A good 10 seconds passed without anyone making a bid. The host started to get a little nervous and began to push the dark stone hard. Does nobody want to buy this prop? For just 100,000 yuan, you can bring this item, which is full of electric-type energy, home and help your electric-type Pokémon grow. Moreover, this prop is exquisitely crafted, as if it were man-made, and may have other unknown effects. Seeing that the dark stone was about to fail to sell at auction, the host vigorously promoted it. Help me take a picture of this prop. Seeing this, Xiaoyu knew it was time to act, so he turned to Sylvia and said, "It is good." Just as Sylvia was about to speak, a voice suddenly came from box number 310. Once the first person made a bid, a second person quickly followed, and the price climbed steadily until it reached 50. Starting from 500,000, the rate of price increase begins to slow down. 80. 80, is there anything higher? 10 million times. Twice 80 million. Seeing that no one else was bidding, Xiaoyu nodded to Sylvia beside him, indicating that she could start bidding. 90, Sylvia's voice rang out, instantly attracting everyone's attention. 90. The VIP from box number 16 has offered 90. Is there anyone offering a higher bid? 10 million times. Twice 90 million. 100. Just as Xiaoyu thought he was about to get his hands on the dark stone, a loud voice came from VIP box number 3. Xiaoyu frowned and looked at VIP room number 3. He took a deep breath and felt a sense of unease, but he still maintained a calm expression on his face. 1 million. 1 million at a time. 1 million twice. Keep going, don't stop, always stay 100,000 ahead of him. 1,100,000. Sylvia nodded and continued bidding. 1,200,000. The voice came again from VIP box number 3. 1,300,000. 1,400,000. 150,000. What happened before their eyes caught everyone off guard? They all thought it was just an ordinary prop, but they never expected it would cause two VIPs in the private room to start fighting over it. This caused everyone present to turn their attention to the dark stone and begin to carefully examine this inconspicuous black rock. This dark, unremarkable stone must have something special to attract the attention of VIPs in two private rooms, especially now that its price has already surpassed 2 million and is still climbing at an alarming rate. 2,200,000. 3 million. The VIP in VIP room number 3 was getting impatient with the price increase of 100,000 each time. He didn't want to continue haggling and directly raised the price to 3 million. This caused everyone to start whispering and discussing in hushed tones. 3 million was an extremely expensive price, enough to buy many good props. Spending such a large sum of money to buy such a prop means either the two are foolish and have too much money, or this black stone is truly a treasure. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on the dark stone, and at the same time turned his attention to VIP room number 3. More than the price, Xiaoyu was worried that the people in box 3 also knew the value of the dark stone. If Xiaoyu were to find out, she would have to be prepared for a major financial loss. At that point, it won't be a matter that can be solved with just a few million or tens of millions. Continue. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, Sylvia bid another 310 million. 3,100,000. 5 million. The voice from VIP box number 3 rang out again. This time, he was no longer satisfied with increasing the price by 100,000 each time, and directly offered 5 million. On the one hand, it was to save time, and on the other hand, it was to put pressure on Xiaoyu and scare him away. 5,100,000. Sylvia's voice rang out again, still only 100,000 higher. The VIP in box 16 has bid 5.1 million. Is there anyone who bid higher? The host was also surprised that this mysterious prop would cause two VIPs to fight over it, and his voice was filled with excitement. He can earn a lot of commission from just this one deal. 6 million. The VIP from box 3 has offered 6 million. 6 million and 1 million. 10 million. The practice of only increasing the price by 100,000 each time thoroughly angered the VIP in box 3. His voice was filled with undisguised rage as he loudly announced a price of 10 million. 10 million is an outrageous price. With that much money, you could buy many rare items and high-quality Pokémon. No one would be foolish enough to spend 10 million to buy an unknown item. It's obvious that this black stone is not simple. Hearing such a high price, Sylvia hesitated and dared not make another bid. She turned her gaze to Xiaoyu, waiting for him to make a decision. Keep going. I didn't tell you to stop, you don't need to stop. 10,100,000. Sylvia took a deep breath and quoted a price of 10,100,000. Sylvia glanced at Xiaoyu, who had remained extremely calm since the start of the auction. He would simply pass up an auction item if the price was too high, and would never waste money on something. This was the first time Xiaoyu had ever bid so recklessly, regardless of the cost. She was also very curious about what kind of prop this black stone was. Boom. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's offer, the VIP in VIP room number 3 grew increasingly grim. His gaze was fixed intently on Xiaoyu's room, almost tangible, as if he wanted to tear Xiaoyu to pieces. Page 262. He took a deep breath and then quoted another astonishing price, 20 million. The crowd instantly erupted in excitement. Clearly, no one had expected this seemingly worthless stone to fetch such an astronomical price. This further solidified everyone's belief in the stone's extraordinary nature. The host's voice trembled slightly, 20 million. Are there any other bidders? The host spoke while looking at Xiaoyu's private room, clearly indicating that he was speaking to Xiaoyu as well. 20 million for the first time. 20 million, the second time. 20 million. 20,100,000. Sylvia continued her bid, her voice trembling slightly at the price. Chapter 405 Slave Trade. With the bidding reaching this stage, it's quite obvious that the VIPs in Box 3 must know something about the dark stone. Otherwise, he would never have spent 20 million to buy a prop whose purpose he didn't even know. Xiaoyu was already prepared to compete in terms of financial resources. If all else failed, he could sell some unused Mega Evolution stones and dream fruits to make money. Of course, if even this can't be achieved, Xiaoyu will have to resort to Plan B, using extraordinary measures in extraordinary circumstances. Under no circumstances should the dark stone be given to anyone else. Czechoslovakia is like a nuclear weapon. Anyone who doesn't have it in their own hands will feel uneasy. My friend, there's no point in slowly raising the price like this. A weathered voice came from VIP box number 3, 100 million. If you offer more than that, then you can take this prop. 100 million. The price had everyone breathless. No one had expected that the highest price ever paid at the auction would be for this stone. Sylvia also looked at Xiaoyu nervously, her breathing becoming rapid. Take the picture. Xiaoyu didn't hesitate for a second and said directly. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Sylvia shouted out the price of 100 million in a trembling voice. 100 million. 100 million and 100,000. Once. The host's loud voice rang out, and his hand holding the gavel began to tremble. 100 million and 100,000. Twice. 100 million and 100,000. 3 times. Boom. Let us congratulate our esteemed guest from box 16 for successfully acquiring this auction item for 100 million. The mallet fell, signifying that Xiaoyu had successfully obtained the dark stone. Xiaoyu couldn't stop smiling, leaving Sylvia, who was standing to the side, completely baffled. Xiaoyu spent 100 million to buy this stone, and he's still smiling so brightly? He looks like he's made a huge profit. What exactly is this stone? Inside VIP box number 3, an elderly man, a young boy, and 2 bodyguards sat in the box. We found out. The man's name is Lin 11, from Baoxiang Island. He's a wealthy businessman and has some connection with a nephew of the Su family. The old man in the suit bowed and said, his purchase of this item is very likely due to the Su family's influence. The Su family? The young man sitting on the sofa gave a cold smile. Su Chingan is already dead, and the Su family is no longer what it used to be. Besides, even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. Once we get to Hilong City, we'll show them who's in charge here. Keep an eye on them, and make your move after he leaves Hilong City. We must get this. Xiaoyu, having won the dark stone, turned his gaze toward box 3. He knew that the other party wouldn't give up so easily, but so what? He was no longer as weak as before, who could be manipulated at will and had to hide whenever danger struck. If they really dare to make a move, Xiaoyu wouldn't mind giving them a profound lesson. After the dark stone incident, the auction proceeded at a faster pace, with one precious item after another being brought out. Xiaoyu did not make another bid after acquiring the dark stone. He patiently awaited his final, trump card intelligence deal. He needed traces of both Zapdos and giant Pokémon. Distinguished guests, now we move on to the most popular segment, the sale of slaves and information. Let's take a look at the first item up for auction. As the host's voice rang out, a USB drive was brought out. This USB drive contains the complete video of the King's sinking incident a few days ago, as well as some information about Trainer Regis and Giant Lapras. The information is not entirely accurate, but it is highly credible. I can tell you some information about these 2 trainers first. Among them, Reggie's trainer is nicknamed Coffin 3. I believe many people do not know about the Coffin organization. This USB drive contains some Coffin information. Information on the Giant Lapras trainer is quite limited, but I can tell you one thing, his nickname is Sakeke, which is a piece of information from overseas. Starting bid 0. Each bid must be at least 50. I guarantee with my decades of experience in the underground black market that this intelligence is unique and there is no possibility of it being copied or archived. There will never be a second copy of this intelligence leaking out of the underground black market. Listening to the host's voice, Sylvia glanced at Xiaoyu out of the corner of her eye. She knew better than anyone who the trainer of giant lapras was. Xiaoyu naturally wouldn't bid for this kind of information. After 5 minutes of bidding, the information was finally bought by a VIP in a private room. I think everyone will be very interested in the next auction items. The host's lips curled up slightly under his mask, then he clapped his hands, and soon 2 strong men pushed a glass case covered by a curtain onto the stage. The host held a microphone in one hand and suddenly pulled back the black curtain with the other, revealing a woman dressed in gorgeous clothes. The woman's hands and feet were restrained, her eyes were covered with a blindfold, her face was covered with exquisite makeup, her mouth was completely sealed, and her figure was curvaceous. I believe many people know her. She is Anna, a well-known international internet celebrity with over 1 million followers on social media platforms. A while ago, a customer paid a deposit to buy her. We went to great lengths to bring her here as agreed, but the customer chose to terminate the contract for personal reasons and refused to pay the final payment. So, in order to minimize our losses, we had no choice but to put Anna up for auction. I can assure you that we have not mistreated or harmed Anna since she came here. Now everyone can bid with confidence. The starting price is 10, and each bid must be at least 10. Such a bargain opportunity is rare. Normally, you can't buy an internet celebrity with millions of followers at such a low price. 20 million. 50 million. 70 million. Xiaoyu stared in disbelief at the frenzied bidding, which made him realize that, indeed, no matter which world it was, there were still many perverts. Moreover, the scope of business of this underground black market is too wide, even taking on this kind of job. Boom. Let us congratulate the VIP in box 3 on purchasing Anna for 200 million. We wish you a memorable night. Ha ha ha. Laughter that the men all understood rang out. Next, a number of slaves were auctioned off at the auction, but without exception, they were all foreigners, with not a single Chinese person. This made Xiaoyu think to himself that this might be the way the underground black market in Black Dragon City survives. Distinguished guests, the auction is drawing to a close. We only have 4 items left to auction. For those who haven't yet acquired what they're looking for, seize this opportunity. The next item to be auctioned is intelligence on Zapdos. The starting bid is 10 million. Each bid will be at least 1 million higher. I guarantee with my decades of reputation in the underground black market that this intelligence is unique and there is no possibility of it being copied or archived. There will never be a second copy of this intelligence leaking out of the underground black market. If you do not find Zapdos at the location provided in the intelligence report within 1 month, we will offer a full refund. If you wish to catch a legendary Pokémon, 50 million. Before the host could finish speaking, Xiaoyu announced an extremely high price, which immediately stunned everyone present. The VIP in box number 16 has offered 5,000 million. Is there anyone offering more than 5,000 million? Chapter 406 Finale Auction Items. The circular auditorium fell into a brief silence, but was quickly drowned out by the rising and falling bids. 50 million is a lot, but how could the traces of a mythical beast be worth only 50 million? In particular, there are many wealthy people in this world, but very few with real power. Once you have sufficient power, money will naturally follow. Xiaoyu had clearly underestimated the madness of this group. Page 263. In just 1 minute, the price skyrocketed, quickly reaching an alarming level. Xiaoyu shook his head, rationally choosing to give up. This was just information about a divine beast, not the real divine beast. He sat on the soft leather sofa, leaning back slightly in a relaxed posture, his eyes half closed, silently watching the group compete. Although he really liked the legendary Pokémon Zapdos, given the current situation, it seems that he and Zapdos are destined to be apart. After a series of bidding, the information on Zapdos was finally bought by a mysterious buyer in box number 18. Box number 18. Xiaoyu secretly memorized the number. The auction is about to end. Next up is the penultimate item, the whereabouts of a giant Pokémon. About a month ago, someone discovered a Pokémon that resembled a giant Lapras and left a video as a record. This intelligence will provide the detailed location of giant Pokémon, along with a complete video. The starting price remains at 0, and each bid must be at least 10. Compared to the information just now, this piece of information is of paramount importance to Xiaoyu. You should film it. Money is not a problem, Xiaoyu said, turning to Sylvia beside him. Hearing those familiar words, Sylvia nodded, a hint of excitement in her voice. Although it wasn't her money, she seemed to enjoy the thrill of making a bid. Compared to the auction for Zapdos information, the auction for giant Pokémon information had significantly fewer competitors. Sylvia didn't even blink and bid wildly. After a series of bidding, it was finally acquired by Xiaoyu at a high price. Hearing the final figure from Sylvia, Xiaoyu felt a little heartache. Although Xiaowanyu had said she would reimburse him, Xiaoyu still felt inexplicably distressed, as if it were his own money being spent. Let's congratulate our VIP from Box 16 on successfully bidding for the information on the giant Pokémon. Next is our last auction item. This item was not on the auction list for some special reasons, but was added to the list at the last minute. Clap clap. The host clapped his hands, and the superhumans entered the stage pulling 2 huge glass boxes covered with curtains. The host, holding a microphone in one hand and resting the other on the backdrop, began introducing the last item to be auctioned, warming up the audience for the upcoming auction. Distinguished guests, please allow me to keep you in suspense for now and give you a brief introduction while keeping the curtain closed. I believe all of you are curious about what will be the highlight of this month's auction. First of all, this last item in the auction is quite special, as there is only one such item in the world to date. Secondly, this auction item is extremely special. At the seller's request, this auction item is only for exchange, not for sale. It can only be used to exchange for rare treasures, Pokémon, Pokémon eggs, or information, etc. Due to the special nature of this last auction item, please pay close attention to your personal safety after bidding on it, and try to avoid traveling abroad. Alright, enough said, see for yourselves. Hearing the host's grand introduction, Xiaoyu became somewhat interested and curiously focused his gaze on the box. Call. The black curtain was suddenly pulled back by the host, revealing the scene inside the transparent glass box. All the lights focused on the 2 glass boxes, which revealed that each box contained a human being, with messy hair, vacant eyes, and metal collars around his neck, wrists, and ankles. 1 male and 1 female. They don't look very old, around 17 or 18 years old, and they look somewhat alike, like twins. Aren't there 2 people here? What's so strange about this? I thought it was something good, but there are only 2 people. However, these 2 are quite handsome, hee. Who are these 2? Are their family members superstars or champions? You're just making things up for them. Similarly, Sylvia and Xie Tianming, who were in the private room, were also somewhat disappointed. After the host showered them with praise, they assumed it was some incredible treasure, and Sylvia was even prepared to make another move, but they never expected it to be just 2 humans. Unlike the others, Xiaoyu remained calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil the moment he saw these 2 humans. Because these 2 people were unlike anyone he had ever met, they were actually able to be identified by the system. You should know that for normal humans, the system will not display any information at all. Only Pokémon will display such information. Gender, male, attributes, staging properties, qualification, combat strength, characteristic, skill, gender, female, attributes, staging properties, qualification, combat strength, characteristic, skill. An unknown vulnerability has been detected. System repair in progress. System has been repaired. Sex, male. Race, human Pokémon hybrid. Ability, unknown. Gender, female. Race, human Pokémon hybrid. Ability, unknown. The man and woman are actually a human Pokémon hybrid. Xiaoyu was shocked. In the Pokémon games and world, there had indeed been hybrids of humans and Pokémon, such as the famous N, the pilot of Zekrom/Reshiram. But in the real world, this was the first time Xiaoyu had ever seen a hybrid of a human and a Pokémon. Distinguished guests, please have a moment to quiet down. Let me introduce the identities of these 2 people to you. 20 years ago, there was a genius scientist abroad named Nash. He used some unknown technology and Pokémon abilities to create the only pair of Pokémon human hybrid twins in history. They are the only pair of twins here. Because they are hybrids of humans and Pokémon, they have many unique abilities, such as the ability to communicate telepathically with Pokémon and superpowers. The metal rings around their necks and limbs are to restrict their use of superpowers. Please do not attempt to remove these rings. Now you may place your bids. Page 264. Chapter 407 Dark Knight Raid. The transparent glass box, like a cage, trapped freedom and hope. The 2 men stared blankly at the masked audience, their eyes devoid of light, their expressions numb like those of zombies. Many people showed great interest in the 2 people in front of them, but because they were only exchanging and not selling, everyone hesitated. After a while, people started to make bids. Grade B Waterstone. Grade A requires a headband. Xiaoyu frowned as he looked at the bids from the crowd. To be honest, he was quite interested in the two people in front of him, and if the price wasn't too high, he would be willing to buy them. After hesitating for a long time, Xiaoyu picked up a pen and paper, wrote down a price on the paper, and asked Sylvia to quote a price for him. "Are you sure?" Sylvia looked at Xiaoyu in surprise as she saw the note he handed her and asked. Xiaoyu nodded slightly. "Fine, you're rich, so you get to decide." Sylvia took a deep breath and then held up a sign, shouting, "A Pidgeot Mega Evolution Stone." Sylvia's offer seemed to cast a silence spell on the entire room, plunging everyone into complete silence. Upon hearing Sylvia's offer, everyone in the room looked at box 16 with a strange expression. Trading one Mega Evolution Stone for 2 slaves? Is this guy stupid? Mega Evolution Stones have only been around for less than 6 months, and most people have never even seen one, let alone have one in their possession. This is a Mega Evolution Stone. You could pass it down as a family heirloom. Xiaoyu didn't care about everyone's surprise. Anyway, he had 2 Pidgeot Mega Evolution Stones, so selling one wouldn't be a big deal. However, Xiaoyu was a little worried that one Mega Evolution Stone might not be enough to buy the 2 of them. If there are still bidders, Xiaoyu is only willing to offer one more Dream Mirror fruit. Any more than that, he feels it's not worth it. Mega Evolution Stone? The host's voice trembled slightly. "I'm sorry, we need to have a professional appraiser verify the authenticity of the Mega Evolution Stone." Xiaoyu nodded to Sylvia. "Can." Soon, a professional team from the underground black market entered the private room and conducted a detailed appraisal of the Mega Evolution Stone of Pidgeot provided by Xiaoyu. It should be true. Why do we say should be? Because they've never seen a real Mega Evolution Stone, but the immense energy emanating from this stone doesn't seem fake. After the test results were obtained, the auction continued, but no one made any further bids. A VIP from box 16 has bid 1 Mega Stone. Anyone want to bid higher? 1 Mega Evolution Stone per time. 1 Mega Evolution Stone, twice. 1 Mega Evolution Stone, 3 times. Let's congratulate our mysterious VIP from box 16. After the auction ended, the staff of the underground black market immediately brought up the items that Xiaoyu had won, and Xiaoyu paid for the items to complete the transaction. The Dark Stone, information about giant Pokémon, and the young couple were Xiaoyu's gains from this trip. The most important item was naturally the Dark Stone. Xiaoyu put the Dark Stone away, then plugged the USB drive containing information about the giant Pokémon into his laptop. After quickly watching the video and reading about the locations of the giant Pokémon, he immediately destroyed it. Finally, Xiaoyu turned his gaze to the young man and woman. Their faces were dirty and their clothes were tattered, showing that they had not had a good experience. "What are your names?" Xiaoyu asked, looking at the 2 of them. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, the 2 remained expressionless and responded mechanically. "Carl, Eve." Seeing the 2 of them like this, Xiaoyu frowned slightly, shook his head, and said to Sylvia and Xia Tianming, "Let's go back. We don't need to go to the underground casino." Ah. Xiaoyu knew that his high-profile performance today must have attracted the attention of some people, so he walked out of the underground world unhurriedly. The city of Heilong at night was like a lurking black dragon, with a somber atmosphere and the stars shining brightly in the sky, as brilliant as the Milky Way. Xiaoyu and his group of 5 continued their journey by car towards the remote outskirts of the city, eventually arriving at a wide-open, uninhabited area. "Stop the car and get out." Xiaoyu lit a cigarette, took a slow, deep drag, and exhaled white smoke. The cigarette but flickered faintly in the darkness he had started smoking at some point. Looking up at the starry sky, Xiaoyu quietly waited for the pursuers to arrive. Soon, a sharp wind blew, and several large flying-type Pokémon appeared in the sky. They were the old man and the young man in box 3, along with his bodyguard and the internet celebrity Anna, whose hands were tied. The group landed in front of Xiaoyu and his companions. Looking at the calm Xiaoyu, a strange sense of unease welled up in their hearts. "You've finally arrived." As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, the old man's unease intensified. "I've been waiting for you for a while. You've got some nerve, daring to wait for us here. Hand over what's at the auction, and I might consider leaving you a whole corpse." The young man was equally impressed by Xiaoyu's audacity in daring to stop his car here and wait for him. Xiaoyu's lips curled up slightly upon hearing the young man's words. A complete corpse. He was very curious about who gave this young man the courage to say such arrogant words. Xiaoyu smiled contemptuously and looked at the young man. "I am a rather rebellious person. Please do not leave me a complete corpse. I want to die an ugly death." Hearing Xiaoyu's mocking words, the young man sneered, "Looking for death? Up, tropical dragon, leaf blade." A tropical dragon with the strength of a celestial king appeared, its entire body bursting with emerald green grass-type energy, and countless slender leaves, shining with green light like sharp knives, flew towards Xiaoyu. Seeing the tropical dragon's attack, Xiaoyu didn't move an inch. A dark figure appeared in front of Xiaoyu, and dark-type energy surged out, perfectly blocking the tropical dragon's attack. Dark ray. Everyone was shocked, but before they could react, they saw Xiaoyu across from them throw his cigarette butt on the ground and stomp it out, then reach out and loosen his tie. The suit he was wearing made Xiaoyu a little uncomfortable. After doing all this, Xiaoyu reached out and took out the Gigantamax Lapra's poke ball from his waist. He tossed it gently, and the poke ball grew larger in the air before bouncing away. Supergiant Laplace makes his appearance. The appearance of the colossal Laplace, whose size resembles a giant cruise ship, immediately brought an overwhelming sense of oppression to everyone. Chapter 408 Shock. No, run. Upon seeing the Gigantamax Lapras appear, the old man and the young man turned pale. If it was just a dark ray that couldn't confirm Xiaoyu's identity with 100%, the appearance of Gigantamax Lapras made everyone know that the person in front of them was Gaki. Hisakeki, let's go. Can you escape? Dark ray, go after them. Xiaoyu naturally wouldn't let them escape. Perhaps just in case, Xiaoyu turned to Sylvia and said, don't let them go. Sylvia, make your move. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's order, Sylvia released Rotom without hesitation and joined the battle. Laplace, Gigantamax Aurora Melody. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, and it was clear that this was the first time anyone present had ever seen such a move. Ice energy surged into the sky, solidifying into a giant ice ball that crashed to the ground. At the same time, an aurora curtain formed in front of Laplace, protecting all of his allies. Rotom, 100,000 volts. Faced with the attacks of Rotom and the supergiant Laplace, the old man and the young man in box 3 were completely powerless to fight back and could only flee in a sorry state. However, Darkrai was extremely fast, and his dark, ghostly figure appeared in front of them, activating the Dark Hole skill with a wave of his hand. Hold on, Tropical Dragon. Seeing Darkrai, who looked like a ghost, everyone panicked. Only the old man remained calm and ordered the Tropical Dragon to fight back. A shield of light appeared in front of Tropius, successfully blocking Darkray's Dark Hole, but it couldn't stop Gigantamax Lapras's Gigantamax Aurora Melody. The ice ball falling from the sky shattered the light shield, severely injuring the Tropical Dragon, which was 4 times weak to ice. Go, Natu, Pixie, Haxorus. An old man and a young man released 3 Elite 4 level and near champion level Pokémon to try to survive, but Xiaoyu was not about to give them a chance. What use are some Elite 4 level Pokémon? Lapras, Absolute Zero. Sensing the terrifying ice-type energy emanating from Gigantamax Lapras, the young man was truly terrified and hurriedly cried out, "Stop! We surrender, please don't." Before the young man could finish speaking, extremely cold ice energy surged forth, instantly severely injuring several Pokémon and freezing most of their bodies. Page 265. Darkrai, Dark Hole. The attack from Gigantamax Lapras had just ended when Darkray's attack arrived. Endless Dark-type energy formed a dark hole that instantly swallowed the heavily injured Pokémon in front of it, plunging them into a deep sleep. "No, don't kill me, my dad is." Before the young man could finish speaking, Darkrai raised his hand and cast a dark hole, hypnotizing the group. As for Anna, the internet celebrity whose hands were tied, she was also stunned by the scene before her. Her mouth, which was sealed with tape, kept making whimpering sounds, and tears and snot streamed down her face. She was obviously very frightened. Anna's actions also caught Xiaoyu's attention. His gaze fell on Anna's curvaceous figure, his eyes flickering, and then he said, "I can give you a chance to live, but you have to do something for me. After you escape back, immediately use your account with 1 million followers to post a video online, reporting the underground black market for kidnapping you and conducting illegal transactions. This is a recording of the underground black market. It should be usable as evidence." Xiaoyu tossed over the recording of the underground black market. "Can you do that?" "Not if you can." A strong will to survive drove Anna to nod frantically toward Xiaoyu. "Very well, but I must warn you, if I find out you haven't done as I said, I will hunt you down no matter where you are. Understand?" Xiaoyu asked Anna. Anna nodded frantically. "Oh, right." Xiaoyu's face showed a satisfied expression, then as if he suddenly remembered something, he picked up an ice pick from the ground, handed it to Anna, and took out his phone to take pictures. "Go and kill them all." Anna's eyes widened in shock, but then a vicious look appeared on her face. Without hesitation, she took the ice spike from Xiaoyu's hand, walked up to the group, and stabbed them to death one by one. Seeing Anna's ruthless appearance, Xiaoyu's eyes flickered. "Very well, you can leave now." Anna nodded, turned around without hesitation, and staggered toward the city center. "Let's go too." Xiaoyu said to Sylvia and Xie Tianming, "I won't go back to the capital." Sylvia, you take Carl and Eve back to the capital. Xie Tianming, you go back to the patrol team first. I'll come find you in a while, be careful. Yes. Sylvia and Xie Tianming nodded. Night returned to calm, and Xiaoyu changed back to his original appearance, heading towards the Zero Team's hotel. Shortly after the five left, officials from the Pokémon Association of Heilong City arrived at the scene and were shocked to see the corpses scattered on the ground. Many people died, and there were also the corpses of several powerful Pokémon. Requesting support. First, verify the identity of the deceased. The staff walked over to the group and removed their masks one by one. When they removed the young man's mask and saw his face, they were shocked. Captain, come and see, it's the eldest son of the Qi family. Upon hearing these words, the captain trembled slightly. He strode over to the young man's corpse, staring at his deathly pale face. Call the chief immediately, we can't handle this. The leading figure of the younger generation of the Qi family was tragically killed in Heilong City. It's going to change. They don't want to take the blame for this. Quickly, make a call and contact the Qi family immediately. Undercurrents were swirling, and a tense atmosphere enveloped Heilong City. Zhang Zhenghua and Tao Su, who were on the front lines of the investigation, sensed something unusual. In the city, which was originally a no-fly zone, flying-type Pokémon frequently sped through the sky, leaving long trails of air behind them. Something big has happened in Heilong City. Zhang Zhenghua shook his head and said. His and Tao Su's investigation did not go smoothly. In fact, it was fraught with obstacles. All traces were wiped clean, and their every move was under surveillance. There were no secrets left to keep. The two finished another day of investigation, returning empty-handed to the conference room, where they unexpectedly saw Xiaoyu, whom they hadn't seen for a week. You're back. Zhang Zhenghua said, looking at Xiaoyu. Tao Su glanced at Xiaoyu, silently put on her headphones, put on music, and started looking through her recent documents. Xiaoyu nodded. Did you find anything? Zhang Zhenghua asked. Nothing much, Xiaoyu waved his hand. What about you guys? We're in the same boat, we've gained almost nothing. Zhang Zhenghua shook his head. The only useful thing is that someone anonymously reported one of Qin Kuan's underlings. In my opinion, Qin Kuan is just a scapegoat they pushed out to give us face so we can go back and report. After Zhang Zhenghua finished speaking, he shook his head with a wry smile. Although he knew that this mission would face great resistance, he never expected that the mission would be so difficult. Forget it, everyone's been working hard for the past few days. Let's rest for a couple of days first. Chapter 409 Visiting Lu Ting. Ding. The noisy ringtone woke Xiaoyu from his sleep. He picked up his phone, and the caller ID showed the name Long Fan. Hello. Xiaoyu quickly answered the phone. Master. Still sleeping? Long Fan's voice rang out. I have something to ask you. Have you been on a mission in Heilong City recently? Xiaoyu had a vague idea of what Long Fan was going to say. News came in last night that a lot of people died near Heilong City, including one named Qi Wei. Do you know him? Long Fan asked Xiaoyu. I don't know. Xiaoyu said without hesitation. I was wondering why so many people were riding flying-type Pokémon in the no-fly zone last night, and I was wondering what big thing had happened. So that's what happened. But, Master, who is Qi Wei? Qi Wei is the leading figure of the younger generation of the Qi family. His grandfather was a core figure in the Qi family and was once the champion of the Southwest region. Long Fan explained to Xiaoyu. He has a deep influence in the Southwest region. At this point, Long Fan changed the subject and reminded her, you've been on a mission in Heilong City recently, so be careful. Heilong City isn't safe. It's already been revealed online that the murderer of Qi Wei is named Sakamoto. Huh? Xiaoyu asked in surprise, isn't Sakeke related to that sinking of the king's ship? Is he the same person? Yes, it's the same person. Sakeke is very strong, so be careful. Long Fan warned. Moreover, this person's identity and background are very mysterious. There is absolutely no information about him. It's like he suddenly appeared. Keep a low profile and don't provoke anyone, or you won't even know how you died. Qi Wei was killed because she tried to forcibly take that person's things. Master, don't you know me? I'm just an honest man, Xiaoyu said. Hee. Long Fan's cold laugh made Xiaoyu feel a little embarrassed. By the way, Master, may I ask you a question? Xiaoyu said. Ask. What exactly is the background of the Duan family, and how should we investigate the Duan family? Xiaoyu asked humbly. Hearing Xiaoyu's question, Long Fan smiled. The fact that Xiaoyu could ask such a question proved that he had used his brain and hadn't just blindly investigated. The Duan family is just the visible manager of the underworld. As for who the real boss of the underworld is, I'm not too sure. It's said that many families are involved, such as the Qi family, the Tan family, the Lu family, and so on. But you only need to remember one thing, your Uncle Master Lu has nothing to do with the underworld. Long Fan's words were pointed. I understand, Master. Xiaoyu nodded. Okay, just go ahead and investigate. If you encounter any difficulties, you can call me or your Uncle Lu. Long Fan said with a smile, you've been in Team Zero for so long, haven't you reported to your Uncle Lu yet? After listening to Long Fan's words, Xiaoyu also understood the subtext in Long Fan's words. Master, I've been a bit busy lately. I'll go and report to my uncle tomorrow. Yes, keep in touch with your senior uncle more often. Don't forget that this spot in Team Zero was recommended by your senior uncle. Okay, Master. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu fell into deep thought. After a while, he picked up the satellite phone again and dialed Xiao Wanyu's number. Hello. The gentle voice from the other end of the phone made Xiaoyu's heart flutter. Boss Sakeke, what brings you to call me? Why did you kill that Chiwei guy? Listening to Xiao Fupo's teasing words, Xiaoyu knew that she must already know what happened in Hilong City. I don't know his identity either. He came to ambush me, so I was forced to fight back. This was self-defense. Xiaoyu joked for a bit before getting back on track. Wanyu, come to Hilong City the day after tomorrow if you have time. Let's go to Shan State together. The day after tomorrow. I should have time. Xiao Wanyu asked with a smile, is that Gigantamax Pokémon in Shan State? Okay. Xiaoyu nodded, that Gigantamax Pokémon is in Shan State. Tomorrow I will go see my Uncle Master Lu Ting first, and then we will meet up and set off together. Okay, I'll come see you the day after tomorrow, Xiao Wanyu replied. By the way, what kind of Pokémon is that Gigantamax Pokémon? Do you know? Bongliwen, Xiaoyu said, by the way, could you look up the Dragon Spiral Tower for me when you have time? Okay, Xiao Wanyu replied. After finishing his call with Xiao Wanyu, Xiaoyu called Uncle Lu's secretary. Unfortunately, people in high positions like Lu Ting need to make an appointment in advance to meet with them. Lu Guanzhen, Dr. Xiaoyu called you. He wants to meet with you tomorrow, the secretary reported to Lu Ting. Xiaoyu. Lu Ting still remembered Xiaoyu quite well. While exercising, he asked his secretary beside him, did he say anything? He didn't say anything specific, only that he had something to report to you at work. Lu Ting smiled and said, let him come. Let's have lunch together tomorrow. As his senior brother, I should take care of him. Page 266. Okay, Lu Guanzhen. After the report, the secretary immediately called Xiaoyu back. Dr. Xia, the time is set. We'll be having lunch with you at the LV Guanzhen Yuzhou Hotel at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Okay, thanks. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu sighed to himself. No wonder so many people want to be champions, not only because they are admired by thousands, but also because they can enjoy many privileges. Take Lu Ting for example, he was practically the undisputed local emperor of the entire southwest region. Power and strength are always the most alluring things. Once you've experienced them, you'll never forget them. Xiaoyu now possesses power. How far away can power be? The following day, at the Yuzhou Hotel, Xiaoyu and Lu Ting sat facing each other in the private room. Xiao, long time no see. What brings you here to report to me? Lu Ting said with a smile. Dressed in a formal suit, Lu Ting exudes an air of authority without being angry. Although his tone is calm, the aura he has cultivated over his long-term position still carries a sense of pressure. Uncle Master, I've been investigating the Duan family for a while now, but I haven't found anything, so I haven't come to report to you. Now I have some leads, but I also have some questions, so I've come to ask you for advice, Xiaoyu said. Oh, what did you find? There's an underground world in Hilong City. Xiaoyu reported on what he had investigated, concealing some things that might expose him. After listening to Xiaoyu's report, Lu Ting showed no surprise, clearly indicating that he already knew about the underground world of Hilong City. Xiaoyu, what are your thoughts on this underground world? Or rather, how do you plan to deal with it? Chapter 4 Tenshan Kingdom. Upon hearing Lu Ting's question, Xiaoyu's face showed a thoughtful expression. After thinking for a moment, he said, after decades of development, the underground world of Hilong City has a wide range of businesses and an extremely large scale. It is also the largest underground world in the entire southwest region. Moreover, the forces behind them are complex and deeply intertwined. In addition, Hilong City has a unique geographical location, situated on the border. If there is any disturbance, these people will simply cross the border and flee abroad, and we will have no way to stop them. I feel that it is unrealistic to completely destroy the underworld, and even if the underground black market in Black Dragon City is destroyed, underground black markets in White Dragon City and Red Dragon City will appear. Continue, so what do you want to do? Lu Ting asked expressionlessly. I think the best approach is to maintain the existing order of the underground world while allowing the Pokémon Association to intervene and regulate the black market, Xiaoyu said. But I'm not entirely sure how to do it. There's a reason why the underground world can exist for decades. Although Xiaoyu has some strength, he is not naive enough to think that he can change the current situation on his own. Is there anything else? Lu Ting continued to ask. That's all, Xiaoyu replied honestly. Lu Ting looked at Xiaoyu and slowly said, you really are as slippery as your master said. You said so much, but it's as if you said nothing at all. Do you know who the real master behind the underground world is? Lu Ting looked at Xiaoyu and asked. I don't know. Xiaoyu honestly shook his head. This was also the most terrifying thing for him. He had investigated for a long time and still didn't know who the real mastermind behind the underground world was. The background of the underground world is complicated, with more than a dozen shareholders, large and small. The 4 largest shareholders are the Qi family, the Tan family, the Lu family, and the Chen family. Each of these 4 families has produced a champion in the southwest region. Some champions only held the title for a few years, while others held it for more than 10 years. That's why the underground black market has stood the test of time for so many years, and has even grown bigger and bigger, Lu Ting said with a smile. And even if you investigate, you can only trace it back to the second son of the Duan family, Duan Qisan. This is just their influence within China, while they have many collaborators overseas, each backed by at least one of the top 4 heavenly kings. Do you really think you can handle the underground black market on your own? Investigating Hilong City has never been easy. Sending you young people to investigate is just to train you. If you really manage to find those few families, it might not be a good thing for you. You might accidentally lose your lives, Lu Ting said to Xiaoyu with a serious expression. The first task we gave you was never meant for you to complete, nor could you possibly complete it. Our purpose was simply to make you realize the cruelty of this world and learn to compromise. Do what you are capable of, Lu Ting said to Xiaoyu. Act within your means and protect yourself wisely. However, something did happen this morning. A famous foreign internet celebrity exposed her kidnapping experience in the underground black market in Hilong City. Lu Ting looked at Xiaoyu and said, but this is not enough to bring them down. At most, it will only cripple the Qi family and make them pay a price. To completely eliminate the underground black market, it's not that simple. You need to have at least champion-level strength to have the ability to challenge them. Xiaoyu, you need to become stronger. Even champions have things they can't solve. Only when your strength truly stands at the top of everyone's world, when it's lonely at the top, will you have the ability to change the rules and set the rules for the whole world. After listening to Lu Ting's words, Xiaoyu fell into deep thought. In this unique world, strength is of utmost importance. Only with strength can one have the capital to pursue power. Lu Ting paused at this point, then said, actually, I admire Duan Hengji quite a bit sometimes. He has the ability to change the world. All the families in North China both hate and fear him. The title of Iron-Blooded Champion is well-deserved. At this point, Lu Ting turned his gaze to Xiaoyu. Your master and I have high hopes for you. This first lesson has been given to you. Don't be too discouraged. Adjust your mood, and the next task we give you will be a real one. Get well prepared. I'll give you a heads up, the next mission is to investigate the owner of a small-town museum. It's a bit challenging, but it shouldn't be a problem for you. I understand, thank you, Martial Uncle. Xiaoyu nodded and replied, all right, you can go back now. I have things to do this afternoon. If you need anything, you can come find me directly. Just let my secretary, Xiao Zhang, know in advance, Lu Ting said with a smile to Xiaoyu. As Xiaoyu stepped out of the Yuzhou Hotel, he looked up at the dazzling sun, which was particularly blinding, and then lowered his head and walked into the crowded throng. Shan State, which is adjacent to China, has excellent natural conditions and is extremely rich in resources. Logically, Shan State should have a unique geographical advantage and be highly developed, but in fact, Shan State is one of the world's least developed countries. Apart from a few modern cities, most of Shan State remains a primitive rural area. More than half of the people here make a living by farming, while a significant portion of the remaining population rely on fraud, robbery, kidnapping, organ trafficking, and slave trading for survival. Only a small percentage of them actually engage in legitimate business. At the same time, Shan State is also considered one of the most dangerous places in the world, with a large number of poaching gangs taking root there. To survive here, force is the only way to survive. However, this also makes Shan State a haven for outlaws, because with enough power, one can act as a local tyrant and tyrant. After Xiaoyu, Xiao Wanyu, and Xie Tianming secretly entered Shan State, they arrived at a village called Wang. The unique stilted buildings add a touch of rural charm, and the setting sun casts a golden glow over the fields. A woman wearing a sarong walks along a muddy country road. Inside the noisy tavern, Xiaoyu and his companions, dressed in high-end clothes, stood out from the crowd. Many people, while drinking, would occasionally glance at Xiaoyu and his group. Especially Xiao Wanyu, with her curvaceous figure, was like the most dazzling pearl in the tavern, attracting everyone's attention. Even though Xiao Wanyu was wearing a mask and her body was covered up, her fair wrists could still be seen. Many people even made bets with those around them that she must be a beautiful woman. They rarely see women with fair skin like Xiao Wanyu. Shan State is located in a tropical region with abundant sunshine and rainfall, which makes the women here generally have darker skin. They're here. Xiaoyu looked into the distance, where several one-horned rhinoceroses carrying Gao Yangzhen and the others appeared on the muddy road in the village. Half a year later, Gao Yangzhen had a new scar on his face, which added to his mature demeanor. He had bronze skin and bulging muscles. Gao Yangzhen from the Mite Group, what brings him here? Let's go quickly. Boss, you can pay the debt later. Why would he come to Wang? Chapter 411 Mite Group. The once bustling and noisy tavern was now deserted and empty in the blink of an eye. In just a few minutes, most of the people had left, leaving only a few drunkards who were too drunk to move. The Mite Group is notorious in Shan State and is one of the largest gray organizations in the country. Most people don't want to have anything to do with them. A one-horned rhinoceros stopped at the tavern entrance, and Gao Yangzhen and his men entered the tavern. Clear the place. Everyone except that table, get out. At Gao Yangzhen's command, his men began to clear the area. A few minutes later, apart from the owner, only Xiaoyu and a few others remained in the tavern. Take the boss out for a walk, Gao Yangzhen said to his two subordinates beside him. Okay, brother Xian. After the two subordinates and the boss left, only Xiaoyu, Xiao Wanyu, Xie Tianming, and Gao Yangzhen remained in the room, and it instantly became quiet. Gao Yangzhen. Xie Tianming then removed the flame mask from his face, looked at Gao Yangzhen, and said, "It seems you're doing well. You shouldn't have come to Shan State. You could have just called me if you needed anything. There was no need for you to come all this way in person. This place isn't suitable for you, it's too dangerous." Gao Yangzhen looked at Xie Tianming, leaned back on the sofa, propped his feet up on the table and chair, and said to Xie Tianming, "If you accidentally die here, I won't be able to explain it to Xiaoyu. Tell me, what important matter is it that made you risk your life and come all this way in person? After you've said that, go back right away." As Gao Yangzhen spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Xiaoyu and Xiao Wanyu, who were wearing flame masks. It's easy to tell from their seating arrangement that Xiaoyu is in the lead, followed by Xiao Wanyu, so he was very curious about the true identities of the two people in front of him. Hearing Gao Yangzhen's words, Xie Tianming turned his gaze to Xiaoyu, remaining silent and appearing to respect Xiaoyu above all else. Xiaoyu then looked up at Gao Yangzhen, silently removed the flame mask from his face, smiled, and said, "Long time no see, Gao Yangzhen. Who are you?" Gao Yangzhen looked at Xiaoyu's mature face with suspicion. He vaguely felt that the face in front of him was familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. He kept thinking and recalling in his mind, and finally, in that instant, a flash of inspiration struck him. The face of the person in front of him overlapped with a wanted poster, and at that moment he felt his body go cold and broke out in a cold sweat. Page 267. Giovanni. He is Giovanni, giant Lapras trainer, giant Darkrai trainer, the murderer of Chi Wei, and the protagonist of the King's sinking incident. Giovanni. You are Giovanni. Gao Yangzhen looked at the Giovanni in front of him. His expression instantly became tense, his eyes became wary, he pulled his feet back from the table, his body tensed, and his right hand was placed on his waist, ready to release his Pokémon at any time. The moment Gao Yangzhen recognized Sakeki, his previous ease and comfort vanished, replaced by endless vigilance and wariness. Even though Sakeki was sitting right across from him with a kind smile, he felt immense pressure. Giovanni is undoubtedly the most popular figure during this period. He not only kidnapped Andrew, the beloved son of the British Empire's May champion, demanding an exorbitant ransom, but also dared to directly murder Chi Wei, the leading figure of the younger generation of the Chi family. The fact that he can offend two champions at the same time and still be so carefree is something very few people in the world can do. It seems you haven't recognized me yet, Gao Yangzhen. As Xiaoyu spoke, she placed her hand on her face and gently removed a pink ditto mask, revealing her true face. You are, Xiaoyu. Gao Yangzhen's face showed a look of horror as he stared at the scene before him in disbelief. He had never imagined that Sakeki would be Xiaoyu wearing a mask. Xiaoyu looked at the surprised expression on Gao Yangzhen's face and smiled slightly. He was very satisfied with Gao Yangzhen's performance. Don't be so surprised, relax. I have something to ask you. Gao Yangzhen was still in shock. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, he was stunned for a few moments before he came to his senses and said, "Please ask. Is there any way for me to take control of the mic group as soon as possible?" Hearing Xiaoyu's blunt question, Gao Yangzhen's heart was in turmoil, but he remained calm and said, "If you want to quickly take control of the mic group, the only way is to wipe out the entire Mike family. Because the Mike Corporation is actually a family business established by Mike Brown. Unless the entire Brown family is killed, it is absolutely impossible for outsiders to easily take control of the Mike Corporation. But if you kill the entire Brown family, the strength of the entire Mike group will drop dramatically in an instant." Hearing Gao Yangzhen's words, Xiaoyu's face showed regret, and he sighed slightly. "I hate fighting and killing the most. In that case, take me to see Mike. I want to meet him in person." "Now?" Gao Yangzhen asked Xiaoyu with a hesitant look on his face. "Now. Mumka City. It is one of the few modern cities in Shan State, and also one of the most prosperous areas in Shan State. In the industrial park in the western district of Menka City, at the entrance of the low factory buildings, groups of 2 or 3 shirtless men sat on small stools, playing cards and drinking around a small round table, cigarettes dangling from their mouths, their eyes occasionally falling on Xiaoyu and his group as if they were looking at prey. Wearing flame masks, Xiaoyu and the others moved through the industrial park, heading straight towards a tall building not far away. The headquarters of the Mike Group is located in one of the few high-rise buildings in this industrial park. For security reasons, all the entrances to the building have been replaced with heavy metal doors, and there are guards patrolling and standing guard outside the doors 24 hours a day. "Who are you people?" Seeing Xiaoyu and his group trying to approach, the guards immediately raised their guns and pointed them at Xiaoyu and his companions. "They're our own people, my friends." Gao Yangzhen quickly stepped forward and said to the guard at the door, "I'll introduce them to Boss Mike." "Oh, it's Brother Xian. Let's go up, Brother Xian." Gao Yangzhen seemed to be doing quite well at the Mike Group. He led Xiaoyu and the others through the first floor without any hindrance, but when they arrived at the entrance to the top floor, another heavy door blocked their way. Dong dong. There was a knock on the door. "Who?" "It's me. I brought a few friends to visit the boss." Crack. The iron gate opened, and a black man pulled it open, frowning as he scrutinized Xiaoyu and the others. After a long while, he finally spoke, "Go in." Hearing the commotion, Mike got up in his pajamas and slippers. He was well built with bulging muscles, clearly showing that he had been exercising regularly and was still strong and healthy even at the age of 50. Behind Mike stood a woman in bright red pajamas, leaning gently on his shoulder, her gaze fixed on Xiaoyu and the others. "Gao, what's the matter? Who are these people?" Mike frowned at Gao Yangzhen, lit a cigar, sat on the leather sofa, and pointed at Xiaoyu and the others. "Tell them to take off their masks." "Boss," Gao Yangzhen was about to speak when Xiaoyu reached out and interrupted him. Then, without any politeness, Xiaoyu plopped down on the sofa opposite Mike, reached out and took off the flame mask on his face, revealing Sakeka's face. "Hello, Mr. Mike." Xiaoyu placed his hands on the armrests of the sofa, leaned back, and stared at Mike. "It's a pleasure to meet you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Sakage." Chapter 412 Heavenly Punishment and Thunder Execution. Mike recognized Xiaoyu's identity as soon as Xiaoyu removed the flame mask. He abruptly stood up, his robe falling off to reveal his muscular physique, and took a step back, slightly increasing the distance between himself and Xiaoyu. No one can remain calm when they meet the famous Sakeke. At the same time, the black guards standing at the door immediately raised their guns, ready to fire. Darkrai. Darkrai's ghostly figure moved instantly in front of the black man like a demon, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that enveloped him, causing his body to go limp and collapse to the ground like a rag doll. "Ah!" The woman behind Mike screamed, the piercing scream making Xiaoyu frown. "It's too noisy, let her get some sleep, Darkrai." Darkrai's figure flashed by, and in the blink of an eye, he was behind the woman again. With a wave of his hand, he put the woman into a deep sleep. At the same time, Mike moved his hand to the poke ball at his waist. Even when facing the powerful Darkrai, Mike did not want to surrender so easily. "Mr. Mike, I must remind you that if you release other Pokémon, you may be facing more than just Darkrai." Xiaoyu's threatening words made Mike pause in his actions. He had a clear understanding of his own strength. This Darkrai-class monster in front of him was enough to give him a hard time. If the supergiant Laplace is added to the mix, he will have no chance of winning. Sakeke, looking at Darkrai, whose body was engulfed in black mist that burned like flames, Mike's face turned ashen as he stared at Xiaoyu. "What do you want to do?" "Mr. Mike," Xiaoyu said, sitting on the sofa and looking at Mike, "I'm here to work with you." "What kind of cooperation?" Mike looked at Xiaoyu and asked coldly, his heart filled with vigilance. "It's very simple. From today onwards, I'll ask you to follow my orders and ensure the entire Mike group cooperates with me, Xiaoyu said with a smile, looking at Mike. Cooperation? Mike's face turned ashen. You call this cooperation? What's the difference between this and outright robbery? Xiaoyu's words caused Mike's blood pressure to spike, but his fear of Sakake's strength prevented him from refuting him. He could only take a deep breath and ask, "What do you need us to help you with?" "Right now, you only have one thing to do, develop slowly and expand outwards." Xiaoyu smiled. "Take over other poaching organizations and make the Mike group bigger. If you encounter any insurmountable difficulties during this period, you can contact me directly. Even if the enemy is of champion level strength, I can help you solve them." Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Mike, the old hand, showed a thoughtful expression. The biggest reason for the slowdown in the Mike group's development is its lack of high-end combat power. The entire Mike group only has 3 Elite 4 level trainers, 2 of whom are only newly promoted to Elite 4 level and have only 1 or 2 Elite 4 level Pokémon. He was the only one who could truly hold his own. With a top-tier expert like Sakake at the helm, the Mike group would definitely soar to new heights. Sakake's proposal appealed to him, but the price to pay was too high. It seemed that Sakake wanted to turn the entire Mike group into his vassal. At that time, can the Mike group still be called the Mike group? It should be called the Sakake group. I'll give you a week to consider. If you refuse to cooperate, I'll have to find other groups to cooperate with. I believe that among so many underground forces in Shan State, there must be someone willing to cooperate with me. Think it over carefully. I'll contact you through Gaoyangzhen in a week. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, he led Xiaowanyu and the others away from the headquarters of the Mike group. The matter of the Mike group was just a minor episode. This was a small foreshadowing of the establishment of an underground organization. Xiaoyu didn't care whether Mike listened to him or not. His main purpose in coming to Shan State was to find the Gigantamax Brimwin in the secret rift. This is the most important thing. Night falls, and stars twinkle. In the dense tropical jungle, Xiaoyu and his group walked among the low bushes, the roars of wild beasts echoing through the jungle. The silent night harbors unknown dangers. Many nocturnal Pokémon began to stir, and Xiaoyu quickly sneaked towards the location of Gigantamax Brimwin as reported in the intelligence. Darkrai appeared beside Xiaoyu and pointed ahead. The faint light of the fire indicated that there were quite a few people ahead. This was also within Xiaoyu's expectations. Page 268. The underground black market is run by profit-driven merchants, not charities. Greed is in their nature. If they could capture Gigantamax Pokémon, why would they sell information about giant Pokémon? After obtaining this intelligence, the underground black market in Hilong City must have first come here to explore, and only sold the intelligence after confirming that they had found nothing. As for the people in front of us, there is a high probability that they are from the Qi family. As one of the shareholders of the underground black market, the Qi family could easily pay some price to obtain information about the giant Pokémon. Wait here for Gibbon to take the bait, and then take revenge. Therefore, for safety's sake, Xiaoyu decided to proceed cautiously. Xie Tianming, Gaoyangzhen, you two don't need to come in with us, you can stay here. I'll have Darkrai hypnotize everyone here first, and then we'll finish this quickly and try to capture Gigantamax Brimwin in the shortest possible time. If any unexpected situation arises during this time, please call me immediately. Okay. Xie Tianming and Gaoyangzhen nodded. Darkrai, hypnotize them, then we'll go in, Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Darkrai vanished into the night, continuously casting dark hole to hypnotize those nearby. Xiaoyu immediately led Xiaowanyu deeper into the tropical jungle. Soon, the wishing star that Xiaoyu carried began to take effect, and after walking for a while, the surrounding scenery began to change. We have entered the secret realm rift, Xiaoyu said, turning to Xiaowanyu beside him. Xiaowanyu nodded, her eyes bright, full of anticipation for the upcoming Gigantamax Brimwin. Be prepared. As the two ventured deeper into the jungle, the scenery began to change dramatically. Fluorescent plants gradually appeared all around them, emitting a dazzling glow in the night, as if they had fallen into a fairyland. Fluorescent pollen floated in the air, emitting a mesmerizing fragrance that made people dizzy and drowsy. Xiaoyu shook his head, trying to dispel the drowsiness in his mind. Be careful, these fluorescent pollen particles have strong hallucinogenic properties. Cover your mouth and nose and don't inhale too much. Xiaowanyu nodded slightly, her eyes searching for Gigantamax Brimwin in the darkness. Her mind is now completely focused on Gigantamax Brimwin. However, the pitch-black environment and dense forest completely blocked their vision, and apart from the shimmering plants, they couldn't find any trace of Pokémon. Boom! Just then, the ground trembled slightly, and the loud noise attracted everyone's attention. Xiaoyu and Xiaowanyu looked up in the direction from which the sound came. In the pitch-black night sky, two enormous figures gradually appeared, parting the dense jungle and walking step by step toward the group before them. Gigantamax Brimwin, Gigantamax Hairy Troll, two Gigantamax Pokémon. Xiaoyu's expression hardened. He hadn't expected that there would be two Gigantamax Pokémon in this secret realm rift. Double the danger, but also double the reward. This was both an accident and a pleasant surprise. Chapter 413 Divine Punishment and the Descent of the Sleep Demon. The relationship between Brim and the hairy trolls is like that between the god of dreams and the god of nightmares. All hairy trolls are male, Brimwin are all female. The two are corresponding fairy-type Pokémon, one being psychic and fairy, and the other being dark and fairy, and both Pokémon are extremely powerful. Among them, the long-haired troll with the most powerful support ability, Mischievous Heart, can reliably set up two walls first, making it arguably the strongest support. Its stab rush skill at crucial moments can also have unexpected effects. Unlike the support role of the long-haired troll, Brimwin is the top Trick Room setter and Trick Room killer in Trick Room teams. With a special attack of 136 and a speed of 29, she is a perfect fit for Trick Room teams. Furthermore, Brimwin possesses Magic Mirror, one of the top defensive abilities in the entire Pokémon universe. The only weakness is that her stamina is too low, only 57 points. If it could be exchanged for her 90 points of attack, Brimwin's strength would be on another level. Seeing the two Gigantamax Pokémon approaching, Xiaoyu didn't hesitate to take out Gigantamax Lapras, Darkrai, and Ironhide Pokeballs and throw them out. In order to capture Gigantamax Brim and Gigantamax Hairy Troll as quickly as possible, Xiaoyu went all out and held nothing back. "Hurry up, Wanyu, don't hold back." Xiaoyu's voice rang out. His long-term camaraderie had instilled in him a deep trust in Xiao Wanyu. Xiao Wanyu nodded. The two had a high level of understanding, and almost at the same time as Xiaoyu's voice, she took out a Pokeball. Gardevoir, Cresselia, and Hydreigon also made an appearance. Lapras, Gigantamax Aurora Melody, attack Brimwin. Darkrai, Sludge Bomb, attack the hairy troll. Iron Warrior, Power of the Moon, attack the hairy troll. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, the three Pokémon launched an attack. Xiaoyu's strategy was simple. First, let Gigantamax Lapras use Gigantamax Aurora Melody to create an Aurora Veil, reducing damage to all Pokémon, and then pair it with Dreamghost Crescent Prayer. With damage reduction, stamina recovery, and status ailment removal combined, it can grind down even Gigantamax Brim and Gigantamax Hairy Troll. Unfortunately, Brimwin's Magic Mirror ability is too overpowered, as it can reflect some status moves that target itself. For example, Darkrai's Dark Hole move can be completely reflected, which is just too cheesy. Otherwise, victory would have been easily secured. Darkrai, with his Dark Hole skill disabled, would have his strength reduced by half. Under Xiaoyu's command, the three Pokémon launched an attack. Three-headed Dragon, Cannon Beam, attack the hairy troll. Similarly, Xiao Wanyu also ordered her Pokémon to launch an attack. Because their types were completely countered, Xiao Wanyu could only have Hydreigon use the Steel-type move Cannon to join the attack on Grimmsnarl. Gardevoir, Mega Evolve, use Toxic Scream to attack the troll. Cresselia, Prayer of the New Moon. In a 6-on-2 battle, all the Pokémon used their respective moves. Cannonball, Poison-type Sludge Bomb, Ironhide's Moonblast, and Gardevoir's Hyper Voice all surged toward Gigantamax Grimmsnarl. The Great Barrier. Faced with the attack of 5 Pokémon, the cunning Gigantamax Grimmsnarl decisively chose to activate Max Guard, as a Dynamax version of Protect. Max Guard provides even stronger protection, with a huge light shield forming in front of it, completely blocking attacks from a variety of Pokémon. Under the cover of Gigantamax Hairy Troll, Gigantamax Brimwin launched its attack, unleashing a massive surge of fairy-type energy from its body. The pink glow shimmered continuously, almost illuminating the entire narrow crevice of the secret realm. In an instant, it was as bright as day, as dazzling as the stars. Fairy-type energy surged forth, accompanied by dazzling light, spreading outwards like a shockwave. Magic shines. Faced with the attack of 6 Pokémon, Brimwin did not use her signature G-Max Thunderstrike, but instead chose the wide-range fairy-type move, Dazzling Gleam. Brimwin's special attack was already extremely high, and with the boost from fairy-type stab moves, the power of her Magic Dazzle reached a terrifying level. In addition, Darkrai and Iron Warrior are twice as weak to Fairy, and Hydreigon is 4 times as weak to Fairy. With just one move, Hydreigon was severely injured. Both Iron Warrior and Darkrai sustained injuries of varying degrees. This was only because of the protection of the Aurora Shield. Otherwise, the three-headed dragon might not have been able to withstand Brimwin's magical shimmer. Sometimes, numerical superiority isn't necessarily an advantage. In the current situation, For example, if Brimlin unleashes a wide-range attack, it will indiscriminately attack all Pokémon, regardless of how many Pokémon come. After one round of combat, Xiaoyu also felt that the situation was extremely troublesome. Fortunately, Cressalia's new moon prayer activated at this moment, healing all the Pokémon's injuries, giving them a much-needed respite. Let's focus our firepower on taking down the Gigantamax hairy troll first. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Iron Warrior, use the power of the moon in close combat. Darkrai, keep using the sludge bombs. The Gigantamax troll in front of us has already used Dynamax Guard once, and the success rate of using Dynamax Guard a second time is only 1/3 of the original. Similarly, Xiaowanyu also had Mega Gardevoir and Hydreigon continue their attacks. Faced with the siege, this time the Gigantamax Grimmsnarl did not choose to continue using Max Guard and gamble on the 1/3 chance, but instead chose to use Gigantamax Sandman. As Gigantamax Grimmsnarl's exclusive Gigantamax move, Gigantamax Sandman's additional effect is that after hitting the opponent, there is a certain chance to put the opponent to sleep. Suddenly, the Gigantamax hairy troll stretched out a hand, and two Dark-type energy balls formed behind it, flying in a crisscross pattern in the air, trailing black flames as it streaked across the sky and flew towards Cresselia at an extremely fast speed. Attack the healer first. Page 269. Gigantamax Grimmsnarl's target is quite clear: to take down Cresselia first. Otherwise, Cressalia's Crescent Prayer can continuously heal other Pokémon's status conditions, rendering Gigantamax Sandman's sleep effect ineffective. At the same time, Gigantamax Brimwind also launched an attack, Gigantamax Thunderstrike. A beam of Fairy-type energy shot straight into the sky, followed by a tremor in the sky. Several stars formed from Fairy-type energy plummeted from the sky at incredible speed, striking the vicinity of the Pokémon almost instantly. Boom! Following closely behind the Fairy-type energy star was a blue lightning bolt that ripped through the sky and struck the spot where the Fairy-type star had landed. Instantly, there was a flash of lightning and a thunderous roar. This was the additional effect of Gigantamax Thunderstrike. In the game, the additional effect of Heavenly Punishment is only a certain chance to confuse the opponent. However, in reality, this skill seems to be an electric attack added after the Fairy-type energy star attack, which is equivalent to performing two types of attacks at the same time. Furthermore, the second electric attack has a certain chance to confuse the opponent. To be more realistic, this exclusive Gigantamax move has been modified. After all, it's called Heavenly Punishment, so it can't be without an electric-type attack. Similarly, Gigantamax Brimwind also targeted Cresselia. Xiaoyu discovered that in any major battle like this, Cresselia was always the first to be hit, just like when he captured Gigantamax Lapras last time. Who in the family understands? Chapter 414 Hidden Schemes. Inside the psychedelic forest where fluorescent light shimmers, the Gigantamax hairy troll and Gigantamax Brimwind launched a fierce attack on Cresselia simultaneously. The divine retribution, like thunder, tears through the darkness, and thunder roars. The surging Sandman descends energy ball flew at high speed through the air, followed by a black tail flame. At the critical moment, Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Lapras, use Max Guard. Xiaoyu hadn't let Lapras use any moves earlier, precisely so that he could unleash Max Guard now to block the attacks for all the Pokémon. Gigantamax Lapras erupted with a dazzling light, normal-type energy surged, forming a huge energy shield around its body, enveloping all Pokémon like the most solid iron tower, protecting all Pokémon and blocking both Gigantamax moves. Meanwhile, Cresselia's new moon prayer took effect once more, healing all the Pokémon's injuries once more. The other four Pokémon also launched their fiercest attack on the Grimmsnarl. The Iron Warrior, wielding a double-edged sword, brandished its purple blades. Fairy-type energy erupted, the moon shone brightly, and starlight twinkled. The power of the moon surged forth towards the Gigantamax hairy troll. Darkrai also unleashed a torrent of poisonous energy, Sludge Bomb, Hydreigon's Beam Cannon, Mega Gardevoir's Deafening Roar. All the attacks were concentrated on the Gigantamax hairy troll. This time, the Gigantamax hairy troll could no longer stop it. Its massive size made it impossible to dodge, and it was hit by all the attacks. Boom! With a huge explosion and billowing smoke, the Gigantamax hairy troll was knocked back, nearly falling to the ground. Its face contorted with pain and rage, looking as ferocious as a demon. Roar! The Gigantamax hairy troll, having regained its footing, extended its right hand, and the dark energy within it surged and erupted, its entire body seemingly covered in a layer of black energy flames. Roar! With a roar from the Gigantamax Grimmsnarl, a dark-type energy ball flew out and headed towards Cresselia once again. Gigantamax Sandman has arrived. Even though it was seriously injured, Gigantamax Troll did not give up attacking Cresselia, and launched another Gigantamax Sandman towards Cresselia. Iron Warrior, use guard to block the attack for Cresselia, Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, the Iron Warrior held his double-edged blade horizontally in front of him, his cold gaze fixed on the huge energy ball flying towards him, while a light shield rose up around him. Boom! With a deafening roar, the massive dark-type energy ball traced a graceful arc through the air before slamming into the Iron Warrior's front. Ironclad's Protect move alone cannot completely block Gigantamax's moves. The small light shield shattered like a piece of glass under the attack of Gigantamax Sandman. Then it struck the Iron Warrior. The evil energy suddenly erupted, forming a semicircular explosion at the location of the Iron Warrior that engulfed everything around it. At the same time, a huge black shockwave spread outward at a visible speed, causing the flowers, grass and trees to dance wildly and making a whistling sound, with an astonishing momentum. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the resolute figure of the Iron Warrior was revealed. It remained standing, its gaze unwavering, and then brandished its double-edged blade, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Although Gigantamax Sandman's arrival left some marks on it, upon closer inspection, it was not a serious injury. Protect blocked part of the Gigantamax Sandman's attack, and with the damage reduction from Aurora Veil and the 4 times dark resistance, Ironhide easily withstood the blow. This minor injury can be easily healed by Cresselia's Crescent Prayer. Laplace, Freeze Beam. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, Laplace opened its mouth and spewed out a huge beam of frozen light. The pale blue beam tore through the night, spanned the sky like a galaxy, and accurately hit the Gigantamax hairy troll, instantly severely injuring it. Meanwhile, other Pokémon also launched attacks on Gigantamax Grimmsnarl, but this also exposed a problem. This time no one could stop Gigantamax Brimlin's attack. Magic shines. Brimlin's body shimmered with a sparkling luster, as if she were wearing a sequined coat, shining brightly like a noble queen. The fairy-type energy she unleashed swept across the entire field, causing indiscriminate damage to all Pokémon. Among them, Xiaowanyu's Hydreigon, which was 4 times weaker than Fairy, was completely unable to withstand the second Magic Dazzle and was the first to be defeated, losing its ability to battle. Xiaowanyu then recalled it into its Pokeball. Darkrai was also severely injured after taking the Magic Dazzle, while Iron Warrior was in slightly better condition, but he was still seriously injured. Other Mega Gardevoir and Cresselia also suffered some damage. Overall, only the supergiant Laplace remains as vigorous as ever. Meanwhile, outside the narrow crevice of the secret realm, those guarding this place remained asleep, their breathing even. Meanwhile, in a secret outpost not far from here, there's a problem. The staff member sitting in front of the computer looked at the data being transmitted back and immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted, "It's Sakeki, he's here." "Are you sure?" A deep voice came from the walkie-talkie. "We're over 90% sure," the staff member said, looking at the computer screen. "The data shows that everyone we left there has entered a deep sleep, and it's been going on for 5 minutes now. They haven't even sounded the alarm. It must have been Darkrai from Giovanni." Upon hearing the staff member's words, the man on the other end of the walkie-talkie smirked slightly, revealing a cruel smile. "I understand." Finally took the bait. The middle-aged man's face revealed a sinister expression. Knowing that Giovanni had a legendary Pokémon like Darkrai, how could they not be prepared? From beginning to end, the people lying in ambush at the intelligence location were just bait. They had long been equipped with sophisticated instruments to monitor heart rate and sleep patterns. Whether they are killed directly or fall into a deep sleep, they can monitor them at any time. The current situation, where everyone is simultaneously falling into a deep sleep, is clearly problematic. Even at night, they have patrols on 2 shifts, so it's impossible for them to be in a deep sleep at the same time. This situation could only be caused by Darkrai. After waiting for several days, Giovanni has finally come to find the giant Pokémon. "Gentlemen, I'll have to trouble you all to help. I promise you the reward, and I will personally deliver it to you after the matter is settled." The middle-aged man said to the people beside him, "Giantsa is very strong. Don't send out any Pokémon with the strength of a champion. At the very least, you need a Pokémon with the strength of a near champion. Furthermore, to prevent him from teleporting and escaping through the spirit world, please have Wen Guanjun and Hong Guanjun use your psychic and ghost-type Pokémon to seal off the surrounding space. This time, we must ensure that everything goes perfectly and take down Sakeki. Once it's done, his giant Laplace and Darkrai will be ours." Chapter 415 Crisis lurks everywhere. Inside the narrow crevice of the secret realm, with the heavily injured Gigantamax Grimmsnarl already in his grasp, Xiaoyu calmly directed his Pokémon to continue their attack. Wanyu, leave the long-haired troll to Iron Warrior. You go deal with Brimwin. Iron Warrior, use your final moon power. Laplace, Ice Beam, attack Brimwin. Come back, Darkrai. Darkrai was already severely injured and couldn't withstand a single move from Gigantamax Brimwin, so Xiaoyu immediately recalled it into the Dream Sphere. Guard Doll, Shadow Ball. Cresssyria, continue to pray with the new moon. As the two voices faded, the power of the moon suddenly erupted, accurately striking the Gigantamax hairy troll, taking away its last bit of strength, and it collapsed to the ground with a thud. After taking down one Gigantamax hairy troll, the remaining Gigantamax Brimwin is no longer a threat, and defeating it is only a matter of time. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his gaze to Gigantamax hairy troll and Gigantamax Brimwin. This battle was much simpler than he had imagined. While Gigantamax Grimmsnarl and Gigantamax Brimwin are powerful, the lack of a trainer's guidance and the absence of some core skills prevent them from unleashing their full potential. Page 270. If a Gigantamax troll learns Light Screen and Reflect, it can abandon its offensive capabilities, create two walls, and focus on support. Gigantamax Brimwin learns Trick Room and creates a space to compensate for his speed disadvantage. With the two Pokémon working together, Gigantamax Brimwin can become an invincible turret. With just an endless stream of magic dazzling, it can overwhelm Xiaoyu and Xiaowanyu. Outside the narrow crevice of the secret realm, the humid summer breeze blows, and even though it's late at night, you can still feel the heat. How is my sister doing lately? Gao Yangzhen asked Xia Tianming. Having been living abroad for a long time, he hadn't been home for a long time, and the last time he saw his sister and mother was a long time ago. They're all doing well, Xia Tianming replied. I took some time out of my vacation last time to visit your family. They're living quite well now. Your sister is doing very well in her studies and is much more cheerful than before. Your mother also recently had eye surgery and is recovering quite well. Ever since Xiaoyu visited his home, he has been providing material assistance to her sister and mother, greatly improving their lives. Thank you. Gao Yangzhen nodded and expressed his gratitude. Why are you thanking me? You should thank the boss, Xia Tianming said with a smile. Thank you both. Gao Yangzhen smiled and looked at Xia Tianming, asking, and you? What are your plans after the patrol team's training ends? I don't know, I'll leave it to the boss. As the two were talking, a sudden gust of wind came from the sky. They looked up sharply and saw several flying-type Pokémon flying overhead. Fortunately, it was dark, so they were not spotted. Someone's coming, they're so fast. Xia Tianming and Gao Yangzhen exchanged a glance, a hint of seriousness flashing in their eyes. Xia Tianming immediately took out his phone and made a call. Although the narrow passage within the secret realm does have some impact on ordinary telephones, their telephones have been modified by Sylvia to shield them from the realm's influence within a certain distance. Of course, these telephones are expensive to manufacture, but they can be lifesavers in critical moments. Within the secret realm, with a loud bang, Gigantamax Brimwin collapsed under the attack of a group of Pokémon, and Xiaoyu and Xiaowanyu smiled brightly. Although they successfully defeated two Gigantamax Pokémon, they also paid a heavy price. Of all the Pokémon, only Gigantamax Lapras is in relatively good condition. The other Pokémon are in quite poor condition. Darkrai was seriously injured, as was the Iron Warrior. Besides Mega Gardevoir, Xiaowanyu side also had Cresselia severely injured, and Hydreigon had long since lost its stamina. Xiaoyu then took out two Gigantamax Pokeballs and put Gigantamax Brim and Gigantamax Grimmsnarl into them. Harvest. The Gigantamax Grimmsnarl and Gigantamax Brimwin are two extremely powerful Pokémon. With a little training time and by teaching them some key core skills, they can unleash tremendous combat power. Xiaoyu, can I have a Gigantamax Brimwin? Xiaowanyu looked up at Xiaoyu, her bright eyes and white teeth captivating even in the night. Of course, you can have whichever Pokémon you want, Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Beep. As the two were talking, the phone suddenly rang, startling Xiaoyu and Xiaowanyu, whose expressions darkened slightly. At this moment, Xia Tianming called, which must mean that something had happened outside the secret realm rift, and something bad had occurred. Hey, boss, they're here. There are about 4 people, no more than 6. They're all riding flying Pokémon, and we don't know their strength. They're waiting for you outside. Xia Tianming succinctly explained the situation. They seem to be setting up something, probably a space sealing device. I understand. Xiaoyu nodded seriously. You guys take care of yourselves first, don't worry about us. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu and Xiaowanyu exchanged a glance, both seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. Xiaoyu's face was quite gloomy. It was obvious that these people were all after Sakeke, and since they dared to cause trouble for him, these people must be quite strong. They all possess at least the strength of champion-level Pokémon. After we leave the secret realm, you go first, Xiaoyu said earnestly to Xiaowanyu. Of all Xiaowanyu's Pokémon, only Mega Gardevoir was still capable of fighting, the others were either weaker or severely injured. Xiaowanyu's Mega Gardevoir is a shiny Pokémon, which can be said to be her signature Pokémon. Once she uses it, it means that her identity will be exposed. Exposing one's identity means utter disgrace and ruin, which is no different from death. Similarly, Xiaoyu cannot use Iron Warrior, which is also his signature Pokémon. Once he uses it, many people will know that Gaki is Xiaoyu. Therefore, Xiaowanyu's presence here is actually of no use. She can only hold Xiaoyu back. We can break through together. Xiaowanyu looked at Xiaoyu seriously. Although from a rational point of view, she should have left without hesitation, she had reasons to stay. Women are always emotional. Even the most rational woman can lose her rationality in love and become as passionate as a raging fire, especially a woman like Xiaowanyu who has been single for so many years. She looked at Xiaoyu, who had a serious expression, and said, I still have Tajekus and the others. They can help us break through. Xiaoyu shook his head and gently hugged Xiaowanyu. Since they dared to ambush me, they must have made ample preparations. Their strength is definitely not weak. Now that your main Pokémon have lost their fighting power, a Tajekus that is not even at the champion level is of no use. Don't act rashly. Xiaowanyu took a deep breath, staring at Xiaoyu. She was about to speak when Xiaoyu waved his hand to interrupt her. You go first. Xiaoyu smiled and looked at Xiaowanyu, his tone relaxed. I have my own way. Your staying here will only affect me. I have made full preparations and I will definitely be able to break through. Seeing Xiaoyu's confident demeanor, Xiaowanyu's gaze held a hint of doubt, but Xiaoyu continued, don't worry. You. Xiaowanyu wanted to say something more, but meeting Xiaoyu's stern gaze, she could only change her tone. Sigh, then you must be careful, I'll wait for you. Although Xiaoyu readily agreed, he wasn't entirely confident. If there were really 4 or 5 champions waiting for him outside, his chances of breaking through were really not high. He said this only to comfort Xiaowanyu. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he won't give up. Wanyu, have your Cresselia heal my Pokemon's injuries as much as possible. We don't have much time left. This rift in the secret realm is already dissipating. Chapter 416 A Deadly Intent Revealed. Outside the narrow crevice of the secret realm, 4 champion-level trainers gathered together, patiently waiting for Gibbon to appear. Has Sakeki already escaped? Asked one of the men, who was dark-skinned and had a strong build. No, he should still be in the rift in the secret realm, Qi Linlong said. Wait patiently. Qi Linlong is Qi Wei's father and the current head of the Qi family. Even though he is 55 years old, he is still in good health. Qi Linlong once served as one of the 4 heavenly kings of the southwest region, but he retired due to his age. Before coming, he had researched information about giant Pokémon and learned that they usually live in secret rifts. To catch these giant Pokémon, one must enter a secret rift. However, the underground black market has never been able to find a way to enter the secret realm rift, and even the person who provided the information does not know how they entered the secret realm rift. The leader of the 4 champion-level trainers in front of him is naturally Qi Linlong, who has a grudge against Gibbon. His ace is a champion-level Typhlosion, and he only has this one champion-level Pokémon. But this time he also brought his father's champion-level Torkoal with the Sunlight ability. Unfortunately, Torkoal's Solar Beam ability cannot be activated at night, which greatly reduces its strength. The other 3 champion trainers are Ung, from Shan State, who is 55 years old, wears a tang suit and cloth shoes, has gray hair, and whose signature Pokémon is Gothic with the Shadow Tag ability of the Psychic type. He is also one of the rulers of Shan State. Dick, a champion-level Ghost-type trainer from Java, is also the youngest among them. He is 48 years old this year, but he has very dark circles under his eyes and looks somewhat weak. His ace Pokémon are the champion-level Woodpecker and the champion-level Sandstalker. The last one is the muscular man who spoke at the beginning. He is Pasha, a well-known fighting-type trainer from Siam. He is 53 years old this year, and his signature Pokémon is Blaziken, which has champion-level strength. He is also a fighting master from Siam. In addition to these 6 champion-level Pokémon, each of them also has 2 to 3 near champion-level Pokémon, totaling more than a dozen Pokémon. They have laid a trap to capture Gibbon. Just then, the 4 of them suddenly felt a powerful energy fluctuation that made them gasp for breath, as if time had stopped. In just a moment, the feeling of suffocation disappeared, and then a fluorescent forest suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. The seal on the narrow passage of the secret realm has been broken. The 4 champion-level trainers immediately turned their gazes toward the fluorescent forest, their expression solemn. In the fluorescent forest that shimmered with dazzling light, a gigantic lapras, as large as a giant cruise ship, appeared and slowly crawled on the land. Xiaoyu sat on the head of the gigantic lapras, looking down at everyone present and all the Pokémon. Looking at the group of Pokémon with near championship and champion level strength in front of him, Xiaoyu's mood grew heavier, but there was no fear on his face. He looked at everyone present and asked, "Were you waiting for me?" Just as Xiaoyu was speaking, a figure riding a flying-type Pokémon sped away in the opposite direction. "Don't let him get away." Qi Linlong's voice rang out, "Stop him." Laplace, Absolute Zero. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, a chilling aura surged forth, spreading rapidly in all directions. Feeling the biting cold, everyone glanced at Sakeka before them, then at the fleeing woman's back, and could only order them to abandon the pursuit and focus on dealing with Gigantamax Lapras. Their target was Sakeki. As for the escapee, he was irrelevant. He ran away, so be it. The icy energy spread like a shockwave, freezing everything in its path. All the flowers, grasses, and trees along the way were transformed into ice sculptures, sparkling like crystal. Seeing this, Qi Linlong and the other three had grim expressions. Although they already knew how powerful Gigantamax Lapras was and had made ample preparations, they still felt a sense of powerlessness when they actually faced Gigantamax Lapras. Page 271. However, they now have more than a dozen Pokémon with near champion level or higher, which is enough to deal with this giant Lapras. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Xiaowanyu leave safely. Xiaowanyu's departure freed him from all restraints, allowing him to launch his attack with unrestrained force. Giants, surrender and reveal the secret of the giant Pokémon, and we might consider sparing your life. Qi Linlong's voice rang out, a confident smile on his face, looking as if victory was assured. Hearing Qi Linlong's words, Xiaoyu sneered and looked coldly at everyone present. He didn't recognize any of these people, but at this moment Xiaoyu looked at each of them deeply, wanting to clearly remember the appearance of everyone present. It's best not to let yourself escape, otherwise they will all pay the price for what happened today. Although he had these thoughts in mind, Xiaoyu's primary concern was not revenge, but how to break through the encirclement. Currently, most of his Pokémon are below the gym leader level, with only Gallade, Darkrai, Ironhide, and Gigantamax Lapras capable of participating in battles. As for the newly captured Gigantamax Brim and Gigantamax Troll, they are not yet under his command, and they have already fallen into a coma after the battle, so they are naturally unable to participate. Gallade's Elite 4 level strength is already somewhat insufficient in the face of a group of Pokémon with near champion and champion level strength. Darkrai was also seriously injured in the previous battle, and even though it had just been healed by Cresselia, its injuries were not yet fully healed. Finally, Xiaoyu's elder brother, Iron Warrior, could not reveal his strength in this battle due to his unique identity. Therefore, Xiaoyu can only rely on Gigantamax Lapras at this moment. Is it possible for a Gigantamax Lapras to fight against 6 champion-level Pokémon and nearly 10 near-champion-level Pokémon, especially on land? Xiaoyu felt heavy-hearted. Should I use the crescent moon feather given by the god of dreams to ask for help? But will it respond and descend to the mortal world? Xiaoyu shook his head. Rather than placing his hopes on some ethereal deity, Xiaoyu preferred to believe in his own Pokémon. He never places his hopes on others. Perhaps because the threat of death lingered in his mind, Xiaoyu smiled instead. The more critical the moment, the less he should show fear or panic. You think you can make me surrender? Xiaoyu chuckled, his tone full of sarcasm. Fate is never something you give by kneeling and begging others, it's something you earn through your own strength. Still being stubborn even when you're about to die. I'd like to see if you can still be so defiant. Take him down. Try to capture him alive, but if that's not possible, then kill him. Qi Linlong's voice rang out, and he then commanded the Pokémon to launch an attack. Chapter 417 The Deadly Plan. Firestorm Beast, breathe fire. Cold Turtle, breathe fire. Qi Linlong immediately ordered the Firestorm Beast and Cold Turtle to launch their most ferocious attack. Full Health and Bursting Fire. Fire Breath, as one of the strongest fire-type skills, is a rather unique skill. Its power is not fixed, but varies depending on the Pokémon's HP. When at full health, the power of the Fire Breath is exactly the same as that of the Explosive Burning, reaching 150, and there are no side effects. The combination of Torkoal and Typhlosion, 2 fire-type Pokémon, with their combined flamethrower, was like the most arrogant arsonists, instantly igniting the night. The rolling flames enveloped the entire fluorescent forest. Rolling waves of flames swept in, adding even more heat to the already sweltering summer, turning everyone a fiery red. Blaziken, Swords Dance. Kasha wasn't in a hurry to attack. With the other Pokémon attacking, he had Blaziken use Swords Dance first to greatly enhance its attack. Meanwhile, Blazing's ability to speed up is constantly taking effect, making Blazing faster and faster in battle. Miss Goth, mental attack. When Goo's voice rang out, and he immediately ordered Miss Goth to launch an attack. Psychic energy erupted from Miss Gothic's body, transforming into energy blades that slammed into Laplace. Cookie Key Demon, Wooden Mallet. Sand Fortress Lord, Shadow Ball. Dick, who was left behind, also commanded his 2 Ghost-type Pokémon to join the attack. The massive wood sprite condensed Grass-type energy in the air, forming a hard wooden mallet, which it slammed down on Gigantamax Lapras. Sandstorm Lord unleashed a shadow ball from its body, tearing through the sky and heading straight for Gigantamax Lapras. The scene reminded Xiaoyu of the time he and Xiaowanyu had just used their Pokémon to attack Gigantamax Grimmsnarl, only now the tables had turned and he was the one being attacked. Lapras, Max Guard. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Faced with such a siege of Pokémon, he had no choice but to immediately have Gigantamax Lapras use Max Guard. A massive shield of light instantly formed, enveloping Gigantamax Lapras like a crystal ball and isolating it from the outside world. The raging flames that blotted out the sky, along with all the attacks, psychic strikes, wooden hammers, and shadow orbs, were completely blocked. Qi Linlong, Pasha, Dick, and Wing were also surprised by what they saw. It was their first time fighting a Gigantamax Pokémon, and they did not know that Gigantamax Barrier had such outstanding defensive capabilities. Gigantamax Aurora Melody. After blocking the attack, Xiaoyu did not stop at all. He continued to command Gigantamax Lapras to use its exclusive Gigantamax move. Under Xiaoyu's command, the Azure Gigantamax Lapras raised its long neck, gathered Ice-type energy, and unleashed a beam of Ice-type energy that shot into the sky. The dark clouds in the sky were instantly dispersed, and countless huge ice balls formed in the air and fell rapidly. What skill is this? This was the first time they had ever seen a Gigantamax exclusive move, and they had no idea what the effect of Gigantamax Aurora Melody was. Get out of the way, be careful. Seeing the ice hockey puck falling from the sky, the 4 champions dared not let their Pokémon take the hit head-on. Instead, they all had their Pokémon dodge. Pokémon that were slow, like Torkoal, could not dodge and had to use Protect to minimize the damage they received and conserve their stamina. After the ice puck falls, a 7-colored aurora curtain appears in the darkness, like a solid wall, standing in front of Gigantamax Lapras. In the ensuing battle, Gigantamax Lapras will take significantly less damage. Don't give him a chance, hurry up. He can't use Protect twice. Qi Linlong stared at the aurora screen in front of Gigantamax Lapras, while also reminding the others beside him and watch out for Darkray's sneak attack. Don't hold back, everyone. Don't forget, one person just escaped. If that person brings help to Sakeki, things will get complicated. If we let Sakeki go today, we'll have a hard time in the future. Qi Linlong reminded everyone that the 3 of them were old foxes. Even when they were ganging up on gibberish, they didn't want their Pokémon to suffer losses and wanted others to rush to the front. But there's no such thing as a free lunch. Since you've accepted the benefits, you have to do something in return. If they really let Giovanni escape today, they'll be the ones in trouble once he recovers. With Sakeki's strength, he could easily defeat any one of them in a one-on-one fight. Hearing Qi Linlong's words, Dick's deep voice rang out. In that case, I'll set an example. Rotten Wood Demon, use your full strength on the wooden mallet, don't hold back. Sand Fortress Lord, you too, full power Shadow Ball. Although it was the exact same move, this time Dick's 2 champion-level Pokémon showed no mercy. The Wood Demon's body was covered in a bright green grass-based energy, shining brilliantly in the darkness. Then, the Wood Demon let out a low roar. The dry, decaying wood was enveloped in grass-green energy, and its single, scarlet eye stared at Gigantamax Lapras as it launched a fierce charge. On the other side, Sand Eater Lord was doing the same thing. Ghost-type energy surged from his body, and under the cover of night, it streaked across the sky like a long, dark rainbow as the Shadow Ball attacked. With Dick leading the way, Pashart and Ungur had no choice but to go all out. Any Pokémon will undergo a qualitative change once it reaches champion level. The so-called champion represents an absolute king. Like the Gothic Miss Wang in front of us, with a gentle wave of her hand, the super energy within her body poured out like a torrent, seemingly even condensing the surrounding space. The ancient trees surrounding Miss Gothic were uncontrollably uprooted and floated in the air, slowly rotating around her. Strong mental thoughts. As Wang's voice rang out, an invisible shock suddenly spread out, and the trees floating in the air were instantly snapped as if hit by a huge force, sweeping towards Gigantamax Lapras. Blazing Chicken, Brick Breaker. Kasha also had Blaziken, which had used Sword's Dance once, launch an attack. While Brick Break isn't a particularly powerful move, it's twice as effective against Gigantamax Lapras. Most importantly, it can also destroy the Aurora Curtain. Although the Aurora Barrier created by Gigantamax Lapras is extremely large and won't be destroyed by Blaziken in one hit, it can definitely be destroyed if it's attacked a couple more times. Finally, Qi Linlong went all out, unleashing his powerful double fire-breathing skill once again. Firestorm Beast, breathe fire. Cold Turtle, breathe fire. Faced with the combined attack of 6 Pokémon this time, Xiaoyu had no other means of defense. Xiaoyu's eyes flashed, and at that moment he thought of a bold plan, Laplace, Song of Destruction. Xiaoyu directly commanded Gigantamax Lapras to sing the Song of Doom. Page 272. Extinction Song. Pokémon that listens to the song will enter the Extinction Song state. After a period of time, all affected Pokémon will lose all their HP and lose all their battle abilities. Replacing or recalling a Pokémon can remove the Extinction Song status. Chapter 418. A Thick White Mist. The mysterious Song of the Sea began to play, its melodious tune carrying a hint of annihilation, which to Qi Linlong and the others sounded more like a countdown to death. Perish Song is also Lapras's signature move, and it's an extremely powerful tactic in double battles. When paired with a Mega Gengar or Gothitort with the Shadow Tag ability, it can completely wipe out all Pokémon on the field. However, to Xiaoyu's dismay, his Gengar is still too weak. Even if the totem-level Gengar Mega evolves into Shadow Tag Warrior, it still can't stand up to the shadow of a champion-level Pokémon. Moreover, the skill Song of Destruction has both advantages and disadvantages. It is not only effective against enemies, but also against Laplace and allies. However, it should be noted that Perish Song does not work on Gigantamax Pokémon. This also means that Gigantamax Lapras is unaffected by Perish Song, which is practically a bug-level ability, especially since Xiaoyu's Gigantamax Lapras is a permanently fixed Gigantamax Pokémon. There is only one of its kind in the entire world. Once Gengar grows up and teams up with Gigantamax Lapras, who can stop me? Xiaoyu's eyes flickered as he looked at everyone present. The issues of Shadow Stepping and Song Annihilation are still some time away. The key is to get through this immediate crisis first. The reason he chose to have Gigantamax Lapras use Perish Song is not because he wanted to eliminate all the Pokémon present. These champion trainers are not fools. They will definitely replace the Pokémon to counter Perish Song. Xiaoyu's main goal was to force them to replace their Pokémon, creating an opportunity for them to escape. This is a naked conspiracy. Not replacing my Pokémon means death, but replacing it gives me a chance to escape. Just like the 9-turned intestines, it's the ultimate open scheme. If you don't eat it, you can't eliminate me. If you do eat it, you'll fall into my trap. Qi Linlong and the others' faces also turned extremely gloomy. Faced with Laplace's death song, they had only 2 choices. First, recall all Pokémon present, replace them with other Pokémon, and remove the Extinction Song status. The second option is to defeat Laplace before the effect of the Song of Annihilation takes effect, thus ending the battle. However, this group of people were also seasoned veterans who had experienced countless battles. They were not easily thrown off balance by a Song of Annihilation. In just a moment, Qi Linlong came up with a solution. Qi Linlong calmly directed everyone present, "Everyone, don't panic. We shouldn't replace our Pokémon at the same time. There's still a while before the Extinction Song takes effect. We'll recall our Pokémon in batches. Dick, recall the Wood Demon and the Sand Devourer first. Then wait for Dick to send them out again, and Pasha and Ungul will each recall their Pokémon. After you take back your Pokémon, I will take back my Pokémon." It has to be said that Qi Linlong is truly skilled at raising his Pokémon to champion level. In this critical moment, he formulated a complete response plan in just a moment. We must not lose our composure or fall into Giovanni's trap. Keep a close eye on him and don't give him any openings. Qi Linlong's voice rang out. Now that Giovanni has even used a skill like Quincy Song, it proves that he has truly run out of tricks. Following Qi Linlong's instructions, the other 3 champions nodded, and Dick also took the lead in recalling his Pokémon according to the plan. Come back, Wood Demon, Sand Devourer Lord. With 2 fewer Pokémon attacking, Gigantamax Lapras's pressure decreased dramatically. However, at the same time, the attacks from the previous few Pokémon, along with the attacks from nearly 10 Pokémon with near champion strength, all landed on Gigantamax Lapras, causing it significant damage. Blaziken's Brick Break move also created spiderweb-like cracks in the Aurora Veil. I believe that with 1 or 2 more attacks, it will be able to completely destroy the Aurora Veil. It's clear from the current situation that even though Gigantamax Laplace has used Death Song, he is still at a significant disadvantage. Laplace, the White Mist. However, at this crucial moment, Xiaoyu commanded Laplace to unleash a skill that puzzled everyone. White Mist? White Mist is a non-offensive transformation skill. Its effect is to summon a cold white mist to cover the body, preventing the opponent from reducing their abilities for a certain period of time. This skill left everyone somewhat puzzled, but since Giovanni used the White Mist skill at such a crucial moment, he must have had his own purpose. Qi Linlong and the other three watched Gaki cautiously and warily. Dick, send your Pokémon into battle. Pasha and Wing, recall your Pokémon. It is good. Come out, Wood Demon, Sand Devourer Lord. Come back, Miss Gothic, Blaziken. Typhon, Torkoal, keep using Flamethrower. Just as the four gave the order, Gigantamax Lapras suddenly began to emit a chilling aura, and a visible mist of cold air spread outwards. As winter passes, wherever the ice fog reaches, all the flowers, grasses, and trees are covered with a thick layer of white frost. The icy fog obscured everyone's vision. In just a moment, the figure of Gigantamax Laplace faded and faded, as if it was about to disappear. Don't let him get away. Qi Linlong also came to his senses at this moment. Laplace's White Mist skill really only summoned a sky full of white mist. The darkness and white fog provided Xiaoyu with an excellent opportunity to escape. Moreover, Xiaoyu chose the perfect time to escape. Of the 6 champion-level Pokémon before them, only Blaziken has learned to clear the fog, and Blaziken has just been returned to its Pokeball because of Perish Song. As for the other Pokémon with near-championship strength, they couldn't clear the thick fog in front of them, so now was undoubtedly the perfect time to escape. Everything was part of Xiaoyu's plan. Use Extinction Song to force Blaziken to retreat, then use that opportunity to escape using Mist. Interlocking. Even in such a dangerous moment, Xiaoyu had devised an escape strategy, proceeding cautiously step by step, until now when his sharp edge was finally revealed and he found a sliver of an opportunity. Now, as long as he runs to the nearest river, relying on Gigantamax Laplace's advantage in the water, no one can stop him. Xiaoyu recalled Gigantamax Lapras and rode Noivern away at high speed. Xiaoyu's plan can be described as quite perfect. However, he overlooked a crucial factor: the white fog could only obscure vision, but not smell, hearing, or the ability to track sound waves. He has a Pokémon like Noivern that can travel through dense fog, and so do others. The moment the white mist appeared, Qi Linlong immediately released a Heavenly King-level Sonic Dragon. Sonic Wave Dragon, chase after him, don't let him get away. In the dense white mist, Qi Linlong recalled the Firestorm Beast and the Cold Turtle, and rode the King-level Sonic Dragon to chase after Xiaoyu's figure. Chapter 419 Xiaoyu's Last Resort, Part 2. In the biting cold fog, 2 Noivern dragons darted through the thick fog one after the other, flapping their wings and creating a chilling wind. Xiaoyu rode the Sonic Dragon and kept fleeing, darting through the jungle at high speed. Using sound waves to locate himself, he completed a series of difficult aerial maneuvers and fled towards the nearest river. Similarly, Qi Linlong behind him was also riding on the Soundwave Dragon, completely replicating Xiaoyu's Soundwave Dragon's movements, relentlessly pursuing, only at a faster speed. Although both were riding Noivern, the difference in their strength allowed Qi Linlong's Noivern to quickly close the distance. Meanwhile, behind Qi Linlong, the other champions rode their Pokémon close behind his Noivern. In the hazy white fog, with Qi Linlong's Noivern acting as a guiding light, they wouldn't lose their way. The chase was short, lasting less than a minute. Qi Linlong had already caught up with Xiaoyu. He could hear the sound of Xiaoyu's Sonic Dragon flying through the mist and gradually saw the backs of Xiaoyu and the Sonic Dragon. Caught up. Riding on the back of the Sonic Dragon, Qi Linlong revealed a cruel smile and shouted to the crowd behind him, "He's here. Remember to follow, Sonic Dragon, use Dragon Pulse to stop him." Dragon-type energy surged, and Qi Linlong's Sonic Dragon let out a high-pitched roar. Dragon-type energy spewed from its mouth, tearing through the ice mist like a giant dragon, and flew towards Xiaoyu. Faced with Noivern's attack, Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and had no choice but to take out the Dream Ball and release Darkrai to defend against it. Darkrai, the Wave of Evil. After receiving treatment from Cresselia, Darkrai regained some of his strength and was able to fight again. Don't be afraid, chase after them. Qi Linlong calmly commanded the Sonic Dragon to fight. He did not think he could defeat Sakeke on his own. All he needed to do was to hold Sakeke back and prevent him from escaping. Surround them without killing them, patiently waiting for reinforcements. Boom! The explosion of energy whipped up a gale, carrying with it the chill of the forest, which blew against their faces like a knife, cutting their skin and leaving faint bloodstains. While the two sides were fighting, Pasha and the others took the opportunity to catch up, and Pasha released Blaziken again. Blazing Chicken, clear the fog. Page 273. Blaziken let out a high-pitched cry, and flying-type energy surged, creating a whirlwind. With the howling wind, most of the eerie white fog had been dispersed. Although it wasn't completely cleared, the view was much wider, and even Pasha and the others could see Xiaoyu's figure appearing and disappearing. Surround them. Qi Linlong and his 3 companions, riding flying-type Pokémon, accelerated instantly. Relying on their absolute speed advantage, they surrounded Xiaoyu from 4 directions, completely forcing him to stop and giving him no chance to escape. After being forcibly stopped, Xiaoyu's gaze fell on everyone present. The pressure from the group of champion-level Pokémon forced him to take out a Gigantamax Lapras Pokeball and throw it out again. Come out, Laplace. The gigantic Gigantamax Lapras made its appearance once again, facing an attack from a group of Pokémon, which made Xiaoyu feel a little sorry for it. He gently stroked the Gigantamax Laplace, his gaze tender. As if sensing Xiaoyu's emotions, Laplace raised its head and let out a melodious cry in response to Xiaoyu. Then it glared angrily at everyone present, ready to fight to the death. Sakeke, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Qi Linlong slowly approached, staring directly at Sakeke in front of him, a disdainful smile in his eyes, looking as if victory was assured. With the destruction of the song and the white mist being dispelled one by one, Qi Linlong believed that Sakeke was now like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Now all you need to do is defeat Gigantamax Lapras and kill Gibbon, and both Darkrai and the giant Lapras will be yours. The chill dissipated, and the white fog gradually stopped. Xiaoyu glanced at the group of trainers in front of him, then calmly recalled Noivern. Noisy Dragon cannot intervene in a battle of this level for the time being. You're still a bit weak right now, so hurry up and grow stronger, Xiaoyu whispered to the Noivern Pokemon's Pokeball. Xiaoyu then took a deep breath, stood on the carapace of Gigantamax Lapras, and looked at his opponent, Qi Linlong. Darkrai floated beside him like the most loyal guard, his gaze fixed on everyone present, carrying a murderous intent. The outside world is wonderful, but it is also cruel. Perhaps only by possessing the strength of his father and mother could he better help Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu smiled faintly. He was now completely cornered. Fight, can't beat. You can't run away. It seemed there was truly no other way. Ahead lay a sheer cliff, and the relentless pursuit of the hyenas behind him aimed to push him into the abyss. What are your names? Xiaoyu looked at Qi Linlong with a calm expression. Even now, he still didn't know who was chasing him. He took out a cigarette, lit it slowly, and the sparks flew. He took a deep drag, then exhaled a cloud of smoke, easing Xiaoyu's anxiety and gradually calming him down. You're about to die, and you're still asking so many questions? Qi Linlong looked at Xiaoyu with a cold smile and slowly said, of course, if you give up resisting and save some time to honestly tell me the secret of the giant Pokémon rift, I can tell you our name. Forget it. It doesn't really matter whether you say it or not. Xiaoyu stabbed out the cigarette he had just lit, his gaze falling on everyone, and a bright smile suddenly appeared on his lips. How about we end it here and wipe the slate clean? The martial world isn't all about fighting and killing, there's no need to fight to the death. Qi Linlong's face revealed a mocking expression as he looked at Xiaoyu as if he were a fool. Do you think that's possible? The 4 of us went to so much trouble to surround and kill you here. You're about to die, and now you think you can settle our grudges with just a simple, this is the end? Do you think we're fools? Sakeke, why don't you kneel down now and kowtow to us one by one, and maybe we'll let you go. Qi Linlong stared coldly at Xiaoyu, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent and the pain of losing his son. How could the feud between the two possibly be resolved? So, you really want to fight me to the death? Xiaoyu sighed. Things had come to this point, and he had no other choice. Stop wasting time talking to him, let's take him down first. Wengu, standing beside him, frowned and urged, take him down, and you can deal with him however you want. Qi Linlong then realized that he had just lost control of his emotions and nodded slightly. Okay, let's get started. Firestorm Beast, Great Flame Burst. Cold Turtle, Breathe Fire. Miss Goth, Strong Mind. The Rottenwood Demon, the Mallet. Sand-Eating Fortress Lord, Hot Sand Land. Blazing Chicken, Flying Knee Kick. The familiar scene unfolded once again, with countless skills raining down on Gigantamax Lapras. The Great Barrier. Xiaoyu's voice rang out once again, and Gigantamax Lapras once more unleashed Max Guard, its shield shining in the night sky, protecting Xiaoyu and Gigantamax Lapras. Laplace, Dynamax Lightning. Xiaoyu's voice was calm as he issued a series of commands. At this moment, he chose to have Gigantamax Lapras use a skill that left everyone somewhat bewildered. What is Max Lightning? Just as everyone was still wondering, golden bolts of lightning fell from the clouds, shining with dazzling light like golden dragons, scattering in all directions. Seeing the lightning descending from the sky, Qi Linlong and the others commanded all the Pokémon except for Sandstorm Lord to dodge. After all, Sandstorm Lord, with its ground attribute, can withstand electric-type attacks. Boom! The lightning struck the ground, but most of it missed, with only a few hitting the Pokémon present. The lightning bolts that struck the ground unleashed intense electrical energy, spreading outwards and filling the entire area, causing arcs of electricity to flash across the ground in an instant. This is the additional effect of Max Lightning, which can turn the entire field into an electric field. Sigh. After commanding Gigantamax Lapras to unleash 2 Gigantamax moves in succession, Xiaoyu's melodious sigh rang out once again. There are always various crossroads on the road of life. No one can walk the path they want to walk according to their own will. Like now, I only want to escape, but you have forced me onto the path of fighting you to the death. Letting me go is actually letting you go too. Now I have no other choice. Xiaoyu looked at the crowd in front of him, took out the Iron Warrior's poke ball from his waist, and then the Max bracer on his right wrist suddenly burst out with a brilliant red light, gushing out a surge of Max energy. Immediately afterwards, all this immense energy surged into Iron Warrior's poke ball, making Xiaoyu's face flush red. His voice rang out again. Since I have embarked on this path, I can only forge ahead bravely and never look back. You forced me into this, I didn't want to do it. Boom! Xiaoyu threw out the poke ball, which rapidly grew larger in the air before bouncing away with a flash of red light. The Dynamaxed Iron Warrior descended upon the jungle. Iron Warrior has become a symbol of Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is well aware of the consequences of using Iron Warrior. Once it is used, Giovanni's true identity will inevitably be exposed. The terrifying criminal Sakeki is actually the same person as the genius scientist Xiaoyu, but at this moment he had no choice. There was only one way to break the current situation, and that was to use the Dynamaxed Iron Warrior. He had no other choice, but he had a way to prevent his identity from being revealed. That means killing all the witnesses present. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent. I have no other choice. Things have come to this point, and there's no turning back. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. The Dynamaxed Iron Warrior felt an endless surge of power flowing through its body. It gripped its double-edged blade tightly, its murderous gaze fixed on all the Pokémon present. Unlike its previous appearances, which were characterized by a violent and surging aura, the Maximal Iron Warrior, despite its enormous size, did not exude any aura whatsoever. In fact, one could not even sense its presence with their eyes closed. It conceals its powerful aura, returning to simplicity and authenticity, appearing clumsy yet skillful, a sign that it is about to enter the realm of Near Master. At the same time, the Quark Charge property on the Iron Warrior is activated. Speed increases. Quark Charge, when carrying drive energy or in an electric field, the Pokémon that enters the battle will have its strongest stat, excluding HP, boosted. The Iron Warrior's greatest strength is its speed, therefore, under an electric field, the Quark Charge property enhances its speed. The reason Xiaoyu had Gigantamax Lapras unleash a Max Lightning was to trigger Iron Warrior's ability. Originally, the Iron Warrior carried a drive energy item, which could trigger the Quark Charge property even when not in an electric field. However, this wasted a valuable item carrying slot. In order to maximize the combat power of the Iron Warrior, Xiaoyu had already entrusted the S-grade life orb to the Iron Warrior, which is why it was necessary to use the electric field to activate the Quark Charging characteristic. Meanwhile, during the gap in the secret realm, Xiaoyu also had AI Guanxi and Cresselia perform the Crescent Dance to heal the Iron Warrior's injuries. Page 274. Crescent Dance. The user consumes all their stamina, but can completely heal the Pokémon that switches in. The strength of Esper and Cresselia is clearly weaker than that of Iron Warrior. Only when the two of them use Crescent Dance at the same time can Iron Warrior's injuries be fully healed and he be restored to his peak condition. Xiaoyu had prepared for the worst from the very beginning, which is why he hadn't used Dynamax during the escape battle just now. It was all for this moment. With its speed boosted by the electric field and equipped with an S-rank life orb, Gigantamaxed Iron Warrior is on the verge of becoming a master. Its current combat power is absolutely overwhelming. As long as the Iron Warrior is used, no one present can stop him. However, the moment Xiaoyu activated the Iron Warrior, his thoughts were no longer about how to escape, but how to kill everyone present. All the witnesses must die. When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent, everyone present dies. What kind of Pokémon is this? Gallade or Gardevoir? Qi Linlong's lips curled up slightly as he listened to Xiaoyu's arrogant and boastful words. Kill yourself? With just this one Pokémon? He was very curious about what kind of powerful Pokémon would give Xiaoyu the confidence to say those words. Qi Linlong's mocking gaze fell on the Dynamaxed Iron Warrior. He carefully observed the Iron Warrior and could not sense any powerful aura from it. He figured that its strength was at most on par with giant Lapras. Since they were able to defeat a Gigantamax Lapras, what harm is there in adding another giant Pokémon? Besides, even if they are no match for the enemy, they can still escape by splitting up and running away. Even a Pokémon with near master level strength wouldn't dare say it could kill them all 100%. His giant Lapras is almost out of stamina. This should be his last Pokémon, and his last trump card. Qi Lenlong turned to the people beside him and said, "Gentlemen, as long as we capture this last Pokémon, it will be time to share the spoils." "I want this Pokémon," Pasha said, looking at the Dynamaxed Ironhide. He was very interested in the Ironhide in front of him. "It depends on how much effort you put in. This Pokémon will be allocated according to the amount of effort you contribute. Let's go." As Qi Lenlong's voice rang out, the four of them directed their Pokémon to join the attack on the Iron Warrior. Firestorm Beast, Great Flame Burst. Coal Tortoise, Flamethrower. Miss Goth, Strong Mind. The Rottenwood Demon, the Mallet. Sand-Eating Fortress Lord, Hot Sandland. Flaming Chicken, Flash Charge. Chapter 420 Fight to the Death. Xiaoyu patiently waited for the Pokémon to launch their attack. Facing the fierce attacks of the Pokémon, Xiaoyu remained unusually calm, without the slightest panic in his eyes. His composure, however, seemed to cast a shadow of unease on everyone's faces. Why is it that Sakeke can remain so calm at such a critical moment, as if everything is under his control? "Be careful," Wengu reminded everyone. "Don't worry, he can't cause any trouble," Pasha said with a smile. "With the four of us working together, how could he possibly escape?" Attacks of all types rained down on Gigantamax Ironhide, and just as all the attacks landed on Ironhide, Xiaoyu's voice finally rang out. "Laplace, Gigantamax Aurora Melody. Iron Warrior, Max Fist, Attack Typhlosion." Xiaoyu had been waiting for the perfect opportunity to make his move. Wait until all the Pokémon are close to Ironhide before letting Ironhide make its move, even if Ironhide gets injured in the process. Because he had to make sure that no one could escape. Xiaoyu's voice was calm because he knew that with two Dynamax Pokémon appearing, he would be invincible. His only worry was that someone would try to escape at all costs, thus exposing his identity. Dynamax Iron Warrior is strong, but if the group spreads out and runs away separately, Dynamax Iron Warrior might not be able to catch up. That's why Xiaoyu chose to let Dynamax Iron Warrior take the brunt of the attack. Everyone in front of him chose to attack, and no one ran away, which suited Xiaoyu's wishes perfectly. A single Gigantamax Lapras might be no match for the 6 champion-level Pokémon in front of it, but with the addition of Gigantamax Iron Warrior, the situation is completely reversed. Gigantamax Lapras provides support, while Gigantamax Ironhide focuses on offense. Their roles are clearly defined, and their cooperation will produce a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. Gigantamax Lapras raised its long neck, and ice energy shot into the sky, causing giant ice balls to fall from the heavens. Xiaoyu couldn't remember how many times Gigantamax Lapras had used a Dynamax move, but it was clear that Gigantamax Lapras had reached its limit. It had already exhausted all its strength, and the Dynamax energy within its body was almost depleted. From this point on, Gigantamax Lapras could no longer use any Dynamax moves. Xiaoyu gently stroked Gigantamax Lapras's armor and said softly, "Lapras, you've done a great job. Don't worry, none of these people will escape." Once the Aurora Veil is activated, Gigantamax Lapras's task is complete. The rest can be handed over to Dynamax Iron Warrior, which only needs to provide assistance from the side. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, the Dynamaxed Iron Warrior finally moved. In that instant, its eyes sharpened, its aura surged, and fighting-type energy enveloped its body like flames, igniting the entire night. The Iron Warrior stared at the Firestorm Beast, his powerful aura locking onto it and engulfing it like a surging tide. At that moment, the Iron Warrior's aura suddenly erupted, causing the figures of all other Pokémon to freeze, and time seemed to stand still. The fighting energy within the Iron Warrior's body surged forth like a volcanic eruption, instantly forming a gigantic energy fist in the air. Giant Fighter. A giant fist of energy descended from the sky, striking the Firestorm Beast directly, leaving it no way to dodge. With the S-Class Life Orb, the power of Max Punch has reached a terrifying level. Boom! The Iron Warrior's outburst came too quickly. Before everyone could react, they heard a huge bang as the giant energy fist slammed into the Firestorm Beast, creating a huge crater in the ground. Centered on the Firestorm Beast, endless cracks formed, spreading like a spider web and raising endless dust. Xiaoyu chose the Firestorm Beast as his first target because the Firestorm Beast was carrying the key item Fire Z Pure Crystal. With a single blow, Qi Lenlong defeated the Firestorm Beast, and he couldn't even use the Fire Z Pure Crystal. At the same time, the aura of the Dynamaxed Iron Warrior surged even more, which was the additional effect of Max Punch, boosting its attack. The Iron Warrior, whose attack power was already extremely high, increased his attack power again at this moment, reaching a terrifying level. As the smoke and dust dissipated, the body of the firestorm beast was revealed. Its eyes rolled back, and it lay motionless in the deep pit, covered in blood. As he struck down the fiery beast, the Iron Warrior did not pause for a moment. He suddenly exerted force with his feet, and his body burst forth with astonishing speed. "Don't let them get away, Iron Warrior." Xiaoyu's voice, filled with killing intent, rang out. Iron Warrior's greatest strength has always been its speed. Even after Dynamaxing and increasing in size, its speed has not decreased. It grips its double-edged blade and swings it out with a powerful slash, releasing an energy ball. Wave Missile. A wave missile pierced the night, carrying a large amount of fighting-type energy, and blasted towards Torkoal. Faced with the Cold Turtle's extremely high physical defense, Iron Warrior chose to use the special attack-oriented Aura Sphere to break through. Not good. Qi Linlong finally realized that he had misjudged the situation. At this moment, he couldn't care less about anything else and decisively said, "Cold Turtle, hold the line." "Will it work?" Laplace, Water Cannon. The ability to hold on bought some time, but Corridorus was quickly overwhelmed by Lapras's hydro pump, leaving it severely injured and on the verge of death. By this time, the others had begun to consider retreating and began to back away. The Dynamax Pokémon in front of them was incredibly powerful. In just a moment, Qi Linlong's two Pokémon were rendered powerless. "Kill him." Xiaoyu's chilling voice rang out, and he pointed at the Iron Warrior, giving the order almost as soon as his voice fell. With a wave of his hand, Iron Warrior unleashed a sharp blade of light, its purple radiance shining through. Iron Warrior slashed out with a sharp strike, a howling wind blew, and Qi Linlong, who had lost the protection of a champion-level Pokémon, was cut in half at the waist. Qi Linlong is dead. Everything happened so fast that no one had time to react. Magic flashes, Iron Warriors. Don't let a single one escape. Xiaoyu's voice, filled with murderous intent, rang out. The main reason he had Iron Warrior deal with Typhlosion and Torkoal first was that these two Pokémon had double resistance to Fairy-type Pokémon and some resistance to Magic Dazzle. Run. At this moment, everyone realized that something was wrong. Page 275. The situation reversed too quickly. They had the upper hand and were about to kill Xiaoyu, but in just a moment, Xiaoyu killed Qi Linlong. Pashart, Ungu, and Dick exchanged glances. The Iron Warrior in front of us is incredibly powerful, even stronger than Gigantamax Lapras. Let's split up, let's split up. Pashal was anxious, secretly regretting that he had taken on this difficult task and gotten involved with such a killer. However, before they could act, Xiaoyu's cold voice rang out again, trying to run. Laplace, Absolute Zero. The Iron Warrior's body shone brightly, and a burst of dazzling fairy-type energy erupted, spraying out in all directions and impacting every Pokémon present, causing them significant damage. At the same time, a chilling aura erupted from Gigantamax Laplace, like a winter's arrival, freezing the entire fluorescent forest. The two Dynamax Pokémon's area of effect attacks forced everyone to command their Pokémon to fight back. Use whatever tricks you have up your sleeve, or you'll end up like old Qi, dead. Dick's voice rang out as he stroked the Z-bracelet on his wrist and launched the first attack, Sand Devourer Lord, Endless Dark Night Temptation. Hearing Dick's words, the other two also fought desperately, each performing their signature moves and unleashing Z-moves. Miss Goth, Supreme Mental Destruction Wave. Blazing Chicken, unleash the full power. Chapter 421 Pasha and the Blaziken. The sounds of fierce fighting rose and fell. Even from a great distance, one could still feel the ground trembling and hear the loud explosions. This is destined to be an extraordinary night. Blazing Chicken, run, speed up. Pasha crouched on Blaziken's back, weaving through the frozen forest. He kept looking back, as if there was something terrifying behind him, his face showing a hint of anxiety. Faster, Blaziken, faster. You need to be even faster. Pasha kept urging the Blaziken beneath him to go faster, his wrinkled face covered in sweat that dripped from his chin. They're all dead. Not only Qi Linlong died, but Wengu and Dick also died. Why is Giovanni so strong? Although the four of them are not particularly strong, they are still far superior to ordinary trainers. While their strength might not reach the level of champions or top 4 in China, they should at least be at the level of a regional 4. As a result, when faced with the full power of Dynamaxed Ironhide and Gigantamax Lapras, Wing and Tick could only barely resist for a moment before they perished one after another. Only the weakest of them survived to this day, but the Dynamaxed Iron Warrior is like a guillotine hanging over his head, ready to take his life at any moment. He must escape to the city to have any hope of survival. He doesn't want to die yet. Blaziken sped through the jungle, its speed boost ability constantly taking effect, making it faster and faster. The trees around it became after images in its eyes, constantly whizzing past its ears. Pshaw hadn't been running for his life like a stray dog in a very, very long time. Since his Blaziken was upgraded to champion level, he had never been in such a sorry state. It's almost over. Just a little further to escape this forest, and the city will be very close. Then I'll be safe. Just as Pshaw was watching the edge of the forest getting closer and closer, he suddenly heard a howling wind behind him, as if a hurricane was passing by, and the wind was getting closer and closer. Pshaw suddenly turned his head and saw a huge hurricane roaring in from afar, destroying all the trees along the way. Countless trees were uprooted and swallowed into the hurricane, hurtling towards Blaziken. Max Air Rush. Get out of the way, Blaziken. Pshaw roared hoarsely, trying to command Blaziken to dodge Max Airstream, but Max Airstream was too fast for Blaziken to dodge in time, and could only watch helplessly as Max Airstream got closer and closer. Hold on. In the critical moment, Blaziken stopped and placed Pshaw behind it, activating its light shield to firmly protect him. Boom! The Max Air Blast shattered Blaziken's shield, and the remaining force struck Blaziken, severely injuring it and sending it flying to the ground, covered in blood. Blazing Chicken. Pshaw looked at Blazing Chicken's terrible condition with a worried expression, while his eyes warily scanned the dark forest and constantly looked around. Sakeke. In the silent forest, only Pshaw's voice echoed. The silence was eerily quiet. You come out. The silence terrified Pshaw. He screamed at the top of his lungs, knowing he was at his wit's end and could not escape. You really want to see me that badly? Just as Pshaw was becoming increasingly desperate, Xiaoyu's voice rang out as he slowly walked out of the forest. Standing beside him was the Iron Warrior, who had returned to normal size after using up his Dynamax energy. Ironclad's injuries were equally severe. While slaying multiple Pokémon, it had also suffered considerable damage, and the depletion of its life orb had pushed its stamina to its limit. If it hadn't Dynamaxed to significantly increase its stamina, it would have already collapsed. Even so, the Iron Warrior still exuded a terrifying aura, and a chilling killing intent swept over you. The purple double-headed blade in its hand was already stained red with blood. Sakeke, let me go. If you let me go, I'll obey your every command from now on. I'll give you anything you want. Pshaw looked at Xiaoyu, his expression excited, and said, from today onwards, I'll be your most loyal subordinate. As long as you let me go, I'll agree to anything you ask for. I have 2 daughters, I'll marry them to you. Whatever you want, I'll give you. Hearing Pshart's excited words, Xiaoyu remained calm. His gaze fell on Pshart's tense face, and Xiaoyu sighed deeply. Sigh. I told you, when you forced me onto this path, there was no turning back. Xiaoyu's expression grew cold as he spoke. I was also forced into it. Only the dead can keep secrets, so please take this secret with you to your eternal rest. Iron Warrior. No. Pshaw's face showed a look of horror, but seeing Xiaoyu's resolute killing intent, he quickly said, Blazing Chicken, save me. Almost the instant the two gave the order, the Iron Warrior beside Xiaoyu charged forward with its double-edged blade. It was so fast that it was like a blur, but Blaziken was not slow either. Dragging its heavily injured body, it collided with the Iron Warrior. Boom! Flames swirled around Blaziken, its gaze resolute, as it stood firmly in front of Pshaw and let out a high-pitched cry. It seems to be saying that to kill Pshaw, you have to step over its corpse. The Iron Warrior's gaze turned cold as its attack was blocked. It then gripped its double-edged blades again and launched its fiercest attack on Blaziken. However, Blaziken reacted just as quickly, responding to the Iron Warrior's attack with a full-force flame kick. Boom! The double-edged blade was firmly blocked by the flame kick. In that instant, the Iron Warrior slightly shifted the double-edged blade in its hand, transforming it into 2 short blades. It held the short blade in its right hand and continued to block the Blaziken's kick. With his left hand gripping another short ninja sword, he suddenly thrust it at Blaziken. The blade was still stained with blood, reflecting a bewitching light. In that instant, the Iron Warrior seemed to transform from a warrior into an assassin, launching the most ferocious attack. Blaziken had no time to react. It never imagined that the Iron Warrior's double-edged blade could split in 2. The blade pierced Blaziken's skin, splattering blood everywhere. Blaziken let out a painful howl, already severely injured and pushed to its limit. Iron Warrior gave Blaziken no chance to breathe. Gripping 2 short blades in his hands, he leaped up close to Blaziken's body and slashed fiercely at Blaziken's neck. Blood splattered as Blaziken, a champion-level Pokémon, had its head severed, along with Pshaw's hope. It's dead. Even the Blaziken is dead. Seeing Blaziken die, Pshaw felt utterly heartbroken. In that moment, he recalled all the moments he had shared with Blazek, and a look of pain and regret appeared on his face. Why had he agreed to Qi Linlong's conditions? It not only harmed itself, but also Blazek. Blazing chicken, I'll be right there with you. Kashart wore a nonchalant expression, quietly awaiting his death. The pain was only momentary before he could even recover. He felt himself being lifted into the air, surrounded by a dizzying world and his own headless corpse. Chapter 422 The Real and Fake Sakeke? In the dark and silent forest, a mesmerizing fluorescent glow shimmers. The entire forest was completely frozen, and the towering, lush trees were covered with a thick layer of ice crystals, gleaming faintly. Xiaoyu rode on the back of the sonic dragon, hunting down the surviving crowd. This group of people were bait sent by the Qi family and the underground black market of Hulong City. Although they were initially caught in Darkray's dark hole and fell into a deep sleep, the continuous battles had already awakened some of them from their dream. As for the remaining group of people who haven't woken up, they probably never will. They were all accidentally killed by various area of effect attacks. Xiaoyu sighed. Sometimes the world is just that cruel. Although the group of people who woke up were lucky enough to survive, they also witnessed Xiaoyu's Iron Warrior. Therefore, Xiaoyu had no choice but to harden his heart and deal with all these people in order to cover up his secret. From the moment Xiaoyu released the Iron Warriors, their fates were already sealed. The Iron Warrior beside Xiaoyu flashed past like a ghost, killing another person. The purple double-headed blades were already stained blood red. Page 276. Only a few left. Hurry up, the battle here has already alerted many people, Xiaoyu said to the Iron Warrior beside him. Then it flipped over and mounted the noisy dragon behind it, chasing after the last few survivors. The biting wind, mixed with ice crystals, stung Xiaoyu's cheeks. Suddenly, the Soundwave dragon let out a warning cry, then flapped its wings and swooped down. Roar! The sonic dragon landed, blocking the fleeing group. Its eyes were fixed on the people in front of it, and it let out a terrifying roar. Two dark-skinned men, plus a dirty, ragged little boy who looked about 12 or 13 years old. These three were Xiaoyu's final targets. After killing the three of them, there were no other survivors left in this fluorescent forest. Lord Sakeke, Lord, please don't kill me. One of the men, who was as thin as a bamboo pole, was already terrified by Xiaoyu's murderous aura. His voice trembled as he looked at Xiaoyu in fear. I was forced to do this. Please let me go. I just got married this year, and my wife is pregnant. I don't want to die. As the gaunt man spoke, he wept bitterly, pleading with Xiaoyu. Another strong man also knelt down with a thud, kowtowing repeatedly to Xiaoyu. Lord Sakeke, please, let me go. Lord Sakeke, I have elderly parents and young children to support. My child is only 8 months old and still breastfeeding. He was just born and cannot live without his father. My mother has also contracted lung disease and is waiting for me to earn money to save her life. My father has also broken his leg. My whole family depends on me to survive. Please, let me go. I will be your slave, Lord Sakeke. Please, save me. I can't die. Please, let me go. Son, say something. Please, Lord Sakeke, let us go. The burly man kowtowed and begged for mercy while reaching out to pull the little boy beside him down to his knees, pressing his head down to kowtow to Xiaoyu repeatedly. Xiaoyu's gaze also fell on the little boy beside him. Compared to the two of them, the little boy was very calm. He was forced to kowtow the whole time without saying a word. His long bangs covered most of his face, making it impossible to see his expression. Are you done talking? Xiaoyu stared coldly at the three of them. Although his face still bore an undisguised murderous intent, Xiaoyu was somewhat hesitant inside. Regardless of whether what the two said is true or false, he really couldn't kill a little boy. This is the most basic bottom line and conscience of a human being. Although Xiaoyu didn't have many of these two items, he did have some. Just as Xiaoyu hesitated, the little boy in front of him suddenly bit the hand of the strong man next to him, and then ran away to the side. The man cried out in pain and released his grip on the little boy. He instinctively raised his hand to slap the boy, but remembering Xiaoyu was nearby, he lowered his hand, grabbed the little boy, and pulled him back towards him. They're lying to you. The little boy's words ignited the anger and murderous intent in the two men. If Xiaoyu hadn't been there, they would have taught the little boy a lesson without hesitation. Son, what nonsense are you talking about? You've gone mad from kowtowing so much. The burly man pulled the little boy to his side, a simple smile on his face, and looked at Xiaoyu. Sir, he's confused. Please don't take it seriously. Stop. Xiaoyu said with a frown. Let go and let him come over. Big, Xiaoyu's eyes turned slightly cold, his gaze filled with undisguised killing intent as he looked at the muscular man. Okay, sir. The burly man was forced to release the little boy and said to him, Son, stop talking nonsense and listen to your elders. Don't say anything out of line. The little boy slowly walked towards Xiaoyu. When he got close to Xiaoyu, he looked up at Xiaoyu, and then turned to look at the two men. They're lying to you. They're all human traffickers. They kidnapped me here and are going to sell me to someone else. The little boy pointed at the skinny man who spoke first. He's never married. He's addicted to gambling and owes a lot of money. He came here to escape his debts. Nonsense. The gaunt man, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, shouted at the little boy, "You know nothing, don't talk nonsense." "I'm not lying." After the little boy finished speaking, he turned his gaze to the strong man and him. "He's not my father at all. He's a scoundrel. He slept with the village chief's daughter-in-law and was chased all the way here. They're not good people." Listening to the little boy's words, Xiaoyu looked at the other two men with a scrutinizing gaze. "Sakeke, sir, don't listen to his nonsense, it's all made up." "Yes, Lord Sakeke, he's lying to you." "I didn't lie." The little boy's voice rang out, arguing his case, and he turned to look at Xiaoyu. "They were all bad people, they all deserved to die. I can prove that I didn't lie." As the little boy finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Xiaoyu's Noivern, his eyes seeming to sparkle. Noivern suddenly turned its head, its eyes curiously scrutinizing the little boy. At the same time, the voice of the sonic dragon rang in Xiaoyu's mind. "Master, she is spying on my mental world. She wants to communicate with me directly through her mind." The little boy was clearly surprised that his ability would fail. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He then turned to look at Xiaoyu, his eyes shining. Superpower intrusion detected. Ability assessment in progress. Capability identification successful. Everlasting power allows you to connect with Pokémon on a deeper level, read their thoughts, and experience the environment from their perspective. It also accelerates a Pokémon's growth, heals their injuries, and allows you to choose one Pokémon to bind to, significantly improving its stats. The power of Changpan? Could it be that you are the real Sakeke? Chapter 423, the sequel to The Secret Realm Rift. Mumka City, Royal Palace Sunset Hotel. The scorching afternoon sun bathed the entire city of Mumka in a heat wave, the rising steam seemingly distorting the view. Inside the presidential suite on the top floor, Xiaoyu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in a bathrobe, looking down at the entire city of Menka. As the economic and cultural center of the entire Shan state, Menka was quite prosperous. Even in the height of summer, many people were still busy making a living, walking through the bustling streets. The high-rise buildings of Menka stand in stark contrast to the dilapidated villages of Shan state. Yesterday's bloody battle left Xiaoyu feeling heavy-hearted. He stared blankly out the window, lost in thought. Lately, the identity of Sakeke had been far too active. He decided to disappear for a while and focus on steadily improving his strength. Both the first and second teams of Pokémon need a period of training and development. There have been far too many battles during this time. "You're awake." Xiao Wanyu, who was lying lazily on the bed, slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Xiaoyu appear last night covered in blood, she felt panicked for the first time, and tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls. She thought Xiaoyu was seriously injured, but she breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that it was someone else's blood. Only then did Xiao Wanyu realize how afraid she was of losing Xiaoyu, and she hugged Xiaoyu tightly in her arms. Xiao Wanyu stretched her fair arms and yawned, her gaze falling on Xiaoyu's back. "Rest a little longer, you've only slept for a short while. We need to get back to Hilong City. Have you found out who the people who ambushed me yesterday were?" Xiaoyu turned to look at Xiao Wanyu, who was snuggled in bed, and asked. "I found it. There are only so many Pokémon with champion-level strength. The identities of these people are clear: Qi Linlong, Pasha, Wing, and Dick. I've sent them all to your phone." After introducing the identities of the people to Xiaoyu one by one, Xiao Wanyu looked at Xiaoyu with concern and asked, "You only slept for 4 hours. You should rest more." "Never mind, I can't sleep." Xiaoyu shook his head, his gaze deep. He had too many things to consider. He had drifted away from the days when he only needed to improve his own strength, without knowing when it started. "Wanyu, I've decided to establish our organization in Menka City, and how about we call it Team Rainbow Rocket? I plan to first arrange for someone with sufficient strength and trustworthiness to stay in Menka City to control the situation and gradually absorb and integrate all poaching organizations. Do you have any recommendations? For safety's sake, I will leave the Gigantamax hairy troll to him," Xiaoyu said seriously. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Xiao Wanyu frowned slightly, a thoughtful expression on her face. After considering it carefully for a moment, she said, "Actually, I would recommend Lao Lu." "Lu Yinhan?" Xiaoyu thought of the stern, white-haired old man. Although he is older, he is still in good health. Moreover, he is calm and steady, meticulous and serious in his work, and most importantly, he is extremely loyal to Xiao Wanyu, making him a good candidate. Xiaowanyu nodded. Old Lu's strength is quite good. Although he can't reach the level of the Elite Four, he is still an Elite Four level trainer. Most importantly, he is trustworthy. He has been taking care of me since I was a child and watching me grow up. With the help of Gigantamax Grimmsnarl, his strength is enough to establish himself in Monka City. Xiaoyu nodded slightly. Okay, I'll talk to Lao Lu about it later. This matter isn't urgent right now, we're just drafting a preliminary candidate. After all, it will take at least a month or two just to get Gigantamax Troll and Gigantamax Brimwin to obey. If there are any other suitable candidates during this time, please let me know. Oh, right. Xiaoyu said, then remembered Xie Tianming and Gao Yangzhen. When we get back, have Lao Lu mentor Xie Tianming and Gao Yangzhen so they can learn from him. Xiaowanyu nodded in response, her gaze falling on Xiaoyu's broad back. In a daze, she was transported back to the first time they met, to the scene when Xiaoyu shyly stole a glance at her. Speaking of Xie Tianming and Gao Yangzhen, I also remembered something. What about that little girl with the power of the everlasting rock that you brought? Speaking of this little girl, Xiaoyu also felt a bit of a headache. He originally thought she was a boy, but after giving her a bath, he found out she was a girl. Let's send her to school for now and let her become a trainer. Such a good talent shouldn't be wasted. After a while, I'll give her a starter Pokémon. So, which type of trainer do you plan to train her to be? Xiaowanyu asked curiously. Ground type. Xiaoyu smiled. The idea of the female version of Giovanni's training diary in another world sounds intriguing. Xiaoyu had already made up his mind. He planned to give the little girl a Weedle as her starter Pokémon and train her to become a female version of Gibbon, as a way of commemorating his past life. In the afternoon, Xiaoyu and his group rushed back to China. Xiaoyu stayed in Hilong City alone. He would have to stay for another half a month before the mission was over and he could return to the capital and his school. Xie Tianming, Gao Yangzhen, and the little girl named Yuingting temporarily returned to Shanghai with Xiaowanyu. Anyway, her house was big enough to accommodate a few more people. After returning to Hilong City, Xiaoyu settled into a stable life, spending his days investigating the Duan family's affairs with Tao Su and Zhang Zhenghua. In fact, after learning the truth about the underground world from Lu Ting, he had already lost interest in investigating the Duan family. Even if the entire Duan family is convicted and sentenced to death, what then? It only treats the symptoms but not the root cause. Even if one Duan family is wiped out, thousands more will emerge, so it's pointless. Before he could completely eradicate the threat and change the world, Xiaoyu decided to lie low for the time being. He needs to become stronger. He needs to use his identity as Xiaoyu and the strength of his team of Pokémon to rise from gym leader to Elite Four and then champion. Page 277. After setting a goal for himself, Xiaoyu's daily life became exceptionally fulfilling. During the day, he would investigate the Duan family, and after nightfall, he would take his team of Pokémon to the training ground for training. These years filled Xiaoyu with a special sense of nostalgia and peace. The nostalgia stems from recalling those arduous yet fulfilling years in the Dragon Realm, and from remembering Teacher Long, who was far away in the capital. He felt at ease because his steadily improving strength gave him a sense of control over his own destiny. For several days in a row, Xiaoyu would come to the training ground in Hilong City after get off work to train, and he had a very fulfilling time. Just as Xiaoyu was living a regular life, the bloodshed in the fluorescent forest finally came to light as time went on, attracting global attention. Even Xiaoyu from Hilong City could sense an unusual aura. After all, the Qi family lost a champion in his prime and 2 Pokémon with champion-level strength. It's very likely that the Qi family will be kicked out of the underground black market as a result, but that's not what Xiaoyu cares about. He's currently looking at the peach shortbread across from him, which is eager to try its luck, and he's extremely annoyed. After learning that Xiaoyu trained every night, Tao Su became interested and invited Xiaoyu to a friendly one-on-one match. Although it was supposed to be a friendly match, it was quite a sight to see Tao put on the Z-band. Xiaoyu suddenly felt that something was wrong. Chapter 424 Peach Crisp. Inside the training field, bright lights shone. Zhang Zhenghua leaned against the silver-gray railing, watching the two on the training field with great interest. Young is good. High spirits, burning with youthful passion. Tao Su was the previous national champion of the College Cup, and won the championship with almost overwhelming strength. Xiaoyu, the national champion of this year's high school cup, is a genius scientist. Although he relied on Mega Evolution to win the championship, his debut on the final stage as Dariki showcased astonishing strength. Both are the strongest among their peers, possessing formidable strength. A clash between the strongest, even a training match, is exciting just to imagine. Zhang Zhenghua smiled and looked at the two of them, saying, "Are you two going to have a practice match? How about I be the referee?" "Okay, Taosu replied with a smile, a sweet smile on her face. Do we really have to fight? Xiaoyu's face was full of reluctance as he looked at Taosu and Zhang Zhenghua beside him. Of course. Peach Crisp nodded. She seemed to notice the reluctance in Xiaoyu's eyes, and then turned to Xiaoyu and said, it's just a 1v1 match, it won't take much time. And don't worry, even though I'm a level higher than you, I won't take advantage of you. I promise I won't send out my ace Pokémon. Hearing Taosu's words, Xiaoyu sighed, his face full of helplessness. But thinking that the two of them would be teaming up in the same team for a long time to come, he nodded helplessly and replied, okay, we agreed to only fight one game, no more. Taosu replied with a smile, don't come crying and begging me to play another match after you lose. Xiaoyu's words made Taosu's smile freeze and slowly fade. Looking at Xiaoyu, she said seriously, as long as you beat me, I promise I won't let you fight me again. Taosu stared at Xiaoyu with her almond-shaped eyes. She took a deep breath and looked at Xiaoyu's smug face, determined to teach the arrogant Xiaoyu a lesson. That's good, let's begin. Xiaoyu nodded. The two walked to opposite ends of the training field, each taking out a pokeball from their waists, ready to begin the training match at any moment. Zhang Zhenghua stood in the center of the referee's position, holding the referee's flag high, and looked at the two men, asking, are you ready, gentlemen? All right. Game start. As Zhang Zhenghua waved the flag downwards, the two simultaneously took out pokeballs and threw them out. Go, Lizard King. Xiaoyu sent out his old partner, the Lizard King. After several months of preparation following the high school cup, the Lizard King finally broke through to the gym leader level 2 weeks ago. This training match can also be considered the first battle after the Septal King broke through to the gym leader level. Go, Tajekus. Peach Crisp, dressed in a white dress, gently tossed out a luxury ball, and with a flash of red light, Tajekus, a gym leader level powerhouse, made his appearance. Many people may not be very familiar with Tajapai, but most people know about Tajapai. Tajekus evolved from Tajapai through friendship, and then Tajekus evolved by using a light stone on Tajekus. Tajekus retains Tajapai's cute appearance but possesses even greater strength, making it an essential Pokémon for fairy-type trainers. Seeing Tajekus, a gym leader-level powerhouse, make its appearance, Xiaoyu also began to take things seriously, focusing his gaze on Tajekus and using the system to examine Tajekus's abilities. Tokus has 3 traits: Vitality, Heavenly Grace, and Super Luck. Among them, Tajekus with the Serene Grace ability is the most mainstream and also the most widely used. This type of Tajekus can act as a tank with its excellent stats and also take on the role of a special attacker with its Serene Grace ability, making it the most versatile ability. Secondly, Tajekus with Super Luck is rarely used because its ability is hidden and its practicality is low. Tajekus with this ability is generally used with the item focus lens for damage output. As for Tajekus with the Vitality trait, what kind of garbage is that? Nobody uses it at all. This is also because Tajekus has extremely low physical attack, and attacks boosted by its Vigor ability are almost useless against it. This Tajekus from Peach Crisp has the most common Serene Grace ability and is holding an S-rank leftovers, which can continuously restore its HP. The skill pool is also extremely rich, with a dense array of skills, indicating that this Tajekus has learned all the core skills it can learn. It's clear that Peach Crisp comes from a really good family. Even a non-main Pokémon can learn so many skills and is carrying an S-rank item. Tajekus, Electromagnetic Wave. Peach Crisp waved her hand, commanding Tajekus to launch the first attack. Electric energy surged from Tajekus's body, and a weak current flew towards the Lizard King at an extremely fast speed. The moment Taosu gave the order, Xiaoyu guessed Taosu's tactics. This is also the most common tactic used by Tajekus with the Serene Grace ability: first paralyze the opponent with Electromagnetic Wave, and then endlessly torment the opponent with Air Slash. While paralyzed, there is a certain chance that using skills will fail, and when the air blade hits an enemy, there is a certain chance that the enemy will be stunned. The official setting is to enter a state of flinching, but to be closer to reality, the state of flinching has been changed to stun. The effect of the Divine Grace trait is to double the chance of skill additional effects. For example, in the game, Air Blade has a 30% chance to stun the enemy after hitting them, while the Divine Grace trait increases that 30% chance to 60%, and the chance of paralysis is reduced from 25% to prevent the enemy from acting. With both factors combined, the enemy's chance of taking action is only 15%. Unless they are extremely unlucky, the enemy will have a hard time moving and may be tortured to death by Tajekus's Air Slash. Although reality isn't a game, the combination of paralysis and Air Slash is still quite annoying. Xiaoyu frowned slightly as he watched the incoming electric current. In fact, if it were a real battle, the best course of action would be to Mega Evolve Sceptile, changing its ability to Lightning Rod. This would not only make it immune to electric-type moves, but also boost its special attack by 1 stage due to Thunder Wave. However, Xiaoyu thought about it and decided against it. There was no need to go all out in a regular training match. It would be better to think of other ways to break through the opponent's defense. He might encounter such an opponent one day in the future. Lizard King, use the Seed of Trouble. Xiaoyu made a decision in an instant. Faced with Tegekus's attack, Xiaoyu chose to have Sceptile use Trouble Seed to break Tegekus's ability. Sceptile can enter a paralyzed state, but you also need to break Tegekus's ability first. Chapter 425 Paralysis. A faint electric current streaked across the sky, accurately striking the massive Sceptile King. At the same time that Tegekus unleashed its electromagnetic wave, the Trouble Seed thrown by the Sceptile King also hit Tegekus. The two teams swapped positions in their first encounter. Sceptile is paralyzed, and Tegekus's Serene Grace ability is forcibly changed to Insomnia. Pokekiss, use Trickery. Lizard King, Sword Dance. The two gave the order almost simultaneously, and after giving the order, they looked at each other in surprise. Nasty Pluck greatly increases special attack, while Swords Dance greatly increases physical attack. The two players' tactical choices are practically identical. They both intend to strengthen their characters first. Tegekus, Air Blade. After one trick, Peach Crisp did not choose to continue using tricks, but instead chose to let Tegekus launch an attack. Tegekus, soaring through the air, began to gather Flying-type energy. In just a breath, a massive amount of Flying-type energy had gathered in front of it. A crescent-shaped Flying-type energy slash came toward the Lizard King. Lizard King, use Rock Slide to block. Xiaoyu naturally chose Rock Slide, which has a double advantage against Tegekus. The Lizard King slammed its tail against the floor, instantly cracking the ground. Immediately afterwards, Rock-type energy surged from the Lizard King's body, enveloping the huge rock beneath the ground as if covered with a brownish-gray film, greatly increasing the rock's hardness, and placing it in front of the Lizard King. Boom! The air slashes were all blocked by the giant rock, and then the Lizard King manipulated the giant rock to fly towards Tegekus. Taosu also glanced sideways. This method of using rockfall was quite rare, using a small amount of rock-based energy to control a huge rock. Page 278. It can be used for both defense and offense. However, as the previous champion, Taosu reacted very quickly, and she thought of a way to deal with it in an instant. Tokus, Avatar. Psychic energy emanated from Tegekus. As a fairy/flying-type Pokémon, Tegekus can learn a significant number of psychic-type moves. Tegekus's eyes gleamed with a sinister purple light, like burning purple flames, and the psychic energy within his body surged forth. As a champion-level Pokémon, Peach Crisp's Tegekus is quite extraordinary. Its most unique feature compared to a regular Tegekus is its powerful psychic ability. At this moment, the psychic power surging from Tegekus was even stronger than that of a typical psychic-type Pokémon. It surged towards the giant rock floating in the air like a tidal wave, and began to vie for control with Sceptile. Xiaoyu looked at the scene before him, his gaze sweeping over the Lizard King. It was not hard to tell from the Lizard King's expression that it was slightly at a disadvantage in this contest. Lizard King, Thunder Fist. Xiaoyu was also extremely decisive at this moment. He directly told the Lizard King to give up controlling the boulder. Instead, he took advantage of this opportunity and used his speed to exert force with his feet and stomp hard. The massive body leaped high into the air, swinging its lightning-infused fists towards Tegekus. Amazing power. Tegekus blocked the attack with a stone. Hearing Peach Crisp's command, Tegekus manipulated the giant rock to block the Lizard King's full-force attack. Boom! Rocks flew everywhere as the Lizard King's full-force attack shattered the boulder. However, at this moment, Takus, who was behind the boulder, suddenly disappeared. Missing? Xiaoyu and the Lizard King both showed surprised expressions. They looked up abruptly and saw that Tegekus had flown high into the sky, close to the dome, and its flying-type energy had been accumulating for a long time. Tegekus, Air Slash. A fierce wind held as a slash brimming with flying-type energy hurtled towards the Lizard King. Lizard King, get out of the way. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. The distance between the Lizard King and Tegekus was quite far, and it was entirely possible to use its speed advantage to dodge the air slash. Just then, the Lizard King activated, with faint arcs of electricity flashing across its body. Due to the effects of its current state, the Lizard King's body stiffened, and it froze in place. Although the process only lasted for a moment, and the Lizard King managed to withstand it, it was in that brief moment that the air slash struck the Lizard King. The flying-type energy slash, sharp as a knife, struck the Sceptile. Its stab boost, combined with its double super effectiveness against grass types, instantly inflicted massive damage on the Septal. At the same time, a scene that made Xiaoyu even more worried appeared. Affected by the air slash, coupled with the previous paralysis, the Lizard King's body was directly frozen in place. Tejekus, continuous air slashes. Peach Crisp's voice rang out again, and it was time to get into Tejekus's rhythm. Lizard King, see through it. Faced with Tejekus's relentless bombardment, Xiaoyu did not hesitate to have the Lizard King use its see-through skill. A shield of light appeared in front of the Lizard King, blocking all the air slashes and giving the Lizard King a temporary respite. Rockfall, Lizard King. After the light shield ended, Xiaoyu once again commanded Septal to use the rock slide move. However, this time Septal did not use its tail to smash the rocks on the ground to use rock slide. Instead, it released rock-type energy directly in the air, forming countless fine stones that bombarded Tejekus. This time, the Lizard King abandoned precision strikes and instead used large areas of small, scattered stones for firepower coverage. Supernatural power. Faced with Septal's rock slide attack, Tejekus once again displayed amazing psychic power, with the psychic energy surging from its body directly stopping all the debris in the sky. The terrifying superpowers it displayed made Xiaoyu frown. Pokémon with champion-level potential were indeed not easy to deal with, especially since Septal had just broken through to gym leader level, while Tejekus had obviously already reached gym leader level. Thunderfist, Lizard King. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, and the exact same scene continued to unfold. This time, however, Tejekus was manipulating boulders instead of giant rocks, which gave the Lizard King an opportunity. With his fist crackling with electricity, he leaped high into the air and punched Tejekus. However, at that moment, something surprising happened. The Lizard King, which was flying in the air, suddenly stopped. At such a critical moment, the Lizard King's body was briefly paralyzed. Although it was only for a short instant, the Lizard King was flying in mid-air, which directly interrupted the Lizard King's skill and caused it to fall from the sky to the ground. At the same time, Tejekus was also manipulating rocks to bombard the Lizard King. Tejekus, air slash. Peach Crisp's voice rang out. Xiaoyu hadn't expected that the paralysis would take effect at the crucial moment, directly ruining their current favorable situation. Xiaoyu sighed softly. The chances of the Lizard King winning this match were extremely slim. Of course, if it chose to Mega Evolve, it would have a much better chance, but this was just a training match. However, this match also served as a reminder to Xiaoyu that he needed to prepare countermeasures against tactics that inflict negative status effects. It's time to learn the Mystic Guardian skill. Alright, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Xiaoyu decisively recalled the Lizard King and directly admitted defeat. Anyway, it was just a training match, so losing wasn't shameful. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Xiaoyu's actions caught Taosu off guard. The next round of the competition should have been a win for her, but Xiaoyu's sudden surrender made her feel very upset. It's like you're a late-game carry, and you've already leveled up, ready to go all out and take on 5 opponents to win the game, only to have the enemy team surrender and your teammates laugh at you for getting carried to victory. I clearly won, so why am I not happy? Chapter 426 Uieyazu's Change. A gentle autumn breeze blew, scattering withered leaves. October arrived, and the mission in Hilong City came to an end. Just as Lu Ting had predicted, the underground world of Hilong City simply shoved a scapegoat to take the blame, and even the 2 mid-level core figures, Fu Yuxin and Fu Yi, were not affected at all, giving the investigation team a hasty explanation. Xiaoyu was not surprised by this result. This is the rule of this world. Given his current status, he is powerless to change the situation for the time being. Xiaoyu has no choice but to become stronger. Zhang Zhenghua had obviously anticipated this outcome, and looked at Xiaoyu and Taosu. It's been a month since we came out. You two should go back to school. I still need to go back and write the summary report of this investigation. Zhang Zhenghua rubbed his head. He hated writing the final investigation report even more than conducting the investigation itself. This is a real technical job. After all, it's better to talk a good game than to do a good job. After waving goodbye to Zhang Zhenghua, Xiaoyu looked at Taosu beside her and asked, "Senior, are you going back to school?" Perhaps because she had just returned to the capital from Hilong City, Taosu was unusually dressed today in a beautiful outfit, a knee-length skirt and crystal high heels, showing off her tall and slender figure. She transformed from a student into a fashionable urban woman. "I'm not going back, you don't need to worry about me." Taosu shook her head. She had been in Hilong City for a month and was almost bored to death. Before coming back, she had made plans to go shopping with her best friend. "You should go back to school first. Ro. By the way," Taosu said, just as she was about to leave, "Xiaoyu, you are the champion of this year's competition. Don't slack off in college. Make it into the G2 League as soon as possible. I look forward to playing against you in an official match. In that training match, Xiaoyu surrendered too readily, not even using Mega Evolution or Dragapult. Therefore, after returning home, Taosu increasingly felt that Xiaoyu had definitely held back, and she was somewhat dissatisfied with him. Next time you must give it your all. Okay, senior, Xiaoyu replied perfunctorily, I'm also looking forward to sparring with you. After saying goodbye, Xiaoyu prepared to go back to school first. She hadn't seen Teacher Long for a long time and missed him terribly. However, it was still early, only 10 a.m., so Xiaoyu planned to go see Wu Yaezu first. Half a month ago, Xiaoyu received a call from Wu Yaezu. She remembered that Wu Yaezu was crying and told her that he had broken up with his girlfriend. However, Xiaoyu was too busy to care about Wu Yaezu at the time. Actually, Xiaoyu was still a little worried about his good brother's condition. Now that he was back in the capital and had some free time, he decided to go and see him to see if Wu Yaezu had gotten over his heartbreak. Hey, Yaezu, where are you? Xiaoyu asked as he dialed Wu Yaezu's number. I'm in the training room. Wu Yaezu's voice revealed a hint of surprise. Brother you're back. I'm back. Which training room are you in? I'll come find you, Xiaoyu said. No need. Where are you now? I'll come find you, Wu Yaezu said. I'm downstairs in Building 1. Then wait for me downstairs in Building 1, I'll come find you right away. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu waited for about 10 minutes before seeing a boy wearing sunglasses and sporting dreadlocks walk up to him, take off his sunglasses, wave at Xiaoyu, and shout, Brother Yaezu. Xiaoyu's tone was full of uncertainty. He carefully looked at Wu Yaezu in front of him and found it hard to associate him with the Wu Yaezu of a month ago. With a head full of dreadlocks, dressed in trendy hip-hop style, and walking with a swaying gait, he looked quite different from his previous appearance. But to be honest, he was actually quite handsome. What is this? Xiaoyu looked Wu Yaezu up and down and asked, Brother Wu Yaezu's lips curled up, quite satisfied with Xiaoyu's reaction. I've decided, I'm going to be the rock-type rapper gym leader. A rapper? Are you sure? Xiaoyu looked at Wu Yaezu with suspicion. He knew his good brother well enough. Could someone who had never studied music become a rapper? Show me a bit first, then I'll see what you think, Xiaoyu said. Page 279. I always cram at the last minute, I always cram at the last minute. Stop, you sang very well, don't sing it next time. Brother I was just kidding, just teasing you. Wu Yaezu said with a smile, I'm still in the learning stage. When I've mastered my skills, I'll definitely impress you. Xiaoyu hurriedly pulled the embarrassed Wu Yaezu away. He really didn't expect that Wu Yaezu would choose to become a rapper because he was troubled by love. However, Xiaoyu actually supported his good friend's choice. After all, young people should do what they want if they can make a living. Although Wu Yaezu didn't have much of a foundation, his family was wealthy, so it wasn't too late for him to start learning from scratch. Are you really planning to become a rapper? Xiaoyu and Wu Yaezu found a place to sit down and started chatting. Wu Yaezu nodded, then sighed, looked up at the sky, and his expression became serious. I want to change myself, start working out, learn to rap, train my Pokémon, and this time I must win. I want to play in the G3, G2, and G1 leagues, the gym leader ranking tournament, and become the youngest gym leader in the capital. I want to change myself and become the best version of myself. Listening to Wu Yaezu's bold words, Xiaoyu felt a little emotional. Indeed, a failed unrequited love could make one grow up faster. However, he was also worried that Wu Yaezu's enthusiasm was just a passing fancy, so he couldn't help but ask, didn't you want to have a passionate love affair? Why have you changed your mind now? Brother do you know? Wu Yaezu looked down at Xiaoyu sitting in the chair. I pursued Senior Zhongqing for 2 weeks. Half a month ago, I confessed to Senior Zhongqing. She was very calm, as if she had expected this scene long ago. That's when I found out that she had a boyfriend, but she had never explicitly rejected me. I learned a lesson from that time. Knights will always protect princesses, but princesses will always marry princes. The dragon will never harm the princess, so the prince will always be able to save her. I am not her prince, so naturally I cannot win her heart. I was wrong when I decided to humbly beg for her response in love. Love is never about causing yourself pain, but about bringing yourself happiness. Even if my humility earns her pity, our relationship will still end without a trace. Therefore, true love is to become good enough, meet someone who is compatible with you in life and soul, and become the prince in someone else's eyes. Xiaoyu looked up at Wu Yaezu in surprise, her eyes revealing a hint of disbelief. Is this still the Wu Yaezu I know? Auntie, are you serious? Wu Yaezu smiled and looked at Xiaoyu. Brother if you slack off, I will surpass you. Chapter 427 The Astute Shi Hanking. Xiaoyu and Wu Yaezu talked for a long time. He realized that this time, Wu Yaezu was serious and genuinely wanted to change himself. It was clear that he really wanted to be a rapper and, more importantly, a rock-themed gym owner. However, being a gym leader is not easy. The entire capital city has tens of millions of people, but there are only 18 gym leaders, and only one rock-type gym leader. Wu Yaezu wanted to stand out from the crowd, but his ideals were lofty, while reality was cruel. However, since Wu Yaezu has made his decision, Xiaoyu, as his brother, will naturally do his best to help him. If he comes across any rock-type Pokémon with good potential in the future, he can keep an eye out for them for Wu Yaezu. After saying goodbye to Wu Yaezu, Xiaoyu immediately went to Qi Hanking's office to report back from leave. Xiaoyu had originally called Qi Hanking and asked her to cancel her leave directly, so there was no need for her to come in person. But for some reason, Qi Hanking was acting very strangely today. She refused to let Xiaoyu cancel his leave and insisted that Xiaoyu go in person. Even when Xiaoyu presented her doctoral credentials, Qi Hanking wouldn't listen. Left with no other option, Xiaoyu went to Qi Hanking's office with a resentful look on her face, secretly wondering if Qi Hanking was on her period and was in such a bad mood. Knock knock. Xiaoyu gently knocked on the door. Please come in. Qi Hanking's cold voice came from inside the door, and it was clear that she was not in a good mood. Xiaoyu pushed open the door and stepped into the room, sensing something unusual in the air. Qi Hanking raised his head and scrutinized Xiaoyu from head to toe with a cold gaze that made Xiaoyu feel a little uneasy. Close the door. Qi Hanking's voice was so cold that Xiaoyu was a little scared. She was completely different from the person she remembered. At this moment, Qi Hanking truly exuded a certain authority, reminding Xiaoyu of a strict homeroom teacher, and he instinctively felt a little intimidated. Wait a minute, what am I afraid of? At school you're my teacher, but in the lab I'm your supervisor? Thinking of this, Xiaoyu closed the door, straightened his back, and strode towards Qi Hanking. Little Qi, I'm here to report back from leave. Hearing Xiaoyu's tone and address, Qi Hanking's expression turned even colder. Go and lock the door. Lock the door? Xiaoyu was startled and then looked at Qi Hanking's curvaceous figure. Qi Hanking's figure was also very good, but he quickly put his mind aside. Her body instinctively took a step back, slightly increasing the distance between herself and Qi Hanking. What are you doing? I'm a respectable person. We may be familiar with each other, but I'm not a casual person. For some reason, Xiaoyu instinctively thought of Xiao Wanyu when he said those words. He was a decent person, except when he encountered a succubus like Xiao Wanyu. Judging from Xiaoyu's tone, Qi Hanking knew that Xiaoyu must have misunderstood. She spat inwardly and cursed in her heart, thinking that all men were the same and full of filthy thoughts. Qi Hanking was getting angrier and angrier. He deliberately kept a gloomy face, got up without saying a word, walked towards the door, locked the door, and then walked towards Xiaoyu. Da-da-da. Qi Hanking, wearing high heels, made a crisp sound with every step she took, which made Xiaoyu feel a little uneasy. No, Xiao Qi, Teacher Qi, what are you doing? Xiaoyu stepped back, almost touching the back of the sofa, and asked Qi Hanking with a nervous expression. What did I do? Qi Hanking sneered as he approached Xiaoyu, looking down at him with his arms crossed. You still have the nerve to ask? Think about what you've done. What did I do? Xiaoyu was completely baffled. What law had he broken? Could it be that his affair with Xiao Wanyu has been leaked? That shouldn't be the case. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu felt a pang of panic. He was already feeling guilty, and Qi Hanking's panic made him even more uneasy. Teacher Qi, you have to tell me what happened, right? Just give me a quick death. Feeling good? Seeing Xiaoyu's flustered and uneasy appearance, Qi Hanking felt a little better, but still kept a straight face and leaned down to get closer to Xiaoyu, who was sitting on the sofa. Although the two weren't particularly close, Xiaoyu could already smell the faint perfume on Qi Hanking's body. It smelled wonderful, rich and mellow, which made Xiaoyu even more nervous. He wanted to back away, but his back was already pressed against the sofa with nowhere to retreat. Stop, stop. Big sister, what's wrong? Tell me. Big sister? The word elder sister immediately broke Qi Hanking's defenses. She was not yet 30 years old, in the prime of her life, possessing both the youthful shyness of a young girl and the sexy gentleness of a mature woman. How could she have become the elder sister in Xiaoyu's words? Xiaoyu. Qi Hanking was immediately enraged and glared at Xiaoyu, who is the eldest sister. Xiaoyu realized he had misspoke and quickly corrected himself. Sister Qi, Han Qing. Perhaps because the two were standing too close, coupled with the strong scent of perfume, Xiaoyu felt rather uncomfortable. Xiaoyu shifted slightly, trying to move to the side and increase the distance between herself and Qi Hanking, but unexpectedly, her foot accidentally kicked Qi Hanking's slender high heels. Qi Hanking was also caught off guard by Xiaoyu's sudden slide tackle. She only had time to let out a scream before she fell on top of Xiaoyu. Okay. Xiaoyu wanted to reach out and block, but when faced with Qi Hanking falling towards him, he didn't know where to put his hands. In the end, he could only place them on his sides and gently support Qi Hanking. Teacher Qi, be careful. You would have fallen if I hadn't been there to support you. Qi Hanking was stunned by Xiaoyu's words, so angry that she couldn't speak. You. The soft touch secretly startled Xiaoyu. She couldn't believe that Qi Hanking, who usually wore a large lab coat or a loose t-shirt, was so well endowed. Teacher Qi, what exactly happened? Tell me. Xiaoyu quickly changed the subject and asked. Qi Hanking sat back down on the sofa, smoothed her hair, looked at Xiaoyu, took a deep breath, and said, Xiaoyu. You mean? Xiaoyu replied obediently. Should I call you Xiaoyu or Sakeke? Qi Hanking's words startled Xiaoyu, but he maintained a calm expression, looking completely bewildered. What? What does Sakamoto have to do with me, Xiaoyu? Are you crazy? Hee. Qi Hanking's face showed a mocking smile as he looked at Xiaoyu. You told me about the Max bracers and even showed me the Max bracers. I watched the video of Giovanni repeatedly, and the bracers he wore on his wrist were exactly the same as your Max bracers. And you're the same height and about the same build. It has to be said that Qi Hanking is really smart, able to deduce Xiaoyu's identity from such a small detail. Hearing Qi Hanking's words, Xiaoyu's heart sank. He had said he would hide Sakeke's identity, so how did this little woman Qi Hanking find out? However, he would never admit it, it's just a coincidence. I didn't expect Giovanni to have the same Max bracers as me. If I had Giovanni's strength, would I still be a college student? You fabricated the identity of Sakeke precisely because your true identity cannot be revealed, right? Chapter 428. Figure it out. Inside the locked office. Under the bright incandescent light, Xiaoyu and Qi Hanking sat facing each other in a solemn atmosphere. Page 280. Qi Hanking crossed her arms, raised her chin, and smiled brightly like a proud white swan, her gaze fixed on Xiaoyu. She was startled when she realized that Sakeke's true identity was Xiaoyu. You should know that Xiaoyu is a genius doctor in China, the discoverer of exclusive Z-moves, Z-move corresponding actions, and Mega Evolution, and the national champion of the high school cup. His future prospects are limitless. Who is Sakeke? A mysterious legendary Pokémon trainer who possesses two ace Pokémon, a giant Lapras and a giant Darkrai, kidnapped champion Meyer's son, and is also rumored to be connected to Giovanni in the Glow Forest massacre that occurred half a month ago. It's important to know that the Glow Forest massacre resulted in the deaths of 4 champion-level trainers and 6 champion-level Pokémon, making it the deadliest champion-level Pokémon incident in the past decade. One is a rising star of the future, and the other is a powerful and mysterious boss. If it weren't for the fact that it was the Max Gauntlet, Qi Hanking would never have guessed that Xiaoyu was Giovanni. To verify his deduction, Qi Hanking repeatedly watched the videos of Sakeke and Xiaoyu and found that, apart from the Max bracers, Xiaoyu and Sakeke really had many subtle similarities in their body movements. Therefore, Qi Hanking has a 99% chance of being certain that Xiaoyu is Sakeke. Xiaoyu, it's okay if you don't admit it. Qi Hanking smiled. She had already anticipated that Xiaoyu wouldn't give in so easily. Since that's the case, then I have no choice but to report my discovery to the Pokémon Association and let them clear your name. After all, you are the high school cup champion and a genius scientist. It wouldn't be good if you were misunderstood. Qi Hanking looked at Xiaoyu with a sly smile, like a fox. Seeing the smile on her face, Xiaoyu's heart sank. If Qi Hanking really did that, he would truly have no way to stop her. At that point, Xiaoyu's only option would be to deny it to the death, since it was all just Qi Hanking's speculation and there was no evidence whatsoever. At worst, he can completely abandon the Giovanni persona. However, Xiaoyu thought again that if Qi Hanking really intended to leak this information to the Pokémon Association, she would probably have already reported it to the Pokémon Association and wouldn't have waited for him to come back to confront him. Since Qi Hanking approached him alone, he must have other plans. Just as Xiaoyu was frowning in thought, Qi Hanking's tone suddenly changed. Of course, for Yan Ning's sake, and because you saved my sister, if you admit it, I might consider keeping your secret. After Qi Hanking finished speaking, she looked at Xiaoyu with bright eyes full of expectation. Meeting Qi Hanking's gaze, Xiaoyu had no other choice. He simply leaned back on the sofa, sitting there in a lazy posture. He took a deep breath, smiled, and nodded generously in acknowledgement. Okay, you're smart. I am Sakeke. Although he was 99% certain that Xiaoyu was Sakeke, Qi Hanking was still extremely excited to hear Xiaoyu admit it himself. A slight smile played on her lips as she looked at Xiaoyu with her bright eyes and said, I knew it. Qi Hanking's gaze swept over Xiaoyu from head to toe, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Tell me how you changed your appearance? Was it the Ditto mask? Show me, quick. Hearing Chi Hanking's words, Xiaoyu refused without hesitation. It's definitely not possible here. What if someone sees us? It's all right. Chi Hanking waved his hand. I locked the door from the inside. No one can get in. Forget it, let's talk about it another time when we have time, Xiaoyu firmly refused. Xiaoyu. Chi Hanking stared at Xiaoyu, her voice rising several decibels. I reject. All right. Chi Hanking suddenly changed his tone, a smile appearing on his lips. He sighed softly. Sigh, if you reject me heartlessly, I'll feel terrible. If I'm in a bad mood, I might forget that I promised to keep your secret. It wouldn't be good if I accidentally leaked your identity. Of course, if you grant me this small request, I will definitely remember to keep your secret. Even if Chi Hangxiao asks me, I won't reveal a single word. Hearing Chi Hanking's threatening words, Xiaoyu's eyebrows twitched. He felt extremely aggrieved and suppressed his anger. He took a deep breath and said, Fine, I'll show you once. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, he took out the ditto mask, put it on his face, and instantly transformed from a handsome young man into a mature and composed Sakeke. Chi Hanking carefully examined Sakeke's face and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. He's quite handsome, much better looking than your own pretty boy appearance. No wonder my sister has recently become a loyal fan of yours. Listening to Chi Hanking's criticisms of him, Xiaoyu felt increasingly uncomfortable. He was seething with anger, but he couldn't vent it on Chi Hanking. Hateful. I, a dignified 7-foot-tall man, was actually manipulated by Chi Hanking. Seemingly sensing Xiaoyu's deep resentment, Chi Hanking frowned and looked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, are you dissatisfied with me? No, no. Xiaoyu forced a smile and shook his head. That's good then. Chi Hanking sat on the sofa and looked at Xiaoyu. When do you plan to start leading us in experiments? Last time you said that Chuchu and I would go to the lab to find you, but it's been a month and we still haven't heard anything. You need to hurry up, Xiaoyu. This weekend is fine, Xiaoyu said. Chi Hanking nodded, quite satisfied with Xiaoyu's performance. Not bad, not bad. Seeing how well you've done, don't worry, I'll keep your secret. At this point, Chi Hanking paused, his expression turning serious, and reminded Xiaoyu, however, you still need to keep this experiment a secret. Otherwise, once you announce the matter of giant Pokémon, many people will associate you with Giovanni. After all, Giovanni was the first trainer to use a giant Pokémon. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Xiaoyu nodded, feeling slightly better after hearing Chi Hanking's kind reminder. He had already considered this point and had devised a perfect solution. That's good. Chi Hanking nodded. Oh, right, there's one more thing. I also want a giant Pokémon. Could you please help me figure out a way? Xiaoyu took a deep breath and looked at Chi Hanking. Chi Hanking, giant Pokémon are rare and hard to come by. Even if I want to help you catch one, I have to see if I can find one. Although Xiaoyu still has a Gigantamax hairy troll in his possession, he captured it at a great cost, risking his life, and he didn't want to give it to Chi Hanking for nothing. I don't care, I just want one. That's going too far, Chi Hanking. Xiaoyu said coldly, don't push me. At worst, I'll never use the Sakeke identity again. Fine, if you don't want to give it to me, then forget it. Chi Hanking sighed. I didn't say I was going to tell the Pokemon Association, so why are you in such a hurry? But Xiaoyu, I have one last question. There are two stunning beauties with Sakeke, a blonde Caucasian and a woman with a fantastic figure. They seem to be quite close to you. They're both wearing masks. Can you tell me about their identities and their relationship to you? Chi Hanking smiled at Xiaoyu. Don't worry, I don't mean anything by it. I'm just asking on behalf of Yan Ning. Xiaoyu was silent for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, Fine, I promised to catch a giant Pokemon for you. I didn't force you. Chapter 429. Seeing Sumuzi again. Watching Xiaoyu's departing figure, Chi Hanking's smile faded, and her brows furrowed. Her conversation with Xiaoyu today left her with mixed feelings. The good news is that she did confirm that Xiaoyu is indeed Giovanni, which also proves that Xiaoyu's new experiment must have made considerable progress. Xiaoyu may have already created a giant Pokemon, but he has kept the news a secret until now. If she hadn't discovered Xiaoyu's secret from the smallest clues, she would still be kept in the dark. Xiaoyu truly deserves to be called a genius in the scientific research field. How long has it been since the announcement of Mega Evolution? Less than half a year, and there are already new experimental results. Such efficiency is unparalleled in the world. What worries Chi Hanking is that he completely doesn't understand Xiaoyu. Why would Xiaoyu, with his current status, still use the identity of Sakeke? Xiaoyu is already a national champion and the most outstanding scientist, so why would he take the risk of using the identity of Sakeke? She was completely baffled. Perhaps the thoughts of a genius were simply different from those of a mere mortal like herself. Of course, another thing that worries Chi Hanking is the relationship between Xiaoyu and Xiao Wanyu. Others may not know, but she did know that Xiao Wanyu was one of the shareholders in the gold gambling game. From the moment she guessed that Xiaoyu was Sakeke, she also conducted a preliminary investigation into the two women who appeared next to Xiaoyu. Ultimately, she narrowed down the identity of one of the women to Xiao Wanyu, because there were only a few women who had a business relationship with Xiaoyu, and after a little elimination, she could guess that it was Xiao Wanyu. Although he couldn't be 100% certain, the chances of the woman being Xiao Wanyu were about 50%. Therefore, she was caught in a dilemma at this moment, facing an age-old problem. What should you do if you discover that your best friend's boyfriend is suspected of cheating? After much deliberation, Chi Hanking finally sighed and decided not to tell Long Yaning yet. First, Xiaoyu is only suspected of having problems. Second, she just extorted money from Xiaoyu, and finally, she should refrain from interfering in other people's emotional affairs. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, who was walking on the road, also fell into deep thought. Chi Hanking's words also served as a reminder to Xiaoyu that if he were to act as Sakeki again, he would have to draw a clear line between himself and Xiaoyu. As for the giant Pokémon he promised to give to Chi Hanking, he decided to postpone it for now, delaying it as long as possible, and there was no rush. It's not hard to tell from Chi Hanking's attitude that she probably won't reveal her identity, but the fact that Chi Hanking knows her secret is indeed a huge hidden danger. We need to find a solution as soon as possible. After leaving Chi Hanking's office, Xiaoyu headed towards the classroom. A month of missions had made him forget his identity as a student. So much has happened in the past month. Now that he has shed the identity of Sakeke, Xiaoyu will temporarily return to his university life. Xiaoyu also set a simple goal for himself in the near future, to train all his Pokémon to gym leader level or above as soon as possible, and to evolve his teams Axew and Shelder as early as possible, so as to lay a solid foundation for the upcoming G3, G2 and G1 competitions. Thinking about the future, Xiaoyu walked towards the classroom. It was Teacher Long's class, and if Chi Hanking had just let him cancel his leave, he wouldn't have been late. Now, thanks to Chi Hanking's delay, we are already half an hour late. Xiaoyu quietly slipped in through the back door and randomly found a nearby seat to sit down. Despite his extra caution, the sound of the door opening still attracted the attention of many people, especially some students in the back row who were dozing off, who turned around to look in the direction of the back door. When everyone saw that it was Xiaoyu, they were all surprised. Long Yaning, who was standing on the podium, also noticed Xiaoyu immediately. Her eyes lit up for a moment, but she quickly returned to normal and said with a straight face, "Quiet down and listen to the lecture." Su Musa, who was sitting in the first row listening attentively to the lecture, also noticed the commotion, but she did not turn around and kept her attention focused on the podium, until her best friend whispered to her, "Muzi, look, who's here?" Page 281. Hearing her best friend's words, Su Musa frowned and turned to look. When she saw Xiaoyu appear in the classroom, her tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and a bright smile instantly appeared on her face. She hadn't seen Xiaoyu since his last birthday, only occasionally calling or video chatting with him. Seeing Xiaoyu suddenly filled her with immense joy. If she weren't in class, she would have immediately walked towards him. The class ended quickly, and it was time for the 5-minute break. Su Musa walked towards Xiaoyu without any hesitation, a bright smile on her face, her eyes fixed on Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu broke out in a cold sweat because he could clearly see Long Yaning on the podium picking up a cup to drink water, but her gaze was fixed on his direction. Xiaoyu. Su Musa, dressed in a white dress, was breathtakingly beautiful. Her voice was soft as she walked to Xiaoyu's side and called out to him, her eyes carrying a hint of complaint. "You didn't even call me when you came back today." "I was just thinking of giving you a surprise," Xiaoyu said. He did indeed want to give you a surprise, but not for Su Musa, but for Long Yaning. "Really?" Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Su Musa's smile widened, her eyes like water, and she looked at Xiaoyu and said, "How about having lunch with me?" Hearing Su Musa's invitation, the other male classmates beside her showed envious expressions. Su Musa took the initiative to invite him. Since the start of the semester, countless people have pursued Su Musa, including those in her own grade and upperclassmen, but she has rejected them all. Only now, seeing this scene before them, did everyone understand what had happened. Not at noon today. Xiaoyu naturally dared not agree, as he had planned to have lunch with Long Yaning. "I have important business to attend to at noon today. Let's wait until tomorrow or the day after. I'll treat you to lunch after I've finished my business." Hearing Xiaoyu's words, a hint of disappointment flashed in Su Musa's eyes. Although she knew that important matters were the priority, she still hoped that Xiaoyu would put her first. Xiaoyu continued, "Didn't we agree last time that I'd treat all your roommates to dinner? When I'm done with this, I'll call you, and you can invite all your roommates and close friends over. I'll treat everyone to dinner. Really? Hearing Xiaoyu remember what she had said last time, Sumuse, who had been somewhat disappointed, showed a joyful expression and her eyes brightened. Then it's a deal, call me when you're done with your work. Ah. Chapter 430 Discussion with Xiaowanyu. After class, Xiaoyu left the classroom and sent a message to Long Yaning, asking her to have dinner together outside. Long Yaning, who was surrounded by students asking questions, picked up her phone and looked at it after hearing it ring. Upon seeing Xiaoyu's message, Long Yaning's lips curled up slightly. Teacher Long, who sent you that message? You're smiling so happily. Did your boyfriend send you this message? It's rare to see Teacher Long so happy, it must be a message from her boyfriend. Several male classmates nearby kept subtly probing, clearly curious about who sent the message. Who could possibly make the usually cold-faced Long Yaning show such a bright smile? Instead of answering the students' questions, Long Yaning smiled and continued to answer them. Long Yaning has always been this conscientious and responsible, otherwise, she wouldn't have cared about Xiaoyu, the bottom-ranked transfer student, in the first place. 10 minutes later, after answering the last student's question, Long Yan let out a long sigh and then quickly walked out of the classroom. As she walked, she tidied her hair, her heart filled with joy. She hadn't seen Xiaoyu in a long time and missed her terribly. Thinking of this, Long Yaning couldn't help but quicken her pace. Inside a traditional, antique-style restaurant, Xiaoyu had booked a table well in advance and was patiently waiting for Long Yanning's arrival. After waiting for about half an hour, Long Yaning finally arrived. Unlike her appearance in the classroom, Long Yaning had touched up her makeup and styled her hair up, which added to her charm. Yanning. Looking at Long Yanning, Xiaoyu's lips unconsciously curled up. Finished with work? You didn't even call me when you got back. Long Yaning put her bag aside and gently complained to Xiaoyu. By the way, Han Qing has asked me several times these past few days if you've come back yet. It seems to be about the new experiment. She's quite anxious. If you come back, go see her when you have time. Mentioning Chi Hanking gave Xiaoyu a headache and made him feel a little irritated. I've already seen her. I asked her to cancel my leave before I came to see you. What did she want to see you about? Long Yaning asked curiously. It's nothing, just about the new experiment, Xiaoyu replied casually. Oh. Hearing that it was about a new experiment, and considering Xiaoyu's tone, Long Yaning showed a curious expression and said softly, have you encountered any difficulties? You don't seem to be in a good mood. It's nothing, we can handle it, Xiaoyu replied. He didn't want Long Yaning to worry, and besides, the matter of Chi Hanking wasn't a big deal, but it wasn't a small one either. As long as she didn't reveal her identity, the matter was within control. Let's eat, Teacher Long. Look, you've lost weight in the past month. Seeing that Xiaoyu didn't want to say more, Long Yanning didn't ask any further questions. Although Chi Hanking is her best friend, Xiaoyu is still her boyfriend. She knew Xiaoyu's personality well and believed that Xiaoyu could handle this matter well. Teacher Long, do you have classes this afternoon? Xiaoyu asked. No classes, I only teach 2 classes, Long Yanning replied with a smile. Being a battle training instructor was much easier than she had imagined. She had plenty of free time every day, allowing her to focus on training her Pokémon while doing things she enjoyed. And you? I remember you trainers should have quite a few courses too, Long Yanning said, looking at Xiaoyu. There are quite a few, but there's actually a lot of freedom involved. After all, the most important thing for a trainer is their own strength. If they're strong enough, it doesn't matter whether they attend classes or not. 2. The two chatted and laughed as they finished lunch. To avoid suspicion, they left the restaurant one after the other, like thieves. After parting ways with Long Yanning, Xiaoyu prepared to return to the Zishan Villa. In the past month, Zishan Villa has undergone a second major expansion project, which includes the construction of a spacious underground training room and, most importantly, a large underground Pokémon aquarium to temporarily house Xiaoyu's Pokémon and Gigantamax Lapras. Such a massive project would have been an enormous undertaking in the past, and would have been very difficult to complete. However, in this world with Pokémon and the help of supernatural forces, construction was relatively easy. Back at the Zishan Villa, Xiaoyu went inside and found several servants cleaning and tidying the floor beats. Xiaoyu walked straight towards the basement. The basement level is a spacious and reinforced training ground and battle arena, specifically designed for simple physical strength training and Pokémon battles. Meanwhile, at the edge of the training ground, you can see a huge tempered glass wall, along with the lake in the Zishan Villa community, which is also where Gigantamax Laplace rests. Come out. Xiaoyu released all of his Pokémon. You guys train first, then we'll do the special training later. Xiaoyu let them train first, then picked up the phone and dialed Xiaowanyu's number. Beep, beep. The phone rang for a while before being answered. Xiao Wanyu's voice came from the other end. Hey, Xiaoyu, why are you calling me at this hour? You usually call me at night. Ahem. Xiaoyu felt slightly embarrassed upon hearing the teasing in Xiao Wanyu's words. Isn't it important that I need to talk to you? What is it? Tell me, Xiao Wanyu asked with a smile. I also have something to tell you. I'm back in the capital today, Xiaoyu said succinctly. Some people already know my identity as Sakeke. Who? Xiao Wanyu asked, frowning. Your girlfriend, Long Yaning? No. Xiaoyu shook his head and said, then recounted what had happened that day. Chi Hanking? Xiao Wanyu pondered upon hearing the name Chi Hanking. Although Chi Hanking is just a scientific researcher, her identity is quite complicated. It wasn't just because her grandfather was a champion, the bigger reason was her father. If it's her, then it is indeed a bit troublesome, Xiao Wanyu said, frowning. But judging from your tone, you should have already resolved this problem. She shouldn't reveal your identity, right? Xiaoyu nodded. She probably didn't intend to leak the information to the Pokémon Association. She just made some demands. She wants a Gigantamax Pokémon. You agreed? Okay. Xiaoyu nodded, but he was afraid that Xiao Wanyu would overthink things, since these two Gigantamax Pokémon were hard to come by, so he quickly explained, let's keep her calm for now. You don't need to explain to me. If she really wants it, it's not impossible to give it to her. Compared to many women, Xiao Wanyu's most charming quality is that she has a very clever and perceptive mind. Many people would absolutely not be willing to bring out a Gigantamax Pokémon at this time, but Xiao Wanyu saw things very clearly. But Xiaoyu, you have to make sure she can keep the secret. I'm not sure, that's why I'm asking you, Xiaoyu said. Do you have any good methods? It's very simple, Xiao Wanyu said with a smile. The first thing is to involve her. The deeper she gets involved, the less likely she is to leak information. Secondly, if we are really desperate, we must make sure she can't talk. But her identity is special, and she is in the capital. She knows your identity, Sakeke, and what you have to offer. It will be difficult for you to deal with her quietly. The risk is too great. Page 282. Xiao Wanyu's words were exactly what Xiaoyu was worried about, and given his relationship with Long Yaning, he hadn't considered this method. Xiao Wanyu paused slightly before continuing. Of course, there's another way. You can bypass Chi Hanking and cooperate directly with Elder Chi to drag the entire Chi family into this mess. Then she won't have a choice. Chapter 431 Get Stronger, Soundwave Dragon. Xiaoyu and Xiao Wanyu talked on the phone for a long time, until half an hour later, before hanging up. Since Chi Hanking hasn't chosen to inform on you, you can stall for time until she urges you to do so. Oh right, your birthday present is still with me. When are you coming to pick it up, or should I bring it to you sometime? Xiao Wanyu reminded her. I'll come find you in a while. I need to intensify my Pokémon training recently, so I'll probably be quite busy. Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said, I'll also go to the ghost-type secret realm to pick out a money pick while I'm there. Okay, I'll wait for you, Xiao Wanyu replied. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu frowned and thought about Chi Hanking for a while. He didn't like this feeling of being out of his control. Although Chi Hanking wouldn't reveal his true identity for the time being, what about later? The future is always full of uncertainties, and all he can do is minimize the impact of these uncertainties and try to keep them within a controllable range. Or, Xiaoyu's eyes gleamed, he had actually already thought of a way to resolve the hidden danger. Shaking his head slightly, Xiaoyu temporarily put these troublesome matters behind him and then turned his attention to the three Pokémon, Noivern, Axew, and Shellder. These three Pokémon are the ones that need the most special training so far. The training for Axew and Shellder is mainly to increase their strength and evolve as soon as possible. Normally, the Axew evolves when it is close to the gym leader level, which is similar to the evolution stage of the Noctua. The Ankylosaurus appeared a little later. Axewfang Dragon, come here. Xiaoyu gently waved to the Axew-toothed dragon. Hearing Xiaoyu's call, the Axew-toothed dragon, wearing a hat, ran towards Xiaoyu with its short legs. The biggest change between the axe-toothed dragon and the fang-toothed dragon is that its two fangs become as sharp as axes, and its teeth become non-regenerative. During the tooth stage, its teeth could regenerate quickly if broken, but starting from the Axetoothed dragon stage, breaking a tooth was equivalent to being left with a disability. Therefore, the most important aspect of raising Axew at this stage is caring for its teeth and supplementing them with minerals to strengthen their hardness. Axefang Dragon, come on, today's special training might be a bit difficult. Xiaoyu gently rubbed Axefang Dragon's round head, then took out two props that he had prepared long ago and placed them aside. Both props are made of hard, man-made alloys with extremely high hardness. Your task today is to use your teeth to cut through this metal as much as possible, Xiaoyu said, pointing to one of the shield-shaped metal plates. This tool is a sharpening table, specially prepared for you to sharpen your teeth. Let me help you try it, Xiaoyu said, while making the axe-toothed dragon lower its head and gently scrape it on the metal sharpening table. Stab. The metallic scraping sound was somewhat grating, but the axe-toothed dragon's face showed a pleased expression, clearly indicating that it liked the metal sharpening table very much. This metal sharpening stand can be used by many Pokémon, such as Scyther, Bishop, and a series of other Pokémon, to sharpen their weapons. However, the cost of this metal sharpening table varies depending on the material. Sharpening tables made of ordinary metal are relatively cheap, while those made of special lightweight metal, like this one, are extremely expensive. During the polishing process, metal shavings will cover the sharp teeth of the axe-toothed dragon, as if a metal coating has been applied, which protects the teeth and increases their sharpness. With continued use, the axe-toothed dragon's combat power can be greatly enhanced. This made Xiaoyu realize that being a Pokémon trainer is an extremely expensive profession. Of course, you can also ignore all that and not provide your Pokémon with these items at all. However, in battles between two equally strong and skilled axe-toothed dragons, the one using a metal sharpening table is stronger than the average axe-toothed dragon and can cut off your teeth. Axefang dragon, don't be reckless, remember to protect your teeth. The Axew nodded, then lowered its head, intending to continue sharpening its teeth. For Pokémon like Axew, teeth are their lifeblood. Xiaoyu smiled as he watched the scene, then bent down to continue teaching the Axew to use the two items. After ensuring that it could use them on its own, he turned his attention to the armored dragon. The key to the evolution of Shelter Dragon into Salamence, besides strength, is its dependence on flying-type energy. Therefore, Xiaoyu has already started to replenish its flying-type energy. In other aspects, he is proceeding step by step, continuing to train and improve it while wearing the Force Training device. After arranging the two Pokémon, Xiaoyu finally turned his attention to Noivern. After using 5 silver crowns, Noivern's aptitude was greatly improved. During this period, the Sonic Dragon underwent tremendous changes. The most obvious changes were its increased size, the more lustrous its bat wings and scales, and a significant boost in speed. In his recent sparring sessions with Noivern, Charizard has clearly felt Noivern's surge in power. Without Mega Evolution, Charizard can only slightly suppress Noivern. It's worth noting that the old Charizard could completely suppress Noivern, and that was even before Noivern had undergone any special training. Given time to fully explore its potential, Noivern's strength will experience an explosive growth. Furthermore, once it learns the Sonic Wave skill, Noivern's combat power will increase dramatically. Noivern. Xiaoyu called out to Noivern. As Xiaoyu's starter Pokémon, and with Noivern's telepathic ability, the two could already communicate with each other. Starting today, we'll begin grueling training. Are you ready? No problem, Soundwave Dragon replied. Add weight first. Xiaoyu's expression was serious, as if he had returned to those difficult years. You must add weight to your limit. Okay. Soundwave Dragon nodded. It was no longer the Noibat it once was. Back then, it would complain about being tired after only a little bit of hardship and would slack off during training. But as it fell behind Sceptile and Charizard, Noibat finally realized its mistake. We only learn to cherish what we have when we lose it. Noisewave Dragon will certainly not give up any opportunity to become stronger. Xiaoyu kept adding weight to the noisy dragon, and soon the weight on the noisy dragon reached a terrifying level. Can we add more? Can. The Sonic Dragon flapped its wings with difficulty. Flying alone was already quite strenuous, but it still didn't stop, signaling Xiaoyu to continue gaining weight. Okay, tell me if you can't hold on. I'm okay. As the load increased, Xiaoyu stopped adding more weight, until his body began to tremble slightly as the noisy dragon flew. At this point, the weight on Noivern's body had reached a terrifying 2.5 tons. This is already an extremely exaggerated load. In the real world, the maximum load that large birds of prey can carry is 2 to 3 times their own body weight. Note that this is the maximum load. Under normal circumstances, it is 1.5 to 2 times. Even in the Pokémon world, which is full of supernatural phenomena, the weight limit will not exceed about 10 times its own body weight. The standard height of a Noivernosaurus is 1.5 m, and its weight is only 85 kilograms. Even though Xiaoyu's noisy dragon is slightly larger, it is still growing and its size does not exceed 2.2 m. Its weight is about 120 kilograms, which is about 1.2 tons. The Noivern's current carrying capacity has reached a terrifying 2.5 tons, which is enough to show its explosive physical strength and unwavering will. With such a heavy load, Noivern could no longer take off by flapping its wings alone. It could only rely on the force of its legs to fly into the air with difficulty and try to maintain its balance. Very good, it seems this weight is your limit. Let's begin training. Looking at the heavy load on Noivern's body and the way it struggled to fly, Sceptile, Charizard, and other Pokémon all looked surprised. When did Noivern become so powerful? Chapter 432 Spinoza. Xiaoyu hadn't given his Pokémon such intensive training in a long time. Not only were his Pokémon struggling, but Xiaoyu himself was also finding it somewhat difficult to adjust. While training his Pokémon, Xiaoyu also worked out, which helped to make up for his weakness as a trainer. Also because he was engrossed in training, Xiaoyu didn't invite Coach Long to dinner that night. Instead, he ordered takeout, ate a simple meal, and continued to train with Soundwave Dragon and the Boom Wave. Sonic Blast is the skill that Noivern currently needs to master. Xiaoyu specially bought a lot of high-end equipment to adjust the frequency of the sonic waves and guide Noivern to learn the Sonic Blast skill. Xiaoyu didn't expect Noivern to learn it in a short time. After all, it was one of the ultimate moves of the normal type. He only needed to learn it in 2 or 3 months. The training continued until 9 p.m. before Sylvia returned with Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was the little girl Xiaoyu brought back from the fluorescent forest. After Xiao Wanyu completed the relevant procedures for her, she brought her to the capital and entrusted her to Sylvia's care. Both of them had similar experiences, having lost both parents, which naturally made them more compatible. After spending half a month together, the two became increasingly close, like sisters. Sylvia took on the role of an older sister in their daily lives, looking after Xiao. Ding! The doorbell rings. Page 283. Come in. Sylvia and Xiao entered the underground training room. Looking at Xiaoyu's Pokémon, Xiao's eyes showed a hint of curiosity. She unconsciously used her psychic powers to communicate with Xiaoyu's Pokémon. Sylvia's gaze fell on Xiaoyu. When did you get back? If Aunt Zhang hadn't told me you were back, I wouldn't have known. You came back this morning. How are you? Are you getting used to living here? Xiaoyu turned his gaze to Sylvia and asked with a smile. It's all right. Sylvia was wearing a loose t-shirt and shorts that were completely covered by the t-shirt. Recently, she has been studying at Imperial University as an international student. The stable life has made her almost forget her previous life of wandering. You'll get used to it. Xiaoyu said with a smile. Wanyu and I have already discussed your father's experiment. The construction of the new laboratory and the purchase of equipment will take some time, so we'll have to wait. It's alright, take your time. I'm available anytime. Don't worry about me. Just don't let it affect you. Sylvia quickly waved her hand, her gaze towards Xiaoyu filled with respect and gratitude. Xiaoyu and Xiao Wanyu have already helped her enough. At least in all these years, she has never met someone like Xiaoyu who helps her without expecting anything in return. Sometimes, when she couldn't sleep at night, tossing and turning, Sylvia would wonder why Xiaoyu was helping her like this. Xiaoyu not only refused her father's experimental results, but also funded her experiments, helped her fulfill her father's last wish, provided her with a stable place to live, and even helped her investigate her enemies. Sylvia was initially a little worried, thinking that Xiaoyu, like many others, was after her body and beauty. However, after seeing Xiao Wanyu's beauty, she realized that she had been thinking too much. Xiao Wanyu's mature charm and elegant demeanor are enough to fascinate any man, and even she, a woman, is incredibly moved. She considered herself very beautiful, but she still lacked confidence when facing Xiao Wanyu. Xiao Wanyu is just too perfect. Apart from being a little fairer and taller than Xiao Wanyu, I really have no advantage in any other aspect. I need to trouble you with something recently, Xiaoyu said suddenly as he opened the door. What is it? Just tell me. Hearing that Xiaoyu had something to ask of her, Sylvia was eager to help and asked. I need you to keep an eye on someone for me, Xiaoyu said with a smile. Who? Sylvia asked. Chi Hanking, Xiaoyu said slowly, a teacher at Imperial University. You should know her and have attended her classes. Sylvia was slightly surprised, but she didn't refuse and nodded in agreement. Okay, but, why are you spying on her? She knows my identity as Sakeke, Xiaoyu said. Ah. Sylvia frowned. She found out. What do we do now? Didn't she expose you? Why not just kill her? Xiaoyu suddenly spoke up, but her words made Xiaoyu frown slightly. Xiaoyu seems to have a bit too much of a violent streak. Living in the lawless Shan state for too long has shaped her slightly distorted personality. China is not Shan state. Even I can't guarantee that I can rule China with one hand and kill people whenever I want. Xiaoyu turned to look at Xiaoyu and said with a smile, killing is always the last resort, and killing her would cause too much trouble. Xiaoyu looked at Xiaoyu with a puzzled expression, her eyes filled with confusion. Seeing Xiaoyu's puzzled expression, Xiaoyu smiled and continued, if it's not absolutely necessary, it's best not to kill anyone, especially not in the capital. If you fail to kill her, the consequences could be unpredictable. You should plan carefully before acting. You don't have to be 100% sure, but you should at least be 70% or 80% certain. Don't you have Darkrai? Why don't you just hypnotize her? Xiaoyu asked seriously. So you're too naive. You have to use your brain in everything you do, don't just assume things. Xiaoyu smiled. Killing someone is always the dumbest way. Since she's already guessed my true identity, she must also know that I have Darkrai. After all, Giovanni's signature Pokémon are Darkrai and Gigantamax Lapras. Since she dared to confront me, she must have made some preparations and definitely has a Pokémon to save her life. Xiaoyu said seriously, let's not even talk about whether I can kill her. Even if I release Iron Warrior to forcibly kill her, the battle between champion-level Pokémon is quite a commotion. When the champion-level trainers from the capital arrive, my own identity will be exposed. What's the point of all this? Force is the last resort of the incompetent. Only those who lack brains think of using force to solve any problem. Xiaoyu rubbed Xiaoyu's head. Xiaoyu, you need to read more books. You need to use your brain first when you encounter problems. Brains are for using, not for looking at. Don't kill people the moment you encounter a problem. Spinoza once said, the human heart is never conquered by force, but by love and tolerance. However, if it really comes down to the need to use force, Xiaoyu will definitely do so without hesitation, just like in the fluorescent forest. If Qi Linlong and the others hadn't pushed him so hard, and Xiaoyu had really had no other choice, he wouldn't have taken the risk of letting the Iron Warriors kill them. Listening to Xiaoyu's long-winded explanation, Xiaoyu only vaguely understood. In the remote and backward Shan state, the education she could receive was quite limited, far inferior to that of Sylvia, who had received an elite education since childhood. Sylvia, pick out some books for her to read, and teach her some basic Pokémon knowledge. I'll give her a starter Pokémon after a while. You should do the same, train your Pokémon every day. We may not need physical strength, but we can't be without it. Sylvia nodded, her gaze turning to Xiaoyu. Although Xiaoyu was only 1 year older than him, they didn't seem like peers at all. Although Xiaoyu can be childish and lecherous at times, such as occasionally watching videos of beautiful women, he behaves quite maturely and steadily when faced with such important matters. Chapter 433, a month-long friendly match. The next day, as dawn broke, Xiaoyu got up early to wash up and went into the training room again. Training, and more training. Training is actually quite similar to fitness. It's painful at first and hard to stick to, but once you get used to it, you'll find fitness fascinating, and the same goes for training. Despite its heavy load, the Noivern persevered, tapping into every ounce of its potential. Influenced by Noivern, Charizard also became exceptionally serious, especially since it had begun to sense the threat Noivern posed to it. To be honest, among Xiaoyu's team of Pokémon right now, aside from Dragapult being in a class of its own, Charizard and Sceptile are actually not that different in strength, and with Mega Evolution, they can reach Dragapult's level of strength. After that comes the Noivern, and finally the Axew and the Armored Dragon. However, as Noivern's aptitude improved, Charizard felt a sense of crisis. Today, it trained exceptionally hard, constantly spewing flames and honing its control over fire-type energy. The Lizard King remained the same as always, self-disciplined and strong, requiring no concern from Xiaoyu, perfectly fulfilling the role of the team's elder brother. Xiaoyu then assigned training tasks to the Axew and the Armored Dragon, and finally turned his attention to the Noivern Dragon. Noivern Dragon, you will only do physical training this morning. This afternoon I will take you to see Teacher Dragon and let its Noivern Dragon teach you how to create sonic waves. Noisy Dragon nodded, its aloof demeanor a stark contrast to how Noibat used to obediently stay in its arms. Teacher Long didn't have any classes this afternoon, so Xiaoyu specially invited Teacher Long to have lunch together. He also asked Teacher Long's Sonic Dragon to give Sonic Dragon special training so that it could learn the Sonic Burst skill as soon as possible. After assigning training tasks to the Pokémon in Team 1, Xiaoyu turned his attention to Team 2. The Pokémon in the second team are quite complex now. Apart from Pokémon like Ironhide and Darkrai, which already have strong abilities, the strongest Pokémon in Xiaoyu's team are Indeedee and Diancie. Diancie's current strength is at the peak of the Overlord level, and she is only one step away from the Gym Leader level. Xiaoyu could understand why it grew so fast. After all, Diancie was a legendary Pokémon. I'll say it again, mythical Pokémon, first-level legendary Pokémon, and second-level legendary Pokémon are all collectively referred to as legendary Pokémon, and its growth rate was much faster than that of ordinary Pokémon. However, Indeedee's growth rate greatly exceeded Xiaoyu's expectations. Although Indeedee obtained a crescent wing, it was not a divine beast. However, its current strength was comparable to Diancie's, both being Overlord level and approaching Gym Leader level. This is truly a mortal being able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. Xiaoyu also noticed that the two seemed to be in competition, each regarding the other as an opponent. Besides these two, Cinderace and Gengar follow closely behind, both of which have just reached the Overlord level. Last in line is Rotom, who was just born. Looking at the Pokémon, Xiaoyu had an idea. He clapped his hands to attract the attention of all the Pokémon. Everyone should make the most of their time to train recently, and we will organize a friendly match for everyone in a month. Sceptile King, Charizard, Noivern, and Dragapult, the four of you will battle in a group. Axew, you will team up with Shellder, Cinderace, and Gengar for a battle. You and Diancie will battle together. Almost as soon as Xiaoyu finished speaking, a glint flashed in the eyes of the belligerent Lizard King, and his gaze fell on Durankai. Ever since Dronky suddenly displayed his terrifying strength, Lizard King has been wanting to have a real battle with Dronky, a thrilling battle, a battle until one of them falls, not just some playful training. Seemingly noticing the Lizard King's gaze, Duranky turned his head slightly, looking at the Lizard King with his usual calm expression, as if to say, "I'll be right here waiting for you to challenge me." Seeing this, Charizard and Noivern didn't join in the fun. Their preferred rivals were each other. When they were still Charmander and Nombat, they were rivals, and their battles were always evenly matched. However, after Charmander evolved into Charmeleon first, and then into Charizard, Nombat was completely overwhelmed. Even after the Noctua evolved into the Noivern, they never had a formal battle. Now they have another chance to compete, and sparks are flying between them. The same scene unfolded with Axew and Shellder, Cinderace and Gengar, with all the Pokémon eager to try their luck. After all, it's the same principle as playing a game. Beating others only brings temporary pleasure, but if you beat your best friend or sister in a one-on-one match, you can enjoy the pleasure until the next battle. There's nothing more satisfying than blasting your brothers. While the previous pairs were all friendly sparring, the battle between Diancie and Ndidi was anything but concealed. Their energy surged like raging flames, as if they were about to unleash a full-blown fight. Diancie and Assassin stared at each other, letting out crisp cries, their faces revealing undisguised hostility, much like the scene of trash-talking each other before a competition in their previous lives. Sonic Dragon, what are they saying? Xiaoyu asked Sonic Dragon, curious about what the two were saying. The honest and unassuming noisy dragon looked troubled, as if it had something difficult to say. The cunning Charizard beside him revealed a meaningful smile. Master, they say. However, before Noivern could finish speaking, Esper and Diancie turned to look at Noivern at the same time. Two sweet voices rang in Xiaoyu's heart. Master, she insulted me. Page 284. Master, she insulted me. As a psychic-type Pokémon, absolutely, with the help of Crescent Wing, naturally possesses the psychic ability to communicate telepathically with people. Diancie, being a divine beast herself, naturally possesses this ability as well. The steward said, she insulted me first. Diancie, nonsense, you were the one who called me that, you fat black guy. Caretaker, pink glass, say that again. Diancie, this is a pink diamond, don't you understand, you fat black guy? Abbott, diamonds? The inferior ones are like glass. Xiaoyu felt like his head was about to explode. Looking at the two, Ai Guanxi and Diancie, who were not willing to give in to each other, he felt extremely troubled and had a headache. As for the other Pokémon, they seemed to be used to this situation and silently continued their training, as if they hadn't seen anything happen. Stop, stop. Xiaoyu quickly called for a halt, finally stopping the two Pokémon from arguing. You're partners, how can you fight over such a small thing? Tianxi, it's not just this little thing, it's always like this. The servant said, it's you who's always causing trouble. Seeing that the two were about to start arguing again, Xiaoyu quickly stopped them. Alright, stop arguing. Listen to each other. Teammates should be tolerant and forgiving of each other. Any conflicts will be resolved in the battle a month from now. Fine, pink glass, I'm going to smash your glass. Fine, I'll tear you apart, you fat black guy. Tianxi and Aguan acknowledged the order and went to their respective sides to train diligently, determined to win the competition a month later. Seeing this, Xiaoyu felt a bit overwhelmed. When did Diancie and Assassin's relationship become so bad? He should ask Charizard, the socialite, about it when he had time. Just as Xiaoyu was lost in thought, a burst of laughter suddenly came from beside him. He he he. It turned out that Darkrai was looking at Xiaoyu's flustered appearance and grinned wickedly. Darkrai, what are you laughing at? You'll be competing in a month, against the Iron Warrior. Chapter 434 Lunch with Long Yanning. After the morning training session, Xiaoyu quickly washed up, changed his clothes, and immediately went to Long Yanning's apartment. Xiaoyu and Long Yanning had arranged to have lunch at her house, and in the afternoon, Xiaoyu would give Sonic Dragon special training. It should be about time for Xiaoyu to get there now. A dozen minutes later, Xiaoyu stood in front of Long Yanning's apartment. Click. Xiaoyu took out the key that Long Yanning had prepared for him, gently opened the door, and tiptoed inside. The wind sprite in the living room immediately raised its head alertly upon hearing the noise. When it saw that the person who came was Xiaoyu, a look of joy appeared on its face, and it pounced on Xiaoyu. Shoo! Xiaoyu hugged the wind fairy's furry body, made a shushing gesture, and quietly walked towards the kitchen. A delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen, accompanied by the sounds of stir-frying. Wearing an apron and with her hair up in a bun, Long Yanning was intently simmering soup and stir-frying vegetables in front of the stove, preparing lunch with great care. From Xiaoyu's perspective, one could see Long Yanning's perfect back view. Her slender waist and the rounded, full jeans created a striking contrast, forming a perfect arc. Beautiful scenery. Putting aside her unremarkable appearance, in other aspects, Long Yanning is undoubtedly perfect. At least from the back, she is in no way inferior to Xiao Wanyu. Xiao Wanyu exudes a graceful and voluptuous beauty, while Long Yanning possesses an elegant and aloof beauty. Xiaoyu quietly approached Long Yanning from behind and couldn't help but gently reach out and wrap his arms around Long Yanning's waist. The skin-to-skin contact caused Long Yanning to tremble slightly, and she frowned as she looked back. When she saw that the person who came was Xiaoyu, Long Yanning's bright eyes showed a joyful expression, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. When did you arrive? You startled me. Just arrived, Xiaoyu said with a smile, then rested his head on Long Yanning's shoulder, his gaze falling on the pot. Smelling the aroma of the food, he couldn't help but exclaim, "It smells so good." It's been a long time since we last met, and Teacher Long's cooking skills have improved dramatically. Go and rest for a while, it'll be over soon. Long Yanning felt the warmth from the large hand on her waist, her face slightly flushed. She shifted her waist, trying to push Xiaoyu aside. Stop fooling around. I'll hug you for a while. Xiaoyu naturally wouldn't let go, and as he spoke, he buried his head in the back of Long Yanning's neck and took a light breath. You smell so good. A dozen minutes later, Xiaoyu and Long Yanning sat facing each other in the restaurant. The table was laden with a sumptuous feast, including chicken, duck, fish, beef, and seafood. There were even 2 wine glasses and a bottle of red wine on the table. Teacher Long, are you trying to get me drunk? Xiaoyu teased with a smile. I haven't had a drink in a long time. Long Yanning smiled and looked at Xiaoyu, saying, I usually don't have the chance, only when you come back do I have the chance to drink. Since we don't have classes today, we can have a little drink. Long Yanning gently licked her red lips, like a little glutton, and added, there's only 1 bottle, so you can't drink more. Xiaoyu nodded and said, okay, just 1 bottle, just a small drink. The two ate their meal and drank some wine, while also chatting about interesting things that had happened recently. The most romantic thing between couples is sharing favorite songs, sharing hobbies, and wanting to share everything they like and all the troubles in their lives with each other. The two, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, seemed to have endless things to talk about. Before they knew it, more than half of the red wine on the table had been drunk. Long Yanning's face also turned slightly red, her eyes were glazed, and she was already 3 parts drunk. Xiaoyu. Long Yan gazed at Xiaoyu, leaning back in her chair, her eyes seemingly filled with spring water as she stared intently at him. Xiaoyu's face also showed a hint of drunkenness as he responded, looking at the charming Long Yanning and replying in a low voice. Will we be together forever? Long Yanning murmured, looking at Xiaoyu. The sudden change of topic left Xiaoyu somewhat bewildered. Hearing Long Yanning's question, Xiaoyu unconsciously thought of Xiao Wanyu and felt a pang of guilt. But at this moment, his male instincts made him answer without hesitation, definitely. Hearing Xiaoyu's answer, Long Yanning smiled, her long hair cascading down her sides. She rested her chin on her hand, looked up at Xiaoyu, and said softly, Xiaoyu. There's a Lin Shimen concert tonight, and I want you to come with me. Long Yanning's face showed an expectant expression. She wasn't actually a fan of celebrities or Lin Shimen, she just wanted to go on a date with Xiaoyu. Having not seen each other for a month, Long Yanning missed Xiaoyu terribly. The feeling of being in a long-distance relationship was not easy, and it was not pleasant to only be able to chat through video and phone every day, especially since they had only been dating for a short time. That's why Long Yanning took the initiative to suggest going to the concert with Xiaoyu. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement to Long Yanning's invitation. He was indeed not a good boyfriend. Since they started dating, they had spent little time together. Now that he had some free time, Xiaoyu wanted to spend more time with Long Yanning. Then it's settled. Give me the tickets. Hearing Xiaoyu agree, Long Yanning smiled. I'll train your Sonic Dragon with you this afternoon, and we'll go to the concert tonight. Now you go and rest for a bit, I'll go wash the dishes. I'll wash it, Xiaoyu said. No need, you should rest first. I don't usually have anything to do, you're so busy, you should rest more. Long Yanning smiled and pushed Xiaoyu towards the bedroom, indicating that he could take a nap. Go take a nap first, I'll call you after I finish washing the dishes. Okay then. Looking at Long Yanning's considerate and virtuous appearance, Xiaoyu felt a warmth rise in his heart and a smile appeared on his face. He quickly lay down on the bed under the influence of alcohol, and smelling the faint fragrance emanating from the bedding, he soon fell into a deep sleep. After 1 hour, Xiaoyu woke up slowly, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Long Yanning leaning over the headboard, her eyes sparkling, looking at him intently. When did you arrive? How long have I been asleep? Xiaoyu quickly got up and asked Long Yanning. I just got here. Here, have some fruit. Long Yanning also got up and handed Xiaoyu a plate of sliced fruit that was on the bedside table. Do you want to rest a little longer? No need, you should take a nap. You'll be sleepy in the afternoon if you don't take a nap, Xiaoyu said to Long Yanning with concern. I slept for a long time last night and I'm not sleepy at all now. If you're not going to sleep, we'll go out now. Wait for me while I change my clothes. It is good. A dozen minutes later, Long Yanning touched up her makeup and changed into a beautiful outfit, a dark-colored shirt paired with tight high-waisted jeans, showcasing her enviable long legs and charming waistline, which caught Xiaoyu's eye. Seeing Xiaoyu's expression, Long Yanning smiled, put on her hat and sunglasses, gently took Xiaoyu's arm, and said, let's go out. Walk. Chapter 435 Explosive Sound Training, Dragon-Type Gym. Inside a private, enclosed training area, 2 sonic dragons were emitting sonic waves in front of them, conducting warm-up exercises before their special training. Long Yanning's sonic dragon was demonstrating basic vocal techniques to Xiaoyu's sonic dragon repeatedly, which was also a necessary preparation before learning sonic boom. Page 285. The sonic wave skill is similar to the loud voice skill. Both are sound-based attack skills and are also normal type skills. However, the power of sonic wave is about 1.5 times that of hyper voice, and it is also much harder to learn. Very few Pokémon can learn it. Currently, only 12 Pokémon can learn this skill. Of these, 4 Pokémon can learn it through inheritance, and 8 Pokémon can learn it by leveling up. Normally, Noivern needs to be at the Elite 4 level to learn this move, which is why it is so difficult to master. Elite 4 level Pokémon are rare, so a significant number of Noivern Pokémon cannot learn the burst move. Long Yanning's Sonic Dragon is currently only at the Quasi-Heavenly King level. The reason it was able to learn the Sonic Wave skill ahead of time is because it was taught by Long Fan's Sonic Dragon. This is essentially a passing down of knowledge, from Long Fan to Long Yanning, and now from Long Yanning to Xiaoyu. The core of the Sonic Wave skill is to emit a huge sound, which spreads outward with normal type energy, creating an effect similar to an explosion, severely damaging all surrounding enemies. Long Yanning explained to Xiaoyu's Sonic Wave Dragon. The Sonic Wave skill is essentially an advanced version of the Great Sound skill. The core of the Great Sound skill is to damage enemies through sound vibrations and the energy carried by high frequencies. But the core of Boom is the explosion, and it is extremely difficult to cause an explosion. Not only do you need to have a very high talent in sound, but you also need to have a very high talent in energy control. This is why the vast majority of Pokémon cannot learn the Boom move. Most Pokémon that can learn Sonic Wave are those with extremely high talent in sound. For example, the Explosive Monster, the Vibrating Salamence, the Soundwave Dragon, the Thunder King Kong, the Staff-Tailed Komodo, and the Desert Dragonfly all have unique talents in sound. Sonic Dragon, watch our demonstration first, and get a feel for it. After Long Yanning finished her introduction, she patted the Sonic Dragon next to her and began the first demonstration. Then, normal type energy began to surge from Noivern's body, gathering in its enormous ears. Noivern is a unique Pokémon. It usually communicates by making sounds with its mouth, but in actual battles, sound-based moves such as Ultrasonic and Blast Wave are made by making sounds with its ears. As the Sonic Dragon's energy accumulated, it soon reached a critical value. At that moment, Noivern pricked up its ears and unleashed an astonishing sonic boom. In just an instant, the ground in front of Noivern cracked and rocks shattered, as if a massive explosion had occurred, leaving the area in ruins. Xiaoyu and the Sonic Dragon beside him watched this scene with surprise on their faces, marveling at the powerful force of the sonic boom. Sonic Wave is very powerful. It's the second most powerful special attack move among normal type moves, second only to Hyper Beam. But its advantage is that it has no side effects, Long Yanning said to Xiaoyu. She was able to serve as a teacher in the combat course at Imperial Capital University because she had a very solid foundation in basic theoretical knowledge. Unfortunately, among normal-type Pokémon, only the Swellow family, Rattlesaw, Togepi, Exploud, and Garchomp can learn Burrow Strike. These Pokémon aren't particularly strong in special attack. Long Yanning realized she had gone off topic and quickly steered the conversation back on track. Alright, Noivern, you try it out first. Xiaoyu's noisy dragon nodded and imitated Long Yanning's noisy dragon's movements, gathering normal-type energy and then suddenly releasing a powerful sonic wave. Unfortunately, the sonic boom released by the noisy dragon only created a gust of wind and could not cause an explosion. Very good, it's already quite good that you were able to create a strong wind at the beginning. Long Yanning praised the sonic dragon with a smile and encouraged it to continue trying. Blowing up a sonic wave isn't something you can learn easily. You need both talent and strength. Come on, try a few more times. Looking at Long Yanning, who was full of patience and spoke gently, Xiaoyu suddenly realized that the most suitable profession for Teacher Long was actually a teacher. She has extensive theoretical knowledge, patience, and outstanding personal strength. At the same time, unlike Xiao Wanyu, who is a woman with 800 cunning schemes, Long Yanning is not very scheming. Therefore, she is not suitable to be the head of the sect or one of the 4 heavenly kings, guarding a region. She is better suited to working in an ivory tower like a university, as a teacher who educates and nurtures students, and more importantly, she enjoys this profession. If Teacher Long can continue working in this industry for a long time, who knows, maybe Teacher Long can even teach her own children in the future, and be a good wife and mother. That would be wonderful. As Xiaoyu pondered this, a slight smile appeared on her lips. After handing over Noivern to Teacher Long for special training, Xiaoyu simply began to train Axew and Shelder Dragon. These 2 little guys were at a critical stage of their impending evolution, and now they could not be careless for a moment. They had to lay a solid foundation as much as possible. The 2 spent the afternoon training their Pokémon in the training room. This unique way of dating is quite rare among couples, but they both enjoyed it. The scene before my eyes was like returning to the time when Long Yanning tutored Xiaoyu every night in the secret realm. Looking back now, their relationship must have blossomed rapidly during that period. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Seeing that it was almost time, Xiaoyu said, "Let's go. Let's stop training here for today, go wash up and change our clothes, then have dinner and go to the concert." Okay. Long Yanning nodded, then looked at Xiaoyu seriously and instructed, "When I'm not around, you should also urge the Sonic Dragon to practice more. There are no shortcuts to learning the Sonic Wave skill." Xiaoyu nodded. "You also need to take care of the axe-toothed dragon's teeth every day. Its teeth are growing extremely fast at this stage, so we can't delay it," Long Yanning continued. "Okay, don't worry. I'll definitely take good care of them," Xiaoyu replied. "And the same goes for Shelder. At this time, we should start replenishing it with a lot of nutrients and flying-type energy to provide enough energy for it to evolve into Salamence and hatch." Long Yanning stared at Xiaoyu and said seriously, "No matter how busy you are, you can't forget to take care of your Pokémon." "I understand." Xiaoyu listened to Long Yanning's instructions and gave a wry smile. That's the charm of a relationship between an older woman and a younger man. She's always considerate and thoughtful. "Alright, Teacher Long, it's time for our date now," Xiaoyu said with a smile. "Let's not talk about training anymore." "Xiaoyu, I'm not joking with you. You need to remember what I just said." Long Yanning looked at Xiaoyu with concern, afraid that she would forget what she said in the blink of an eye. "I wasn't joking. How about this, send me a message with what you just said, and I'll make it into a memo." "Okay." Long Yanning's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. Chapter 436 Concert. The capital city, a stadium. Xiaoyu and Long Yanning, fully armed and wearing masks, walked hand in hand through the VIP entrance to the concert. The handsome man and beautiful woman attracted the attention of countless people, and many even mistook them for celebrities who came to support the event, given their fully disguised appearance. In the dim light, there were many young couples like them around, their faces beaming with happiness. Attending a concert together as a couple offers a unique experience, especially when it's a top-tier singer like Lin Shuman. Lin Shuman, as a national goddess and the youngest pop diva in China, has always enjoyed immense popularity. Since her debut, she has had many enthusiastic fans, and her concert tickets are ridiculously expensive. The 2 front-row tickets that Long Yanning obtained through someone else would have cost at least tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan if purchased from scalpers. Of course, Lin Shuman's popularity is not only due to her beauty, sweet voice, and title of Queen of Love Songs, but also because she has another identity that fans talk about. The electric-type gym leader of Shanghai is a force to be reckoned with. Furthermore, the Shanghai electric-type gym is one of the most profitable gyms in the country. For this reason, she, who possesses both talent and beauty, has always been a goddess in the hearts of countless people. Xiaoyu and Long Yaning walked hand in hand to their seats and sat down quietly, waiting for the concert to begin. Soon, all the surrounding seats were filled, tens of thousands of seats were occupied, and some fans who had not bought tickets even lingered outside the venue, unwilling to leave. Xiaoyu. Long Yanning's face was filled with a happy smile. Even though the mask covered most of her face, her curved eyebrows and eyes could still be seen. Long Yanning gently rested her head on Xiaoyu's shoulder and murmured, "Xiaoyu. What's wrong?" Xiaoyu asked. "Do you like Lin Shumen?" Long Yanning's eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. "We've been together for so long, and you've never said what kind of girl you like. Do you like someone like Lin Shumen?" Faced with this potentially disastrous question, Xiaoyu reacted quickly. Although he didn't have much experience in dating, his theoretical knowledge was extremely solid. In this situation, you can't be silly and honestly state your preferred type of girl, nor can you directly say, "I like your type." That would seem too perfunctory and insincere. "I like women who are tall, preferably like models, over 1.7 meters tall, with long legs. They should be elegant, understanding, capable in both social and domestic settings, gentle and considerate, and preferably a little older than me." Although Xiaoyu did not explicitly mention Long Yanning's name in his words were full of praise for her. Xiaoyu glanced at Long Yanning's expression and continued, "Although Lin Shumen is also very beautiful, to be honest, she's always lacking something. To be honest, in my heart, she's still slightly inferior to you. You're so glib." Although Long Yanning was talking about Xiaoyu, her smile widened, and she gently put her arm around Xiaoyu's shoulder, like a little bird nestled against him. "Let's go to the concert." 10 minutes later, the stage lights suddenly dimmed, and the fans immediately let out excited screams, clearly indicating that the concert was about to begin. All the lights focused on the center of the stage. As beautiful music played, Lin Shumen, dressed in a white butterfly dress and wearing a white veil, appeared on the stage like a fairy descending to earth with exquisite makeup, along with a rising platform. Lin Shumen held a microphone in her hand, and the music playing was her signature song, the Love Song, which is familiar to her fans. As the melodious prelude began, even Xiaoyu, who rarely followed the entertainment industry, had heard Lin Shumen's signature song. A dozen seconds later, as the prelude ended, Lin Shumen parted her red lips slightly. As soon as she opened her mouth, her heavenly voice rang out, shaking everyone's hearts and instantly eliciting cheers from the fans. Xiaoyu, sitting in the front row, couldn't help but admire Lin Shumen's singing skills. Her voice was truly remarkable, and she captivated everyone from the moment she opened her mouth. Although Xiaoyu doesn't understand music, she has to admit that this song is really good. Long Yanning was also moved by the singing, her eyes shining as she waved her arms along with the song. Seeing this, Xiaoyu also reached out and gently took Long Yanning's hand. Together, they waved their arms to the beautiful singing. It has to be said that listening to a live concert is a completely different experience from listening to a recording. The atmosphere at the concert infected Xiaoyu and Long Yanning, and their eyes met from time to time, as if there was love flowing between them. The concert ended at 11 p.m. Xiaoyu, having finished his day's activities, first took Long Yanning back to her apartment, and then reluctantly said goodbye to her. "I'm leaving, Yanning." Xiaoyu. Long Yanning, who was standing at the door, suddenly called out to Xiaoyu. Her face was slightly red and her eyes showed a hint of hesitation. She then asked, "Where do you usually live?" "You don't live in the dormitory. It's not very convenient to live at home with Elder Qi and the others. Why don't you move in with me?" Page 286. "I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to help take care of your Pokémon when you're busy sometimes. Your Pokémon is currently at a crucial stage." After speaking, Long Yanning lowered her head silently, her ears turning red. It was clear that she had mustered up a lot of courage to say those words, and even now her heart was still pounding like a deer. Hearing Long Yanning's words, Xiaoyu was very happy, but he quickly calmed down. "Now there's a problem. Although Mr. Long's apartment is quite large, it definitely can't accommodate Xiaoyu's entire Pokémon collection. Moreover, there's Darkrai around. If Long Yanning discovers Darkrai's existence, or if Long Fan comes to visit her one day and discovers Darkrai's presence, it wouldn't be good." Despite these concerns, Xiaoyu agreed without hesitation. "Okay, I'll go back and pack, and move in tomorrow." This was an invitation from Teacher Long. How could Xiaoyu possibly refuse? Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Long Yanning was also very happy, but she was still a little disappointed. Why is Xiaoyu moving in tomorrow instead of today? Is it because she's not charming enough or not interested in him? Just as Long Yanning was lost in thought, Xiaoyu also came to his senses and quickly stepped forward to give Long Yanning a hug. "I have to go back to take care of my Pokémon. I'll move here tomorrow morning, don't worry." Hearing Xiaoyu's comforting words, Long Yanning's face turned bright red, like a ripe apple, making one want to take a bite. Long Yan replied softly, her face flushed. Goodbye, Yanning, see you. Chapter 437 Inviting Su Musa to dinner. The next day, Xiaoyu packed some things and moved to Teacher Long's house early in the morning. Although they lived under the same roof, they had different bedrooms. Although there was a slight sense of regret, it was still quite good news for Xiaoyu. However, his stay here with Teacher Long is only temporary. After thinking it over, Xiaoyu decided to spend a lot of money to buy a house last night. Previously, Xiaoyu had been unable to buy a house due to financial constraints. Now, after making a fortune in the gold gambling game and extorting a large ransom from Champion Mei, he could easily afford to buy a luxury villa. Now that we're moving out, we naturally need to buy a bigger villa to house our Pokémon. Of course, he could have just bought the Zishan villa, but considering that Sylvia and Xiaoyu were there, and that Xiao Wanyu would come over from time to time, he decided to look at another one. Regarding the matter of buying a house, Xiaoyu thought about it and decided to call Xiao Wanyu, since she was familiar with the matter. As for whether Xiao Wanyu would be angry after learning about this, Xiaoyu had also considered it carefully. Since he has decided to move out of the Zishan villa, Xiao Wanyu must already know. It's unlikely that he can keep it from her any longer, so he might as well just admit it openly and honestly. When Xiaoyu called and told her that he was moving out, Xiao Wanyu remained calm and offered to help him find a villa that could accommodate his Pokémon. Hearing Xiao Wanyu's considerate words, Xiaoyu also felt a little guilty. Both Xiao Wanyu and Long Yanning were very good to him and always silently supported him. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh, realizing he was such a scumbag. After packing her things, Xiaoyu hurriedly went to a high-end restaurant near the school. She had already made an appointment with Su Musa to treat her and her friends to dinner today. Having stood Su Musa up so many times, Xiaoyu naturally couldn't stand her up again. However, before going, Xiaoyu, being a good man, still informed Long Yanning and Xiao Wanyu in advance. Long Yanning was doing well. The two had just gone to a romantic concert yesterday, and their relationship was going well. When she heard that Xiaoyu wanted to treat Su Musa to dinner, Long Yanning just smiled and let it go, even joking with Xiaoyu herself. Xiaoyu, it's obvious that Su Musa really likes you. Why don't you start dating her? Long Yanning teased with a smile. How could that be? I don't like her. Xiaoyu was so frightened by Long Yanning's words that he broke out in a cold sweat. I love you, Yanning. You said it yourself, so you'd better be careful, you can only eat. Teacher Long, I promise I will keep my word, Xiaoyu immediately assured him. Compared to the smooth sailing of Long Yanning's situation, Xiaoyu was filled with anxiety after reporting to Xiao Wanyu. Although he already knew that Su Musa was not Xiao Wanyu's biological daughter, the relationship between the two was still there. Wanyu, Xiaoyu said cautiously. He could have chosen to avoid trouble and not tell Xiao Wanyu, but after careful consideration, Xiaoyu decided to tell her anyway, to be an honest person. If Wanyu finds out about this later, it will be even harder to explain when the truth comes out. What is it? Xiao Wanyu asked. I'm treating Su Musa and her friends to lunch today. Xiaoyu was slightly nervous. I know. Xiao Wanyu's reaction was completely unexpected by Xiaoyu. Muzi told me last night. You don't mind? Xiaoyu asked cautiously. I do mind, Xiao Wanyu said, but it's just a meal, which is fine. Yesterday, Muzi heard that you were going to invite her to dinner, and she called me for half an hour last night. How could I bear to refuse? But Xiaoyu, you absolutely cannot have any ulterior motives. Don't worry, I promise, Xiaoyu quickly replied. Remember what you said. Although Xiao Wanyu said this with a smile, the warning in her tone sent a chill down Xiaoyu's spine. Don't disappoint me. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu arrived at the agreed-upon restaurant ahead of time, waiting for Su Musa and her group to arrive. Because today's meal wasn't just for Su Musa, but also for her friends, Xiaoyu specially chose a nice restaurant to support Su Musa. Half an hour later, a group of smartly dressed girls got out of a taxi and walked into the restaurant. Xiaoyu. Su Musa walked into the private room, a sweet smile appearing on her face as she looked at Xiaoyu. She went directly to Xiaoyu's seat and placed her bag on it. Please sit down too, Su Musa said, inviting her friends to sit down after putting down her bag. There were 8 girls and 3 boys who came to eat today. They were all Su Musa's roommates and classmates from the next dormitory. The 3 boys are family members. Although it has only been less than a week since the start of the semester, 3 of the girls have already started dating. Of the 3 boys, Xiaoyu recognized one of them. He was probably a classmate. The other 2 boys were a third-year student and a student from another university. Sit down, everyone, please sit down, don't be shy. Xiaoyu also invited everyone to sit down, and at the same time nodded to the waiter next to him, indicating that the dishes could be served. Xiaoyu, you've gone to all this trouble. As soon as Xiaoyu sat down, a tall girl with fluent northeastern accent smiled and said, "Today we're able to enjoy a big meal thanks to Su Musa." The girl who spoke was probably from northeast China, speaking with a strong northeastern accent, which sounded quite bold. "Eat as much as you want, don't hold back today. I've been meaning to invite you to dinner for a while, but I haven't had the time. Now that I'm back, I'm making arrangements right away," Xiaoyu said with a smile. Knowing that Xiaoyu didn't recognize anyone, Su Musa leaned closer to Xiaoyu and whispered, "She also has the surname Xia, and her name is Xia Jia. Then I won't stand on ceremony." Xia Jia replied with a smile, "Muzi, why are you whispering to each other before we've even eaten? Xiaoyu, you're going to be Su Musa's boyfriend, but that's a long and arduous road ahead. Don't think you can get rid of us with just a beating. You'll have to pass our test first. Let's see how much you can drink today." "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm introducing you to Xiaoyu." Hearing Xia Jia's teasing, Su Musa blushed and then introduced Xiaoyu generously. "Xiaoyu, this is Xia Jia, our eldest roommate, from northeast China. This is Qin Yanfei, from Suzhou and Hangzhou. This is her boyfriend, Huang Helun, also from Suzhou and Hangzhou, studying at the capital medical university. This is Lin Hengxiu, the third oldest in our dorm." There was only one person in total. Xiaoyu only remembered the general idea and greeted everyone one by one. "What would you like to drink?" After the introductions, Xiaoyu asked everyone present what they would like to drink. "Beiju, Chinese liquor." Xia Jia didn't stand on ceremony and said directly, "I drink beiju. Everyone's happy today, so let's all have some. If you can't drink beiju, drink red wine." Hearing Xia Jia say this, the other girls didn't want to offend her, so they could only nod. "How about this, we won't pressure each other to drink, let's just drink as much as we can manage," Xiaoyu said with a smile. "Okay." Xiao Jia knew that some of the girls present couldn't hold their liquor, so she didn't force them. "But Xiaoyu, you have to drink today." "No problem." Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Chapter 438, a detailed explanation of the Gym Leader League. At the dinner table, the atmosphere was quite lively, filled with laughter, because everyone was young. Amidst the clinking of glasses, everyone had unknowingly drunk quite a bit. "Drink less." Su Musa, who was standing next to Xiaoyu, frowned and reminded her when she saw Xiaoyu's face turn red. Su Musa had clearly dressed up carefully today, with light blush on her face, wearing a cute long dress, and a cute hair clip in her hair. She was like the most beautiful princess, breathtakingly beautiful. Although Su Musa is not Xiaowanyu's biological daughter, upon closer inspection, the two still share some similarities in their features. Xiaoyu nodded. His alcohol tolerance had increased, and he was actually in good condition. "Don't worry, I won't drink too much." Su Musa was still a little worried, so she quickly asked the waiter to bring over a carton of yogurt and handed it to Xiaoyu. "Have some yogurt and eat something to fill your stomach." "Well, thank you." Page 287. Xia Jia, who happened to be at the table, saw this scene and smiled, teasing, "Muzi, why are you siding with outsiders? You don't care about me, but you care about Xiaoyu." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Su Musa replied softly, her face slightly flushed. "Did I hit the nail on the head?" Xia Jia said loudly with a laugh. After Su Musa's interruption, Xiaoyu drank much slower. Feeling his head getting slightly heavy, he switched his wine glass to yogurt and started chatting with everyone. Since most of the people present were trainer major students, the topic quickly turned to the Gym Leader Pro League, a problem that all trainer major students must face. "Xiaoyu, when are you planning to go play G3? The speaker was a short-haired girl with fair skin, a tall figure, and a somewhat androgynous style. Xiaoyu vaguely remembered that her name was Fu Lanlin. The G3 League is the third-tier professional league for gym owners. Normally, you need to reach the top 4 in the amateur league to qualify for the G3 League. Xiaoyu, being the champion of this year's College Cup, has earned the right to directly participate in the G3 League for 1 year, without having to participate in the Gym Leader Amateur League. No rush. Anyway, there's no time limit for this spot, and the Master-Level Professional League explicitly prohibits Mega Evolution now. I need to be prepared before I participate," Xiaoyu said with a smile. He didn't actually want to play in the Gym Leaders League, because even if he successfully broke through from the Gym Leaders Professional League and qualified for the final Gym Leaders Ranking Tournament, he would still have to wait 2 years. There are still 2 years until the next tournament for the club owner rankings. It's too early. We might as well start playing in the Master League a few months before the Master Ranking Tournament. "Xiaoyu, you have to work harder. You and Muzi are the hope of our year," Fu Lanlin said. "Many of our seniors from the previous year have already made it into the G3 League, and Senior Tao Su has even made it into the G2 League. You have to work hard to break Senior Tao Su's record and try to make it into the G2 League in your freshman year. Fu Lanlan spoke to Xiaoyu and Su Muze with an envious expression on her face. Her strength is not outstanding, her family background is only average, and she doesn't have any high-potential Pokémon, which limits her potential. Her strength ranks last among this year's new students. Fu Lanlan was able to get into Beijing University mainly because of her excellent academic performance and the convenience of having a local household registration. That's why Fu Lanlan is more worried about what will happen after graduation than anyone else. Even though she's only a freshman, she's already planning her future career. After all, there are only a few hundred people in the world who can become museum owners, and she has a clear understanding of her own abilities, level, and family background. Without a major opportunity, she'll never become a gym leader. Her best path is to become a deputy gym leader or pass the Pokémon Association exam and become a full-time government employee. She didn't have any other grand ambitions, she just wanted to live a simple and ordinary life. Of course, becoming friends with Su Muze and Xiaoyu would be of great help to her future. I don't think it'll work. Without Mega Evolution, I'm no match for Muzi. Xiaoyu replied modestly, Muzi is still the number one in our generation. Xiaoyu, you're making fun of me again. I'm no match for you, Su Muze said, looking at Xiaoyu. I'm telling the truth. If I couldn't use Mega Evolution during the finals, I really wouldn't be your match. Xiaoyu was telling the truth. Under the circumstances at the time, if he only used one team of Pokémon and didn't use Mega Evolution, he really might not be a match for Su Muze. I can't beat you, I'm the runner-up. Su Muze pouted and said, when I have time, I must have another match with you. No thanks, I'll just admit defeat, Xiaoyu said with a smile. Not bad, Xiaoyu. Once you bow down to a woman, your marriage will definitely be very happy, right, Muzi? Hearing the teasing from the crowd, Su Muze blushed and said, what nonsense are you talking about? As the group chatted and laughed, Xiaojie suddenly steered the conversation toward Li Lianqing, who was standing to the side. Senior, speaking of which, you're already a junior this year. Are you under a lot of pressure? Xiaojie asked Li Lianqing curiously. Li Lianqing is Lin Hangxiu's boyfriend. He has a slightly dark complexion, sharp features, and a thin build. He is also the only senior student among the people present. Seeing everyone's attention focused on him, Li Lianqing, his face slightly flushed, spoke up, the pressure is definitely immense. I've already made it into the G2 League this year, and my goal is to achieve a winning streak in G1 before graduating from my junior year, and qualify for the Gym Leader Ranking Tournament before graduation. That will be around the time of the Gym Leader Ranking Tournament in 2 years. Although becoming a gym leader will be difficult, I still hope to achieve a good ranking and find a good job after graduation. By their junior year, most students at Imperial Capital University have a clear plan for their future. Li Lianqing is a case in point. With his strength, it would be quite remarkable if he could become the head of the martial arts school within 5 years. Of course, it is more likely that it will take him 5 years or even more than 10 years to become the head of the martial arts school. Gym leaders are the highest level of combat power below Elite 4 level trainers. Li Lianqing sighed, then smiled and said, the Gym Leader Level Professional League is also the most brutal competition in China. You may not have participated in this kind of competition before, so you may not know. Let me tell you this. Apart from students like us, almost all the participants in the amateur league have 3 or more Gym Leader level Pokémon. In the G3 League, each participant has 5 to 6 Gym Leader level Pokémon, and there may even be Pokémon with near Elite 4 level strength. Since the start of the G2 League, almost every player's Pokémon have reached the level of Gym Leader, and even Pokémon with near Elite 4 level strength have appeared frequently. As for the G1 League, it's even more brutal. There are only 2 possibilities to break through this stage. One is that your Pokémon is extremely strong and can achieve a 1v2 or even 1v3 against the same level and type. Secondly, your team has formed a complete system, such as Weather Team, Space Team, Receiving Team, Demolition Team, etc. As for the final Gym Leader Ranking Tournament, it's purely a contest of strength. After all, the competition will be divided into 18 groups. For example, if you want to participate in the Dragon-type competition, Xiaoyu, you need to have at least 3 Dragon-type Pokémon. Your opponent also needs to prepare at least 3 Dragon-type Pokémon. With the same type, it's all about raw strength. Chapter 439 Meyer's Abnormalities. Hearing Li Lianqing's words, the atmosphere at the dinner table became somewhat somber. Although everyone present was a student of Imperial University and their abilities were already among the best of their peers, becoming the head of the academy was still extremely difficult. According to statistics, students from Imperial University of Beijing accounted for only about 6% of all the museum owners in China. Everyone present knew that apart from Xiaoyu and Sumuza becoming the head of the gym, which was a foregone conclusion, it would be extremely difficult for anyone else to become the head of the gym. Let's not talk about this, let's not talk about this. Boss Xia treated us to dinner today, how did we end up talking about this? Xiaojia waved her hand, adopting the demeanor of an older sister. If you ask me, freshmen should play around for a year, have fun to the death. In sophomore year, find a relationship to make yourself give up on men. In junior year, work hard to give up on yourself. In senior year, just lie down, do nothing, and wait to die. Don't think about these things. Life and death are predestined, wealth and honor are determined by fate. Ha ha ha. Hearing Xiaojia's words, everyone smiled. Xiaoyu's gaze also fell on Xiaojia. Of course, Xiaoyu was not attracted by Xiaojia's beauty, but suddenly felt that what Xiaojia said sounded familiar. I have a friend named Wu Yaezu, who looks very much like you. The more Xiaoyu looked at Xiaojia, the more he felt that she and Wu Yaezu looked like a married couple, so he turned to Sumuza beside him and asked, is Xiaojia dating anyone? What? Sumuza asked warily. I have a friend who I think is a good match for her. Seeing the doubt in Sumuza's eyes, Xiaoyu quickly said, it's Wu Yaezu, the one you know. I think they're a good match. Hearing Xiaoyu mention Wu Yaezu's name, Sumuza's smile returned. You want to bring them together? No, I'm just giving them their contact information so they can develop their own relationship freely, Xiaoyu said. You can't force feelings, a forced relationship won't be happy. Okay, I'll go back and tell my older sister, and see how she reacts. After the dinner ended and everyone left, Sumuza waited for Xiaoyu and asked softly, Xiaoyu, are you free this afternoon? I want to go shopping and see a movie. I've already bought 2 movie tickets. Will you come with me? Although Sumuza asked Xiaoyu if he was free, it was clear from the fact that she had bought the tickets in advance that she did not intend to give Xiaoyu a chance to refuse. Meeting Sumuza's expectant gaze, Xiaoyu nodded helplessly and replied, okay, I'll go shopping with you this afternoon, and we'll also see a movie. By the way, what movie? I don't watch horror movies. Yes, it's not a horror movie. Hearing Xiaoyu's agreement, Sumuza's face lit up with a bright smile, as radiant as a blooming flower. Into the night. After a busy day, Xiaoyu had a simple dinner with Sumuza and then rushed back to Zishan Villa. In the afternoon, Xiaoyu went shopping and watched a movie with Sumuza. It was a normal and uneventful day for him. He always kept a certain distance and stayed within his bounds. Even so, Sumuza's face was filled with an innocent smile, so dazzling in the sunlight. For her, shopping and watching movies with Xiaoyu was the happiest thing in the past month. After dinner, Sumuza returned to school. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Sumuza, wearing a little skirt, seemed to be draped in a layer of golden clouds. She walked into the school, turning back every few steps. Click. Xiaoyu opened the door and walked into the Purple Mountain Villa. Where is Sylvia? In the basement, Xiaoyu said, looking at Xiaoyu. Okay, you read your book first. Xiaoyu nodded, rubbed Xiaoyu's head, then put on the ditto mask, got up and walked towards the basement where Andrew was imprisoned. Xiaoyu opened the iron gate. After not seeing him for more than half a month, Andrew had obviously lost a lot of weight. At the same time, due to the long-term lack of sunlight, his complexion was sickly white, and his lips were pale. Sylvia was sitting in a chair with a computer in front of her. Sokka, key. Half a month of imprisonment had turned Andrew into this grotesque figure, his whole body trembling with fear. Xiaoyu frowned and glanced at Andrew, then whispered to Sylvia, have someone wash him up and change him into some decent clothes. He should at least look healthy. Sylvia nodded. Champion May has raised all the ransom money. He wants to discuss the transaction location and method with you. Didn't we agree on this last time? Didn't we agree to pay the ransom first and then release him? Is he trying to back out? Xiaoyu said, frowning. He's not comfortable with this, Sylvia said. He wants us to live stream the whole thing, guarantee Andrew's safety, and he wants to be paid on the spot. And their attitude was very tough. Xiaoyu frowned, thought for a long time, then looked at Sylvia and asked, is his attitude so firm because he has everything prepared? Yes, Champion Meyer sent a video today saying he's all ready. Sylvia nodded. An S-rank celebration armor, an S-rank spell armor, a set of A-rank evolution stones, and a champion-level Duraludon. All of that is ready. He only has one requirement, payment must be made on the spot. We can decide the time or place of the transaction. Xiaoyu stood there, stroking his chin, lost in thought. He frowned and glanced at Andrew beside him. If that were the case, this deal would definitely be fraught with danger. Sokka, Master Mu. I told my dad to pay the money first, then we'll release them, I told him. Hearing Andrew's panicked tone, Xiaoyu was also taken aback. He had only glanced at Andrew, yet he was already so frightened. However, he maintained a cold expression and nodded to Sylvia. who was wearing a mask, have Andrew make a phone call with Mayer. Page 288. It is good. The call was quickly answered, and Andrew immediately said, "Dad, pay me first." Shut up, Andrew, you idiot. There's no room for negotiation on this. May's furious roar came from the other end of the phone. "Sakeke, I've got the stuff ready. This is my bottom line. It has to be cash on delivery. I'll just pretend I never had this son." Boom. The call was abruptly ended. May's firmness was somewhat unexpected for Xiaoyu. "Sokka, Lord Sokka, I'll call one more time. My dad, he'll definitely agree." Andrew was sweating nervously as he kept saying to Xiaoyu, "He loves me very much, he will definitely agree." Beep. Beep. The phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. "Call one more time, call one more time. My dad must have been busy just now, he'll definitely answer," Andrew said nervously, looking at Xiaoyu with fear. Xiaoyu also frowned, and it was clear that this time Meyer was really determined to have the money and goods exchanged simultaneously. This made the transaction extremely dangerous. "Forget it, no need to fight anymore, let's go." Xiaoyu waved his hand and walked out of the basement with Sylvia beside him. "Andrew, you should get some rest." A glint flashed in Xiaoyu's eyes, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Was he going to pay money and release people at the same time? Chapter 440. May's change of heart. Meyer's sudden change of heart made Xiaoyu frown. He knew better than anyone that Meyer's change of heart meant that the deal would definitely not be completed so smoothly, especially since the ransom is quite substantial, enough to train a powerful Elite 4-level trainer. No one would willingly pay such a large sum. "Sylvia, send a message to Meyer and tell him that the transaction will take place on an island in the Minghai Sea. We'll discuss the specific location later. The trading timeline tells them it will be at least a month from now." Faced with the cunning Mei, Xiaoyu instantly came up with a strategy. Since he could choose the trading location, he could take full advantage of Gigantamax Lapras's invincibility on the ocean. In the ocean, apart from a few Pokémon, no Pokémon can rival Gigantamax Lapras. Even if Supergiant Laplace can't beat him, he can still escape. "Okay." Sylvia nodded and immediately sent a message to Mei. Soon, Mei replied to the message. Upon receiving the reply, Sylvia immediately stood up and said to Xiaoyu, "Mei agreed, but he pointed out that Minghai is Chinese territory, and it is inconvenient for him, as the champion of the British Empire, to be present in person. Therefore, he has specially entrusted an agent to complete the transaction. Moreover, he hopes to complete the transaction as soon as possible." "An agent?" Xiaoyu frowned. It seemed that this so-called agent was very likely the key to this transaction. "I understand." Xiaoyu nodded, a meaningful smile on his face. He would deal with whatever came his way. No matter what tricks Mei used, as long as Andrew was in his hands, he would have the upper hand. "Since Champion Mei won't be going in person, then I won't go this time either. Sylvia, send a message to Champion Mei. We'll let him know when we've set the time. This deal isn't a small amount, so we need to be fully prepared." Let's go." "Sylvia, what would you like to eat today?" Xiaoyu asked with a smile. "Thank you for your hard work today." Back in his room, Xiaoyu called Xiao Wanyu as he walked toward Long Yaning's apartment. Starting today, he and Long Yaning officially began living together. Although he was very happy, there were also some troubles. For example, right now, after finishing his business at the Zishan Villa, he had to rush to Long Yaning's apartment. "Hello." The call was quickly answered, and Xiao Wanyu's gentle and charming voice came through. "Calling me so late, aren't you afraid your girlfriend will be jealous?" "I just went to Zishan Villa and I'm on my way back now," Xiaoyu replied. "I'll call you when I have time." "You're such a master of time management. Congratulations, you can now begin your blissful cohabitation life." Xiao Wanyu's tone was light, but a hint of jealousy still lingered in it. "Why do I smell a sour smell?" Xiaoyu replied. "Really?" Xiao Wanyu replied with a smile. "Go ahead, what's the matter that you're calling me so late at night? It can't be anything good. Sylvia should have told you, right?" Mei proposed changing the way the deal is done. Xiaoyu's tone became serious. "Okay, I understand. What are you planning to do?" Xiao Wanyu replied. "I just spoke with Mayer on the phone. We can change the trade method, but we will decide the time and place. I plan to set the trade location in the Minghai Sea. The ocean is the home ground of Supergiant Laplace, so we will have the home advantage. There are countless islands in the Minghai Sea. We can decide on the specific island later," Xiaoyu analyzed seriously. "We can go to the agreed island in advance to set up our plans and gain the upper hand." Did Meyer agree?" Xiao Wanyu asked. Xiaoyu's thoughts coincided with hers. With a powerful weapon like Gigantamax Lapras, the prize transaction should definitely be held on an island. He agreed. Xiaoyu paused slightly on the other end of the phone, then continued. However, he stated that because the Minghai Sea area belongs to our country's territory, he cannot go there in person and can only send an agent. Oh. Upon hearing this, a glint of light flashed in Xiao Wanyu's eyes. So what do you plan to do? I have a preliminary plan now. Although Mei said he wouldn't go in person, he will most likely still come to Minghai in secret. Therefore, my plan is for us to go in 2 groups. Xiaoyu said, word by word. One group will go to the Minghai waters to handle the on-site transaction, while I will ride a Gigantamax Lapras and hide in the sea in secret. That way, we can have backup in case of any unexpected events. One operation was conducted overtly, the other covertly, to ensure the smooth progress of the transaction. Even so, Xiaoyu was still somewhat uneasy. But the person who operates openly is at high risk, so they must have strong self-protection capabilities, and secondly, they must be trustworthy. Xiaoyu's tone softened. Although he did not name the person, how could the clever Xiao Wanyu not know who Xiaoyu had in mind? Xiao Wanyu, on the other end of the phone, playfully replied, Xiaoyu, who is that person you're talking about? Ahem, Wanyu, I'll only feel at ease if you go. You know how important you are to me. Xiaoyu said. I think Long Fan and Long Yaning are quite good. Xiao Wanyu pretended not to understand Xiaoyu's words. Ahem, Wanyu. Xiaoyu's tone was tinged with affection. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. Xiao Wanyu's laughter came from the other end of the phone. I knew it, you never call me unless it's something good. Despite her complaints, Xiao Wanyu still agreed. Okay, I'll come to the capital sometime and we can discuss the specific plans together. Okay, come soon, I've missed you too. Xiaoyu felt a surge of warmth in his heart as he thought of Xiao Wanyu and said, You're so glib. Xiao Wanyu sighed softly, but Xiaoyu, you have to guarantee my safety. Don't worry, I've made thorough preparations this time, Xiaoyu said with a smile, and I also plan to take this opportunity to resolve Qi Hanking's matter. Oh? Xiao Wanyu was slightly surprised and asked with curiosity, how do you plan to resolve this? Take this time to cultivate a good relationship with Gigantamax Brimwin and Gigantamax Hairy Troll. Once they are completely obedient to your commands, we can proceed with the trade. A glint flashed in Xiaoyu's eyes. After this, I will hand over the Gigantamax Hairy Troll to Qi Hanking before the transaction, but on the condition that she accompanies you to Minghai to complete the transaction. If she cooperates and performs well in this trade, we can get her to join us. You can't get a Gigantamax Pokémon for free without putting in some effort. Of course, if she doesn't cooperate. Xiaoyu's eyes gleamed, then he lowered his voice and said, Okay, I've arrived. I'm hanging up now. Chapter 441 Reunion with Qi Hanking. In fact, for Xiaoyu, as long as Qi Hanking was involved in the kidnapping case, his goal had already been achieved. Because people won't care whether she was an accomplice of Sakeke from the beginning or joined later, none of that matters. People will only care that she, or rather the Ike family behind her, are in cahoots with Sakeke. Once the Qi family gets involved, Qi Hanking will no longer have a say in the matter. Reaching the door of Long Yaning's apartment, Xiaoyu took a deep breath, smiled, and opened the door. Hearing the noise, the wind sprite poked its head out and happily jumped into Xiaoyu's arms. At the same time, Long Yanning's voice rang out, You're back. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded, took off her shoes, put on slippers, and walked towards the living room. A youth idol drama was playing on the TV in the living room. Long Yanning lay lazily on the sofa, holding the wind fairy while watching the drama. Is there something you need so late? Long Yanning turned to Xiaoyu and asked, her eyes showing concern. There's no way around it, there are always some urgent matters to deal with, Xiaoyu said. By the way, Yanning, there's something I want to talk to you about. What is it? Long Yanning looked at Xiaoyu curiously, then picked up the remote control, turned down the volume, and looked at Xiaoyu seriously. I'm planning to buy a house. Xiaoyu looked at Long Yanning seriously and said, This house is big enough, but there's not enough space for my Pokémon. I want to buy a new one. Ideally, it would have a large enough training ground, and it would be even better if it had a forest in the suburbs. That way, there would be enough space for my Pokémon to roam. Do you have any good properties you can recommend? Buy a house? Long Yanning looked at Xiaoyu. Okay, help me take a look when you have time, since you'll be moving in with me later, Xiaoyu said with a smile. Who wants to live with you? Long Yanning said stubbornly, her face flushed. That's not up to you. You're my girlfriend. Xiaoyu saw Long Yanning blush and immediately sat down next to her, pulling her into his arms. Besides, we're living together now. Rogue. For the next 2 days, Xiaoyu lived a very regular life, spending each day in class, training Pokémon, and sleeping. This routine was a rare moment of peace for Xiaoyu, who was becoming increasingly busy. Of course, it would be even better if I didn't receive a call from Qi Hanking in the next 2 days. Page 289. On Friday afternoon, Xiaoyu's peaceful life was once again shattered by a phone call from Qi Hanqing. "Hello, Xiaoyu. What is it?" Xiaoyu asked in a slightly cold voice. He found it extremely annoying just to see Qi Hanqing's phone number. "Tomorrow's the weekend. When do you plan to start that new research you told me about last time?" Sitting in front of the computer, Qi Hanqing was on the phone while carefully reviewing the information on the screen and taking notes. "This matter can't be rushed for now." Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said, "We have to wait and see. We have to wait until the impact of the previous events has weakened. We can't rush it." Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Qi Hanqing smiled, the glasses on his nose reflecting the light, and his tone seemed to reveal a hint of joy. "Xiaoyu, actually I have a way. It can help you perfectly solve the problem of the new experiment." "What method?" Xiaoyu asked, frowning. "It's not convenient to talk on the phone, let's talk in person." At this point, Qi Hanqing's tone suddenly changed. "Where are you now? At school?" "He's not here," Xiaoyu replied with a frown. He really wasn't at school right now. He'd been busy training his Pokémon at the Purple Mountain Villa these past few days and had no time to go to school. "You skipped class again?" Qi Hanqing frowned and said, "Fine, come to my lab right now." Hearing Qi Hanqing's tone, Xiaoyu felt slightly annoyed and replied coldly, "I'm busy right now. I'll come find you after dinner." Perhaps sensing the coldness in Xiaoyu's tone, Qi Hanqing frowned slightly and said to Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, come right now. This is very important, and it might be the best way. I'm trying to help you." I'm very busy." Xiaoyu was also a little annoyed by Qi Hanqing, but after thinking for a moment, he suppressed his anger and said, "I have to have dinner with Yanning tonight, I'll come find you after dinner." Qi Hanqing wanted to say a few more words, but when she heard the beeping sound from the phone, she frowned, gripped the phone tightly, her fingers turned white, and her chest heaved. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu didn't dwell on Qi Hanqing's matter and continued to train his Pokémon diligently. Through these few days of contact, he has come to understand Qi Hanqing better. Although he keeps threatening him, he has never exposed him. Therefore, Xiaoyu had just hung up the phone in order to further test Qi Hanqing's limits. By testing Qi Hanqing step by step and making increasingly outrageous demands, he finally seized control of the situation. For example, at the beginning, if Qi Hanqing was even slightly dissatisfied, she would angrily declare that she would expose Xiaoyu's secrets, but now Xiaoyu can directly refuse or even hang up on her. This is the result of being changed step by step. People are always changing, especially those who lack willpower and mental strength. They are most easily changed by their parents, friends, lovers, and society. Of course, this change could be positive, such as being encouraged to become an excellent and positive person, but it could also be negative. Those who are irritable, easily angered, self-centered, withdrawn, lack emotional support, and have weak self-awareness are most easily influenced by others. As night fell, around 9 o'clock, Xiaoyu, after having dinner and taking a walk with Long Yanning, arrived at Imperial University and headed towards Qi Hanqing's laboratory. Although Qi Hanqing is not very old, she has already published many important papers in some core Pokémon journals. She can be considered a rising star in the scientific research field. Otherwise, she would not have been hired as a professional teacher by Imperial University. It seems that Sylvia is now Qi Hanqing's student. When she returns home, she often talks about Qi Hanqing with Xiaoyu. It is clear that even though Sylvia comes from a family with a strong academic background and has inherited her father's experimental notes, she still greatly admires Qi Hanqing's talent. Even though it was already night, the laboratory lights were still on. Xiaoyu frowned, took out his ID card, swiped it, and unlocked his phone with his iris, then walked into the laboratory. Xiaoyu walked towards Qi Hanqing's office. As soon as she knocked on the door and entered, she saw Qi Hanqing sitting in front of the computer. Qi Hanqing saw Xiaoyu walk in at this moment, his face gloomy, and he stood up with his arms crossed, looking at Xiaoyu. "It's already 9:13 p.m., Xiaoyu." Qi Hanqing was clearly angry, her chest heaving. "Do you really think I wouldn't dare to report you? Alright, stop bringing up the report all the time. I've already agreed to the giant Pokémon thing." Xiaoyu waved his hand, trying to keep the initiative in the conversation. "Besides, I'm very busy tonight. I already told Yanning that I'd go out with her, but I was afraid you'd have to wait too long, so I rushed over halfway through my date with Yanning." Xiaoyu said confidently. The same thing, said in different ways, can evoke completely different feelings in people. For example, right now, Xiaoyu clearly had a date with Long Yanning before coming, but he deliberately said that he rushed over halfway through the date so as not to keep Qi Hanqing waiting. This undoubtedly made Qi Hanqing, who was standing to the side, feel much better. That's the power of language, that's the sweet talk of a scumbag. Chapter 442 The solution proposed by Qi Hanqing. Xiaoyu. Chi Hanking looked at Xiaoyu with a smile on her face, sat down in the chair, crossed her long legs, revealing black stockings under her white coat and high heels. I have a way that can not only allow you to distance yourself from Giovanni, but also allow you to openly research Dynamax. What method? Xiaoyu asked, looking at Chi Hanking. Chi Hanking smiled confidently, raised her chin, and revealed her snow-white neck. It's very simple. First, you need to take the initiative to find the higher-ups of the Pokémon Association as your Pokémon professor, and then tell them that you want to terminate your original new experiment. This is the first step. After all, no one except me knows that your new experiment is Dynamax. This will create the illusion that you also just learned about Dynamax. The second step is for you to proactively contact the Pokémon Association's higher-ups, and, influenced by Giovanni, start a new experiment with Dynamax as your research topic. In this way, it will be difficult for anyone to associate you with Giovanni, and you can openly research Dynamax, publish your research results, and most importantly, you can also obtain a large amount of experimental funding and talent support from the Pokémon Association. Chi Hanking's words made Xiaoyu's eyes light up. He sat down in the chair, his eyes sparkling. The method Chi Hanking proposed was truly ingenious. With just 2 simple steps, you can kill 3 birds with 1 stone, clear your name of suspicion, conduct Dynamax research openly and legitimately, and even take advantage of the Pokémon Association. Xiaoyu was surprised that Chi Hanking could come up with such a brilliant idea, and that it was also highly feasible. Xiaoyu believed that after witnessing the immense power of Dynamax Pokémon, no country would remain indifferent and would definitely try every means to seize this power for themselves. Therefore, China will definitely begin immediately to summon its own Pokémon professors to research Dynamax Pokémon. Just like the Z-Move before, when the Z-Move was first announced, China immediately organized a group of leading figures in the scientific community to begin studying the Z-Move. Chi Hanking smiled, revealing shallow dimples, looking somewhat sweet. I heard from my grandfather that the Pokémon Association's higher-ups are already preparing to research Dynamax, but the identity of the person in charge of the experiment has not yet been finalized. Some recommended your maternal grandparents, some recommended Mr. Jiang and Mr. Hu, and of course, a very few recommended you. However, Elder Lin and Elder Qin are both quite old, and their bodies may not be able to handle such high-intensity research and development. Chi Hanking looked at Xiaoyu and said seriously, word by word, therefore, the most popular candidates right now are Elder Hu and Elder Jiang. They are only around 60 years old this year, very young, and in the prime of their lives as researchers. In addition, their achievements in the scientific research field are not low, and their status is extremely high, so there is a high probability that they will be the chief person in charge. Although some people have suggested that you take on the role of the chief person in charge and commander-in-chief of Dynamax research, your age is still a major drawback. Chi Hanking looked at Xiaoyu, a sharp glint in his eyes, and said seriously, therefore, in order to change this situation, you cannot wait passively, you must take the initiative. Xiaoyu listened to Chi Hanking's words, his gaze falling on Chi Hanking's face, and a smile appeared on his face. Your idea is not bad. But after saying so much and going to so much trouble to plan for me, what benefit do you get from it? No one gets up early without a reason. Xiaoyu sat on the sofa, a slight smile playing on his lips. He took out a cigarette from his bag, lit it, and held it to his lips. He took a deep breath and exhaled a thick cloud of white smoke. His cold eyes pierced through the white smoke as he stared at Chi Hanking. Tell me, what do you want? Chi Hanking listened to Xiaoyu's question and his gaze fell on Xiaoyu. If she used to find it hard to reconcile the mature and composed Sakeiku with the young and naive Xiaoyu, now, watching Xiaoyu puffing away on his cigarette, she felt for the first time that Xiaoyu possessed the aura of a ruthless and powerful figure. Chi Hanking smiled and held up 3 fingers. First, I am very interested in scientific research experiments. I really hope to participate in such experiments, but if you are not the chief commander, it will be difficult for me to participate in such experiments with my resume. Even if you manage to get involved, you'll only be a marginal character at best. It's far from the role you promised for the second installment. Secondly, this is also my grandfather's idea. He asked me to ask you if you are interested or confident in becoming the person in charge. If you are willing, we will support you without reservation, uniting the Long family, the Su family, Xiao Tianwang, and Lu Guanzhen to go all out and push you to the position of person in charge. Seeing you smoke makes me itch too, give me one too. With that, Chi Hanking's lips curled up slightly as he walked to Xiaoyu's side and said. Xiaoyu was somewhat surprised. He had never imagined that Chi Hanking would smoke, but he still threw the whole pack of cigarettes on the table. Take some if you want. Can I borrow a light? Chi Hanking picked up a cigarette, lit it with Xiaoyu's lighter, and took a deep drag. The way Chi Hanking smoked her cigarette was a stark contrast to her sweet appearance. It was the first time Xiaoyu had ever seen Chi Hanking like this. After taking a drag of his cigarette, Chi Hanking pinched his glasses between his index and middle fingers, leaned against the bedside, adjusted his glasses with his other hand, and looked at Xiaoyu. The third and most important point is that I don't believe those people can research Dynamax. I think only you have that ability. I've never heard of anyone else in the whole world who has a Dynamax Pokémon. I don't believe anyone else but you. So no matter how you look at it, I should help you. After listening to Chi Hanking's long speech, Xiaoyu's face showed a thoughtful expression. Judging from the current situation, the method proposed by Chi Hanking is definitely the best method, achieving 3 goals at once. Xiaoyu smiled, stubbed out his cigarette, and looked at Chi Hanking's slender figure. Your plan is very good. I can't think of a better plan than yours, except for one thing. Xiaoyu paused slightly at this point. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Chi Hanking also looked at Xiaoyu with curiosity, a hint of doubt in her eyes. She didn't think there was anything wrong with her plan. I have a habit of not liking to cooperate with people who have threatened me, Xiaoyu said, a smile appearing on his face. Chi Hanking knew exactly what Xiaoyu was referring to, and a smile appeared on her face. The adult world isn't that easy. I've already promised you that as long as you give me a Dynamax Pokémon, I won't threaten you with your Giovanni identity anymore. Of course, you can go back on your word now. Hearing Chi Hanking's words, Xiaoyu smiled and casually said, Alright, I have one advantage, I keep my word. But if you want a Dynamax Pokémon, you need to do something for me. Chapter 443 Threats and Tests. Xiaoyu stood up and looked at Chi Hanking in front of him. He spoke slowly and calmly, I need you to go to Minghai in 2 or 3 months. The specific time is yet to be determined. What do you want to do? Chi Hanking frowned, looking at Xiaoyu as he spoke. Then, a smile appeared on his face as he looked at Xiaoyu and said, If you want to lure me out to sea, kill me, and dump the body so that there's no way to prove it, you'd better give up on that idea. I'm not leaving the capital. Oh. Xiaoyu's expression turned cold. Chi Hanking's alertness was beyond his expectations. He stood up and moved closer to Chi Hanking, looking down at him. So, you're afraid of death too, right? Even though Chi Hanking was wearing high heels, she was still considerably shorter than Xiaoyu. Feeling the pressure emanating from Xiaoyu, Chi Hanking showed no fear. Instead, she looked up at Xiaoyu and said, Everyone is afraid of death, which is why I haven't left the capital for a long time. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Xiaoyu suddenly smiled, and the tense atmosphere between the two instantly dissipated. If you want a Gigantamax Pokémon, I can give it to you, but you must prove that you have the ability to do so, and you must join Team Rainbow Rocket and contribute to Team Rainbow Rocket. Gigantamax Pokémon? Team Rainbow Rocket? Chi Hanking noticed the new term Xiaoyu used and asked with a frown. Page 290. That's right. Xiaoyu sat back on the sofa. Gigantamax Pokémon are divided into 3 categories. The first is Dynamax Pokémon. Almost all Pokémon can Dynamax using the Dynamax band. The second type is Gigantamax Pokémon. Only a very small number of Pokémon can Gigantamax through the Max band. Compared to Dynamax Pokémon, Gigantamax Pokémon not only change in appearance, but are also stronger and have their own exclusive Dynamax moves. Both Dynamax Pokémon and Gigantamax Pokémon require the Max band, and the effect can only last for a limited time. Currently, I am the only one who owns this Max band. The third type is the permanently fixed Gigantamax Pokémon. This type of Pokémon can remain Gigantamax forever, but they are extremely rare, with only about 20 or 30 in the whole world. As for Team Rainbow Rocket, this is an organization I established under the identity of Giovanni. It will be announced to the public soon, so it doesn't hurt for you to know in advance. Chi Hanking listened to Xiaoyu's words with a thoughtful expression on his face, but was extremely surprised in his heart. It's clear from Xiaoyu's words that his research on giant Pokémon is extremely profound, and he has already formed a complete theory, putting him far ahead of others. You want a permanently activated Gigantamax Pokémon? I can give it to you, but you have to prove your worth first. Seeing Chi Hanking remain silent, Xiaoyu smiled and said, Just because you know my true identity and threaten me, you think you can get a permanently activated Gigantamax Pokémon? That's not enough. Everyone in Team Rainbow Rocket knows my true identity. You have to contribute more than them before I can give you a permanently activated Gigantamax Pokémon. You're using a fallacy to mislead us. I'm not like them. Chi Hanking smiled and pointed out the crux of the problem. You're all in the same boat. If you expose them, they won't survive either, so they won't expose you. But I'm different. Hearing Chi Hanking's words, Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The highly intelligent Chi Hanking was truly difficult to deal with, impervious to reason. He could only put on a stern face and look at Chi Hanking. Chi Hanking, aren't you afraid that I'll just kill you? Xiaoyu's voice grew colder as he spoke, his gaze sharp as a knife as he looked at Chi Hanking. Do you believe me or not? If I make a move, even if you have sufficient protection, I can still kill you and break out of the capital. I believe you. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Chi Hanking smiled and said, you can kill me, but you can't kill me silently. If you kill me, your identity will be exposed, so you won't kill me. Besides, Chi Hanking's smile made Xiaoyu frown. Xiaoyu, you can guess whether I have a backup plan. For example, if I am out of contact for more than 24 or 48 hours, information about your identity as Sakeiku will be published online. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, looking at Chi Hanking with a furrowed brow. If Chi Hanking really did as she said, Xiaoyu would truly be helpless, unless he could get Sylvia's multifaceted beast to hack Chi Hanking's computer. While Xiaoyu was pondering, Chi Hanking continued, Xiaoyu, since I dare to negotiate with you, I'm certain you won't kill me. People are very complicated. Just like you, Xiaoyu. Chi Hanking smiled and looked at Xiaoyu, saying, you have your concerns in this society, your parents, your brother, your lover. They are all your concerns, but also your constraints. The more rational and intelligent a person is, the more concerns they have. Relationships between people are like a net that binds your every move and restricts your actions. You're smarter than most people. You're not stupid. You wouldn't act so rashly. Even if you're going to take action, you'll definitely be fully prepared, ensuring the information won't leak and that I'll die quietly before you do it. Chi Hanking's words thoroughly analyzed human nature. As Xiaoyu said, he has family, a lover, and friends, so he won't act rashly unless he's 100% sure. Xiaoyu, a deal is a deal. I agree to help you conceal your identity, and you give me a Gigantamax Pokémon. I advise you not to have any ulterior motives. Chi Hanking looked at Xiaoyu with a smile, seemingly unmoved by his words. However, I am quite interested in your Team Rainbow Rocket. Tell me, what exactly was in your mind that made you give up such a promising future to create Team Rainbow Rocket? Xiaoyu looked at Chi Hanking in front of him and sighed inwardly. Chi Hanking was far more troublesome than he had imagined. The key was that Chi Hanking had also caught him red-handed. He smiled bitterly and said, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Consider this fulfilling one of my wishes. A wish? Chi Hanking looked at Xiaoyu with a slight curiosity, frowning. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Xiaoyu waved his hand, not wanting to dwell on the matter any further. Chi Hanking's gaze fell on Xiaoyu, then her tone suddenly changed, and she said, Xiaoyu, tell me what you want me to do in Minghai. Xiaoyu looked at Chi Hanking in surprise, somewhat unable to figure out what Chi Hanking was thinking. I need you to represent me and complete the deal with Champion Mei. I can agree to that. Chi Hanking smiled. But you must guarantee my safety and not try to kill me. If I'm out of contact for more than 24 or 48 hours, information about your identity as Sakeiku will be posted online. Chapter 444 Chujing. 3 days later, the capital city, the Pokémon Association Auditorium. Xiaoyu, dressed in a formal suit and with hair wax in her hair, sat on a soft chair, her gaze sweeping around. Each seat in the room had a nameplate, and Xiaoyu sat next to a group of renowned researchers, including Professor Jiang and Professor Hu. Opposite Xiaoyu and the other Pokémon professors sat high-ranking officials from the Pokémon Association and representatives from 7 regions of China. Furthermore, the representatives from each region were at least at the level of the 4 Heavenly Kings. Xiaoyu also saw many familiar faces among them. Duan Hongji from North China, Xiao Wanyu from Central China, Li Yinyao from Southwest China, and Sumu from South China. Other unseen Heavenly Kings include Chu Qishuang from the Northeast region, Yelikin from the Northwest region, a Fire-type Heavenly King, and Wei Yining from the Central China region, a Ghost-type Heavenly King. The meeting was chaired by Chu Jing, the president of the Pokémon Association. He is 69 years old this year, and his health is deteriorating. He has reached the age of retirement due to illness. It is said that Chu Jing will step down from his position as president of the Pokémon Association after this year. That's why many people are eyeing the position of Pokémon Association president, but according to past practice, the position of Pokémon Association president will only be filled by the champions of the 7 regions. The most popular candidate is Duan Hongji, the iron-blooded champion. If Duan Hongji is elected as the Pokémon Association president, he will become the youngest Pokémon Association president in history. It's time to start the meeting, Chu Jing's voice rang out as he glanced at the group of Pokémon professors opposite him. I've gathered all these experts here today mainly for one thing, Chu Jing said, his face aged and wrinkled. Let's watch the video first. The projection screen was showing the scene in the ocean where Giovanni used his Max arm to unleash Dynamax Darkrai. Everyone, you should be familiar with this trainer in the video. His name is Giovanni, and his ace Pokémon are Giant Lapras and Darkrai. According to our analysis, the wristband he was wearing had the ability to turn ordinary Pokémon into giant Pokémon. Today, all of you here are Pokémon professors and leading figures in scientific research. The purpose of inviting you to this meeting is to solicit your opinions, combine the strengths of all, and overcome the scientific challenge of giant Pokémon as quickly as possible. Chu Jing, the president of the Pokémon Association, glanced around at everyone present, then turned his gaze to Hu 11 and Jiang Wanan, who were sitting in the main seats, and said, regarding the problem of Dynamax, everyone here is welcome to share their thoughts and opinions. Hearing Chu Jing's question, Xiaoyu did not rush to speak, but sat quietly to the side, waiting patiently. Now is not the time for him to speak. Hu 11 and Jiang Wanan are both 60 years old, but they are very well maintained. They exercise regularly, are in good health, and speak with a strong voice. I've watched this video repeatedly. Dr. Hu 11, the most senior member of the team, spoke first. The wristband that Giovanni is wearing is probably an item similar to a Zering or an evolution keystone. We don't know exactly what it is, but as Chairman Chu said, this wristband is key to giant Pokémon. Unraveling the secret of this wristband is quite difficult. The hardest process is creating something from scratch. Developing the wristband that Giovanni wears is very difficult. Hu 11 pointed out the crux of the problem incisively, especially since we have no clue at all, no information about Dynamax. There's only one video, and we don't even know what the wristband is made of. We have absolutely no idea where to start. Jiang Wanan, who was standing to the side, nodded and said, let me also say a few words, not to discourage you all. If we want to overcome the problem of giant Pokémon, it will take at least a year if we start from scratch. I think the best way is to find Giovanni himself. As long as we get the wristband he wears, we will be able to speed up the research and development process significantly. After listening to Hu 11 and Jiang Wanan finish speaking, Chairman Chu, who was presiding over the meeting, looked serious and gazed at the two men, his voice carrying an air of authority. Of course there are difficulties. If we could develop it with just a few people, we wouldn't have gathered everyone here. Back when we were developing the Z move and the Z bracelet, we faced just as many difficulties, but Dr. Lin and Dr. Qin still overcame them and developed our own Z bracelet. Old Hu and old Jiang, we must have the courage to take responsibility and the spirit to fight and struggle. Hearing Chairman Chu speak, Hu 11 and Jiang Wanan exchanged a glance, then said, we'll do our best. It's not about trying our best, it's about succeeding at all costs. Chu Jing looked at the two and said, I can tell you all clearly that, according to the intelligence we have, more than 7% of the countries in the world have already begun researching giant Pokémon. We are already considered slow. If other countries are the first to develop giant Pokémon, we will be in a very difficult situation. Last time, we finally managed to turn the tide thanks to Dr. Xiao's research on Mega Evolution, which gave us a certain advantage in the international arena. This time, we can only be faster than them, not slower. Listening to Chu Jing's words, Hu 11 and Jiang Wanan also felt immense pressure. However, everyone, don't worry, Chu Jing continued. The Pokémon Association won't leave you to fight alone. We will provide you with full support in terms of resources and personnel. Furthermore, if you are the first to overcome the challenge of defeating giant Pokémon, the Pokémon Association will offer a generous reward. The selection slots for pseudo-legendary Pokémon, Chu Jing said. Such a reward was expected by everyone. Then, at that moment, Chu Jing suddenly paused and continued. This time our rewards are even more generous. The deputy commander of this project will receive a selection spot for a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. The commander-in-chief can obtain a permanent selection slot for a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Not only can the commander-in-chief himself obtain a selection slot for a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, but each of his descendants in the next generation also has a selection slot for a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Hearing Chu Jing's words, everyone looked at each other in surprise. No one had expected the Pokémon Association to be so generous this time. The selection of permanent pseudo-legendary Pokémon was a reward that no family in the country had ever been able to obtain, except for a few families. Chu Jing looked at everyone present and said slowly, everyone here, if you are willing to join this experiment, you can stay. If you do not wish to participate, you may leave within 1 minute. We will not force you to participate. Except for the commander-in-chief and deputy commander, all other participants will receive generous rewards. After Chu Jing finished speaking, he glanced at his watch and then looked at everyone present. A minute later, no one had left. Chu Jing nodded in satisfaction, very good. It seems that everyone has a strong desire to serve the country. Rest assured, the Pokémon Association will not treat you unfairly. Now we move on to the next step, electing the Commander-in-Chief and Deputy Commander of this operation. Chapter 445 Two Experimental Teams. As Chu Jing's voice rang out, all the researchers present perked up. Although everyone knew that the overall command of this operation would most likely fall to Hu 11 and Jiang Wanan, they still wanted to compete for the position of Deputy Commander. Putting everything else aside, the pseudo-legendary Pokémon egg awarded by the Deputy Commander alone is enough to make anyone's heart flutter. A pseudo-legendary Pokémon egg, if used properly, is enough to make a family rise to power. I propose that Dr. Hu Ziha serve as the overall commander of this operation. I propose that Dr. Jiang Wanan serve as the overall commander of this operation. A chorus of voices rose and fell, with the vast majority electing Hu 11 and Jiang Wanan as the commanders-in-chief of this operation. As for recommending Xiaoyu to serve as the commander-in-chief, very few people did. Just then, Xiaoyu and Xiaowanyu's eyes met, and they nodded almost imperceptibly. After receiving Xiaoyu's signal, Xiaowanyu's languid and charming voice rang out, as alluring as a fox. More than half a month had passed since they last met, and Xiaowanyu seemed to have become even more voluptuous. I propose that Dr. Xiaoyu take charge of this operation. Although Dr. Xiao is young, he has already developed Z-move exclusive moves and Mega Evolution, and I believe he can definitely overcome the challenge of Dynamax. Xiaoyu is a bit too young. Before Xiaowanyu could finish speaking, someone hurriedly began to object. The speaker was Jiangheng, the vice president of the Pokémon Association and an old acquaintance of Xiaoyu. Jiangheng had always been at odds with the Lin family and Xiaoyu. His gaze swept over Xiaowanyu and Xiaoyu, and he said coldly, although Xiaoyu has some talent in scientific research, being the chief commander requires an overall view of the situation. Xiaoyu is still too young. He doesn't have much experience and can't be the chief commander. Page 291. Hearing Jiangheng's words, Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Jiangheng, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, but she didn't care. He anticipated that his age would become a weapon for these people to attack him. Vice Chairman Jiang. Faced with Jiangheng's questioning, Xiaowanyu smiled brightly and looked at Jiangheng with her bright eyes. This is just my personal suggestion. Xiaoyu is indeed a bit young, but I don't think that can be considered a flaw, but rather a strength. Young people are more driven and efficient. You know, in just 1 year, Dr. Xia completed 2 experiments, the development of the Z-Move's exclusive move and Mega Evolution. In terms of efficiency, no one here can compare to him. Xiaowanyu looked at Jiangheng with a half-smile. These 2 experiments are things that none of you here could have completed in 1 year, let alone 3, 5, or even 10 years. Furthermore, I just heard Chairman Chu say that time is of the essence in this operation to conquer giant Pokémon. I think that with Dr. Xiao's research speed, no one is more suitable to be the chief commander. Xiaowanyu's words, though gentle, were firm, leaving Jiangheng speechless. He could only grit his teeth and say, King Xiao, I still reserve my opinion. I support Doctor Hu as the commander-in-chief of this operation. It's alright, Vice Chairman Jiang. You support Doctor Hu, and I support Dr. Xia. It doesn't matter. Alright. Chu Jing, sitting in the main seat, slowly spoke after most people had expressed their opinions. His hoarse voice rang out. It seems that everyone's current nominations are mainly focused on Dr. Hu, Dr. Jiang, and Dr. Xia. However, we have only made our nominations and have not yet heard the thoughts of the 3 individuals involved. Dr. Hu, come, you speak first. Seeing this, Hu 11 nodded slightly and looked at everyone present, saying, I'm getting old, and I didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing, but the giant Pokémon are of great importance. Since the country needs them, I'm willing to risk my old life and give it my all. I will do my best to crack the secret of the giant Pokémon as soon as possible. Wanan, what about you? Chu Jing nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Wanan beside him and asked. I agree with Lao Hu's point of view. In fact, no matter who becomes the commander-in-chief, our thoughts are the same, which is to solve the problem of giant Pokémon. I will do my best until my dying breath. Jiang Wanan was very open-minded and did not have high hopes for the position of commander-in-chief. Xiaoyu, what about you? Chu Jing's gaze fell on Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu nodded and stood up from the chair. As Xiaoyu stood up, everyone present turned their attention to him. Xiaoyu's gaze swept over the people around him, his expression serious, and he slowly said, as you all know, I am preparing for a new experiment. Today, I would like to take this opportunity to tell you some news. I plan to terminate my original experiment. Xiaoyu paused slightly, looked at the surprise on everyone's faces, and then smiled brightly before continuing, then I will concentrate all my efforts on developing giant Pokémon. Xiaoyu's words startled everyone, and they all frowned and looked at Xiaoyu in unison. President Chu, I actually have a suggestion that may not be fully formed, Xiaoyu continued. Speak. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Chu Jing frowned and his hoarse voice rang out. I have my own habits when it comes to scientific research. I don't really like collaborating with others on research, nor do I like taking orders from others. Xiaoyu's words made everyone think he was a bit arrogant, therefore, I suggest that we split into 2 experimental teams and conduct experiments in a competitive manner. I will personally take on the role of the chief commander of one of the experimental teams, and lead a team on my own. Xiaoyu said with a confident smile. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Chu Jing frowned. Xiaoyu was far too confident and arrogant. He said, this will disperse research resources, waste talent, and cause unnecessary waste. We should concentrate our limited talent and resources to overcome the problem as quickly as possible. President Chu, I think you may have misunderstood me. Xiaoyu smiled and looked at Minister Chu. What I meant by raising a team on my own is that I can find people, partners, and funding myself without the association's help. I believe there will be many people willing to be my partners. Xiaoyu's words caused everyone present to frown. Just as they were about to ask a question, Xiaoyu's voice rang out again. If I solve the problem of giant Pokémon, the research results will belong to me and my collaborators. Of course, President Chu, don't worry, I won't accept the Pokémon Association's reward that you just mentioned. Listening to Xiaoyu's words, Chu Jing took a deep breath. He looked at the young Xiaoyu in front of him, and the words young and arrogant were undoubtedly the best description of Xiaoyu at the moment. It was easy to hear Xiaoyu's confidence in his tone, which gave Chu Jing the illusion that Xiaoyu had already solved the problem of giant Pokémon. Dr. Xia, we will seriously consider your opinion. Chapter 446 Giant Laboratory. As Xiaoyu stepped out of the Pokémon Association building, a wave of heat hit him. The capital city was still scorching hot in October. The sun shone on the ground, and the heat waves rose, distorting even the scenery in front of us. Xiaoyu turned around and glanced at the Pokémon Association building, a smile appearing on his face, before turning and walking towards the school. Inside the auditorium, all the researchers had left, leaving only the Pokémon Association's top officials and representatives from the 7 regions. They still needed to further discuss Xiaoyu's suggestions and finalize the selection of the overall commander. As night fell, Xiaoyu received a call from Xiaowanyu. Although the selection of the overall commander is not yet 100% finalized, the association has agreed to your suggestion to split into 2 experimental teams, and you will become the overall commander of one of the experimental teams. The Pokémon Association has only one condition: they want to acquire 50% of your new experimental team's shares, but they will not interfere with your experiments. At the same time, they will do their best to help you, providing you with sufficient research funding and personnel. Moreover, the rewards promised before will still be valid. Okay, I understand. Xiaoyu was not surprised by the result. I will discuss the specific details of the cooperation with the Pokémon Association. Starting tomorrow, you'll probably receive a lot of calls, but quite a few people want to join your research team and get a piece of the pie. You'll be very busy, Xiaowanyu said with a smile. I understand. You just finished your meeting? Have you eaten yet? Xiaoyu asked with concern, looking at the full moon in the sky. I've already eaten. I have to rush back to Shanghai tonight. Xiaowanyu smiled faintly. I've had your birthday present delivered to your Zishan villa. Okay, thank you. Be careful on the road, Xiaoyu said. I'll come find you in a while. Okay. Xiaowanyu replied softly. You too, take care of yourself, get more rest, don't overwork yourself. You're still young, there's no need to rush. I know, Xiaoyu replied. You too, take care of yourself. Okay, bye-bye. The next day, Xiaoyu finally received Xiaowanyu's birthday gift. Upon opening the gift box, he found an S-rank evolution stone and some luxurious Pokémon decorations inside. From Sceptile and Charizard to Indeedee and Darkrai, each Pokémon has a small accessory. It's clear that Xiaowanyu put a lot of thought into the gift she prepared. Especially for someone as busy as her, being able to choose each Pokémon shows how thoughtful she is. A smile appeared on Xiaoyu's face, a warm feeling flowing through his heart. Then, his gaze fell on the evolution stone. Looking at this S-rank evolution stone, Xiaoyu instinctively thought of Pokémon like Chansey and Murkrow, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, wishing he had a Chansey. In the following days, just as Xiaowanyu had said, Xiaoyu received a lot of calls. Many people wanted to get on Xiaoyu's bandwagon and get a share of the future giant Pokémon market. However, these people are quite naive. They are afraid that the money they invest in Xiaoyu will be lost and go down the drain, but they also want to take advantage of Xiaoyu and are afraid of missing the opportunity to soar to great heights. Therefore, many people want to sign additional agreements with Xiaoyu before investing to ensure that their interests are not harmed. Xiaoyu naturally rejected these people without hesitation. There's no such thing as a free lunch, you can't have your cake and eat it too without taking any risks. Of course, some people choose to believe Xiaoyu, while others choose to believe Hu 11 and Jiang Wanan. The two experimental teams also provided various forces with the option to place their bets. Xiaoyu politely declined all those who wanted to join, retaining his original partners. The four families, Long, Xiao, Qi, and Shi. Time flies, and November has arrived in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyu's life is fulfilling and busy. The first step was to assemble an experimental team. After more than a month, Xiaoyu had basically reached an agreement with Pokémon. In addition to receiving substantial financial support, Xiaoyu also obtained approval for a large plot of land in the suburbs of the capital. Compared to financial support, this piece of land was what Xiaoyu valued most, and it was what he fought hard to obtain. This land is extremely large, encompassing various terrains such as grasslands, jungles, mountains, and rivers. Most importantly, it is adjacent to a lake, making it a perfect place for Xiaoyu to house Gigantamax Lapras. Upon acquiring the land, Xiaoyu immediately began construction to build a giant laboratory. Aside from experimental matters, students majoring in trainers at Taito University are facing their midterm assessments. Compared to exams for other majors, the midterm assessment for the trainer major is much more brutal, employing the purest form of combat evaluation. However, this cruelty applies to the other students. For Xiaoyu, it doesn't affect him at all. Upon enrollment, the school conducts an initial ranking of students based on their abilities. Xiaoyu, who won the championship, naturally ranked first, while Sumuse, who came in second, was the runner-up. According to the rules, students ranked 1 to 10 can challenge students ranked higher each week, but can only challenge the student ranked one level above them. They cannot challenge students ranked higher than them. If they win, they can continue to challenge. Students ranked 11 to 100 can initiate one challenge per week, but can only challenge the top 5 students. If they win, they can continue to initiate challenges. Furthermore, if a student has already accepted a challenge once within a week, they can choose to refuse a second challenge. The challenge rules for students ranked 100th and below are the same as those for students ranked 11th to 100th, except that they can challenge the top 10 students. Xiaoyu hasn't faced a single challenge in the past 2 months. The biggest reason is that Sumuse is in second place. Sumuse also knew that Xiaoyu was extremely busy, not only training Pokémon, but also with the Charizard Zero team and experimental matters. Therefore, he never challenged Xiaoyu, but firmly held on to his second-place position and became Xiaoyu's best protector. Anyone who wants to challenge Xiaoyu must first defeat Sumuse, but Sumuse's powerful strength is like an impenetrable wall, blocking everyone out. Since the start of the semester, the top 2 rankings among freshmen have never changed, while the competition for the lower rankings is extremely fierce. People like Xiang Hanli and Li Xia consistently ranked among the top few, with their rankings changing almost every week. Of course, what surprised Xiaoyu the most was Wu Yaezu. This guy seemed to have been injected with chicken blood in the past month. His ranking skyrocketed from outside the top 500 to over 200. Zharuohan has also made rapid progress. Compared to Wu Yaezu, she is even more hardworking and her ranking has soared to around 110th, and she is about to break into the top 100. Sumuse complained more than once that she had shielded Xiaoyu from the wind and rain and prevented him from causing a lot of trouble over the past 2 months. Page 292. Chapter 447 Agrin. As November arrives and the weather gets colder, many people on the street are already wearing thick down jackets, fur coats, and fleece-lined stockings. Xiaoyu walked down the street, wearing a mask, holding a cup of cool leopard brand coffee, and wearing a blue trench coat, heading towards the battlefield in the capital. Recently, Sumuse has been raving about how she caught a new Pokémon and wants to battle Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, after Wu Yaezu's strength increased dramatically and his ranking rose at lightning speed, he became extremely arrogant and wanted to challenge Xiaoyu. In addition, since the Axew and the Armored Dragon are on the verge of evolution, Xiaoyu specially set aside half a day today to have a friendly sparring session with Sumuse and Wu Yaezu. Finally here. Wu Yaezu looked at Xiaoyu with a hint of contempt in his eyes, raised his head high, and laughed loudly, looking extremely arrogant. Xiaoyu, I thought you were afraid of me. It's okay, Brother Zhu will let you have your way. Although Xiaoyu, you are the number 1 in our year, you can only run away when you meet Starlight Azu. As soon as they met, Wu Yaezu launched a mental attack as always. Xiaoyu smiled as he listened to Wu Yaezu's words. After being good brothers for so many years, Xiaoyu was already immune to Wu Yaezu's verbal attacks. Wu Yaezu is like a duck, everything on his body is soft except for his beak, which is hard. Xiaoyu ignored Wu Yaezu and turned to look at Sumuze. Muzi, by the way, why didn't Xiaojie come? Xiaoyu asked with a smile. Xiaojie isn't here. Wu Yaezu is being a bit arrogant today. Xiaojie has something to do today, she'll be a little later, Sumuze replied with a smile. Since the last dinner party, when Xiaoyu and Sumuze introduced Xiaojie to Wu Yaezu, the two have become very close, often chatting until late at night. What a joke. Upon hearing Xiaoyu mention Xiaojie's name, Wu Yaezu revealed a contemptuous smile. So what if Xiaojie is here? I'm not bragging, but if she were here, I could glare at her and she wouldn't dare to breathe loudly. She would just stand respectfully to the side. Alright, stop bragging. Xiaoyu waved his hand, interrupting Wu Yaezu. It's good enough that you're not a simp. What are you saying? What are you saying? Upon hearing Xiaoyu call him a simp, Wu Yaezu shouted, Who's the simp? Xiaoyu, enough nonsense, let's have a real man's battle in 1v1. Today I'll show you who the simp really is. Alright. Xiaoyu replied with a smile, come on, let me see how much your strength has improved over the years, and how you've become so arrogant. Let's get this straight, to be fair, you can only use your Axu or Shelter, and you can't Mega Evolve, you can't use Z moves, and you can't hold items. Wu Yaezu's words amused Xiaoyu. You're pretty fair in this match, aren't you? But since Dad loves you, he'll do whatever you want, okay? Come on, let's see who's the best. Wu Yaezu shouted. Today I'll show you the unwavering will of a rock-type trainer. Come on. Hearing Wu Yaezu's somewhat childish lines, Xiaoyu laughed and said, since that's the case, then let me show you what a dragon-type trainer is all about. Muzi, you'll be the referee. Sumuze replied with a smile, sitting down beside them and watching the two on the field intently. Game start. Go, Axu. Xiaoyu released Axu, his gaze falling on Wu Yaezu. Go, Bosco Dora. Wu Yaezu is training with the rock type, but frankly, the rock type isn't considered particularly strong. Rock-type Pokémon have 5 weaknesses, but only 3 resistances on offense, fighting, ground, and steel. They have 4 coverage types, bug, fire, flying, and ice. They have no immunity to any type, so rock-type Pokémon have always been more offensive. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Agrin, a hint of envy in his eyes. Steel-type Pokémon had always been Xiaoyu's favorite. The Agrin in front of me is one of the Pokémon that Wu Yaezu caught during training, but it never had a chance to be used until recently when it evolved into Agrin. With its peak Overlord level strength and extremely high defense, it's clear that Wu Yaezu's Agrin is incredibly powerful, which is why Wu Yaezu dared to provoke Xiaoyu today. Judging from its appearance alone, Agrin is undoubtedly one of the most imposing Pokémon. However, in terms of strength, Agrin is not very strong, and can even be described as quite weak. The biggest reason is its terrible combination of attributes, Steel and Rock. Steel is undoubtedly the best defensive type, with only 3 weaknesses, fighting, ground, and fire. However, Rock has 5 weaknesses, fighting, ground, steel, water, and grass. This combination gives Agrin a 4-fold weakness in both melee and ground combat. Both of these attributes are popular offensive attributes, with fighting-type moves like close combat and ground-type moves like earthquake being highly sought-after skills. Although Agrin has extremely high defense, which somewhat makes up for its fatal weakness of being 4 times weak, its special defense is still not good enough. But none of that really matters. What matters is that Bosco Doraemon is handsome. It's said that Steel-type Pokémon all seem to be quite good-looking. Xiaoyu, I admit you're strong. Your Axu is indeed very powerful in physical attack, but how will your Axu deal with my Agrin? Wu Yaezu said with a smile, Agrin, Ice Punch. Clad in steel armor, resembling a behemoth, Agrin roared loudly, gathering ice-type energy in its fists before slamming it towards Axu. It's clear that Wu Yaezu really wanted to win, and he immediately made his move by having Bosco Dora unleash the Freeze Fist. Agrin's attacks are quite good, but due to its large size, its speed is not outstanding, and can even be described as quite slow. Seeing Agrin charging towards Axu, Xiaoyu calmly commanded, Create distance, Axu, use Dragon Dance. Hearing Xiaoyu's command, the Axu moved its body nimbly, shifting backward to increase the distance between itself and Agrin. Then, the dragon-type energy on its body began to gather, and it began to spin and perform the Dragon Dance. Attack and speed boost. Taking advantage of the moment when the Axu was performing its Dragon Dance, Agrin closed in on the Axu and threw a punch at it. Boom! Agrin's full-force punch was blocked by the Axu's hard teeth. The difference in size made the Axu quite strenuous, and its body couldn't help but retreat backward. Seeing that Agrin had gained a certain advantage, Wu Yaezu did not smile. Instead, he looked serious and focused on Xiaoyu and Axu. Agrin, now's the time. Use Heavy Slam. Chapter 448 Double-Edged Hammer and Hard Head. Heavy Charge, a steel-type skill, uses the user's heavy body to slam into the enemy. The greater the weight difference between the two, the higher the damage. The weight of the Agrin, which is covered in metal armor, is quite astonishing. With its massive weight, if it hits the Axew, it will definitely cause a lot of damage. Axew Fang Dragon, Brick Break. As Agrin attacked, Xiaoyu's voice suddenly rang out. To deal with Agrin, which is 4 times weak to fighting, one should naturally choose to use fighting-type moves. Unfortunately, Axew cannot learn powerful fighting-type moves like close combat. It must evolve into Haxorus to learn them. Therefore, Xiaoyu had no choice but to settle for having the Axew use the Brick Break skill. Unlike other Pokémon that use their claws or arms to attack with Brick Break, Axew uses its 2 sharp teeth to twist its neck and cut with its fangs. Roar. After Dragon Dance, Axew's attack and speed are boosted. Its fangs are covered with fighting-type energy. With a burst of power, it leaps forward and crashes into Agrin. Boom. A violent collision resounded as the Axew and Agrin collided violently, their energy surging. Astral size and strength gave it a complete advantage, allowing it to stand firmly in place with overwhelming dominance. The Axew was knocked back repeatedly, losing its footing. An unevolved Axew is still a bit weaker than Agrin. Don't give it a chance to breathe, Agrin, use double headbutt. Seeing that Agrin had the upper hand, Wuyeaza smiled and continued to command Agrin to launch an attack. Double-Edged Hammer is one of the most powerful rock-type moves, ranking alongside Rock Cannon as one of the most powerful moves. The side effect of the Rock Cannon is that the user will be paralyzed after use. The side effect of the Double-Edged Hammer is that the user will also suffer damage from the recoil after the attack, making it a move that hurts both the user and the enemy. However, it's important to note that Agrin has an ability called Hard Head. Agrin with this ability will not be damaged by the recoil of its own moves, which is equivalent to eliminating the side effects of Double Headbutt. This makes Double Headbutt an incredibly powerful move with no weaknesses. Combined with the damage bonus from Rock-type stab moves, a single Double Headbutt can severely damage a Feraligatr. Agrin began to gather Rock-type energy on its head, which visibly covered its head with a layer of hard rock before it slammed into Axew. Seeing this, Xiaoyu frowned. In terms of raw strength alone, it would be difficult for the unevolved Axew to defeat Agrin. However, Xiaoyu thought of a brilliant idea at this moment, an extremely classic move. Axew Fang Dragon, keep using Brick Break. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, the Axew did not hesitate for a moment and directly used its sharp teeth to cut into the body of the Agrin. The sharp, knife-like fangs sliced through Agrin's metal armor the moment they touched it, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound from which blood seeped. It must be said that after careful maintenance, the sharp teeth of the axe-toothed dragon are far superior to those of the ordinary axe-toothed dragon in both hardness and sharpness. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for other Pokémon to cut through Agrin's metal armor. However, after being treated with a large amount of precious alloy materials, Axew's teeth are like sharp swords, capable of cutting hair and slicing through iron like mud. Its defenses are no match for Axew's teeth. Xiaoyu also sighed. You get what you pay for. Being a trainer is really an expensive profession. For a family to raise a trainer who can carry the torch, the whole family must work together. Bosco Dora's gaze remained calm. Although a lot of blood had seeped from the wound on its chest, the damage it had suffered was not actually too severe. At the same time, while Agrin was attacking, Agrin also landed its double-edged headbutt on Agrin. Boom! Rocks covered Agrin's silver-gray armor, resembling a headbutt, and slammed into Axew. The erupting rock-type energy, accompanied by immense force, exploded with a deafening sound. Page 293. Rocks shattered, and the rocks above Agrin's head were completely destroyed. The immense power was like a bomb exploding, and the Axew was directly blasted away, arcing through the air and rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Agrin shook its head slightly, its hard head allowing it to ignore the double-edged hammer that resembled a ferocious armored beast, its blue eyes fixed on the Axew. Agrin. Wuyeaza's voice rang out. He decided not to give the Axew any chance to breathe and end the match with one blow. Just then, the closed door suddenly opened, and Xiaojia appeared in the doorway, just in time to see the scene of Agrin's attack. Perhaps seeing Xiaojia appear, Wuyeaza seemed a little nervous, and his voice began to tremble slightly as he spoke. Use the double-edged hammer. As Wuyeaza's voice rang out, Agrin's head was once again covered with a thick layer of rock, its edges uneven, and it slammed into the Axew. Muzi. Xiaojia looked at the training ground as she walked towards Sumuzi. You're finally here. Sit down and watch the game. Sumuzi greeted Xiaojia with a smile. What's going on? Wuyeazu actually has the advantage. Xiaojia said with a smile. Xiaoyu, who is in first place, is being timid and hesitant, while Ieyasu, who is ranked over 200th, is launching a powerful attack. Am I seeing things? You read that right, Ieyasu has improved a lot recently. Xiaoyu won't have an easy time winning this match. Su Musa naturally hoped that Xiaoyu would win, but it was clear that the evolved Agrin was stronger. It's okay, you can comfort Xiaoyu when he loses. Xiao Jie smiled knowingly. What are you talking about? Focus on the game. As the two were talking, Bosco Dora pushed off with its feet, and its massive body began to accelerate. With each step, the ground seemed to tremble and make a muffled sound. End this match, Boss Dora. Bosco Dora's speed kept increasing. Although it started slowly, as its speed increased, Bosco Dora became like an unstoppable heavy tank. The greater the mass, the greater the inertia. Although the Bosco Dora has a slow starting speed, once it accelerates, it can be described as quite terrifying. The Axew also struggled to its feet. Having just taken a hit from the twin-edged hammer, it was now severely injured. Facing Agrin's twin-edged hammer again, its chances of survival were slim. The current Axew could definitely not withstand a second double-edged hammer. Axew Fang Dragon, hold on. The hold on that Xiaoyu mentioned is not the kind of skill like dodge, stand up, or hold on, but rather the general type skill hold on. Chapter 449 Holding On and a Miracle. Hang in there. This is a normal type of transformation skill. Its effect is to retain a sliver of health even when taking a fatal blow. However, like the Protect skill, it will fail if used consecutively. Otherwise, wouldn't it be invincible if you could just keep holding on forever? Normal type energy coiled around the Axew, causing its aura to rise continuously. Its eyes seemed to burn with flames as it stared directly at Agrin's attack, choosing to take the hit head-on. Boom! The immense power unleashed by the double-edged hammer startled Su Musa and Xiao Jie, who were watching from the sidelines. They looked at the axe-toothed dragon with worried expressions. Keep in mind that while enduring the pain may preserve some stamina, it cannot compensate for the pain. The intense pain contorted the Feralosaurus's expression, causing it to roar in fury. Despite the excruciating agony, the Feralosaurus managed to withstand Agrin's twin headbutt attack, preserving its last bit of strength. Ieyasu is going to lose. Su Musa suddenly said at this moment. Xiao Jie, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. Both of them were top students majoring in trainers, and they immediately saw through Xiaoyu's next tactic. Ieyasu has done a very good job, but Agrin definitely can't withstand a full power resurrection. Endure and then use resurrection, a classic move, but unfortunately Agrin has no way to counter it. Axefang Dragon, now's the time to bring it back to life. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Just as Xiao Jie and Su Musa had guessed, Xiaoyu then had the Axe Fang Dragon perform resurrection, also known as a miraculous escape from a desperate situation. Hold on plus resurrect is arguably the oldest, simplest, and most classic combination move in Pokémon tactics. These two skills are almost always linked together. The hold on skill allows you to preserve your last bit of health, while resurrection is a physical fighting move. The power of this skill is not fixed. The less health you have, the greater its power. When only a sliver of strength remains, the power of resurrection can reach an astonishing level. Agrin is 4 times weak to melee attacks, so it's absolutely impossible for it to withstand a full power resurrection. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, Ieyasu felt a surge of anxiety. He certainly knew about the classic combination of holding on and coming back from the dead, but knowing it was one thing, and being able to break it was another. In a formal competition, Ieyasu could simply replace his ghost-type Pokémon to defend against this move, but in a 1v1 duel, it's practically unsolvable. In particular, Agrin cannot learn priority moves and is 4 times weak to melee attacks. Ieyasu was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, but he just couldn't think of any way to solve the problem. Xiaoyu watched the scene with a slight smile on his lips. Fortunately, the Axew could learn to hold on and revive, and with Agrin's 4 times weakness to fighting, this match would have been really difficult. In the game, the power of reviving when you have only 1 drop of health is as high as 200. If you are weak to melee combat, this damage is extremely terrifying. Azu, take this. Let me show you the bond between me and the Axew. Counterattack, Axew. Xiaoyu's boastful words rang out, making Ieyazu's face turn ashen with anger. Boom. The eruption of fighting-type energy created a massive energy wave, and its power to withstand the attack and even revive the dead was terrifying. Even a steel beast like a Grondora couldn't withstand the full power of the Axew's attack and be brought back to life. Roar. Agrin let out a painful howl, its massive body flying backward like a cannonball, completely powerless against the full-force attack of the Axew. Damn it. Ieyasu couldn't hold back any longer. He was furious. The axe-toothed dragon was only left with a sliver of strength, yet it was still killed. You just wait, I'll go back and immediately spend a huge sum of money to buy a disposable sandstorm move learning machine. I want to see how you use this move in sandstorm weather. Hang in there, huh? You think you're coming back from the dead? I'll just wipe you out with a sandstorm. Wu Yea's cursing only made Xiaoyu's smile widen. However, it must be said that the sandstorm skill is also a way to counter this move. During a sandstorm, it will deal damage to Pokémon other than steel, ground, and rock types each turn. For example, a sandstorm can knock out a Feraligatr with its last bit of HP. Good idea. But Xiaowu, we'll talk about the next match another time. You lost this time. Xiaoyu looked at Wu Yeazu with a grin, his cheeky expression making Wu Yeazu feel even worse. Muzi. Wu Yeazu turned to look at Su Muzi, his face filled with hatred. You have to avenge me and give him a good beating. Hearing Wu Yeazu's words, Xia Jia, sitting next to Su Muzi, revealed an ambiguous expression and said to Wu Yeazu, "Are you stupid? Muzi wouldn't bear to beat Xiaoyu. Didn't you see that Su Muzi hasn't challenged Xiaoyu even once in the past 2 months? She's kept everyone else out of the way." This news has gone viral on our school forum. Su Muzi, the #1 female guard in the national server. Hearing Xia Jia's words, Su Muzi's face turned red rapidly, and she quickly reached out to cover Xia Jia's mouth. I won't say anymore. I won't say anymore. You go play your match. I want to eat. Xia Jia pushed Su Muzi onto the battlefield. Let's finish this quickly, we're all on the same side, just a quick exchange, a couple of moves will do. Su Muzi blushed as she stepped onto the battlefield to replace Wu Yeazu. Standing on the battlefield, Su Muzi took a deep breath to calm herself down. Are you ready? Xiaoyu asked. Then let's get started. It is good. The two nodded, then threw the Pokeball together. Go, Armored Dragon. Go ahead, Magneto. Exploding Magneto? Xiaoyu was slightly surprised. Why was it another Steel-type Pokemon? Are all the Pokemon he likes today? Magneton is considered one of the strongest Steel-type Pokemon. With its excellent defense, decent special defense, slightly low HP, and a great combination of electric and steel attributes, Magneton has pretty good durability. Magneton has only 3 weaknesses, twice as weak to fire and fighting, and 4 times as weak to ground. However, it's important to know that Magneton can learn the move Levitate, which allows it to easily float in the air and become immune to ground-type moves. This eliminates one major weakness for Magneton, leaving it only with weaknesses in fire and fighting. On the offensive end, its extremely high special attack makes it a potential turret. Its only drawback is its slow speed, but when combined with its analytical ability, it further increases its output. Pokémon with analytical abilities can analyze their opponents, and their moves will be boosted if they are used last. From this perspective, Magneton is truly an excellent Pokémon. It's also worth noting that Magneton has an ability called Magnetism, which is also an extremely powerful ability. In battle, Pokémon with the Magnet ability will be unable to escape if the opponent is a non-Ghost-type Steel-type Pokémon. Moreover, the magnetic property not only helps in battle, but also increases the chance of encountering Steel-type Pokémon when adventuring in the wild, making it Xiaoyu's dream pet. I wish I started as Magneton. Electromagnetic Levitation, Magnet Oblast. Su Muzi's strategy remained extremely steady. At the start, she had Magneton use the electromagnetic levitation skill to avoid the ground-type weakness. Page 294. Chapter 450 Shell Dragon vs Magneton. Magneto floats in the air, its 2 U-shaped magnets constantly rotating like its arms. Shell Lion, use Dragon Dance. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. While Magneton used Electro Levitate, he also had Shell Lion use Dragon Dance to enhance its speed and attack. With Dragon-type energy swirling around its body, the armored dragon performed a mysterious dance, while its speed and attack power were also enhanced. Roar! After its dragon dance, the Shelder dragon stared intently at the Magneton in the air, letting out a roar, its face full of fighting spirit. This battle was actually quite disadvantageous for Shelder. First, Shelder had not yet evolved into Salamence, and its strength was limited. Shelder's strength was even inferior to that of ordinary Pokémon, but after evolving into Salamence, its strength would increase almost exponentially. Secondly, there's the armor that Shelder is so proud of. Its hard shell is useless against Magneton, which excels in special attacks. Thirdly, on the offensive end, Shelder's special attack is quite poor, with only its physical attack being decent. However, Magneton's defense is excellent, making it a complete counter to Shelder. Therefore, in terms of raw strength and attributes, the armored dragon has no advantage whatsoever, and Xiaoyu sees almost no hope of victory. In this situation, the only way to win is to rely on status moves. Xiaoyu glanced at the armored dragon's various skills and sighed helplessly in his heart. Shellder doesn't have any special moves that can turn the tide of battle. Even if it could learn the toxic move, Steel-type Pokémon won't get poisoned. With this tactic of using highly poisonous substances also rendered useless, Xiaoyu truly couldn't think of any way to win at this moment. Unless, evolution. This may be Xiaoyu's only chance to win. After several months of training, Shellder has grown extremely fast and is only one step away from evolving. However, unlike other Pokémon, Shellder's evolution is extremely difficult. Evolving from Shellder Dragon to Salamence is a process of breaking free from its cocoon and transforming into a dragon, just as difficult as Magikarp evolving into Gyarados. This step is not easy to take. That's all I can do. Xiaoyu's eyes flashed, and he commanded the Shell Dragon to launch an attack. Shell Dragon, use Fire Fang. Faced with Magneton, Xiaoyu naturally chose to have Shellder Dragon use a Fire-type move to attack. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, the armored dragon opened its mouth, flames rose and swirled around its jaws, and it moved its limbs, accelerating towards the Magneton. Take off, Magneton. Facing the Shellder Dragon's attack, Sumuza remained extremely calm. She showed no panic whatsoever, calmly directing Magneton to use its levitation ability to fly into the sky, taking advantage of its flight to evade the Shellder Dragon's first wave of attacks. Magneto, metallic sound. After taking off, Sumuza immediately gave the order for Magneton to use its metal sound ability. Metallic sound is a steel-type status move that generates noise through metal friction and infuses steel-type energy to significantly lower the opponent's special defense. Meanwhile, metallic sound is also a sound-based move. Not only is it released extremely quickly, but it is also very difficult to dodge. Especially for Pokémon like Shellder, which is not very fast, it is even more difficult to dodge Magneton's attack. At this moment, the Shellder Dragon, having lost its target, could only stand still, raising its head to look at the Magneton flying into the air, its eyes filled with anger and a trace of longing. A piercing metallic sound rang out, carrying silvery-gray metallic energy that swept towards the Shellder Dragon, successfully hitting it and significantly lowering its special defense. Shell Lion, use Flamethrower. Xiaoyu frowned as he watched the Magneton fly into the air. Since close-range physical attacks are difficult to hit Magneton, Xiaoyu simply had Shellder use a special attack move. Fire energy swirled around the armored dragon, converging towards its mouth. Then, the armored dragon suddenly opened its mouth and spewed out flames like a long dragon. Both are flamethrower skills, and both represent peak overlord level strength, but when Shellder Dragon uses it and when Xiaoyu uses Charizard Dragon, it's like two completely different skills. If Charizard were to unleash Flamethrower at this moment, the opposing Magneton would have to use Protect, otherwise it would absolutely not be able to withstand a single Flamethrower from Charizard. This is understandable, since their special attacks are completely different. Shellor is neither evolved nor good at special attacks. Magneto, Beam Cannon. Faced with the Shell Dragon's flame attack, Sumuza directly commanded Magneton to take the hit head-on. When the strength difference is not significant, tactics become very important. However, in a situation where one has an advantage in all aspects, brute force can overcome all techniques. As long as they face each other head-on, Magneton cannot lose. Steel-type energy began to gather in front of Magneton, and in just an instant, a beam of light shot out from in front of Magneton and blasted towards Shellder. Boom! Flames collided with the light cannon, kicking up clouds of smoke and dust. The Shell Dragon's flamethrower was completely overwhelmed by Magneton's cannon. A dazzling beam of light pierced through the flames, striking the armored dragon and blasting it away. Armored Dragon. Xiaoyu frowned, looking at the armored dragon with a solemn expression. Magneton is undoubtedly an extremely powerful opponent, and the current Shellder is definitely no match for it. Xiaoyu was mentally prepared for this outcome. Roar. The armored dragon let out a deep roar in response to Xiaoyu, its gaze fixed on the Magneton opposite it, its eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Seeing this, Sumuza knew that Xiaoyu's Shellder Dragon was no match for her Magneton. She then said, Magneto, keep using the cannon. Energy converged, and in the blink of an eye, another beam of light formed, blasting towards the armored dragon. Hold on, armored dragon. A light shield appeared, like a sturdy barrier, blocking the armored dragon from Magneton's beam cannon. Shellhound, Flame Fang, charge. After securing the position, Xiaoyu immediately ordered the armored dragon to use the Flame Fang skill, and flames swirled around the armored dragon, burning fiercely. Seeing this, Sumuza originally wanted to send Magneton flying into the air again to dodge the attack from Shellder, but after glancing at Xiaoyu and Shellder, she swallowed her words. Magneto, charge up, unleash a full-power thunderbolt. Hearing Sumuza's order, Xiaoyu frowned, clearly indicating that Sumuza was going easy on him. The dragon-type shelter has double resistance to electric, and there are clearly more suitable moves like the cannon, but instead Magneton uses Thunderbolt. Isn't that obviously a waste? Given Sumuse's high standards, she wouldn't make such a basic mistake. However, whether Sumuse holds back or not will not have a significant impact on the competition. A head-on confrontation will only further ignite the fighting spirit of the armored dragon. The armored dragon opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp teeth, flames burning, and bit down hard at the Magneton. Boom! A crisp metallic clang rang out as the shell dragon's flame fang skill successfully hit the Magneton, unleashing a burst of flames. However, against the Magneton's formidable defense, the damage was quite limited. At the same time, thunder roared and golden lightning illuminated the entire scene. Xiaoyu lost. Well done, Sumuse, avenge me, beat him up. Chapter 451 North Bay Suburbs. Night fell, the sky was dark, and the moon and stars were few. After dinner, Xiaoyu and Wu Yaezu took Sumuse and Xiaojia back to school. Wu Yaezu then went to the training room to continue his extra training. Losing to Xiaoyu further fueled Wu Yaezu's fighting spirit. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, headed to a construction site in the northern suburbs of the capital. Since the approval for the construction of the giant laboratory was officially granted half a month ago, Xiaoyu immediately contacted Xiao Wanyu and Long Fan, and found the top designers and construction teams in the country to start construction immediately, striving to complete the entire laboratory within a month. Meanwhile, to facilitate future battles, Xiaoyu specifically instructed the construction team to build a huge training and battle arena. In just half a month, the laboratory has taken shape. Except for the interior design, the external environment is almost complete. It is estimated that the entire laboratory will be completed in another half-month. Dr. Xia, it's so late, why are you taking a stroll around here? The person in charge of the construction site rushed over as soon as he received news of Xiaoyu's arrival. He stood by Xiaoyu's side, greeted him with a smile, and offered him a pack of cigarettes. Thank you, but I don't smoke, Xiaoyu replied with a smile, waving his hand in refusal. He has a habit of not liking to take advantage of small things. Xiaoyu continued, I came here to take a look and try out the newly built battle arena. By the way, is the battle arena usable right now? It's usable, of course it's usable, it's just that the ordered equipment and monitoring system haven't arrived yet. What level of Pokémon battles can you withstand? Xiaoyu asked with a smile. We built this according to your requirements and the highest standards both domestically and internationally. It's no less than a championship-level competition venue, and it can withstand even championship-level battles, the person in charge at the construction site said with a smile. Okay, that's good, thank you for your hard work. Xiaoyu nodded, then I'll go in and give it a try. By the way, when I go in, please lock the door for me and prevent anyone or any Pokémon from getting close. Xiaoyu gave earnest instructions. Don't worry, I understand. The site manager nodded. You trainers must keep your own abilities a secret. Don't worry, I guarantee that no one will get close. Not even a mosquito can fly in. Even without the site manager's guarantee, Xiaoyu didn't trust them. To be on the safe side, he planned to leave Darkrai at the entrance later, but Xiaoyu still smiled and replied, okay, thank you for your trouble. I'll give you a big bonus after the inspection. No need, no need. I should be the one treating you to dinner. Take care, Dr. Xia. Looking at the respectful demeanor of the construction site manager, Xiaoyu felt a slight sense of, Gone 3 Kai 3, a complex feeling of mixed emotions, including admiration and awe. This was perhaps the allure of power, strength, and wealth. Page 295. Xiaoyu walked into the enclosed indoor training arena, turned on all the lights, and threw the Pokeball from his waist. Xiaoyu released all the Pokémon except for Gigantamax Lapras. Xiaoyu rushed to the construction site in the middle of the night for two reasons: firstly, to check on the construction progress, and secondly, to hold a friendly match of his Pokémon tonight. The friendly match was supposed to be held half a month ago, but due to the limitations of the match venue, Xiaoyu specially postponed it for half a month, waiting for the match venue here to be completed. This is also because Xiaoyu's Pokémon have become increasingly powerful, and the basement of the Purple Mountain Villa can only meet their basic training needs. If they were to really fight, they would probably destroy the entire villa. All of Xiaoyu's Pokémon were quite excited after emerging from their Pokeballs, clearly eager for the upcoming battles. Alright. Xiaoyu first calmed down the Pokémon's excited emotions, and after a while, he said, in the upcoming match, if you support someone, stand on their side of the field. Watch the match carefully. This match is for everyone to exchange and learn from each other, learn from others' strengths, and make up for your own weaknesses. You can't improve by just burying yourself in hard training. Real combat is the best way to test your strength. And one more thing you must remember, friendship first, competition second. Got it? Xiaoyu said, turning his gaze to Diancie and Aishao, earnestly instructing them. While other Pokémon might just be engaging in friendly sparring, these two are the most likely to end up fighting. Did you hear that? Roar. The first match. Dariki vs Lizard King. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, I won't be giving you any orders today. You're free to experiment and hone your combat skills. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, Lizard King and Dariki were the first to step onto the battlefield. Although both Sceptile and Draco are currently gym leader level, there is still a certain gap in their strength. Draco was already a gym leader level player during the high school cup finals. Now, after 6 months of constantly shattering ghost-type energy from the punishment pot, his strength is unfathomable. Even Xiaoyu himself doesn't know just how strong Draco really is. In contrast, Sceptile only reached the gym leader level a month or two ago, and there is still a significant gap in strength between him and Draco. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Durankai will win this match. Alright, whoever you support, stand on that side of the field, Xiaoyu said. Iron Warriors, you stand in the middle and watch. Whichever side you go to, they will all follow you. Darkrai, I didn't tell you to take sides, you guard the gate. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, the Pokémon present began to take sides. Xiaoyu had initially assumed that the vast majority of Pokémon would support Dragapult, but to his surprise, almost all of them chose to support Sceptile. Of course, this is also related to Doran's low profile. Apart from letting Doran play in the final of the High School Cup, Xiaoyu did not let Doran participate in any other battles. Doran's training was also unassuming, and its powerful strength was not apparent at all. In addition, the significant size difference between Drakiss and Sceptile has led many Pokémon to choose to support Sceptile. Of all the Pokémon present, only the cunning Charizard chose to support Dragapult without hesitation, except for shiny Gengar, which is extremely sensitive to ghost-type energy. Xiaoyu was also somewhat surprised, not realizing that Charizard was so intelligent and had discerned Dragapult's formidable strength. However, what he didn't know was that the clever Charizard supported someone without considering their strength at all. It had already decided that it would support whichever side had fewer Pokémon tonight. The main selling point is high emotional intelligence and good interpersonal skills. It's better to offer help when it's in need than to add to someone's already good fortune. With so much support already given to the Lizard King, my support won't make a lasting impression on it. Hey, but it's different if I support Dragapult. If it's just me and Gengar supporting it, it will definitely remember me. Scepter King, Duranki, are you ready? Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Scepter King and Duranki, and the two nodded slightly. 3, 2, 1, game start. Chapter 452A Race of Speed. Game start. Almost the instant Xiaoyu's voice fell, the Lizard King suddenly exerted force with its feet, its emerald green body weaving through the arena, as if its feet were equipped with springs, and it instantly launched itself into the air. The Lizard King displayed its astonishing speed at the start of the battle, its wrists glowing with a fluorescent green light as two leaf blades formed from grass-type energy materialized at its wrists. Both Sceptile and Drakengard are Pokémon known for their speed. Despite its enormous size, Sceptile is incredibly fast, ranking 5th among all grass-type Pokémon, even considering regional forms, Mega Evolutions, and legendary Pokémon. Mega Sceptile's speed ranks 2nd among all grass-type Pokémon and 1st among dragon-type Pokémon. Without a doubt, Sceptile is the ultimate speed-type Pokémon. Dragapult is also a high-speed Pokémon, because among all dragon-type Pokémon, Dragapult is the second fastest, right after Mega Sceptile. There is no doubt that the battle between the two is absolutely a contest of speed. Leaf Blade. Despite the Lizard King's fierce attack, Durankai remained calm and soared into the sky like an arrow, using its aerial advantage to deflect the Lizard King's first wave of attacks. Seeing Draco fly into the air, Sceptile stopped and looked up at Draco. Then, dragon-type energy surged from his body, and in the blink of an eye, a dragon-shaped shockwave flew into the air. Dragon Wave. Faced with the Lizard King's attack, Draco's body was surrounded by a strange ghost-type energy, and a dimensional portal suddenly opened in front of it, and Draco's figure disappeared into the air in the blink of an eye. Another dimensional attack. This is Xiaoyu's unique skill, the otherworldly surprise attack. Boom. Almost the instant Durankai entered the other dimension, a portal to the other dimension appeared behind the Lizard King in an instant, and Durankai's figure shot out like an arrow, hurtling towards the Lizard King. So fast. At this moment, Draco displayed astonishing speed, but Sceptile reacted equally quickly. The instant it heard the noise, it seemed to sense something, immediately spinning its body, whipping its tail, and slamming it down on Draco with steel-type energy. Iron Tail. Boom. Duranki and the Lizard King's iron tail collided, creating an astonishingly loud explosion. Be on guard. Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with surprise. The Lizard King's naturally calm personality was undoubtedly born for battle. The same was true for the Dragon King. Their personalities were somewhat similar, calm, decisive, and confident. In that situation, the Lizard King dared to use Iron Tail directly behind him without even seeing Draco, which shows considerable confidence. Although the Lizard King managed to defend against the attack, the outcome was somewhat unexpected for Xiaoyu. In the recent clash, the Lizard King was actually at a slight disadvantage. They are both at the gym leader level, but there are still differences even among gym leaders. Especially now that Dragapult has absorbed most of the Ghost-type energy from the Broken Judgment Pot, it's estimated that it's just one step away from breaking through to the near-champion level. Even without evolving into Dragapult, it still held an absolute advantage against Sceptile. However, at that moment, ghostly flames suddenly ignited on Durankai's body, and countless eerie flames floated on Durankai's body, blooming in the air like violets. Suddenly, all the eerie, ghostly flames surged towards the Lizard King. Will-o'-the-wisp. Durankai then changed tactics, choosing to use the Will-o'-the-wisp skill to inflict a burn on the Lizard King, and then use the Misfortune on one skill. The combination of Will-o'-the-wisp and Misfortune is also a very good skill combination. Seeing the dense swarm of violets flying towards him, the Lizard King remained extremely calm. Suddenly, normal-type energy surged from his body, and then he began to spin violently. Sword dance. Xiaoyu nodded in approval at the Lizard King's brilliant response. If he were in charge, he would have also had the Lizard King use the spinning sword dance to deal with the Will-o'-the-wisp. The spinning Lizard King resembled a green top, blocking all the Will-o'-the-wisps and greatly enhancing its own attack power. In this way, the difference in strength was somewhat leveled out, and the Lizard King even had a slight advantage. The match started to get interesting, and the outcome became full of suspense. Sceptile calmly stared at Draco, then pushed off with its feet, its body wreathed in Dragon-type energy, and launched an attack on Draco. Dragon Claw. Facing the Dragon/Ghost-type Dragapult, Sceptile suddenly chose to use the Dragon-type Dragon Claw move. Dragon-type power enveloped Sceptile's wrist, transforming it into a huge Dragon Claw that slammed down on Dragapult. It was a grand spectacle, with astonishing power. Faced with the attack from the Lizard King, Draco also unleashed a surge of fierce Dragon-type energy. At this moment, Draco actually chose to use one of the strongest Dragon-type moves, Draco Meteor. Dragon-type energy shot straight into the sky, meteorites fell, and burst into dazzling light in the dark night, as terrifying as the end of the world. Page 296. Xiaoyu frowned as he watched the scene, surprised by Duolanqi's choice. It was an extremely risky move for Duranki to use the full power of Dragon Star Dance even though he knew that Sceptile King still had the Protect ability. It's important to understand that reality is different from games. In games, if Draco uses Draco Meteor and it's blocked by Sceptile's Protect move, its special attack won't drop drastically. In reality, however, it's different. As long as Dragapult uses Draco Meteor, Dragapult's special attack will drop drastically regardless of whether Sceptile uses Protect. Therefore, Dragon Star Cluster is usually used as a finishing move and not used so early in the game. Xiaoyu is puzzled by Duolanqi's choice to use the Dragon Star Cluster. It does this either because it intends to completely abandon special attacks and use physical attacks to fight the Sceptile after Swords Dance, or it is to force the Sceptile to use its Protect move. Xiaoyu immediately thought of the spell skill that Durankai used during the finals. Many people may not know that in the game, spellcasting skills cannot be blocked or have their defenses read. This book has made a special change. Spellcasting skills can be blocked by guard skills, but they still ignore substitutes, magic cloaks, and magic defenses. It seems that Durankai wants to win this match by relying on his magic skills. Now it's up to the Lizard King to make his choice. Whether to withstand a burst of Dragon Star or use a defensive skill, it's a difficult choice for the Lizard King. Faced with the Dragon Stars descending from the sky, the Lizard King instinctively used its guard skill at this moment. A shield of light appeared, blocking the meteorite falling from the sky and protecting the Lizard King from harm. Chapter 453 Immobilization Technique. At that moment, an astonishing ghost-type energy erupted from Duranki's body. The dense ghost-type energy spread outwards like the night sky, dyeing the sky a dark purple. Compared to his control over Dragon-type energy, Dragapult, having absorbed the ghost-type core energy from the Broken Judgment Pot, has a significantly higher affinity for ghost-type energy and is much stronger. At this moment, Dragapult demonstrates the power of its ghost-type Pokémon. Spell. As Xiaoyu expected, Duolanqi indeed chose to use a spell skill at this moment. In 1v1 battles, the cursed moves used by Ghost-type Pokémon are undoubtedly an extremely powerful and annoying move. Since you can't switch Pokémon, your opponent has to keep taking damage from the cursed moves. Durankai successfully cast the spell skill at the cost of expending half of his strength. Ghost-type energy surged from Draco's body like a ghost, seeping into Sceptle's body and beginning to steal its strength like a persistent leech. From this moment forward, the match between Lizard King and Draco becomes a race against time. Lizard King must defeat Draco before he runs out of energy, while Draco can win the match simply by dragging things out. Chamo. The Lizard King's gaze sharpened as it sensed the Ghost-type energy raging within its body. A massive surge of Dragon-type energy erupted from its entire body, its wrists covered in dense Dragon-type energy that transformed into enormous claws. With a sudden burst of power, it lunged at Draco. However, at that moment, another dimensional portal appeared behind Durankai. Facing the Lizard King's fierce attack, Durankai took the initiative and escaped into the dimensional space before the Lizard King's attack arrived. Surprise attack. At this moment, Durankai used the normal version of the Spirit Strike. The normal version of Spirit Strike is very similar to the Dimensional Strike, both of which involve entering the dimensional space first and then launching an attack. However, the two skills have a fundamental difference. The normal version of Spirit Strike requires charging for a period of time in another dimension before launching an attack, while Dimensional Strike is an instantaneous attack. Having mastered both skills, Doriaki can choose how long he stays in the alternate dimension. Of course, you can't stay in the other dimension for too long, or you might get lost in it. After dodging the Lizard King's Dragon Claw attack, the Dragon Prodigy opened a dimensional portal to the Lizard King's side and launched an attack. The ever-vigilant Lizard King reacted the instant Durankai appeared, wielding its dragon claws and colliding with Durankai's body. Boom! The collision of Ghost and Dragon-type energies stirred up a wave of energy. In this round of combat, Sceptle had a slight advantage, but it did not cause any damage to Dragapult. At the same time, the spells were constantly tormenting the Lizard King, draining its strength. The urgency of time kept the Lizard King from pausing for even a moment, and also prevented Durankai from having the chance to hide in the other dimension. Dragon-type energy surged from the Lizard King's body once again, and endless Dragon-type energy rapidly converged in front of it. In just one breath, a dragon-shaped energy shockwave had already taken shape. Boom! Dragon Wave. A light shield appeared, directly blocking the Lizard King's dragon energy. The instant the light shield dissipated, another interdimensional portal appeared in front of Durankai, and it once again entered the interdimensional space. The combination of stealth attacks, defense, stealth attacks, and the torment of curses formed Durankai's tactics at this moment. It has to be said that Dornchi's tactic was quite disgusting, and a bit shameless and dishonest. This is practically a carbon copy of the poison substitute technique. Xiaoyu suddenly had a bold idea. What if poison substitute, combined with curses and a surprise attack, could drive the opponent to the brink of collapse? Wait a minute? My own Doriki clearly has the ability to defeat the enemy, so why use such a shameless tactic? The Lizard King frowned slightly as it watched Doriki dive into the other dimension once again, but its reaction was extremely fast. A dazzling fluorescent green light suddenly burst forth from its body, and grass-type energy surged and gathered around its body, like fireflies, nourishing its body. Photosynthesis. Although it is nighttime and photosynthesis is extremely ineffective, it can still restore some stamina and alleviate the damage caused by spells. Seeing this, Xiaoyu nodded. The Lizard King's response was quite good. It knew to use photosynthesis to offset the damage from the spell. However, it is still inexperienced and its reaction is a bit slow. If it had used the grassy terrain skill when it used Spirit Sneak attack last time, and then used the photosynthesis skill this turn, it could have lasted for quite a while. Just as the photosynthesis skill took effect, Durankai noticed the Lizard King's actions and emerged directly from the other dimension. This time, however, it was smarter. Instead of opening the exit around the Lizard King's body, it chose to keep its distance from the Lizard King and place itself in a relatively safe position. Durankai's response was also quite perfect. Both the Lizard King and Draco performed quite well in this battle. Chamo. Seeing the distance between them and Dragapult, Sceptle once again unleashed Dragon-type energy. With its limited special attack moves, Sceptle was forced to use Dragon Pulse again. The Dragon Wave tore through the sky, transforming into a surging energy dragon that roared as it flew toward Dorganki. Having just left the alternate dimension, Durankai is unable to use his Spirit Strike skill yet. Furthermore, he had only used his Guard skill recently, making it difficult to force a failure. Therefore, Durankai has no choice but to use other methods to deal with the situation. Shadow Clone. In that instant, Durankai's body began to transform, and almost instantly, it split into 7 or 8 Durankai. Each of the Duriki looks exactly the same, there is no difference between them at all. Boom! The Lizard King unleashed Dragon Pulse, devouring 3 of the Dracos, leaving 5 Dracos remaining. But the Lizard King was clearly not so lucky, the real Draco was among the remaining 5. After its attack missed, the Lizard King felt the pressure increase, and time was running out. It had to find a way to defeat Draco as soon as possible. Thinking of this, the Lizard King once again unleashed a surge of fierce dragon-type energy. Limited by its limited moves, the Lizard King had no choice but to unleash Dragon Pulse again. However, at that moment, normal-type energy suddenly surged from Draco's body, flying towards Sceptile like spikes and entering Sceptile's body, directly interrupting Sceptile's use of the Dragon Pulse skill. What is this? A spell to free someone? Chapter 454 Dragon. Xiaoyu watched this scene in surprise. Xiaoyu knew about the immobilization technique, but he had always felt that it wasn't a very powerful skill. This skill can only seal the opponent's last move. Sealing a move, especially one that the opponent has already used, has a rather limited effect in a world where Pokémon can use dozens of moves. Unless it's a core skill like sealing or defending, it's almost useless. Xiaoyu wasn't the only one who thought the immobilize skill was useless, almost all trainers thought so. In a proper competition, you could count the number of times you saw this skill in 1,000 matches on one hand. However, this skill has a surprising use at this moment, because Sceptile's special attack moves are already scarce, and there are very few special attack ranged moves that can deal high damage to Dragon and Ghost-type Dragapult. For example, the only high-powered special attack moves that Sceptile can learn are the normal-type Hyper Beam and the fighting-type Focus Blast. Aside from those, it only has grass-type stab moves. Dragapult, with its Ghost-type, is immune to fighting and normal-type moves, including Hyper Beam and Focus Blast. Now that the move Dragon Pulse, which is twice as effective against Dragapult, has been sealed, Sceptile will only be able to choose the weaker Dragon Breath or a high-power grass-type stab move. The power of Dragon Breath is not enough, and Dragapult has double the resistance to grass. Therefore, it would be extremely difficult for the Lizard King to defeat Duranki in a short period of time. I must say, this move was absolutely brilliant. As expected, there are no useless skills, only useless trainers. Of course, this excludes skills like water splashing. Page 297. At this stage of the match, Durankai has gained an absolute advantage. If it can stall for a little longer, it can use Spirit Sneak Attack again, followed by Guard, and then another Spirit Sneak Attack. It can slowly wear down the Lizard King. Just as Xiaoyu was judging the outcome of the match in his mind, a dazzling white light suddenly emanated from Duolanki's body. Evolution? No, how did you evolve with such a huge advantage? Xiaoyu's surprise lasted only a moment before he immediately stopped the match and took out the broken punishment bottle and an A-rank dragon-type item, placing them next to the Dragapult that was enveloped in white light. As Dragapult evolved, it sensed the presence of an A-rank dragon-type item in the broken judgment pot, and began to frantically use Ghost-type core energy and Dragon-type energy. A-rank Dragon-type items are far from sufficient compared to the broken judgment bottle, but Xiaoyu had no choice. He still had an S-rank Dragon-type item given to him by Teacher Long, but he planned to use that item when Axew evolved. An S-rank Dragon-type item would be more effective when used on a pure Dragon-type Axew. From Xiaoyu's perspective, the Ghost-type core energy reserves on the broken punishment pot began to rapidly decrease, dropping to 10% in just one breath. 9%, 8%, 0%. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyu felt a little heartbroken but also a little expectant. What's heartbreaking is the Ghost-type core energy, but what I'm really looking forward to is how much stronger Dragapult will become after absorbing so much Ghost-type energy. After Draco absorbed all the Ghost-type core energy from the shattered judgment pot, the white light emanating from Draco reached its peak. The blinding light was like daytime, and then Durankai's body began to transform and lengthen, and the form of Durankai was about to take shape. The moment Durambarado's form froze, the white light shattered like a mirror, revealing Durambarado's slender body. The evolved Draco Balto has sharp eyes, and its head is triangular like a fighter jet. There are 4 small holes on its wings, like launch ports, and 2 Draco Mesias are lying in the holes. Success. Near Heavenly King level strength. After absorbing all the Ghost-type core energy from the broken judgment pot, Dragapult became the first Pokémon in Xiaoyu's collection to rise from 0 to the level of a near-elite 4 member. It's worth noting that Dragapult evolved into Dragapult in just 1 year from birth, an outrageous growth rate that is simply astonishing. It's important to know that under normal circumstances, it takes 5 to 10 years for a pseudo-legendary Pokémon to grow. Just like Sushio, even with the evil face stone tablet, it took him 3 years to cultivate a Tyranitar with the strength of a champion. Xiaoyu's growth rate of the Dragon Baloo is so fast that it can only be described as outrageous. If this were an ordinary person, they would have been taken away for a secret investigation long ago. Of course, the reason why Drolongorito was able to grow so quickly was not only due to the help of the punishment pot, but also to its own extremely high aptitude and Xiaoyu's large amount of money investment. Looking back on the past year, Xiaoyu realized that, setting aside the broken judgment pot, the money spent on Drolongorito alone was an astronomical figure. If it weren't for its exclusive Z moves and corresponding actions, the benefits of Mega Evolution, and the benefits of the Cordyceps secret realm, it would have been extremely difficult for the Xiao family to support the growth of Drolongorito in the past. However, from now on, after using up its ghost-type core energy, Dragapult's growth rate will decrease significantly. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on the evolved Dragapult. After evolving, its strength had completely surpassed that of other Pokémon, and Xiaoyu had a premonition that his Dragapult was very strong, far stronger than ordinary Elite Four Pokémon. Judging from its appearance alone, his Dragapult was different from other Dragapults. The ghost-type energy on its body was far too concentrated, almost frighteningly so. Alright, we don't need to continue this match. Xiaoyu ended the match at the right time. How can Sceptile, which has just reached the gym leader level, fight Dragapult, which has reached the quasi-elite 4 level? However, just as Xiaoyu finished speaking, the Sceptile King Mega Evolution Stone on the Sceptile King suddenly shone with a dazzling light. Xiaoyu's gaze fell upon the Lizard King. Clearly, Sceptile doesn't want to admit defeat so easily. It wants to rely on Mega Evolution to fight Dragapult again. Seeing this, Xiaoyu thought for a moment and then shook his head slightly. This match ends here. Sceptile cannot use Mega Evolution in gym leader level battles. If you really want to continue battling Dragapult, you can start over after you've finished battling all the Pokémon. Rest well now. Chapter 455 The Lazy Jengar. After the first match ended, the second match quickly followed. Xiaoyu thought for a moment and decided that the second match would be between Cinderace and Shiny Jengar, the third match would be between Charizard and Noivern, and the fourth match would be between Diancie and Indeedee. We'll save the Axew and Armored Dragon that we already battled today for last. As for the match between Iron Warrior and Darkrai, well, if Darkrai really wants to fight, he can step in any time. With a light leap, Flame Ace used its powerful jumping ability to jump directly into the battlefield. Cinderace is different from other Pokémon. It has weaker arms and mainly attacks with its legs. It also uses different moves than other Pokémon. Jengar floated up and flew onto the field, revealing its signature Jengar smile as it looked at Cinderace. Cinderace and Jengar have always been among Xiaoyu's favorite Pokémon besides Steel-type Pokémon. The Flame Ace Liberty's traits have always been among the best in battle, and Jengar goes without saying it's an extremely popular Pokémon throughout the entire Pokémon world. The second match is between Cinderace and Jengar. You can stand behind whoever you support. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, all the Pokémon sprang into action. Since their strengths were roughly equal, and the number of supporters behind them was also similar, it was practically a 50-50th situation. To be honest, Xiaoyu couldn't predict who would win this match. Of course, if he had to choose one, Xiaoyu would choose Blazing Ace. The most important reason is that the characteristics of Cinderace are simply too strong. Jengar has an extremely rich move pool, but Cinderace can avoid a considerable number of moves thanks to its Free Spirit ability. For Poison-type moves, Cinderace can simply use Iron Head to transform itself into a Steel-type, making it immune to poison. For Electric-type moves, Cinderace can simply use Sand Splatter to transform itself into a Ground-type, making it immune to Electric-type moves. Similarly, Jengar's Ghost-type moves, and Cinderace's Normal-type moves can also make it immune to Ghost-type moves. The Freelancer trait is truly unparalleled in this world without skill restrictions. Of course, Jengar is not without hope of victory. It all depends on whether Jengar can choose the most suitable move from among many available moves. Game start. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, the competition began. Almost the instant Xiaoyu's voice fell, Cinderace lightly lifted his foot, kicked up a small pebble, and with flames swirling around his body, he watched as Jengar launched the first attack. The Flame Ace kept kicking the small fireballs, like juggling a ball. In just a few kicks, the fireballs grew bigger and bigger, eventually turning into a giant fireball under the Flame Ace's feet. Boom! The giant fireball was kicked out by Cinderace and flew towards Jengar. A powerful fireball right off the bat. As expected of a fire-type Pokémon, it has a short temper. A Pokémon's type does have some influence on its personality. Of course, there are exceptions like Charizard, Watching Cinderace unleash the fireball move, Xiaoyu looked curiously at Jengar, wondering how Jengar would react. Under Xiaoyu's watchful gaze, Jengar's actions at this moment were completely unexpected. Xiaoyu did not expect Jengar to use Protect at this time. Xiaoyu frowned slightly as he watched this scene. Jengar used Protect too hastily. In fact, Jengar had many other options at that moment, such as sharing the pain, splitting the stamina, or even taking a fireball head-on. Alternatively, you can choose to use the ability swap move. Although you will have to take a fireball, you will steal the ability of Cinderace Freeman, making the game more favorable to you. Jengar's move pool gives it a lot of options. It's not that using Protect is bad, it's just that there are more and better choices. A light shield appeared, blocking Cinderace's powerful attack for Jengar. Immediately afterwards, Jengar unleashed a skill that shocked Xiaoyu. A Song of Destruction. It wasn't until this moment that Xiaoyu realized he had underestimated Jengar. He never expected that Jengar would use Perish Song in a 1v1 duel. In the game, the winner of a match using Perish Song is determined by who is slower. However, in reality, if both Pokémon lose all their HP due to Perish Song, it results in a draw. Therefore, as long as Jengar sings its demise song, the match will at least end in a draw. Although Cinderace has a strong free spirit ability, it is invincible as long as Jengar uses Perish Song. Xiaoyu looked at Jengar and began to wonder if Jengar was afraid of pain and trouble, so it chose to use Protect and then Perish Song to end the match as soon as possible. Looking at Jengar's lazy expression, Xiaoyu thought it was more and more likely. Page 298. Xiaoyu smiled helplessly. He realized that the biggest gain from today's competition was that he had discovered the different personalities of his Pokémon. The Lizard King, for example, consistently maintained a calm and steady approach, taking a step-by-step strategy to gain an advantage through direct confrontation and seeking victory through stability. While Durambulu is also calm, he has a gambling streak in his personality. In fact, given its strength surpassing that of the Lizard King, it could have easily taken a steady approach, gradually gaining the upper hand and securing victory. However, it chose the most risky tactic. Dragon Star Group forces out the defensive skill, then follows up with a spell skill. The current Cinderace is purely impatient, with a passionate and unrestrained personality, immediately unleashing his signature move, Fireball. As for Jengar, it's even more frustrating, coming right off the bat with a death song. My Pokémon all seem to have quite a unique personality. This is only the second match. There are still two Pokémon, Diancie and Indeedee, who can't stand each other and are arguing like crazy, as well as Charizard, who is the oldest. Xiaoyu was slightly worried. Without a trainer to guide them, wouldn't these guys run wild? Xiaoyu thought about it more and more and felt it was possible. He couldn't help but sigh. The starter Pokémon Noivern and Sceptile were still the most worry-free. He just didn't know if the personalities of Axew and Shellder would change after they evolved. You know, Charizard used to be quite obedient when it was Charmeleon and Charmander, but it became so unruly after evolving. I just hope that Axew and Armored Dragon will be more obedient after evolving into Haxorus and Salamence. As the Perish Song begins, both Jengar and Cinderace enter Perish Song mode, and after a period of time, both will lose all their health. Judging from the current situation, it is impossible for either Cinderace or Jengar to defeat their opponent before Perish Song takes effect, not to mention that Jengar never even considered defeating Cinderace. It immediately used its stand ability after the Song of Destruction. In Jengar's mind, winning or losing doesn't really matter, the key is that it absolutely cannot lose. I, Jengar, would rather achieve 100 draws and 0 losses than 99 wins and 1 loss. I, Jengar, have followed my master Xiaoyu throughout my life, and have never suffered a single defeat. Besides, we're all on the same side. What's the point of fighting and killing each other? A draw is fine as long as it's just a token effort. Chapter 456 Charizard and Noivern. The battle between Cinderace and Shiny Jengar is like an offensive and defensive battle. From the moment Jengar unleashed Perish Song, Cinderace launched a furious attack, while Jengar leisurely defended. With its various life-saving skills such as Protect, Substitute, and Sharing Pain, it completely overwhelmed Cinderace. Xiaoyu guessed that the effect of the Song of Destruction was about to activate, and he quickly recalled Cinderace and Jengar into their Pokeballs at the same time. Come back, Cinderace and Jengar. This match is over. It's a draw. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, he released the two Pokémon to continue watching the match. Next match, Noivern vs Charizard. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, Noivern and Charizard flew to opposite sides of the field at the same time. Compared to the previous match, this match was more important and meaningful to Xiaoyu. Noivern and Charizard are old rivals. They've been competing since the time of Noctua and Charmander, until Charizard's strength skyrocketed and it finally widened the gap between it and Noivern. Recently, with the surge in Noivern's stats, it is gradually narrowing the gap with Charizard. This match was also their first official match after they had all evolved into their final forms. Currently, Noivern and Charizard are roughly equal in strength, but in terms of overall strength, Charizard is slightly stronger. This is because Noisy Dragon's aptitude has only recently been greatly improved, and its strength is still in a phase of rapid growth. It needs time. Game start. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, Noivern and Charizard simultaneously flapped their wings and flew into the air. As flying-type Pokémon, the air was their main battleground. Noivern opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, and preemptively fired a supersonic wave at Charizard through its ear. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyu recalled the initial battle between the Buzzbat and Charmander a year ago. The Nobot used its ultrasonic waves and air blades to slowly whittle down Charmander and achieve victory. Now, times have changed. Noibat has grown into Noivern, and Charmander has evolved into Charizard. The two are battling again, using the same supersonic attack. What will be the outcome of this battle? Charizard remained calm as Noivern unleashed its ultrasonic attack, its long battles giving it a wealth of experience in dealing with such attacks. Charizard let out a huge roar, and powerful Dragon-type energy surged from its body. Almost instantly, a giant dragon of Dragon-type energy formed in front of Charizard. With Charizard's roar, Dragon Pulse flew toward Noivern with unstoppable momentum. As Xiaoyu's team's top special attacker, Charizard has absolute dominance in special attacks. Although it wasn't Dragon Pulse of the same type, its power was still extremely astonishing, directly negating the normal type energy covering the ultrasonic move and flying towards Noivern. Roar. Facing Charizard's attack, Noivern was not intimidated at all and showed no fear. It also unleashed its Dragon-type energy and fired a Dragon Pulse at Charizard. Boom. The first round of their encounter fully demonstrated their formidable strength. With a loud explosion, the two dragon waves collided in the air, the energy surged, a gale arose, and smoke billowed everywhere. Even with the stab boost, Noivern is slightly at a disadvantage when using the same Dragon Pulse. Roar. As Noivern roared, its purplish-black figure flew out of the thick fog, releasing sound waves from its ears, which spread outwards along with Dark-type energy. Provocative. Noivern is now using its signature move, Taunt, which can seal away all of its opponent's status-changing moves. After all, Noivern's greatest strength is not its offense, but its various support and status moves, as well as its speed, which it is proud of. Although its speed is not as exaggerated as Mega Sceptile or Dragapult, Noivern is still extremely fast, ranking 7th among Dragon-type Pokémon. Among all Dragon-type Pokémon, Mega Sceptile ranks first in speed, Dragapult ranks second, followed by the legendary Pokémon Gurudon and Milton tied for third, Eternatus is 5th, Necrozma is 6th, and Noivern ranks 7th. Looking at it this way, aside from legendary Pokémon and Mega Evolution, Noivern's speed is actually second only to Dragapult among Dragon-type Pokémon. Charizard had no way to counter Noivern's taunt move, but it didn't really matter since its powerful special attack was more than enough. Therefore, Charizard simply chose to continue its attack. Flames erupted, sweeping across the sky like a tidal wave, almost instantly enveloping the entire body of the Charizard. The Charizard flying in the air resembled a giant flame. Roar. With a roar, Charizard spewed a large ball of flame from its mouth, engulfing Noivern. Jet flames. Terrifying jet flames. Standing on the sidelines, the armored dragon watched Charizard unleash its flames with a look of envy and determination on its face. This afternoon, during its battle with Sumuse's Magneton, it also used the flamethrower move, but its power was completely different from Charizard's flamethrower. If it had such strength, it wouldn't have lost the game this afternoon. The proud Shelder dragon developed a desire for power, and the seed of becoming stronger took root in its heart. It didn't want to be the weakest Pokémon in the team. In particular, the Axuot dragon won the afternoon match, while it lost the match. Dragon-type Pokémon are mostly proud and arrogant. Take Xiaoyu's team of Dragon-type Pokémon as an example. Despite their clinginess to Xiaoyu, the Lizard King, Dragapult, Charizard, and Noivern are all extremely proud. If Xiaoyu hadn't raised them by his side since they were young, they wouldn't be so obedient and well-behaved. Similarly, other Pokémon also find it difficult to gain their approval. To gain their approval, you either need to be like Cinderace, Gengar, Indeedee, or Diancie, who have been raised by Xiaoyu since they were eggs, or you need to have great strength like Ironhide or Darkrai. Otherwise, like the fossil Arida that Xiaoyu had previously captured, although it had the strength of a champion-level creature, it would be difficult for it to integrate into Xiaoyu's team. It is precisely because of the pride of Dragon-type Pokémon that adult Dragon-type Pokémon are very difficult to catch. Similarly, Shellder, being a pseudo-divine Dragon-type Pokémon, is also extremely proud. Losing the match this afternoon must have affected its mentality, especially seeing the Axew win while it lost. This was hard for Shellder to accept, as it was the weakest Dragon-type Pokémon. At this moment, it was also putting in all its strength, secretly making up its mind that it must win the final battle against the Axew. It aims to become the strongest team of Dragon-type Pokémon. Page 299. Chapter 457 The Fateful Showdown. A scorching wave of flames swept in, instantly illuminating the entire dojo and seemingly threatening to engulf it. Charizard unleashed a powerful, devastating jet of fire towards Noivern. Xiaoyu watched Charizard unleash its flames, a slight smile playing on his lips, a satisfied expression on his face. Although Charizard may seem a bit unreliable at times, it has actually grown a lot and has never missed a moment of training, even taking the initiative to do extra training. After half a year of training and growth, Charizard's strength is also growing rapidly. Unlike other Pokémon, it specializes in special attack, sacrificing the growth of other abilities. Therefore, its progress in special attacks is particularly noticeable. Now, its normal form's Flamethrower alone has the strength of its Mega Evolution form from half a year ago. Xiaoyu was very curious about the terrifying power Charizard would possess in terms of special attack after Mega Evolution. Just as Xiaoyu was pondering, the fireworks in the sky seemed to be about to engulf the Sonic Dragon, like an exploding fire cloud. Hold on. At the crucial moment, Noivern didn't dare to be careless and immediately used its Protect move. As Charizard's old teammate, it certainly knows how strong Charizard is in terms of special attack. Even with double fire resistance, it is enough to deal high damage to it. A light shield appeared, blocking a terrifying attack from Charizard for Noivern. At the same time, Noivern raised its head high, hovering in the air, its gaze resolute, staring intently at Charizard. At this moment, it unleashed the ultimate technique it had been practicing for the past month, which was also one of Noivern's strongest moves. Sonic Blast. Roar. The sharp sound waves surged in like razor-sharp knives, and visible air ripples spread along with the high-pitched sound waves. As one of the top special attack damage skills, Sonic Wave is undoubtedly one of the strongest skills. Faced with the Sonic Boom attack, Charizard's choice surprised Xiaoyu, because Charizard did not choose to use Protect, but instead chose to take the hit head-on. The piercing, sharp Sonic Boom directly caused significant damage to Charizard. The only downside is that Noivern doesn't have a normal type. If it had a stab boost, a single Sonic Wave would be enough to severely damage Charizard. The Charizard, having taken the hit head-on, showed a pained expression, but its eyes held a hint of courage and determination. The reason it chose to take the hit was mainly to assess the power of the Sonic Boom. This is also its first time facing the Sonic Boom skill. It doesn't understand this skill, and the best way to understand the power of Sonic Boom skills is to directly take a Sonic Boom attack head-on. Roar. The Charizard, in pain, let out a roar, and fire energy surged through its body once more. It took a deep breath, and flames began to gather in its mouth. Charizard was using its most powerful move, Heat Wave, which was also one of Xiaoyu's favorite fire-type moves. The Heat Wave, mixed with flames, spread outwards, giving Noisy Wyvern no chance to dodge. This time, Noivern had no choice but to take Charizard's heat head-on. At the same time, normal-type energy surged from its body once again, and the Sonic Blast attack came down again. A battle between the Sonic Boom skill and the Hot Air skill. Boom! A sharp, high-pitched sound, mixed with the sound of explosions, rang out, and the sky was filled with fireworks that almost set the entire battlefield ablaze. Seeing the flames surging towards the outside of the arena, Xiaoyu was also terrified. Fortunately, at this moment, Iron Warrior showed its strength as the elder brother, standing alone in front of all the Pokémon and blocking the incoming flames. It's clear that both Noivern and Charizard are taking this match extremely seriously. Although Charizard is usually carefree and easygoing, when it comes to this kind of situation, it doesn't want to lose, especially not to Noivern, its constant rival. It and Noivern are teammates and friends, appreciating each other, but they are also the best rivals. The same goes for Noivern. It doesn't want to lose to Charizard either. Both of them gave it their all, holding nothing back, driven by both their own inner desires and respect for their opponent. Both Noivern and Charizard have experienced the grand occasion of the High School Cup, so they value the competition more than anyone else and understand its significance. Only after witnessing countless people cheering and shouting for you with all their might can you understand the true meaning of the competition. From the moment you step onto the competition field, there is no turning back. Only by giving it your all can you truly be accountable to yourself. The flames and smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the bodies of Noivern and Charizard. In the previous contest, Noivern was slightly inferior. Although under normal circumstances, non-stab Sonic Wave is more powerful than Stab Heat Wave, the difference in special attack still gave Charizard a slight advantage. But they only had a slight advantage. Having suffered a setback in its first attack, Noivern roared once more. This time, instead of choosing the Sonic Blast move, it opted for its stab move, Hurricane. The Storm move is a powerful special attack move for flying-type characters, with amazing power and a certain chance to confuse the opponent. However, it has a fatal flaw: its accuracy is not high. It only has the power to hit its target when it's raining. Noivern flapped its wings, and flying-type energy surged. In the blink of an eye, a gale arose on the battlefield, and a storm had already formed. The raging tornado flew towards Charizard. Charizard showed no fear in the face of Noivern's attack, and its face showed an excited expression. The battle with Noivern made Charizard feel extremely exhilarated. It has been a long time since it has been able to use its skills so freely. Therefore, this time Charizard actually chose its most powerful Burst Burn skill. Flames surged, and orange-red flames covered the Charizard's black body, dyeing the entire battlefield sky red, as if draped in a layer of sunset. A wave of sweltering heat rolled in, distorting and blurring Xiaoyu's vision. All he could see was a crimson expanse, and the fire-breathing dragon hovering in the air shone like the sun, making it impossible to look directly at it. Roar! The black Charizard roared to the sky, and flames exploded along with it, instantly engulfing the entire area in a raging inferno. It even ignited Noivern's storm, turning the storm itself crimson. Boom! As the explosion rang out, flames shot straight up from the top of the battlefield, almost igniting the sky and turning it into daylight. The project manager, who was smoking at a distance, was slightly stunned as he watched the flames shooting into the sky. Boss, such strong fire-type energy? This is even stronger than our fire-type gym leader. Is Dr. Xiao really that strong? The workers who were working were discussing this scene. Dr. Xiao is the champion of the last competition. He's at least at the level of the Elite Four in the future. Charizard is his ace Pokémon. You tell me how strong he is. The project manager glared at the worker who had just spoken. Don't gossip. Just pretend you didn't see anything today, understand? If I hear any gossip, don't blame me for being ruthless. I heard you, boss. I'm very tight-lipped, don't worry. Chapter 458: A different kind of match. Like a fiery sunset, it dyed the night in the North Bay Area red, shining alongside the starlight, as if it were dawn. Charizard's full-power burst of flames, carrying terrifying power, severely injured Noivern, securing victory in the match. Charizard has always been very strong. Strictly speaking, its strength is actually on par with Sceptile, and in terms of type advantage, Charizard is likely to be stronger than Sceptile at present. Compared to them, the noisy dragon is still slightly inferior. It has a long way to go. Its laziness and slackness during the Nombat period, as well as the gap in its aptitude, caused it to fall behind Charizard. Although the shortcomings in qualifications have now been addressed, the gaps caused by past negligence can only be bridged over time. Effort and reward are always proportional. Even among geniuses, a hardworking genius is more powerful than a lazy one. This is an unchanging truth. The only way for Noivern to catch up is to learn from its mistakes and strive to improve, so as to narrow the gap between itself and Charizard and Sceptile. Of course, Noivern has grown a lot now. It is no longer as playful as it was during its Nova Bat stage. I believe that as time goes by, its efforts will eventually pay off. That's enough. Xiaoyu called out at the right moment to stop the match. This was not a formal competition, and it didn't necessarily have to be a fight to the death. At this stage, Noivern is indeed no match for Charizard. Looking at Charizard, Xiaoyu showed a satisfied expression. Charizard wins this round. Soundwave Dragon, don't be discouraged. Failure is not terrible. Get up from where you fall. From now on, you have to work harder than before. Xiaoyu walked to Soundwave Dragon's side and comforted it. Roar. Noivern nodded. The defeat was not a good feeling for it, but losing to Charizard was better than losing in the future. It looked at Xiaoyu, then at Charizard, its gaze gradually hardening. The playful and mischievous buzzing bat of yesteryear seems to have become a mere shadow of yesterday. The next match will be between Diancie and Assassin. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, and Diancie and Assassin walked to the battlefield one after the other. Both of them had intense fighting spirit in their eyes, as if flames were burning within them. Ahem. Xiaoyu coughed twice, his gaze falling on the two little ones. Your competition is a bit special, different from other competitions. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Diancie and Ai Guanxi both looked at Xiaoyu with curiosity. To make the competition more interesting, I've made some other arrangements for your match. You can only use one skill from start to finish, finger flick, and you can't dodge. The finger swing contest is also a highly entertaining competition. Every year, China holds a finger swing contest, which requires contestants to use Pokémon below the Elite Four level, excluding Elite Four level, to participate, and they can only use the finger swing move in the competition. The annual finger waving competition always produces many wonderful and hilarious scenes. Now, having Diancie and Assassin compete in a finger waving contest can determine a winner without causing a fight and damaging their relationship. Page 300. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, both Diancie and Ashlinger were slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting today's competition to have such rules. Just as they were about to speak, Xiaoyu's voice rang out again. What kind of behavior is it for girls to fight like this? It's settled then. In this match, you can only use your finger swinging skills. It's all up to luck. The outcome is determined by fate. Charizard, Flame Ace, game start. Xiaoyu didn't give them a chance to argue and directly announced the start of the competition. Diancie and Assassin exchanged glances, and then both of them decisively used their finger waving skills. The finger waving skill is a very special move. By waving your fingers to stimulate your brain, you can randomly release a skill from a variety of moves. In the game, the finger swipe move cannot randomly select Protect-type moves, Transform, Mimic, Sketch, or some Pokémon signature moves, as well as Z moves and Dynamax moves. However, this book will be modified. Some signature moves can be selected, but Z moves and Dynamax moves still cannot be selected. Diancie and Ndidi used the finger swipe skill almost simultaneously. Normal type energy formed a small hand in front of them, and they swung their index finger to release the finger swipe skill. Xiaoyu and the other Pokémon looked at Diancie and Ndidi with curiosity, wondering what kind of moves they would pull out. Suddenly, dark-type energy began to surge from Diancie's body, followed by what looked like tears flowing from the corners of Diancie's eyes. She activated the Fake Cry move, greatly reducing Assassin's special defense. Unlike Diancie, Ndidi suddenly unleashed fire energy, with blue flames appearing on his body, dazzling like fireworks. In just a moment, a beautiful yet intense blue flame bloomed, dancing like a blue lotus, surging towards Diancie and causing her significant damage. Is this Reshiram's blue flame? Xiaoyu was also startled. In the first round, the luck of the finger-waving Diancie was obviously not as good as that of the Guardian Servant. It just randomly got the Fake Cry skill. As for Assassin, he randomly received Reshiram's exclusive high-power move, Azure Flame. Diancie, having suffered a setback, was clearly unhappy, but she strictly followed the rules and did not choose to dodge, instead taking the hit of the Azure Flame skill head-on. Fortunately, Diancie has double fire resistance, so the damage she took wasn't too high, and she was able to withstand it. After the first round ended, Diancie and Assassin used their finger swipe skills at the same time. This time, they looked tense and hoped to randomly get a powerful skill. Psychic energy surged from Assassin's body, transforming into a wave that rushed towards Diancie. Cure waves. The healing wave had completely healed Kinjian's injuries. Ai Guanqi's smile froze as she watched this. 2 rounds of finger waving were essentially a wasted effort. On the other hand, Diancie's luck was still not very good. This time, her finger waving skill used the angularity skill, making her body angular to increase her attack. After this round of finger waving skills ended, Diancie and Assassin did not stop for a moment and immediately used a third round of finger waving. Compared to the unremarkable first 2 rounds, luck seemed to be on Diancie's side this time. Water energy surged from Diancie's body, gushing out like waves. Squirt. As one of the most powerful water-type moves, Water Spray, like Fire Spray, has a power that is directly proportional to the user's current HP. Since Diancie's HP is almost full, the power of Water Spray she uses at this time is naturally extremely high. The surging tide overwhelmed Ai Guanqi, causing him significant damage. In contrast, Ndidi's luck wasn't so good this time. It rolled the Charm skill. Unfortunately, the Charm skill had no effect on the female Ashlinger when used on the female Diancie. Xiaoyu and a group of Pokémon sat by the field, watching the finger-waving competition with great interest. As expected, this kind of highly entertaining competition was much more interesting than the official competition. It would be quite a sight if you could shake out a cliff-breaking sword. Chapter 459 Twists and Turns. After 3 rounds, Diancie had gained a slight advantage, but only a slight one. The skill of waving your finger is full of uncertainty until a real victory is won and the dust settles. Everything is subject to change. After all, the finger-waving skill can trigger many unexpected skills. For example, the Sword of the Cliff and the Origin Fluctuation. If you randomly get this skill, even if it doesn't reach the strength of Groudon or Kyogre, it can still severely damage the opponent and turn the tide of battle. Wave your finger. As Diancie and Ndidi simultaneously unleashed their finger-waving skills, Xiaoyu and the Pokémon beside him tensed up slightly. Compared to the previous matches, Xiaoyu and his Pokémon thoroughly enjoyed this one. The match, full of variables and unknowns, was undoubtedly more exciting, thrilling, and captivating. This is why the annual Finger Swing Championship is also the hottest period for the betting industry. Energy began to surge, and judging from their appearances, Xiaoyu speculated that both sides had randomly received offensive skills this time. Sure enough, Dark-type energy suddenly surged from Diancie's body, and judging from the look of it, its power was not small. Xiaoyu was also secretly wondering what kind of skill the Dark-type move would be. DD Goldhook Arm? Abyssal Thrust? A Wave of Evil? Just as Xiaoyu was guessing, the evil energy suddenly roared and blasted towards AI Guanxi like a cannonball. Dark Blast. It has to be said that Diancie's luck has turned around recently, and she's had quite a bit of good fortune. It's worth noting that Dark-type moves are very effective against Psychic and Normal-type in DD. The Dark Blast skill instantly dealt a large amount of damage to Aizen. On the other hand, Ndidi's luck was slightly worse. Although he also randomly got an attack skill, it was a Bug-type move called Bug Resistance. Bug-type energy surged, transforming into a halo that spread outwards before flying towards Diancie and attaching itself to her body. Although the skill Insect Resistance has low power, it has an additional effect. It can reduce the enemy's special attack, making it an attack skill with a support effect. The already low power, combined with Diancie's resistance to Bug-type moves, allows Diancie to completely ignore the damage from Bug Resistance, making it as easy as tickling. This puts Diancie in a very favorable position. If she could get another Dark Blast skill randomly, she might be able to win the game directly. Seeing himself falling into a disadvantageous position, the Guardian was also a little anxious. He was proud and arrogant and could accept defeat, but he could not accept losing to Diancie. Therefore, without hesitation, Guanxi continued to use his finger-waving skill. A flick of the finger is a gamble on who has better luck. As he gestured with his hands, which were formed from normal-type energy, Ndidi suddenly unleashed a surge of fierce fire-type energy, which almost illuminated the entire arena. Looking at the powerful fire energy, Xiaoyu secretly guessed that AI Guanxi had finally had a stroke of luck and randomly obtained a powerful fire skill. I just don't know what skill it randomly gets. Explosive combustion? Overheating? Or the blue flame that was randomly obtained at the beginning? Just as Xiaoyu was wondering, a V-shaped fire mark suddenly appeared on AI Guanxi's forehead, and then flames began to erupt, bursting out in all directions like a tidal wave. At that moment, Xiaoyu immediately recognized that Aizen was using Victonai's signature move. V-Blaze is also the strongest fire-type move. Flames erupted. Assassin, enveloped in flames, with a V-shaped blazing flame above his head, charged toward Diancie with unstoppable momentum. Boom! A burst of flames engulfed Diancie entirely. A single strike inflicted terrifying damage on Diancie. Although Diancie has double resistance to fire-type moves, V-Blast is simply too powerful. V-Blast is the most powerful move of all, except for Self-Destruct and Big Bang. As the top-tier fire-type move, V-Blast boasts a power of 180, making it arguably the most powerful fire-type move, almost comparable to a Z move. Of course, this move also has significant side effects. After using V-Flame, your speed, defense, and special defense will all decrease. Reducing all three stats at the same time is worthy of the terrifying power of V-Flame. Watching this scene, Xiaoyu secretly sighed in his heart, wishing his Cinderace or Charizard knew this move, and even better if it was paired with the contrary ability, it would be invincible. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but recall his Panacea, which he hadn't used yet. It's unclear whether the ability to change an ability allows you to change abilities at will, or if it can only change the ability to the specific Pokémon it can have. If it were the former, that would be great. A combination of incredibly powerful Pokémon like Slaking and Swampert could appear. Diancie clearly hadn't expected Ndidi to unleash a V-Blast at this moment, but she could only grit her teeth and endure Ndidi's V-Blast attack. At the same time, Diancie's finger swing skill had also taken effect, and to Xiaoyu's shock, Diancie had randomly received a skill that he never expected. Big Bang! A surge of normal-type energy erupted, and Diancie burst forth with a dazzling light. Not good. Xiaoyu hadn't expected Diancie to unleash such a massive explosion at this moment, and it was too late to stop her. Boom.
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.